Chapter 1. Where on earth have I ended up? Damp, refreshing, with a gentle breeze wafting through. These were the sensations coursing through Li Chuan's body as he regained consciousness, his eyes still closed. Where am I? Li Chuan slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a panorama of trees and grass. What the hell? No way. Where the hell am I? He instinctively reached for the glasses perched on his nose. Suddenly, memories flooded back. He recalled that just moments ago, he had clocked out of work, only to receive a package from his ex-girlfriend, Joanna, containing a pair of black-framed glasses. He had merely tried them on, and then everything went dark. Now he found himself in this strange forest. The probability glasses of the god of delusion cannot be damaged, discarded, or sold. A dispassionate mechanical voice echoed in Li Chuan's ears. Who's speaking? Desperately, Li Chuan shouted, unable to remove the glasses. Panic gripped him. He even began to suspect he had been sold off to northern Myanmar. Ding! The Apocalypse survival game has successfully initiated. The current player's location: Spirit Realm, Amon Forest, Chaotic Land. Player notice: this is an extremely perilous world, and your only task is to survive by any means necessary. Ding! You have received a Novice Gift Package 1. Note: the companion seed within the Novice Package will aid your survival in this world. Do not discard it. Do not discard it. The Apocalypse survival game is functioning normally. Attribute panel activated. Inventory feature activated. Map feature activated. Newbie Task 1. Plant the companion seed. Find a suitable place for the companion seed to grow and plant it. It will serve as your lifeline. Task reward: 10 copper coins, 10 experience points, 1 player manual, access to regional chat channel. Task penalty: erasure. Time remaining for task: 1 hour 59 minutes. Good news! This is not northern Myanmar. Bad news: it's even worse than northern Myanmar. At least there, one could still survive here. One faces erasure at any moment. Bad news: it's even worse than northern Myanmar. At least there, one could still survive here. One faces erasure at any moment. Li Chuan looked up at the 2 orange suns hanging in the sky, a sense of despair washing over him. This is definitely not Blue Star. You vile woman, treacherous witch. From the moment he realized he could not remove the glasses, Li Chuan knew that his arrival in this so-called game world was likely connected to Joanna. Was it really necessary to drag me to such a place just because we broke up? Do you hate me so much you want me dead? Roar! A distant roar of beasts echoed from deep within the forest. Li Chuan's face drained of color as he quickly moved to the shade of a large tree. This is bad. There are wild beasts in this forest. Right, the gift package, the Novice Gift Package. System, open the inventory. A semi-transparent light screen suddenly appeared before Li Chuan. Gray backpack, remaining usable space: 910. Li Chuan attempted to swipe the light screen. In the next instant, a brown treasure chest thudded onto the ground before him. Do you wish to open the Novice treasure chest? Li Chuan had no choice but to select yes. In this unfamiliar and perilous forest, he found it exceedingly difficult to survive without any survival skills. He was no wilderness survival master. Bring me something high-powered, defying the laws of science, I would completely accept becoming a superhero. Novice treasure chest opened. Obtained: Novice clothing set 1, Novice wooden sword 1, companion seed 1. But is this really worthy of being called a gift package? The treasure chest vanished, replaced by several items on the ground. Li Chuan reached for the seemingly simple gray clothing set. Novice clothing set, gray. Sewn by Aunt Wong next door. It is dirt-resistant and durable. Set attributes: armor value 100. Evaluation: if you aren't wearing armor, I suggest you put this on. Oh, so I can see the item attributes just by touching them. Novice wooden sword, gray. Strength 1. Evaluation: better than a twig you might snap off a tree. Wouldn't you agree? Companion seed. Bound item cannot be discarded, dropped, or sold. Note: losing it means you cannot survive in this world. Plant it somewhere, and it will grow into your current means of survival. The companion seed has a chance to grow into a divine companion spirit plant. Luck is but a thought away for fortune and misfortune alike. Evaluation: unfairness is the most rigorous form of fairness. So, apart from this wooden sword in my hand, the plant that grows from this seed is my only reliance for survival. This atmosphere, is it reminiscent of Digimon? Pokemon? There was also something odd. The seed displayed as unable to be discarded, sold, or dropped. Yet how could one lose it? Yet the system clearly stated that losing it would mean certain death in this world. Isn't that a contradiction? Forget it. Now is not the time to nitpick. I should plant the seed as soon as possible. Li Chuan removed his suit, tied it over his shoulder, donned the clothing, picked up the wooden sword, and clutched the seed as he slowly ventured deeper into the forest. He chose not to discard the suit, believing it could serve as a makeshift bag in this desolate place. What the hell? To his dismay, after walking less than 100 meters, a massive lizard monster lying on the ground came into view. The lizard was at least 5 meters long, with a head the size of a human's torso, utterly fearsome. It was currently resting beneath a large tree, and beside its enormous body lay a shimmering silver treasure chest glistening in the sunlight. Li Chuan covered his mouth, trembling, as he retreated to a spot outside the lizard's line of sight. Treasure chest? Lizard monster? What the hell? This lizard is enormous. I should change directions. I can't rely on this thing being a herbivore. In all likelihood, the monsters and treasure chests in this forest shared a guardian relationship, right? 10 minutes later, Li Chuan found himself beside a large pile of dung. Theoretically speaking, flowers are meant to be inserted into dung, right? It's just a little smelly, but it pertains to his survival odds. Li Chuan steeled himself, set down the wooden sword, found a sturdy branch, and began to vigorously mix the dung with the soil. Best not to get the wooden sword dirty. He still needed it. Ugh! It stinks. It really stinks. Li Chuan poked a hole in the delightfully odorous soil with the branch and gently tossed the seed into the pit. 47. In Li Chuan's view, a white number suddenly popped up above the seed tossed into the nutrient-rich soil. Huh? 47%? What does this mean? Could it be the probability of growing a powerful companion spirit plant? But the system panel for the companion seed clearly stated that the probability was random. Why could he see a specific percentage? Li Chuan froze, then slowly reached up to touch the black framed glasses on his face. Could it be the ability of these indelible, unremovable glasses? Whoosh! His finger triggered the glasses attribute panel. Probability glasses of the god of delusion. All things in the world follow rules, and every cause has an effect from now on. You possess the eyes to see the truth. Other functions sealed. Evaluation. Evaluation? Who? Them? Chapter 2. The probability glasses of the god of delusion. Though the wording was somewhat profound, it was clear that these glasses possessed such an ability. So, Joanna was not entirely out to sabotage him? Li Chuan hurriedly reached into the pit to retrieve the seed. Since he could see the probability of growing a high-quality plant, he certainly couldn't settle for a mere 47. With over an hour left until the task deadline, he had ample opportunity to find a more suitable planting location. Dropping the branch, he picked up the wooden sword and left the odorous spot behind. This place is lush with vegetation. Let's give it a try. Li Chuan casually jabbed the wooden sword into the ground, creating a large hole, and tossed the companion seed inside. 23. Even worse than the previous spot. Yeah. This area has sparse vegetation, so no other plants should be competing for nutrients. 12. Sigh. Sparse vegetation surely has its reasons. 19. 9. 36. Li Chuan muttered to himself, carefully maneuvering around a brown bear sleeping beneath a tree that he encountered several colossal beasts along the way, all of which were soundly slumbering by the treasure chests they guarded, without exception. It seemed that as long as he did not venture too close to the ground or disturb the chests, these creatures would remain undisturbed. Just 10 more minutes to search. If I cannot find it, I will return the way I came. Li Chuan resolutely made up his mind and quickened his pace. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. In the lush, verdant forest, Li Chuan sat on a withered tree, letting out a helpless sigh. Alas, after traveling so far, it appears that finding a place with a probability exceeding 47% in this forest will be quite difficult. Eh? What is that? Just as he was about to turn back in search of that elusive treasure, Li Chuan suddenly halted. He had casually glanced and happened to catch a glimpse of a yellow hue through the gaps in the trees. Yellow? He seemed to recall that a certain type of yellow earth was exceedingly rich in nutrients, ideal for the growth of specific plants. But I am not close to that patch of yellow earth. If I go there and the probability is not high, what will I do if it delays my return? Li Chuan found himself in a quandary. Damn it, how can a mere 47 satisfy me? One of my life creeds is to avoid any actions that will lead to regret. Onward. Novice Task 1. Plant the companion seed. Find a suitable location for the companion seed to thrive, and plant it. It shall be your lifeline. Task Reward. Copper Coins 10, Experience Points 10, Player's Manual 1. Regional Chat Channel unlocked. Task Penalty. Annihilation. Time remaining for task, 29 minutes. Shutting the task panel, Li Chuan eagerly placed the seed into the yellow earth before him. Only 29 minutes left. If the probability is too low, I won't have much margin for error. Heaven help me. Heaven help me. 79. Yay! I guess right? Li Chuan pumped his fists in excitement, preparing to cover the small hole where he had planted the seed. However, as he turned, he spotted a small mound of earth not far away, a deeper shade of brown. Thus, judging by the color, the probability there should be higher, right? This time, Li Chuan acted without hesitation, scooping up the seed and rushing towards it. Little did he know, just as he reached near the brown mound, he spotted a slumbering brown giant wolf behind it. This is bad. Li Chuan froze in place, a shiver running down his spine. The brown mound was no more than 7 or 8 meters from the giant wolf. He had sprinted through the forest for 2 hours without getting within 10 meters of those beasts guarding the treasure chests. 7 or 8 meters. Surely, this is within the range that the giant beast could sense, right? This risk. Should I take it? Take it. If I don't, I will definitely regret it later. The midday sun cast its rays upon the lush forest canopy, dappling the ground with light that filtered through the leaves and branches. Li Chuan, dressed in rough cloth, lay prone on the grass, inching his way toward the mound. Rustle, rustle. 4 meters. 3 meters. No problem. 2 meters. Still no problem. A smile slowly crept across Li Chuan's face, a hint of pride emerging. 1 meter. Almost there. So close I can almost reach it. Just as Li Chuan was about to touch the brown soil, the gray-white giant wolf suddenly stirred. The beast, as if disturbed from a deep slumber, lifted its head and swiped at its face with its paw. Li Chuan held his breath, only daring to exhale in small increments until the giant wolf settled back down. I can't go any closer. If I do, that creature will surely awaken. But thankfully, I can now reach the mound. Li Chuan slowly extended his wooden sword, poking a small hole into the brown mound. Whoosh! The thumb's-eye seed zipped into the hole. 98. Splendid. Absolutely fantastic. Li Chuan dared not make a sound, reveling in his silent joy. 98%, only 2% shy of 100. If this value truly reflects the strength of the companion plant, I would undoubtedly have a fortuitous start. Minutes ticked by. After 2 or 3 minutes of covering the hole with his wooden sword, a vibrant green sprout emerged from the side of the brown mound. Li Chuan gazed in amazement at the miraculous scene before him, his heart swelling with joy. It has sprouted, a sapling has truly emerged. This is a life that has come forth from my hands. Little one, you must strive to grow strong, otherwise, all the effort of your father will be in vain. Just as Li Chuan lay on the ground praying for his sapling, a protracted growl reached his ears. Oh no! Li Chuan shot up, his heart racing at the sight before him. At some point, the giant wolf that had been lying by the treasure chest had risen, glaring at him with blood-red eyes and baring its fangs, growling at his sapling. Oh no! The sound of the companion seed sprouting has awakened the giant beast. Gritting his teeth, Li Chuan grasped his wooden sword. Currently, the young sapling had just broken ground. It was no match for the giant wolf. Damn it! Had I known, I would have planted it in that yellow soil. Greed truly is the original sin. Roar! The giant wolf crouched low, suddenly letting out a deafening roar. Having seen enough documentaries on the animal kingdom, Li Chuan recognized this as the classic pre-attack posture of a canine. Sure enough, after the giant wolf roared, it wasted no time and charged towards the companion sapling like a gray truck. Damn it! Stupid dog, don't touch my sapling. With wooden sword in hand, Li Chuan charged toward the bronze treasure chest, teeth clenched and resolve unyielding. Yes, the bronze treasure chest. The 36 stratagems. Surround Wei to rescue Zhao. Li Chuan was certain that as long as he attacked the chest, the beast would halt its assault on his plant spirit. Indeed, just as the giant wolf was about to reach the companion sapling, it abruptly skidded to a halt and turned to charge at Li Chuan instead. Chapter 3. The probability of opening treasure chests. Li Chuan's primary objective was never the treasure chest. That moment, upon witnessing the giant wolf lunging towards him, he hastily dropped to the ground and rolled to the left, managing to evade its grasp by a mere whisker. The giant wolf missed its target, yet its movements remained astonishingly agile, twisting its body to continue its assault on Li Chuan. It was far too close. Li Chuan could already perceive the foul stench emanating from the wolf's maw. He rolled again, akin to a slippery eel navigating through a desert, narrowly avoiding the second pounce of the colossal beast. Roar, frustrated by its repeated failures to connect, the giant wolf's fury intensified. At that moment, Li Chuan found himself beside a colossal tree and scrambled to his feet, gripping the trunk for support. However, when he turned to face the giant wolf, it was already within striking distance. In a panic, he swiftly sheltered himself behind the tree. Crack! The enormous tree, thick enough for a person to embrace, let out a bone-chilling sound, slowly bending to one side before breaking. This was utterly unreasonable. How could a wolf possess such immense strength? Li Chuan, in a desperate attempt, swung at the shadow protruding from the tree's side, then dashed towards another tree. Clang! Damn it! It seems my defenses remain unbroken. Roar! Crack! Another tree fell victim to the wolf's wrath, forcing Li Chuan to flee once more. Just his luck. Thud! As if the heavens conspired against him. Li Chuan stumbled over a rock, crashing to the ground. Stars dancing before his eyes. Just as he was about to rise, a foul wind approached. He felt a sharp pain in his calf, and with gritted teeth, he thrust his wooden sword forward. Smack! Ow! 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 The crude wooden sword was knocked from his grasp by an overwhelming force. Yet the anticipated agony failed to materialize. Could it be? Your companion tree has successfully grown. Current maturity, sapling. Newbie Task 1. Plant the companion seed. Completed. Task rating. Excellent. Rewards. Copper coins X10. Experience points X10. Player manual X1. Regional chat channel unlocked. Ding. Player Li Chuan has reached maximum experience points. Level 1. Awarded free attribute points X5. Li Chuan opened his eyes in astonishment. The once terrifying giant wolf was now ensnared by a vine with a budding flower at its end. Hoisted into the air, thrashing its limbs in a desperate struggle, following the vine, Li Chuan beheld a tender green sapling, approximately 2 meters tall, with dense oval leaves and several branches and vines. One particularly robust vine had come to his rescue. A wave of emotions, gratitude, elation, and the joy of survival washed over Li Chuan's mind. Well done, truly worthy of being my companion tree. It was worth every ounce of effort I expended to save you. Li Chuan enthusiastically approached the sapling, running his hands along its smooth green trunk. In the next moment, a virtual screen materialized before him. Miracle Tree, Orange, Juvenile, Growth Type, Level 100, Experience 0-100, an ancient entity from the Titan realm, slow-moving yet possessing remarkable intelligence and terrifying destructive power. Miracle Seeds 3-3, not yet activated. Evaluation. It is said that the Miracle Tree only grows in places where miracles occur. An orange quality with a level cap of 100. I'm only at 40. What a windfall. Just as his excitement peaked, a rustling sound emanated from behind him. Li Chuan froze, his eyes sparkling with realization. Do you mean for me to deliver the final blow? Tap, tap. The enormous bud tapped against its vine. Was that a nod? Li Chuan hurriedly retrieved his wooden sword, gritting his teeth and lunging toward the giant wolf's eye with all his might. A red notification appeared above the wolf's head. Critical hit. -999. Ding. You have slain a level 10, demonized ironback wolf. Normal, X1. Experience points, 20. Ding. Player Li Chuan has reached maximum experience points. Level 1. Awarded free attribute points X5. The dual system notifications filled Li Chuan with exhilaration. The giant wolf's carcass gradually transformed into a shimmering light, vanishing before his eyes, replaced by the sound of items hitting the grass. Did it just drop loot? Li Chuan eagerly inspected the items dropped by the wolf. Wolf meat, gray, non-toxic, edible, but best accompanied by scallions, ginger, and cooking wine. A head-sized chunk of fresh meat, totaling 10 pieces. Copper coins, 100, the most basic currency in the game store. Copper coins embossed with an eye design. Complete wolf hide of the demonized ironback wolf, green, primary material for crafting green leather armor. Teeth of the demonized ironback wolf, green, green material for alchemy, crafting arrows, etc. Wolf Fang short blade, Green. Required level 1. Armor break 5. Attack power 10. Evaluation. Do not underestimate the poison Wolf-Fang Shortblade. With a beaming smile, Li Chuan stowed his spoils in his backpack and patted the branch of his savior before hastening towards the nearby brass treasure chest. Ding! Brass treasure chest detected X1. Highest potential drop, level 10 blue items. Would you like to open it? Li Chuan did not immediately click yes, but rather gazed in astonishment at the series of fluctuating white numbers above the chest. 49, 38. The probability numbers reappeared. This probability glasses is quite something. Li Chuan remained still, observing the changing digits on the chest. 45, 32, 56, 65, 56, 23, 67, 65, 46, 59, 93. In a split second, just as the number 9 emerged, Li Chuan decisively pressed yes. Boom! The chest exploded open, and amidst the cascade of items, Li Chuan caught sight of a glimmer of blue light. 5 barrels of pure water. Pure water, gray, contains 5 liters of safe drinking water. 2 crates of bread. Wheat sandwich bread, gray, contains 10 delicious sandwich loaves. A book with a white cover. Secondary profession transfer book, white. Upon opening, you may select one secondary profession. Miner, tailor, blacksmith, architect. Note: each player may only use this type of transfer book once. Please choose wisely. A book with a blue cover. Side roll, blue. Learning requirement, any profession, LV0. Upon learning, you will acquire the skill of a 360-degree side roll without blind spots. Note: archers and assassins may use it continuously up to 3 times without cooldown. Skill cost, 1 mana, cooldown, 3 seconds, evaluation. Do not underestimate it. It could save your life. Water, food, a secondary profession transfer book, and the soul blue item, a skill book. The highest tier item is a side roll. Can't I just roll myself? Is it necessary to learn it from a skill book? Li Chuan pondered for a moment. It indeed seemed prudent to learn it. While other players with combat backgrounds might not need it, he, a coward who turned into a rolling ball at the slightest hint of danger, certainly required it. He opened the skill book and clicked yes in the system prompt. Skill side roll learned. A wealth of experience in agility and techniques flooded into his mind. Li Chuan squinted, absorbing the knowledge within. So that's how it works. I roll. In the lush forest, beside a vibrant little tree, Li Chuan's slender figure executed a nimble left roll. He seemed to glide over 2 meters effortlessly, and even while rolling, he retained the energy to observe his surroundings and swiftly strike with his sword. The smile on Li Chuan's face reflected his satisfaction at that moment. System. Open the player attribute panel. Chapter 4, Newbie Task 2. Open a treasure chest, Li Chuan. Human, level, 340. Experience, 030. Profession, none. Secondary profession, none. Strength, 61. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 7. Armor value, 100. Mana value, 10. Free attribute points, 10. Equipment. Probability glasses of the broken illusion. Wolf-Fang Shortblade, green. Newbie cloth, gray. Skills. Side roll, blue. Proficiency. Novice 110. How should I allocate these free attribute points? Li Chuan mused, rubbing his chin as he glanced at the short blade in his hand. Then reflecting on the side roll he had just learned. Given my current skills and equipment, a physical profession seems most suitable, yet I am reluctant to become a frontline tank. Thus, I could only opt for either the assassin or archer paths. Both the assassin and archer rely on agility. I'll decide on this for now. Li Chuan allocated the free attribute points he gained from leveling up in a 3:2 ratio to agility and strength. An invisible power surged through him, invigorating every muscle in his body. Leveling up feels amazing. Moreover, as he rolled up his pant leg, he noticed the wounds inflicted by the giant wolf had miraculously healed. Leveling up can also restore injuries? I can get behind that. A thumbs up for the game. Game announcement. Time limit for Newbie Task 1 has expired. All players with unfinished tasks will be eliminated. Elimination complete. Release Novice Task 2. Open a treasure chest. The unordered forest conceals a multitude of treasure chests. Please locate and open one within 6 hours. Task rewards. 20 copper coins. 20 experience points. 1 class change book. Access to the system all. Task penalty. Annihilation. Task completion. 01. Time remaining. 5 hours 59 minutes. Annihilation. Complete. The requirement for Novice Task 2 is to open a treasure chest. Yet I have already opened one, so why is my task not considered complete? Must I open yet another treasure chest? This game is utterly ridiculous. Li Chuan furrowed his brow, troubled. Among the colossal beasts guarding the treasure chests, the giant lizard protecting the silver chest and the fierce tiger guarding the gold chest were formidable, but the giant wolf was comparatively weaker. However, even the wolf guarding the bronze chest was beyond his capabilities. The odds of success were virtually non-existent, and he would need the assistance of the miracle tree. Li Chuan picked up a stump and placed it beside the miracle tree, sitting down upon it. Little tree, can't you move? Let me see you take a few steps. Li Chuan wished to witness just how slow the movement speed displayed on the panel truly was. Whoosh! The miracle tree seemed to comprehend Li Chuan's words, suddenly whipping out its vines to ensnare a massive tree 10 meters away, then exerting tremendous force. The vines snapped taut, and the soil at the roots began to rise gradually. It's just pulling it over? Li Chuan stared intently at the roots of the miracle tree. 10 minutes passed, and the miracle tree had barely moved a meter. It was slower than a snail. In other words, in 6 hours, the miracle tree could only traverse 36 meters. Li Chuan silently calculated the time. If he planned to rely on the miracle tree to assist him in hunting the colossal beasts, he would need to locate a treasure chest within a 5-hour journey. Leaving an hour for battle. Little Green, yes, I shall call you Little Green from now on. Please stop pulling. We don't even know which way to go yet. Wait here for me. I shall scout for prey nearby. Li Chuan patted Little Green's trunk, gripping his short dagger as he once again ventured into the forest. He had thought that having a companion plant would provide some safety, yet he still had to venture out for himself. Damn woman, cursed system. By the way, didn't I just unlock the regional chat channel? This suggests that I am not the only one in this predicament. If there are other players, I should see what they are currently doing. Unordered Island Regional Chat Channel. Current surviving players. 964-1000 Moonlit Breeze. How terrifying. Truly terrifying. I witnessed someone die right before my eyes. They were pleading for help just before they perished. Time ages. Damn it. Where exactly are we? A deserted island? Or are we trapped in some twisted Squid Game? Will anyone come to rescue us? Tread marks. Brain in a vat. We must be brains in a vat. As Li Chuan opened the chat channel, he was met with a barrage of oppressive dialogues. In that moment, had he not risked his life to hold the giant wolf at bay, he could very well have been among those unfortunate players who perished. After a while, the topic of death finally subsided. Zhao Gao pointing at the deer. Image, look at my companion plant. Haha, I am a genius for planting the seed in the mire. This was a player boasting about their companion plant, and Li Chuan was curious to see what others' plants looked like. He clicked on the image out of curiosity. Warring Ancient Tree, blue, growth stage, growth type, D level, 560. Experience points, 0,500, one of the powerful plant spirits in the plant spirit realm. Slow moving, with an impressive physique and formidable defense. Evaluation. One of the most terrifying units in the plant spirit realm. This Warring Ancient Tree was of the same grade as my role skill book. Zhao Gao seemed quite proud. Is blue quality really that high? Li Chuan pondered, then took out the player manual from his backpack to peruse. After a dozen minutes, Li Chuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Yes, blue quality is indeed respectable, but when compared to my miracle tree, it falls significantly short. The player manual contained detailed information regarding equipment and item grades, which ranged from 9 levels: gray, white, green, cyan, blue, purple, pink, orange, legacy, and divine. Zhao Gao's blue quality was at the 5th level, while my miracle tree was at the 8th level, placing it at the pinnacle of color grades, just below legacy and divine. If Zhao Gao was already so proud of his blue quality, wouldn't I be overjoyed? Li Chuan continued to peruse with a sense of superiority. Flicking your fingers, I'll turn you to ashes. Real name Envy. My companion plant is only green quality and looks utterly lacking in combat power. How can I make it through Novice Task 2? Image. Thorny Windrolling Grass. Green, growth stage, level 1040. A troublesome plant found outside Tyrant City. It moves swiftly and is quite bothersome. Evaluation. Rolling is my romance with the wind. Green is indeed a bit ordinary, but compared to higher grades, it seems the lower grade initial levels may be higher. Is this a form of balance? In the next life, I won't be a workhorse. Damn. How come there are green and blue ones? Why is mine only white? In my previous life, I was just a corporate slave. Mine is also white crying. Hugging the tree.in the chat channel, most players were enviously commenting on Zhao Gao's boasting, with many also sharing their companion plant attributes. Li Chuan scrolled through, noticing that white was the most common, with green not far behind, while those above cyan were scarce. However, just because they were not shared in the chat channel didn't mean they didn't exist. For instance, Li Chuan himself had no intention of sharing the attributes of his miracle tree in the chat channel. Li Chuan continued to observe the chat, hoping to gather useful information regarding Novice Task 2, high above the cold. Everyone. The colossal beasts guarding the treasure chests are exceptionally strong. Ensure you are fully prepared before engaging. It is crucial to utilize your plant spirits effectively, Li Chuan nodded. Yes, that makes sense. I must indeed be well prepared. First, I need to fill my stomach. He opened his backpack and took out a piece of wheat bread, munching on it as he walked. Willow waste. High above the cold. Are you suggesting we hadn't thought of that? My plant spirit cannot move at all. How can I take it to hunt beasts? Pig brother Kongming. My plant spirit can move, but I doubt it would stand a chance against those terrifying giants even if it reached the chest. High above the cold. Everyone, don't panic. Based on my current understanding of the treasure chests and their guardian beasts, I have a rough idea of how to complete this perilous task. Li Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. There's a strategy. Chapter 5. Give me 2 choices. At this moment, no one in the channel was speaking. They were all eagerly awaiting High Above the Cold to reveal the method to clear the task. High Above the Cold. The key point I want to convey is that the strength of the treasure chests and their guardian beasts is not fixed. The strongest are those guarding the golden chests, such as the lion tiger beast and earth dragon, so please avoid provoking them at all costs. Next are the silver, bronze, and black iron chests. High above the cold, the guardian beasts of the black iron chests are small carnivorous animals like foxes and dogs, making them considerably easier to deal with. Therefore, if your plant spirit cannot move, you must find other players in the same predicament and use numerical superiority to tackle the black iron chest guardians, taking turns to open the chests and complete the task. High above the cold. Finally, I wish everyone can survive and complete the task. This person managed to organize so much information in just 2 hours. What astonished Li Chuan even more was the fact that he was so selfless. Though this information was simple, it was crucial during the initial phase when everyone was feeling lost. Such a contribution could give many players an advantage. Was he really just giving it away? Couldn't he possibly be an NPC arranged by the system? Could he? Along. Thank you, Big Shot. Does anyone know if there's anything to eat in this forest? I feel like I haven't eaten in ages and am about to starve. President Shan Lu. This information is useful, thank you, Big Shot. I can endure hunger, but I'm so thirsty I'd even eat leaves. Anyone know where there's water? More players joined the discussion about where to find water. High above the cold. There are food and water in the treasure chests, and there are also some wild fruits in the forest to stave off hunger. But be careful not to eat anything poisonous. Li Chuan quietly set High Above the Cold as a special focus, meaning his system would notify him whenever this person spoke. Though he disliked sharing, he appreciated those who were willing to do so. Willow waste. So you must have opened a treasure chest before. Share some of the food you obtained with us. After all, this game is perilous. And not everyone possesses the ability to hunt beasts. You can't just watch us all starve, can you? Wow. What a shameless individual. Even after someone was so selfless, there were still those who wanted him to share his food. However, to Li Chuan's surprise, he was not the only one lacking in shame. Wealthy young master. You are absolutely right. I need bread and water. Once I step outside, I shall pay you. High Above the Cold. Mr. Lu from Shen Energy. I will also pay once I exit. I have sent the trade request. The number of those who reach out for help is growing, and the messages are flooding the screen. Li Chuan, gnawing on his bread, finds himself momentarily speechless. Are there truly so many shameless individuals? Going outside. What a dream. Yet, what if High Above the Cold genuinely possesses an abundance of food to share with everyone? Should I also ask for some? Never mind. I cannot be that shameless. Just as he contemplated closing the unfulfilling chat channel, a distinctive message piqued Li Chuan's interest. Supreme Fungus. So many people are in need of food? I have wild boar meat available. Does anyone want some? If so, it can be exchanged for ores, copper coins, or pure water. This person has evidently slain a giant beast. Shell peanuts. I don't have what you seek. But I possess wild fruits. Would you like some? Supreme fungus. Wild fruits? If they come with attribute panels, they may suffice. High above the cold. Wild fruits lack attribute panels and cannot be traded. Freshwater is the same. Only pure water found in treasure chests is tradable. Shell peanuts. Then never mind. I can only make do with wild fruits. Mr. Liu from Shun Energy. High above the cold. Why have you declined my trade request? What do you mean? High above the cold. There are too many people. You should strive on your own rather than. Li Chuan ponders thoughtfully. This supreme fungus is quite astute. Retaining bread and water while selling the unmanageable, unpleasant-tasting beast meat at a high price. A clever tactic indeed. He still possesses 10 portions of wolf meat, which he could sell at this moment. For their value will diminish in the future. Having learned this, Li Chuan composed a message for the regional channel, just admiring flowers without disturbing the grass. Selling wolf meat, materials, copper coins, and equipment. Anything with a grade can be traded. Just admiring flowers without disturbing the grass is the nickname Li Chuan has chosen for himself. Wealthy young master. Have you lost your mind? Who would trade equipment for your worthless wolf meat? Wang Gang. I would. I'll trade a novice wooden sword for it. Wealthy young master. Are you crazy? That is currently the only weapon against danger. Without it, how will you confront the giant beasts? Wang Gang. Better than starving to death. A novice wooden sword. Ha! This person is likely not a fool. He probably opened a treasure chest and acquired a better weapon, which is why he wishes to trade away the novice wooden sword. Such wishful thinking, Li Chuan declined Wang Gang's trade request. He already has a novice wooden sword, and it seems unlikely to appreciate in value in the future, so he certainly does not want it. A trade request has been initiated with you. Copper coins 50, wolf meat 10. This one seems worth considering. Li Chuan clicked on the trade request and sent a private message. 50 copper coins can only be exchanged for 5 pieces of wolf meat. A trade request has been initiated with you. Copper coins 50, wolf meat 5. Quite straightforward. Li Chuan promptly accepted the trade request. The number of copper coins in his backpack surged from 100 to 150. Somewhere in the chaotic forest, a man clad in novice linen garments tossed fresh meat high into the air. With a swift snap, a large black maw lunged out, devouring the piece of meat. While blood dripped down its vine-like tendrils, the man beneath the great maw grinned. Oh, great maw, the game has barely begun, and you've already devoured my 50 copper coins. You cannot let me suffer a loss. Is that a treasure chest? In the stifling forest, Li Chuan has finally discovered a treasure chest after much toil. However, he could not muster any joy, for the chest was silver, gleaming brilliantly, and beside it lay a massive lion, comparable in size to a minivan. The distance was just enough, but the strength of this guardian beast was undeniably daunting. According to High Above the Cold, treasure chests come in various grades: black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. A black iron chest requires players to form a party to defeat its guardian beast, not to mention this silver chest guardian. Could Little Green handle it? What if the giant wolf guarding the bronze chest is Little Green's limit? Li Chuan felt uncertain and was about to turn in another direction to search further. Hey, stop! An extremely rude voice suddenly rang out. Li Chuan had envisioned encounters with others in the forest, but he had not anticipated such an attitude from fellow players. Are you calling me? Li Chuan glanced at a stout, middle-aged man. The man, with a face full of excess flesh, arrogantly declared, Yes, I'm calling you. Behind him stood a lanky young man with a long face, grinning mischievously. That short knife in your hand, is it equipment? Quite affluent, huh? Li Chuan tightened his grip on the short knife, watching the two with caution. What do you want? The burly man suddenly strode towards Li Chuan. Of course, my buddy and I want to collaborate with you. You distract that lion, and we'll handle the treasure chest. We'll split whatever we find amongst the 3 of us. And next time we encounter a chest, you can open it. How does that sound? Li Chuan's expression darkened completely. Split. Let me open it next. Who would believe that? Such words are mere child's play. Their supposed cooperation is but a ruse to lead me to my demise. Oh, truly split. Why don't you two distract the lion while I open the treasure chest instead? The lanky man let out a hearty laugh. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Huh? Do you think you have the right to decide who distracts the lion? The burly man sneered, revealing the darker side of human nature. Listen here, kid, I'm giving you 2 choices. Point 1. You obediently lure the lion away for us. If you're lucky enough to survive, you might even snag some food. The second option is for us to kill you. Then we'll use your corpse to distract the giant beast. Which will you choose? Chapter 6. No, you are simply afraid. Li Chuan's anger surged, and he coldly replied through gritted teeth, I choose option 3. The lanky man was taken aback. Did you just say 3? What's option 3? The burly man's face twisted in fury. There's no option 3. If this kid wants to die, let us grant him his wish. Li Chuan held his breath, focusing intently as he glared at the two approaching thugs. Each stood on either side, wielding novice wooden swords, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Just from their gaze, it was clear they were not good people even before entering the game world. Li Chuan stood frozen in place, as if stunned, until the faster lanky man drew near and swung his sword. In a deft roll to the side, Li Chuan evaded him. Not only that, while rolling, he thrust his short blade, piercing the lanky man's thigh with a sickening squelch. On my leg. The lanky man collapsed to the ground, clutching his thigh and crying out in agony. The burly man was startled, quickly changing the direction of his wooden sword to stab at Li Chuan's neck. Li Chuan stepped back 2 paces to dodge, and as soon as the 3-second cooldown elapsed, he rolled again, employing the same technique to inflict a deep gash in the burly man's thigh. Ack! The burly man limped backward, wildly swinging his wooden sword. Li Chuan, holding the bloodied short blade, coldly regarded the 2 miscreants. 2 heartless scoundrels, so weak yet so arrogant. Now, where is your arrogance? Both men clutched their wounds, fear glimmering in their eyes as they retreated. Li Chuan stared at them for a moment before slowly turning to leave. The burly man, seeing Li Chuan's back, suddenly shouted, You wait. The wheel of fortune turns. You better not fall into my hands. Li Chuan paused his steps, his voice as frigid as the winter wind. Is that so? Thank you, then, for resolving a dilemma that had been troubling me. He rolled to the side and swung his blade. The short blade pierced cleanly through the burly man's chest, creating 2 bloodied holes that gushed forth crimson. Blood stained the grass. You have helped me understand what it means to eradicate evil completely. Gurgling. The burly man pointed at Li Chuan, blood surging up his throat, rendering him unable to form a coherent word. You've killed someone. You're a devil. You've murdered. You will face legal consequences. The lanky man kicked and squirmed, attempting to distance himself from Li Chuan. Li Chuan withdrew the bloodied short blade, stepping closer to the lanky man. Indeed, I have killed, but you shouldn't be so surprised. Should you? You two were just planning to do the same to me, weren't you? No, that's not it. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. Swish. The bloodied short blade swept across his neck. No, you are simply afraid. Ding, you have killed LV0 Zhao Tian and LV0 Wang Dahai, gaining 20 copper coins and 20 experience points. Ding, you have slain 2 players, activating the title. Cold-blooded. Note, this title cannot be actively cancelled or hidden and can only be replaced with a higher grade title. Ding. You have gained the coordinates of Zhao Tian and Su Dahai's companion plants, lasting 11 hours and 59 minutes. Killing companion plants will yield evolution cores, which can enhance the grade of companion plants. Li Chuan opened the map in astonishment. Indeed, 2 glowing points were flickering not far from him. Title, copper coins, experience points, coordinates of companion plants. This game system encourages players to engage in mutual slaughter. Cold-blooded, title white. This title cannot be cancelled or hidden. It is automatically worn. When the number of players killed exceeds 10, this title will be upgraded. When a wearer of the cold-blooded title is killed, the drop rate of items in their equipment and backpack increases by 20, excluding bound items. All attributes 1. Evaluation. Surely one has become addicted to the thrill of killing. No wonder after slaying them, I feel my vitality has increased. It is indeed this title's doing. Yet the negative aspect is the increased drop rate. I must be cautious, lest I appear too affluent and become a target akin to a boss. Li Chuan stowed away the novice wooden swords and novice clothing of the 2 fallen players, preparing to continue his exploration of the forest. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a glowing on the map that belonged to Xiao LV, which had changed its position. What is the situation? Did I not advise Xiao LV not to come here? Li Chuan glanced at the 2 corpses lying on the ground and realized the answer. Xiao LV sensed my peril, hence the desperate rush to my side. Li Chuan toyed with the hilt of his dagger, gazing at the colossal beast sprawled on the grass nearby. if that is the case. Then it must be you. Xiao LV dealt with the giant wolf with such ease. Surely, something even stronger wouldn't be too different, and besides, I just dispatched 2 of those brutes. My skills are not to be underestimated. In the Chaotic Land S chat channel, current surviving players in the area, 959-1000 Zhuguagua. It's over. It's over. Who can save me? My companion plant was killed by a beast. What should I do? Will I die? Gaochu Busheng Han. What tier is your companion plant, and what type of treasure chest is the target? Is it safe now? Zhao Gaoji Lu Weima, alas. Yet another soul in distress. Zhuguagua. My companion plant is a green Tearsophora monster, targeting a silver treasure chest. What should I do? Am I doomed without my companion plant? Xinneng Lu Zong. Challenging a silver treasure chest guardian with a green tier plant spirit. Ha, that's utterly foolish. Gaochu Busheng Han. To speak frankly, we cannot ascertain the fate of losing a companion plant, but I hope you can share what happens to you here. It would benefit us all. Zhuguagua. Ah? No. Please save me. Can't you find a way to help? I'm only in my 20s, Zhuguagua. I want to tell you, you cold-blooded executioners. May you all perish. Li Chuan bore witness to a woman's transformation from fear, helplessness, confusion, to eventual madness. Alas, he could only sigh helplessly. What is this apocalyptic game system? Why can it so effortlessly ensnare individuals? Controlling their lives and deaths at will? Why does it do this? Are we all destined to meet a tragic end here? On the game map, Zhuguagua lit her icon, which was quite distant from Li Chuan, indicating a distance of over 1,700 meters. Yet even if it were closer, Li Chuan had no intention of rushing to her aid, for none could predict how to assist. Estimating the time it took Xiao LV to reach this place, Li Chuan climbed into a tree, resting against the trunk for a moment. Just as he was drifting between sleep and wakefulness, a sudden cold gust roused him. How chilling! Feeling uncomfortable from his slumber, Li Chuan hugged his shoulders and sat up against the trunk. What is going on? Chapter 7. Silver Treasure Chest. The once lush and vibrant forest was now entirely coated in a layer of white frost. What is happening? Li Chuan quickly raised his head. He saw 2 orange suns in the sky, not yet fully set, casting a reddish hue across the heavens on either side. The sun hasn't set yet. But wait, even if the sun were to set, it shouldn't be summer by day and winter by night, right? 2 suns, 2 suns. Li Chuan widened his eyes. It's indeed possible. If daytime is summer due to the presence of 2 suns, it would mean that the nights here would be exceedingly cold. Cold, cold, cold. System, Task Panel. Beginner Task 2. Open a treasure chest. The unordered forest conceals numerous treasure chests. Please locate and open one within 6 hours. Task Reward, Copper Coins X20, Experience Points X20, Clash Change Book X1. Access to the System Mall. Task Penalty, Erasure. Task Completion, 01. Remaining time, 1 hour 39 minutes. Only over an hour remains for the task. Where is Xiao LV? She hasn't gotten lost, has she? Li Chuan hurriedly jumped down from the branch, and before he could open the map, he spotted Xiao LV standing dazedly beneath the tree. You scared me to death. You've already arrived. Patting Xiao LV's trunk, Li Chuan retrieved a short blade from his backpack, fixing his gaze on the colossal lion not far away. Then let us commence. In this bizarre forest, where all flora was shrouded in frost, Li Chuan gripped his blade, taking small, cautious steps toward the giant lion. Xiao LV's current position wouldn't awaken the lion. Li Chuan needed to draw the beast himself. 10 meters, 0.9 meters, is it not waking? 7 meters. Suddenly, the giant lion seemed to have received some signal. Rearing its fierce head, Li Chuan turned and fled. Whoosh! After only a few steps, he heard a sharp rush of wind behind him. The lion leaped over Li Chuan, abruptly stopping to turn and pounce at him once more before he could regain his footing. Li Chuan could not evade. Gritting his teeth, he swung his blade at the giant lion. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The lion in midair failed to contend with Li Chuan, as a massive flower bud came crashing down like a hammer, sending it hurtling away, which forcefully collided against a towering tree before it finally came to a halt. Roar! The lion emitted a pained growl. Li Chuan clenched his fists. Well done, Xiao LV. Keep smashing. The vines indeed swung again, aiming for the giant lion. However, this time, The prepared lion deftly dodged the flower bud and retaliated with ferocity. Pouncing onto the only vine Xiao LV could maneuver, clawing and biting, Li Chuan was alarmed. Furry brute. Release my Xiao LV. Thud, thud, thud. Li Chuan rushed into the fray, reversing his grip on the Wolf Fang dagger, and aimed a strike at the lion's rear. Thud. The blade sank deep, blood gushed forth. Weak point attack minus 999. Side roll. Li Chuan executed a quick roll, but this time the distance felt too short. He narrowly avoided the lion's fangs, but not its claws. Crack. Pain shot through his left arm, followed by numbness. He didn't need to look to know his left arm was surely broken. The vines constricted. The lion thrashed about wildly, but suspended in midair. It had no point of support and could only await its suffocation. Li Chuan gazed upward at the lion. Once its limbs went limp, he hastily called out, Xiao LV, let me deliver the final blow. The experience required to upgrade the companion plant miracle tree is exceedingly high, needing 100 experience points just to reach level 2. According to the player manual's rules, the plant spirit receives all experience points for monster kills, while the player receives half. Conversely, if the player kills, they receive all experience points, and the plant spirit receives half. Li Chuan planned to bolster his self-preservation capabilities before upgrading the miracle tree. The vines gently lowered the lion, and Li Chuan, gripping the short blade, plunged it into the lion's eye. Ding. Killed LV-15. Demonized lion. Normal. 1. Experience points 30. Ding. Player Li Chuan experience points are now full. Level 1. Crack. Crack. The bones in his left arm made cracking sounds, and in an instant, his broken arm restored itself. The lion's corpse gradually vanished, and numerous items fell onto the grass. Another equipment drop. A pile of neatly divided meat chunks. Lion meat. Gray. Non-toxic. Edible. Has invigorating properties. Copper coins X30. The most basic currency in the game store. Complete fur of the demonized lion. Green. Main material for crafting leather armor and cloaks. Teeth of the demonized lion. Green. Green material, usable for alchemy, crafting arrows, etc. Lion's war boots. Green. Wearing level 4. Exquisite boots crafted from lion fur, protecting your feet and enhancing your movement speed. Agility 10. Evaluation. In this place, you need a sturdy pair of boots. Just in time for me to reach level 4, without hesitation, I removed my novice cloth shoes and donned the lion's war boots. Warm, lightweight, as if I could leap into a ballet dance at any moment. Let us go. Xiao LV, your father will take you to open the treasure chest. The duo's concerted effort successfully felled a level 15 monster, filling Li Chuan with confidence and a buoyant spirit. Regardless of the circumstances, among those erased players, he would certainly not be among them. Silver treasure chest, capable of yielding LV-15 blue quality items. No key required. Will you open it? 38. 43. White numbers danced upon the chest. Li Chuan, unhurried, sat quietly before the treasure chest, patiently reciting the numbers inscribed upon it. 19, 23, 11, 9, 45, 37, 99. Open. Boom. The silver chest exploded, and Li Chuan beheld a flash of blue. Probability goggles. You are my savior. Beginner task 2. Open a treasure chest. Completed. Task rating. Excellent. Rewards. Copper coins X20. Experience points X20. Clash change scroll X1. System store unlocked. Ding. Player Li Chuan has reached maximum experience points. Level 1. Awarded with 5 free attribute points. Oh no. Someone's here. In the instant the chest burst open, Li Chuan caught a glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye. With no time to investigate further, he hurriedly gathered all the items that had spilled from the chest. Whoosh! A flash of a blade came at him. Li Chuan swiftly rolled to the side to evade. Ah, Marla! The ambush failed. A voice as melodious as a lark rang out. Furrowing his brow, Li Chuan turned to face his assailant, a petite and strikingly beautiful girl clad in tight leather armor, brandishing a gleaming silver longsword. Humph! The ancients did not deceive me. The more beautiful a woman is, the more venomous her heart. You wish to kill me? The girl, with her delicate skin, large eyes, and long eyelashes, was the epitome of a high-faceted beauty. Hee, don't be so fierce. Aren't you alive and well? I merely have my eye on the dagger in your hand. If you give it to me, I promise not to kill you. Li Chuan frowned, pondering whether this girl had shifted from assassination to robbery. How confident she is. Does she truly believe I appear weak? Are you certain you can kill me? The girl tilted her head. If you don't believe me, then I shall make you believe. Suddenly, she lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Li Chuan raised his hand to block, only to realize the silver light had evaded his dagger and was headed straight for his neck. So fast, Li Chuan hastily rolled backwards. This girl is incredibly swift. I might genuinely be no match for her. Cold-blooded one. How weak you are, not befitting your name. She mistook the title for Li Chuan's name. Just as Li Chuan regained his footing, the sharp long sword reappeared before him. He quickly raised his dagger to defend. Clang! As the weapons clashed, Li Chuan seized the opportunity to throw a punch with his other hand. Bang! But before Li Chuan's fist could land, a sudden pain shot through his abdomen, causing him to instinctively bend over, falling backwards like a shrimp. The girl retracted her legs, twisting her waist to strike, leaving Li Chuan no chance to catch his breath. Little Green, Chapter 8. The frigid night lying on the ground. Li Chuan suddenly shouted. Whoosh! A half-sized flower bud swept forth like a massive hammer. Just at the edge of Little Green's attack range, whoosh, Little Green, relentless, waved its vines, changing direction to continue assaulting the girl. The girl sidestepped twice, swiftly leaping onto a nearby tree. Crack! The tree splintered under the blow. Yet the girl nimbly flipped down to the grass, evading the attack like a butterfly in flight. How despicable! The girl placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming. Now beside Little Green, Li Chuan clutched his stomach. Despicable? I have not resorted to violence or theft. The girl gazed at Li Chuan, her expression shifting from anger to vulnerability to cold-blooded one. Let us negotiate. I'll trade my long sword for your dagger. How about that? Mine is of white quality. You know, Li Chuan shook his head in refusal. Mine is green quality, superior to yours. Moreover, do you really think I would trade with someone who wishes to kill me? The fierce little girl's eyes sparkled with desire. A green dagger. How enticing. Oh, come on, you're a grown man. Don't be so petty. I'll give you an additional 100 copper coins. And then, let you sleep with me, all right? Please agree, cold-blooded one, Li Chuan scoffed. Sleep? Once I step out of Little Green's attack range, I'd surely meet my demise. Do you truly think I'm some sort of lecher? Ha. First, I want to trade this dagger. Secondly, I have no interest in your charms. The girl pouted, her demeanor adorably lively. Liar. Don't all men like my type? A legal lowly. You know, I'll let you in on a secret. I've never had a boyfriend. What a predatory proposition, cold-blooded one. What must I do to persuade you to trade weapons? If you continue to refuse, I will remain by your sprite's side, ensuring you cannot go anywhere. A delusional maniac. Li Chuan gritted his teeth. This lunatic. Unless you can find a green weapon, I might consider it green. Is it? Very well. Cold-blooded one. Just you wait. The peculiar girl's figure swiftly vanished into the forest. Li Chuan furrowed his brow as he watched her diminutive form disappear into the foliage, feeling a lingering sense of dread. Had he not escaped into Little Green's attack range, he might have truly perished at the hands of that erratic girl. Damn. Having evaded death twice in this hellish game, he nearly succumbed to a mere girl. From now on, I must proceed with utmost caution. Opening the map and checking his direction, Li Chuan patted Little Green's butt. Little Green, let us head in this direction next. He intended to visit the companion spirit plants of those two ruffians, hoping to acquire the evolution core mentioned in the system prompt. Whoosh! Little Green extended its vines, grasping a nearby innocent tree. Meanwhile, Li Chuan opened his backpack to inspect the spoils he had just obtained from the treasure chest. 10 buckets of pure water, 5 boxes of bread, pure cotton coat, green, required level, 5, armor value, 200. Evaluation, durable, wind-resistant, excellent quality at a low price. Kalen Greatsword, blue, required level, 15. Equipped class, warrior, knight, attack power, 30, armor break, 20. Evaluation, standard issue greatsword of the Kalen Empire. Military grade, reliable quality. The level requirement is just right. After donning the pure cotton coat and placing the novice clothing in his backpack, Li Chuan examined the massive greatsword in his hands. While its bonuses were substantial, it was clearly unsuitable for him. For now, I'll keep it in my backpack. The level requirement is 15. and it likely won't sell well for a while. Muttering to himself, Li Chuan opened his player panel and allocated the newly acquired 10 attribute points in a 3-to-2 ratio to agility and strength. In an instant, it felt as if the shackles binding his body had been released. The muscles in his waist, legs, and arms seemed to exult in jubilation. What a delightful sensation, looking up at the sky. He observed two suns, one on the left and one on the right, both descending toward the horizon. As the surrounding air grew increasingly frigid, Li Chuan dared not let Little Green move any further. Little Green, let us stop here for the night. You go beneath that large rock over there while I gather some firewood. Little Green had no objections. It complied with Li Chuan's every command. Much to his satisfaction. In the Chaotic Region's chat channel, the current number of surviving players was displayed, 769 1000. Seeing the number starting with 7, Li Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue. Battling giant beasts is no task for mere mortals. Over 200 players had perished in such a short time. The long coordinates 32 23 36 68. A giant dog, black iron chest, urgently seeking a powerful ally for assistance. Wealthy young master. Haha, looking for someone to lure the monster for you? At this point, do you think anyone would be foolish enough to do that? Along. I only need the opening rights to the chest. I don't want anything else. I can help distract the giant beast as well. Lu Haiju. I'm close to that coordinate. My task is complete. I'll go help you. Along. Thank you. I'll repay your kindness in the future. If you face any difficulties, I'll assist you as well. High places are cold. There's little time left for the second beginner task. I suggest everyone team up to complete it. 2 people are definitely safer than 1. Serenity leads to distance. Indeed, the esteemed one speaks the truth. Everyone must unite. Huarong Dao. Coordinates 33 21 39 90. A black iron chest. Seeking a team. With less than an hour remaining on the task, those who Haven T completed it are in real danger. Li Chuan collected twigs while keeping an eye on the chat channel. The forest was littered with dry branches and fallen wood, and it didn't take long for Li Chuan to gather a substantial amount, placing it beside the large rock behind Little Green. This should be sufficient for a night's fire, right? Half an hour later, after much effort, Li Chuan finally managed to kindle a campfire. He gazed at the virtual screen before him. Secondary profession class change scroll. White. After use. You can choose a secondary profession: miner, tailor, blacksmith, architect. Note: each player may use this type of class change scroll only once. Choose wisely. As for the secondary profession, Li Chuan found himself in a quandary. The player manual stated that secondary professions could yield benefits, but they also demanded a significant investment of time and effort. In this perilous game world, Li Chuan wanted to focus on enhancing his strength rather than wasting time on gathering, crafting, or selling. Little Green, do you have any good suggestions? Forget it. I'll hold off on choosing a secondary profession for now. Class transfer book. White. After use, one can choose a combat profession: warrior, assassin, or archer. Note: each player may select this type of transfer book only once, so please choose wisely. Evaluation. A novice without a profession stands no chance of survival. Chapter 9. Novice Task 3. Survive the night? Li Chuan was not the type of person who was tall and strong. He had no desire to become a warrior. Thus, his current options were limited to the assassin or archer classes. Originally, he had a Wolf Fang dagger, which inclined him towards the assassin path, but the appearance of that exceptionally skilled girl left him feeling somewhat conflicted. Close combat professions rely heavily on physical reflexes and practical experience. As an office worker, how could he possibly compete with someone who had a solid foundation? What if he finally managed to get close, only to find himself unable to defeat her? That would be quite embarrassing. As for the archer, although Li Chuan had never practiced archery, it was merely a matter of precision, something he could certainly train in. Even if he couldn't hit the target accurately, it wouldn't expose him to too much danger. However, at present, he lacked a bow and arrow. Game announcement. The time limit for Novice Task 2 has expired. All players with unfinished tasks will be eradicated. Eradication complete. Novice Task 3. Survive the night has been issued. The nights in the disorderly land are excruciating. Do not trust any sounds. Await the arrival of dawn. Players, exercise utmost caution. Task reward: 50 copper coins, 50 experience points, 5 low-level HP recovery potions, 5 low-level MP recovery potions, 1 temporary photosynthesis cabin, purple. Task penalty: none. Time remaining for task. 9 hours and 59 minutes. Li Chuan stared at the luminous screen before him, his heart beginning to race with anxiety. Surviving the night was, in fact, a task. Moreover, from the description, it appeared to be quite challenging. Ding, your special attention, the heights are frigid, has spoken in the regional channel. This saintly figure must be sharing something again. I need to take a look. Disorderly Island Regional Chat Channel. Current surviving players in the area. 579 1000. How barbaric. If this continues, less than half will remain. Lu Haiju. Along, I go your of. You, remember, don't let me encounter you again. If I do, I will certainly kill you, Along. Grandpa, I'm waiting for you. Blame yourself for being foolish, haha. Lu Haiju. You, the heights are frigid. Along, what you did is indeed excessive. Such a breach of trust. Who will help you in the future? Along. What's it to you? This cursed place is so dangerous. If I don't gather more resources, how can I survive? Who wants to die? A debate between morality and survival. Li Chuan hurriedly scrolled up, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation from their heated exchange. It was quite simple. Lu Haiju had helped Along hold off a giant dog, allowing him to open a treasure chest, but Along had violated their agreement and claimed all the items within for himself. This was indeed unethical, even treacherous. However, in a place where self-preservation was paramount, perhaps only those who were extremely selfish and untrustworthy could survive longer. Alas, Li Chuan felt a sense of sorrow for himself for harboring such thoughts. While observing the two players bickering on the screen, he skillfully carved a stick from the dagger and then took out a piece of wolf meat. He sliced it into appropriately sized chunks, skewering them onto the stick as if fishing, and began to cook the meat. Bread was fine when hungry, but when not, it was quite unappetizing. After gulping down a large mouthful of water, Li Chuan suddenly widened his eyes. Taishang fungus. Do not enter the gray mist. Everyone, please do not enter the gray mist. The gray mist is terrifying. The heights are frigid. What danger? Where is the gray mist? Be clearer. Zhou bourgeois. Yeah, what gray mist? This forest is eerily quiet. Don't scare me. An unexplainable cold breeze brushed by, causing Li Chuan's hair to stand on end. Yet, as seconds ticked away, Taishang fungus said nothing more. Unable to contain himself, Li Chuan sent a message in the channel. Zhizhanhua Burua Chao, cold-blooded, why only speak half a sentence? Speak fully, or else your family will be scattered. Can you not speak completely? It's quite distressing, you know? What the hell? The cold-blooded title has become my suffix? Zhou bourgeois. Ugh, Zhizhanhua Burua Chao. Why does your nickname have the cold-blooded suffix? Yuming Fengqing. This person's nickname is different from ours. Could he be an NPC? The heights are frigid. Haha, what NPC? Just a butcher who kills his own kind. The player manual states that players who kill other players receive the cold-blooded title. Zhou bourgeois. Wow, big shot. You're so thorough. You didn't read all those thousands of words in the player manual, did you? Yang Lu Xiao. Sigh, the game wants our lives. The beasts want our lives, and now even our fellow victims want our lives. Yin Yang Rin? Zhizhanhua Burua Chao. Cold-blooded. Hey, must you elevate this to such a level? If others want to kill me, can I not fight back? In this place, does fighting back count as mutual combat? The heights are frigid. Then you could subdue him or break an arm to teach him a lesson. Why must you kill? Yang Lu Xiao. Yes, you. This is utterly ridiculous. Everyone is standing on their moral high ground. Damn saints. In a fit of rage, Li Chuan slammed his fist down and then ceased his unyielding rebuttal. Sizzle, sizzle. The marbled wolf meat began to drip with grease, which fell into the flames, producing a series of popping sounds. Finally, someone in the chat channel stopped condemning Li Chuan. White Bear. I have prepared salt, pepper, chili, and other seasonings. Anyone want to buy? Yuming Fengqing. Sigh. What time is it? Who would spend their copper coins on seasonings when they could buy bread and water from the system store? That's too extravagant. Along. Yes, although I would really like to buy. White Bear. Huh? Then did I just waste my time making these? Boo-hoo. Didn't the manual say that secondary professions could yield profits? White Bear. I collaborated with others to open a chest, and they gave me this class transfer book. I'm so hungry. Li Chuan silently gazed at the fragrant wolf meat skewers before him, then glanced at the pitiful little girl selling seasonings in the channel. This hero. I've made my decision. Private message interface. Zhejian Huabu Ruo Chao. Cold-blooded. How much for the salt? White Bear. 1 jar of salt. 10 copper coins. 10 copper coins can buy a piece of bread or 5 liters of pure water in the system channel. Li Chuan looked at his current total of copper coins. 140. Due to his fortunate luck in opening chests, his reserves of bread and water far exceeded those of others. 10 copper coins for a jar of salt was within reach. Zhejian Huabu Ruo Chao. Cold-blooded. That's too expensive. Can you lower the price a bit? White Bear. Well, alright then. I can give it to you for 10 copper coins for 2 jars. Is that okay? The girl was quite easy to negotiate with. It was clear she wasn't too good at business. Zhejian Huabu Ruo Chao. Cold-blooded. Sounds good. White Bear has initiated a trading transaction with you. Salt jar 2, copper coins 10, accepted. What the hell? Is this a jar of salt? Another damn deceitful woman. Chapter 10. In the dead of night, you aren't asleep, are you? Li Chuan gaped, his anger boiling over. That palm-sized gray-white plastic jar contained only about the bottom of the jar's worth of salt. With such a small amount, Li Chuan felt that even dissolving it in a bottle of mineral water would render it tasteless. He had been cheated. What a deceptive White Bear. Private message. Zhejian Huabu Ruo Chao. Cold-blooded. Is this a jar of salt? Are you selling jars or salt? You unscrupulous, heartless profiteer. White Bear. What? Selling you a jar is all there is. If you have the guts, go ahead and curse me in the channel. Let us see who everyone believes. Infuriated, Zhejian Huabu Ruo Chao. Cold-blooded. Fine. You can. You remember this. In a fit of rage, Li Chuan slammed his fist down again. This woman takes advantage of others. She is saving materials at my expense. There's not a single good person in this place. Edible table salt, gray. Fine salt extracted from minerals, rich in essential minerals. Li Chuan grumbled as he poured all the salt from both jars carefully over the skewers. It smells divine. So fragrant. The rich, succulent meat was torn apart by his teeth, the hot, intense fat and lean meat melting in his mouth. After a day of tension, the enjoyment of this meal made Li Chuan feel as though he had ascended to heaven. Is it delicious, uncle? It looks so delicious. Can I have a bite? Li Chuan, perplexed, looked up, for he had heard the tender voice of his beloved little nephew. Luo Luo? Is that you, Luo Luo? Li Chuan furrowed his brow. Gazing to his left, the direction from which the voice had come, there seemed to be a wisp of white mist rising, obscuring the view. But through the haze, Li Chuan vaguely perceived a small figure. Could it really be Luo Luo? Was he also dragged into this world? Damn the apocalyptic game. Not even sparing the little ones. By the campfire, Li Chuan's pupils flickered with a faint whiteness as he muttered Luo Luo. Gradually rising to his feet and taking measured steps towards the left of the colossal stone, at that moment, a 9-meter radius around the Tree of Miracles was devoid of the white mist. While everything beyond this boundary was shrouded in it, Li Chuan was advancing into the fog. Step, step, step. Luo Luo isn't afraid. Uncle will come to save you. Luo Luo wants to eat meat. Uncle will provide for you. Step, step, step. Just as Li Chuan was about to cross the threshold of the mist, his inextricable probability glasses suddenly glimmered. Ding! The probability glasses of the God of Delusion have been worn for 10 hours. Unlocking requirements fulfilled. New function activated. Identification result. Tavari hallucinogenic agent. Mist form. Stimulates neurons, inducing hallucinations and causing a loss of logical reasoning. Extremely dangerous. Do not approach. Li Chuan abruptly halted, his previously vacant expression beginning to exhibit signs of struggle. How infuriating! I was careless. Li Chuan cursed vehemently, quickly retreating 2 steps. Could this place be any more perilous? Someone had warned him, and he ought to have recalled it upon first sighting the mist. Were it not for the timely unlocking of new functions in the probability glasses, he would likely have succumbed in this bizarre forest. The temperature around him seemed to plummet further, having just stepped away from the campfire. He was already shivering uncontrollably. Little Green appeared to be cold as well, gradually placing its only movable vine closer to the warmth of the campfire. Li Chuan glanced at Little Green's delicate branches and carefully repositioned the campfire closer. Yet not too close, wary of scorching it. Observing the boundary between the white mist and his own space, Li Chuan came to a realization. In a wonder, the game system repeatedly cautioned against abandoning the plant spirit. It turned out its role transcended mere combat utility, serving as the sole shield against the toxic fog in this forest. Sitting by the campfire, Li Chuan opened his equipment menu. Probability glasses of the god of delusion. All things in the world follow a pattern. Every cause has a traceable effect. From this moment forward, you possess eyes that see the truth. Gorgeous appearances are never the most commendable traits. From now on, you hold eyes that perceive the essence of all things. Other functions sealed. Evaluation. Evaluation? Who? Them? A new entry had appeared, indicating that his eyes could now not only perceive probabilities, but also possess an identification function. Why are they all mere auxiliary features? Could they not grant me something more formidable? Perhaps a laser eye capable of obliterating all? After adding a few more twigs to the campfire and sipping some warm water, Li Chuan laid out the wolf and lion pelts, covering himself with them and curling up, slowly closing his eyes. Whispers of loved ones, friends, and past lovers echoed in his ears, yet Li Chuan restrained himself from succumbing to the urge to rise and investigate. I hope I don't sleepwalk, little green. Keep me within your striking range tonight. Night descended upon the frigid forest. Silhouettes wandered aimlessly into the gray mist, murmuring their longing for family and friends. Meanwhile, the plant spirits, having lost their masters, could only stand silently in the forest, becoming part of this treacherous woodland. Ding, you have a new private message. Ding, you have a new private message. Ding, you have a new private message. It was uncertain whether Li Chuan had truly fallen asleep, but he was awakened by a series of persistent chimes. Who is making that noise? Is it snowing? Before Li Chuan could check his private messages, he was taken aback by the scene of heavy snow blanketing the surroundings. Fluffy snowflakes drifted down like cotton, as if someone's comforter had exploded in the sky. The only reason Li Chuan remained uncovered by the snow was that Little Green was shielding him with its buds. I love you, Little Green. Li Chuan hurriedly rose and added a plethora of dry branches to the dwindling campfire before finally opening the private message interface. Black Friday. Hey, murderer. Hey, hey, hey. Quickly exchange the dagger with me. Black Friday. Hey, hey. It's the middle of the night. You're not sleeping, are you? You rascal. Black Friday. Acrobatic uncle, if you don't respond soon, I'll come find you tomorrow. Is it her? A swift silhouette reminiscent of a black butterfly flitted through Li Chuan's mind. It seemed she had found him through the chat channel. Damn it. I shouldn't have said a word. Just enjoy the flowers. Don't stir the weeds. Cold-blooded, it's the middle of the night. Shouldn't I be asleep? Did you acquire a green weapon? Just enjoy the flowers. Don't stir the weeds. Cold-blooded, you're worried your coveted weapon might elude you. Right? Send me the equipment attributes, and I'll consider whether to trade or not. Black Friday. Image, standard crossbow. White. Wearing level, level 5. Armor piercing 5. Attack power 8. Evaluation. The benchmark for single-shot crossbows. Exquisitely crafted, resistant to damage. Just enjoy the flowers. Don't stir the weeds. Cold-blooded, are you certain this is green? Black Friday. Not just this one. There are others. Image, promotion book, green. Upon use. Can choose a combat class, Berserker, Assassin, Jungle Hunter. Note: each player may only select one of this type of promotion book. Please choose wisely. Evaluation. Higher tier professions can perfectly cover lower tier ones. Chapter 11 Promotion. Jungle Hunter. A green promotion book? Li Chuan hastily rummaged through his player manual. The Berserker, Assassin, and Jungle Hunter are the advanced classes for Warrior, Assassin, and Archer, respectively. The Berserker follows a high attack, low defense, and high recovery path. The Assassin can become invisible, while the Jungle Hunter is a hybrid class of Archer and Warrior. It possesses melee skills, can lay traps, and use bows. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Ding, you have a new private message. Black Friday. Hey, why are you silent again? I'll trade you 2 for 1. Isn't that a good deal? Just enjoy the flowers. Don't stir the weeds. Cold-blooded, well. You know, green weapons are extremely important at this stage. Black Friday. Black Friday. Damn it. Then I'll just have to hunt you down for the dagger. This person can't decipher the implication of add money in my words. Just enjoy the flowers. Don't stir the weeds. Cold-blooded, there's no need for both of us to suffer. What I mean is, if you toss in that longsword of yours, I might consider it. Black Friday. Well, couldn't you just say so? What a long-winded man. Li Chuan felt embarrassed and silently sent a trade request. Li Chuan has initiated a swap trade with you. Wolf Tooth Dagger, green. Promotion book, green. Standard crossbow, white. Standard longsword, white. Black Friday has accepted your trade request. Evil, capricious girl. Li Chuan ignored her and took out the green promotion book, clicking to use it. Thankfully, he had hesitated last night and hadn't he promoted. Otherwise, he would have wasted a promotion book. You have successfully promoted to Jungle Hunter. Acquiring skills. Melee weapon introduction, passive. Ranged weapon introduction, passive. Trap manufacturing, arrow crafting, weak point strike, stun arrow. In an instant, a multitude of experiences and memories surged into Li Chuan's consciousness. So many skills. Apocalypse survival system. Open the player attribute panel. Li Chuan. Human. Level. 570. Experience points. 050. Class. Jungle Hunter. Secondary class. None. Strength. 149. Agility. 1711. Intelligence. 71. Mana. 101. Armor. 200. Free attribute points. 0. Active skills. Roll. Blue. Proficiency. Introduction 910. Stun arrow. White. Proficiency. Introduction 010. Weak point strike. White. Proficiency. Introduction 010. Trap manufacturing. White. Arrow crafting. White. Passive skills. Melee weapon introduction. White. Ranged weapon introduction. White. Equipment. Probability glasses of the God of Delusion. Cotton coat. Green. Lion boots. Green. Standard crossbow. White. He sequentially opened the two newly acquired active skills. Weak point strike. White. Proficiency. Introduction 010. Can be triggered with melee weapons. Damage increases by 20. And if hitting an enemy's weak point, there is a chance to deal triple critical damage. Skill cost. 1 mana. Cooldown. 5 seconds. Evaluation. Locate the weak point and deliver a fatal blow. Stun arrow. White. Proficiency. Introduction 010. Can be triggered with ranged weapons. Damage increases by 20, with a 10 chance to stun the enemy for 1.5 seconds. Skill cost. 1 mana. Cooldown. 10 seconds. Evaluation. An essential skill for archers. 2 highly practical foundational skills, which, when combined with one's own probabilistic perception, seem to yield extraordinary results. A single strike at the weakness. The long sword thrusts forward, its blade glistening. Yet, the proficiency remains utterly unchanged. Therefore, it appears that the mastery of this skill can only be enhanced by striking an enemy. Li Chuan, skeptical of fate, executed a roll on the spot. Skill side roll proficiency is maxed out. Realm ascended. Current proficiency. Minor achievement 0-100. It felt as though it could still be utilized. To Li Chuan's astonishment, he discovered that his side roll seemingly had no cooldown. It dawned on him. It was not that the cooldown had vanished, but rather that he had transitioned to the role of a jungle hunter, triggering the profession's unique trait, allowing him to use the skill 3 times in succession. Side roll. Blue. Proficiency. Minor achievement 0-100. Can execute a 360-degree flawless side roll. Profession trait activated. Can be used consecutively 3 times without cooldown. Skill cost. 1 mana point. Cooldown. 3 seconds. Evaluation. Do not underestimate it. It could save your life. Hist it seemed that, despite the proficiency advancing to a minor achievement, the attributes remained largely unchanged. Li Chuan pondered for a moment before consecutively executing 3 side rolls, resembling an agile monkey. There was indeed a change. A slight enhancement. The speed of the roll had increased, originally taking 1 second, now reduced to approximately 0.8 seconds. Blue skills hold significant advantages in the early stages, and he felt fortunate. Glancing at the remaining time for the quest, less than an hour remained to complete the 3rd novice task. He looked up at the sky. Although the 2 suns had yet to rise, the horizon was noticeably brighter. The gray mist outside had dissipated significantly, and the haunting calls he once remembered had completely vanished without a trace. He casually opened the chat channel. Chaos Island Regional Chat Channel. Current online players in the area. 323-1000. Li Chuan couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Before he went to sleep, more than 500 players had been alive. After just one night, nearly half had perished. Wasn't this death rate a bit too chilling, especially during the novice task period? Zhou Zhou. Is anyone there? My firewood has run out. Can someone sell me a piece of clothing? I'm going to freeze to death. Gao Chu Bu Sheng Han. I have a set of novice clothes. I'll trade it to you. Zhou. Thank you, Big Shot. Thank you. Yang Lu Shiyao. Oh, great benefactor. So kind-hearted. receiving the goodwill of the people for just an unused novice outfit. Lu Haizhu. Yang Lu Shiyao. You, the yin-yang person, speak less. If you want to be a good person, go help others, don't be sour here. Dan Jijian Rang and I Hui Fei Mi. Is there anyone with used clothes? It's exceptionally cold here. Dan Jijian Rang and I Hui Fei Mi. Yang Lu Shiyao, no wonder you're sour. Is it because the tall big shot is hindering your copper coin earnings? Everyone, look at this shameless opportunist, asking me 50 copper coins for a piece of clothing. Lu Haizhu. Oh, I see now. Turns out to be a heartless merchant. The channel quickly became lively again. In a day that lasts 24 hours, arguments occupy 20 of those hours. Sigh. Only touching flowers without disturbing the grass. Cold-blooded, please stop arguing. Everyone, let us communicate properly and refrain from hostility. The channel fell silent for a solid 2 minutes. Gao Chu Bu Shang Han. You're calling others hostile? Chapter 12. Core of Evolution. White Little Bear. Marla. Being chastised for hostility by a cold-blooded person. Black Friday. Marla. Being chastised for hostility by a cold-blooded person. Rich Young Master. Marla. Li Chuan closed the chat channel. How is this not considered stopping the Discord? Ding. Novice Task 3 Survive the night completed. Task rating, good. Rewards, copper coins 50, experience points 50, low-level HP recovery potion 5. Low-level MP recovery potion 5, temporary photosynthesis capsule, purple 1, ding. Player Li Chuan experience points are full, level 1. Awarded free attribute points 5. Issuing Novice Task 4, reach the map's white area within 12 hours. The chaotic land is initially unsealed, and greater dangers are imminent. Please arrive at the map's white area before sunset. Task rewards, copper coins 80, experience points 80, low-level HP recovery potion 5. Low-level MP recovery potion 5, secondary profession, transfer book 1. Task penalty, erasure. Remaining task time, 11 hours 59 minutes. The map's white area, Li Chuan clicked on the map and then zoomed out. The northernmost part of the map indeed displayed a white area. However, it was evident that his current location lay outside this designated white region. Measuring the straight-line distance to the nearest edge of the white area, he found it to be 1,600 meters. What the heck? Just say you want my life. The miracle tree can cover at most 6 to 7 meters in an hour. Within 12 hours, even if he exerted himself to the utmost, he could only manage over 80 meters. Yet the task required him to traverse 1,600 meters. If the system were a person, Li Chuan would want to stab it right now. The task rewards. Li Chuan opened his backpack and rummaged through the nearly full inventory until he found the newly acquired item. Temporary photosynthesis capsule, purple, produced by the Imperial Laboratory, contains a large amount of plant spirit evolution liquid, which can accelerate the growth and advancement of plant spirits. Third-generation disposable capsule, lasts up to 12 hours. The temporary photosynthesis capsule can only be used once, and will self-destruct after releasing the plant spirit, de-evaluation. Regardless of how miraculous the world may be, technology is the primary productive force. Li Chuan stroked his chin as understanding dawned upon him. The survival task's time limit is 12 hours, and the temporary photosynthesis capsule also lasts exactly 12 hours. This means he must place Little Green inside the photosynthesis capsule and carry it to the white area. This realization significantly lowered the task's difficulty. With the task rules clarified, Li Chuan felt no longer trouble. He patted Little Green's trunk, gently spoke a few words, and then stored Little Green in the palm-sized capsule. Don't worry, Little Green. I will make sure you consume every bit of that plant spirit evolution liquid in these 12 hours. The distance of 1,500 meters was akin to a long migration for Little Green. But for Li Chuan, it was merely a matter of half an hour. Thus, he decided not to rush into danger, but to first observe the situation of the two plant spirits. Little Green was currently his greatest asset, and he must not relinquish anything that could strengthen it in less than 100 meters. He arrived swiftly. Li Chuan focused on an ordinary tree within the forest. Had it not been for the map indicating the location of the plant spirit, he might not have distinguished it from an ordinary tree. Hug tree, plant spirit white, health points, 500, LV20, low-level plant spirit type, slow-moving speed, short attack range, weakness has been marked. Several bright red light spots appeared on the trunk of the hug tree. Weakness marked. What a perverse ability! Li Chuan silently raised his crossbow and aimed at the light spot on the trunk, pulling the trigger. Whoosh! 21. Awkward, aimed at the weakness but missed. Whoosh, the plant spirit, under attack, began to thrash its branches wildly, trying to strangle the audacious foe that dared to harm it. However, its attack range was dreadfully limited, so much so that Li Chuan felt a twinge of sympathy for it. He silently stepped a few paces closer, loaded another bolt. Whoosh, better to get a bit closer. Li Chuan, disregarding martial ethics, moved in a few meters, bringing himself within 5 meters of the hug tree. Whoosh, weakness attack -63. Stunning arrow, weakness attack -75. The frantically thrashing little tree seemed to hit a pause button, momentarily halting before it resumed its wild movements. The stunning effect worked on the first attempt. Whoosh, 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 ding. Killed LV-20 hug tree, ordinary. 1. Experience points 20. The little tree ceased its struggles, its branches and leaves splaying out as if transformed into a genuine tree. Li Chuan saw a glimmering object appear beside the trunk and hurriedly dashed over. Core of Evolution, white. A specialty of the plant spirit realm, rich in life energy, with a wide range of applications. Evaluation, want to taste it? Just when he was at a loss for what to feed little green, he felt elated. However, players and monsters do disappear upon death. Why did the plant spirit not vanish? Li Chuan scrutinized the hug tree until he activated the identification feature. Hug tree, white. A type of hardwood tree. Excellent material for crafting arrows. It transformed into an ordinary plant? Li Chuan was taken aback, then turned his head and surveyed the exceptionally lush trees in this forest. A chill involuntarily crept up his spine. Forget it, forget it. No need to overthink. Li Chuan utilized the hunter's innate gathering skill to convert the hug tree into lumber, then stored the wood and turned to run towards another nearby plant spirit. Iron thorn tree, plant spirit white, health, 500-500, LV-20, low-level plant spirit type, slow movement speed, slightly long attack range, weakness marked. Whoosh, weak point attack -65. The iron thorn tree trembled violently as its numerous wooden thorns shot forth with reckless abandon. Li Chuan quickly crouched behind a large tree, using the cover to whittle down the iron thorn tree's health. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed. Li Chuan's proficiency with the hand crossbow increased, and his accuracy gradually improved. Weak point attack -77. Ding. Killed LV-20, iron thorn tree, normal, 1. Experience points 20. Picking up the evolution core and collecting wood. I am truly a natural sharpshooter. Compared to dealing with treasure chest guardians, these low-level plant spirits seem far more suitable for novice players to level up. Although there are no treasure chests to open, I also do not have to face those terrifyingly powerful beasts. There are at least 600 more plant spirits in this forest. Should I share this information now? Of course not. Not only will I refrain, but I will also leverage this information gap to level up swiftly. I just killed 2 plant spirits, and it took quite a while, so surely there are others who have entered the white zone by now. Chaotic Island Region Chat Channel, current surviving players in the area, 309-1000. Yu Ming Feng Qing. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have rushed over so early. There's a barrier at the edge of this white zone. Players must be level 8 or above to enter. Chapter 13. The Stolen Silver Treasure Chest. Lu Haiju, what? Level 8? I'm only level 4 right now, level 8. That requires 180 experience points? How many treasure chest guardians do I need to kill for that? Zhou Juju. I want to find 2 reliable teammates to slay the giant beasts and walk into the white safety zone together. Damn this apocalyptic game system. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Li Chuan altered his course, beginning to navigate laterally around the white zone, all the while keeping an eye on the myriad of trees in the forest. Although the success rate of this method is akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, it is still far superior to others. Bang. Roar. Thud, thud, thud. I'll take the brunt. You two quickly finish off this hairless beast. Not far away, the sounds of a fierce battle were clear, and Li Chuan hurriedly hid in the shade of a tree and crept closer. Beside a thicket, 3 men were engaged in a fierce battle with a scaly lizard. One was a meat shield wielding a wooden shield, while the other 2 were warriors armed with swords. The trio attacked the giant lizard in unison, their movements showing a clear sense of coordination. Li Chuan stroked his chin. Identification skill activated. Su Fengyun, a breeze-rising human, health, 100-100, LV-5. A human warrior of ordinary constitution, weakness marked. Demonized giant lizard, normal, 300 and 3500, LV-15. A lizard tainted by demonic energy, possessing strong combat instincts and a chaotic mind. Weakness marked. Its weaknesses are the anus and lower abdomen. What a marvelous creature! Li Chuan continued to advance cautiously in the shadows, circumventing the perilous battlefield, his objective exceedingly clear. Silver treasure chest, can drop LV-15 blue quality items, no key required, do you wish to open? Li Chuan kept his gaze fixed on the tumultuous battlefield while watching the number above the silver treasure chest. You can't see me, you can't see me, I'm just an innocent bystander. Just an innocent bystander. 89. Open, that should suffice. Such matters are not suited for prolonged delay. A bang. The chest exploded, and Li Chuan swiftly collected all the items, rolling away from the spot. Not far away. In the heated battlefield, the giant lizard sensed its treasure chest had been stolen, and let out a furious roar before unleashing its wrath upon the three men before it. Damn, this beast has gone mad. Perhaps it was triggered by its low health. Hold steady. Finally, Su Fengyun, wielding a longsword, seized the moment and thrust his weapon into the giant lizard's eye. Critical hit -999. The three players shared the experience from the giant lizard and leveled up together. Well done, old Su. Su Fengyun waved his hand. Not at all. If it weren't for you, how could I have found the opportunity? I took more of the items dropped by the last monster, so I'll let you two have this one. It's just some meat chunks. What is there to divide? This white cloth armor is nice. Give it to old Zheng, and let us go open the treasure chest. What the hell? Where's the treasure chest? Who the hell is the despicable bastard who did this? Ichu. Li Chuan rubbed his nose. Did little green miss me while trapped in the photosynthesis chamber? Another piece of level 10 high-grade equipment has been added to my bag. I must hasten to improve myself. From the silver treasure chest, a pair of blue cloth armor pants. High-grade combat pants, set blue. Wearing level 10. Armor value 400, agility 5. Set attributes, not yet activated. Evaluation. A refined set suitable for various melee professions. Game time. 9 a.m., 2 suns rising, one to the left and one to the right. The forest had returned to the scenery that greeted Li Chuan upon his awakening yesterday, the white frost. The accumulated snow, everything from last night seemed to have never occurred. Wait, is that a giant dog? This is my first encounter with a giant dog, the most frequently mentioned creature in the chat channel. The Black Iron Treasure Chest Guardian. Demonized Forest Dog. Normal. Health. 200, LV-5. A forest dog tainted by demonic energy, the weakest demonized creature in the chaotic land. Weakness marked. The red points indicate the neck and waist. Scanning the surroundings and finding the forest devoid of other creatures, Li Chuan cautiously approached. I am now level 6, have already changed my class, and possess blue skills. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to defeat even the weakest monsters. Whoosh! The bolt from the crossbow embedded itself into the giant dog's flank. Weak point attack -59. The giant dog awakened, immediately glaring with crimson eyes and lunging at Li Chuan. This creature does not seem to feel pain. Li Chuan quickly reloaded the crossbow. Side roll, stunning arrow, whoosh, -37. The stunning effect did not trigger. The giant dog lunged again, and Li Chuan rolled aside to evade while stowing away the crossbow and drawing his long sword, aiming a strike at the giant dog's wound. Weak point strike. Critical hit -999. Ding, killed LV-5, demonized forest dog, normal, 1. Experience points 10. No equipment dropped, only 5 copper coins and 5 pieces of dog meat. No harm, no foul. Successfully accomplished. Li Chuan encouraged himself and swiftly ran to the location of the Black Iron Treasure Chest. He feared some despicable individual would steal his spoils. Black Iron Treasure Chest? Can drop LV-5 green quality items. No key required. Do you wish to open? Waiting patiently. 100, yes. This is the first time Li Chuan has encountered a 100% probability. 2 barrels of pure water. 2 boxes of bread. A shimmering green ring. Critical hit ring. Green. Wearing level 5. Mana value 5. Critical hit rate 10. Evaluation. An extremely valuable accessory in the early stages. Increasing critical hit rate is just what I need. Li Chuan eagerly adorned the critical hit ring on his left hand. In the chaotic land, somewhere in the forest. Zheng Wang, don't leave me behind. Don't leave me behind. Please help me. I beg you. No, Several green little monsters lunged at the shouting person, their sharp claws and fangs easily tearing away large chunks of flesh. "Help! Save me! Don't blame me! Don't blame me! I can't save you either. Blame this damned system. Blame the existence that dragged you in." In another corner of the forest, a woman, pale and drenched in blood, fell to the ground with a thud. "Do they think they can bully me just because I'm honest? Just because I'm honest, I should be bullied, forcing me to lure monsters, and then we all die together. Hammerhead Vine. Kill them all, damn. How dare you unleash plant spirits in this place? Are you insane? Stop. Help me." This dense jungle seemed like a grotesque entity that feasted on human blood, savoring its delicious delicacies one by one. Poisoned Orchid, Plant Spirit Green, Health, 500-500, LV10, Intermediate Plant Spirit Type, Moderate Movement Speed, Highly Toxic, Weakness Marked. A blind cat truly stumbled upon a dead RAT. Li Chuan merely found this flower too beautiful and gazed at it a little longer, not expecting to identify it as a plant spirit. Finding a sufficiently robust tree, Li Chuan unceremoniously attacked the poisoned orchid. Chapter 14. Goblins in the Forest. Whoosh! 27. The vine adorned with vibrant flowers became enraged after being struck by an arrow. Immediately withdrawing its roots from the soil and shuffling toward Li Chuan with an ugly gait, as the poisoned orchid advanced, it frantically sprayed colorful toxic mist from its flower buds. Alas, the toxic mist emitted lacks substantial force, failing to reach even 3 meters beyond the flowers. Observing this, Li Chuan felt a surge of calmness, swiftly coordinating his hands to reload the crossbow bolts. Whoosh! Critical hit -57. Whoosh! Critical hit -109. A critical hit. Indeed, the ring proved its worth. Although the toxic orchid scuttled like a possessed entity, its speed was not to be underestimated, nearly matching Li Chuan's own level. After firing a few blades, the toxic orchid drew near. Li Chuan executed a rapid roll to evade the approaching flower, continuing to unleash crossbow bolts for damage. This flower could spew poison, hence Li Chuan refrained from close combat, despite his dwindling supply of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Weak attack -114. Ding. Killed LV10. Toxic Orchid Elite 1. Gained 20 experience points. Ding. Player Li Chuan has reached maximum experience points. Level 1. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Level 7. Li Chuan, not in haste to collect the dropped evolution core, promptly allocated his attribute points to strength and agility. Once the colorful toxic mist surrounding the toxic orchid had dissipated entirely, he jogged over. Evolution core, green, a specialty of the plant spirit realm, rich in life energy with a wide range of applications. Evaluation. Even in the core world, this is a precious and scarce material. Toxic orchid, green, a vine rich in poisonous sap, with extensive uses. Poisonous liquid? Li Chuan pondered for a moment before retrieving his empty bottle of purified water from the past 2 days, using his sword to make an incision on the vine. In an instant, purplish-red sap began to flow down the vine. A smile crept onto Li Chuan's lips as he positioned a bottle beneath the vine to collect the toxic liquid. He then sat on a nearby fallen log, taking out some wood to patiently craft arrow shafts. When the girl from Black Friday had traded him the standard crossbow, she had only included 50 bolts. After slaying 3 plant spirits and a giant hound, Li Chuan's supply had dwindled to fewer than 10 before long. As the first bottle filled with poisonous liquid, he hastily exchanged it for an empty one. Watching the bucket brimming with toxins, Li Chuan silently tossed in all the wolf fangs, lion fangs, and dog fangs he had gathered, finally stowing the filled bottle in his backpack. Just as he was about to craft more crossbow bolts, an odd, indistinct sound echoed through the forest. Geely Gulu. Gulu Geely, Gulu. What is that sound? Li Chuan, who had been busy splitting wood, immediately became alert. The noise emanated from the shrubs to his left. Cautiously stowing away the arrow shafts and toxic liquid, he stealthily approached the source of the sound. Lickalugu, Geely Geely. Li Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is that? A goblin? There, beside a large tree, stood a small creature with dark green skin, oversized eyes, and pointed ears, babbling incoherently at the tree while standing upright on the grass. This creature was not naked but donned a grayish-white mini-robe, resembling a scholar. Its chin bore white whiskers, suggesting it was quite aged. The identification effect triggered. Wise Goblin, Purple, Health, 1000, LV60. A prophet of the Goblin tribe, radiating strong magical energy, weakness marked. A level 60 king monster? Good grief. The weakness marker is utterly unnecessary. Li Chuan hastily bent low, creeping away from the goblin. Damn it. Aside from the treasure chest guardians and rogue plant spirits, more monsters have emerged in this forest, and of level 60. They are determined to drive us into the white zone, whoosh. Just as Li Chuan nervously attempted to escape, the wise goblin suddenly turned its gaze towards him. His heart leaped into his throat, its over. Sure enough, a vibrant green staff appeared in the goblin's hand, and with a wave, a pale green bubble leisurely floated towards Li Chuan. Panic-stricken, he executed 3 consecutive rolls to distance himself before sprinting away. Run! Run fast! Li Chuan dashed as if his feet were equipped with motors. Damn. How did it see me? Is that green thing magic? Crack! The green bubble reached his head just then, exploding without hesitation. Despair washed over Li Chuan as he braced for harm, but after a moment, he found himself unharmed, albeit feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. As though someone had seen him undressed. Jili Gulu, Jigu Li Lu. The wise goblin's voice echoed in Li Chuan's ears, clear enough for him to perfectly mimic the nonsensical phrase. Glancing back at the wise goblin, he noticed it had not pursued him, allowing him to regain some composure, though he continued his frantic flight through the forest. After approximately half an hour, he leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. What on earth? The Doomsday Game System's initial unlock entails a level 60 king mage monster. How can one survive this? It is known that king-tier monsters are on par with purple-tier equipment. Damn, perhaps they truly intend to exterminate us. But why did the wise goblin refrain from chasing me? What did that Jili Gulu phrase mean? Confounded. He opened the map to assess his current location, which was roughly 500 meters from the edge of the white zone. With 8 hours remaining for the task, there was ample time for him to reach level 8. Li Chuan climbed the massive tree behind him. Taking a moment to rest before resuming the crafting of crossbow bolts, he had plenty of shafts, but his supply of arrowheads, namely beast fangs, was quite limited, totaling only 112 that should suffice. He was already at level 7, and with over 100 crossbow bolts, he could easily reach level 8 and enter the white zone. However, it would be prudent to elevate his level to 10, unlocking the corresponding class skills before venturing in to better confront the impending dangers. In the chat channel of the Disorderly Island region, current surviving players, 289 1000. Along. There are goblins in the forest. Low level, particularly easy to kill. Everyone, hurry and slay the goblins to level up. Chin Hushing. I just encountered one as well. It's over 20 levels, but it's as weak as a chicken. Just a few hits and it's done. Zhu Min Juro Xiang. I also killed one. It's called Elder Goblin, right? High level but easy to kill. Li Chuan felt he must have misread the situation. Could it be that the goblin was merely high level and weak in actuality? Zhao Gaoji Lu Wei Ma. Low level? I was just chased by a goblin wielding a wooden stick, nearly releasing the war ancient tree. You're telling me it's easy to kill? Along. Huh? But I just killed a white-bearded goblin. Although it was 25 levels, it was incredibly weak. Zhao Gaoji Lu Wei Ma. That's strange. But why did goblins suddenly appear in the forest? Gaochu Bu Sheng Han. We mustn't kill the goblins. We absolutely mustn't kill the Elder Goblin. Everyone. Chapter 15. Bracer of Heroes along. What's going on? Why not? Gaochu Bu Sheng Han. I saw someone kill an Elder Goblin, and shortly after, they were devoured by countless frenzied goblins. Even the plant spirits were consumed. Gaochu Bu Sheng Han. Never kill the goblins in the forest. Only flee. Chin Hushing. No. Surely not. So the rustling sounds around me are? Help, someone come save me. Along. What are you talking about? Li Chuan grinned, unable to suppress a chill that coursed through him. Marla. If they weren't encountering something, they wouldn't be punctuating their sentences so oddly together, in the disorderly land. Amidst the dense forest, Along, clad in leather armor, fled in a frenzy. Behind him, a horde of goblins, their features twisted in madness, pursued him relentlessly, baring their fangs and glaring with bloodshot eyes, as if they had encountered their father's murderer. These small, grotesque green-skinned creatures, some standing on 2 legs wielding sticks, while others moved on all 4s, displayed astonishing speed akin to wild beasts. Damn. Don't chase me. Don't chase me. Along gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to sprint away. Ah! Yet his speed was insufficient. In mere moments, he was surrounded by a multitude of goblins, torn to shreds, unable to even unleash the plant spirits. Perched in the tree, Li Chuan continued to scrutinize the chat channel. Gaochu Busheng Han. More and more goblins are appearing in the forest. All players reading this message, please level up to 8 and enter the white zone. Gaochu Busheng Han. Also, do not kill the goblins. Absolutely do not kill the goblins. Is the situation truly that dire? The introductory information for the Novice Task 4 stated that the disorderly land was initially unlocked, with greater dangers on the horizon. Could this refer to the sudden emergence of goblins in the forest? Just then, while jogging, Li Chuan felt a chilling breeze on his back, a sideways roll. He spotted a white-bearded goblin brandishing a thin wooden stick, baring its teeth and lunging towards him. However, its aged legs lacked any semblance of speed. Li Chuan executed 2 side rolls to create distance before triggering the identification function of his probability glasses. Elder Goblin. White. Health. 100-100. ALV. 25. The eldest among the Goblin clan, severely degraded in level, enjoys wandering in the forest. Killing it will provoke the entire Goblin family to pursue relentlessly until death. Weakness has been marked. Thankfully, I have been vigilant about the regional channel. Otherwise, I could have easily slain it with a single strike. A level 25 monster with a mere 100 health points. This is nothing short of blatant provocation. While those who extort money do so for profit, this ancient creature demands a life. Li Chuan swiftly turned and fled, fearing that lingering here would infuriate the Elder Goblin. Half an hour later, Li Chuan gazed with delight at a small tree adorned with sharp thorns in the forest. He had discovered another white plant spirit, a level 20 white thornwood, which he dispatched with minimal effort. Evolution Core, White. A specialty of the plant spirit realm, rich in life energy, with a wide range of applications. Evaluation. Care to sample its flavor? After stowing the evolution core away, Li Chuan continued to search the forest with utmost caution. This one too. Li Chuan rejoiced. He had discerned certain patterns in hunting the unclaimed plant spirits. For instance, they all resembled small trees, with their aura and form often differing slightly from their surroundings. Drawing on his experience, Li Chuan's efficiency in locating plant spirits improved significantly. Meanwhile, the chat channel was rife with complaints about the scarcity of monsters and their formidable strength. Most players, whether coerced or willingly, banded together in teams, navigating the forest while evading the Elder Goblin's pursuit and battling the Chest Guardians. One player mentioned having slain a plant spirit, which caught Li Chuan's attention. However, that player's words stirred no significant reaction. For although defeating plant spirits was simpler, the forest was teeming with countless trees and plants. Aside from Li Chuan, who could discern which was which? Surely, one could not simply approach every plant and strike at it indiscriminately. Spore grass, plant spirit green, health, 1,500-1,500, ELV. 10. A herbaceous type of plant spirit, slow-moving, capable of launching powerful spore bombs. Weakness has been marked. Goodness, a green plant spirit? Though Li Chuan felt exhilarated, he remained cautious, quickly hiding behind a large tree before launching his attack. Whoosh, boom. 3 apple-sized bombs were hurled at him by the spore grass, detonating rapidly. Had Li Chuan not reacted swiftly and performed 3 rolls away from that tree, he would have undoubtedly been blasted to charred wood along with it. This plant spirit possesses an impressively strong attack method, and its range is considerable. However, its reloading speed is painfully slow, and it lacks intelligence. It merely throws bombs without predicting the enemy's escape route. After 10 minutes, Li Chuan easily overcame it. Ding, killed LV10, Sporegrass Elite 1. Experience points 20. Ding, player Li Chuan experience points are full, level 1. Gained 5 free attribute points. Hastily allocating his free attribute points, he felt a delightful surge of power coursing through him. Aside from a green-grade evolution core, the Spore Grass had also dropped a piece of green equipment. Hero's Arm Guards, green, wear level 10, strength 10. 1.2 chance to repel enemies upon attack. Evaluation, brimming with strength. Just moments ago, Li Chuan had lamented the low drop rate of plant spirits. Yet, unexpectedly, he had obtained a piece of green equipment. He beamed with satisfaction as he stored the gear in his backpack, awaiting the moment he could equip it at level 10 onward. over the next 6 hours. Li Chuan paused only once, consuming 3 pieces of bread and half a barrel of water. The remainder of the time was spent either harvesting plant spirits or searching for them. During this period, he stumbled upon a goblin clan. The gathering place of this goblin tribe was filled with numerous tent-like structures woven from vines, haphazardly arranged together. Li Chuan estimated that this goblin clan consisted of at least 1,000 goblins, with most around level 35. Whether there were higher level ones was uncertain, but Li Chuan was certain he had seen a level 60 goblin capable of casting magical bubbles. No wonder that high-ranking individual had insisted on avoiding conflict with goblins. Witnessing a scene of over 1,000 high-level monsters could instill fear in anyone. After merely observing from the treetop for a few moments, Li Chuan hastily retreated from that perilous area. Meanwhile, within the chaotic regional channel, complaints, pleas for assistance, and curses proliferated. It appeared that coordinating efforts to level up and complete tasks was proving to be quite challenging for most. After browsing for a while, Li Chuan noticed something peculiar. To his surprise, no one had mentioned entering the White Zone. Logically, since Li Chuan had already reached level 9 with 40 experience points, others should have also reached level 8, granting them access to the White Zone. Were the players who entered remaining silent, or could it be that we simply could not see the words of those who had entered the White Zone? Ding! Game announcement. Newbie Task 4 has less than 1 hour remaining. Please enter the White Zone as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Level 10 Hunter. Critical hit minus 999. Ding. Killed LV10. Thornwind Rolling Grass, Elite 1. Experience points 20. Ding. Player Li Chuan experience points are full. Level 1. Gain 5 free attribute points. Player level has risen to level 10, comprehending the Jungle Hunter profession skill, Jungle Stealth, Lock-on Strike. Could you possibly drop a green weapon for me? Li Chuan quickened his pace towards the Thornwind Grass. Disappointment washed over him. Nothing dropped. Only 10 copper coins and a green evolution core. What on earth is this game's drop rate? Li Chuan had slain dozens of plant spirits today. Yet only 1 piece of blue gear had been dropped. The drop rate was utterly outrageous. Alas, grumbling would yield no results, and there was no complaint interface to be found. He adorned himself with all the high-level equipment he had prepared in his backpack. Checking his personal attributes, Li Chuan, Human, Level, 1070, Experience, 0-1000, Profession, Jungle Hunter, Secondary Profession, None, Strength, 2419, Agility, 3216, Intelligence, 71, Mana, 106, Armor, 600, Free Attribute Points, 0, Active Skills, Roll, Blue, Proficiency, Minor Success 29-100, Stun Arrow, White, Proficiency, Minor Success 11-100, Weak Point Strike, White, Proficiency, Minor Success 7-100, Lock-on Strike, White, Jungle Stealth, White, Proficiency, 0-10, Trap Crafting, White, Arrow Crafting, White, Passive Skills, Melee Weapon Entry, White, Ranged Weapon Entry, White, E-Equipment, Probability Glasses of the God of Misfortune, Advanced Combat Pants, Blue, Heroes Arm Guards, Green, Critical Hit Ring, Green, Pure Cotton Coat, Green, Lionheart Boots, Green, Standard Crossbow, White. What in the world is this experience requirement? It takes 90 points to level up from 9 to 10, but 1,000 points to go from 10 to 11. This must be a gross miscalculation. This damned existence, always being exploited wherever one goes. Jungle Stealth, White. Using this skill, after remaining still for 2 minutes, your outer appearance will gradually blend with the surrounding environment. Only the external color changes. Skill consumption, none. Cooldown time, none. Evaluation. A hunter. One must remain in the shadows and deliver a fatal blow to the beasts. Lock-on Strike, White. Proficiency. Entry 0-10. Can be triggered with ranged weapons. After use, damage increases by 10. And arrows will possess a tracking ability, rendering evasion impossible within the same space. Skill consumption, 1 mana. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Evaluation. It will follow you relentlessly. Both of these skills are quite practical. One offers the chameleon-esque camouflage ability, while the other ensures a targeted attack, eliminating concerns over accuracy at a distance. The original 2 foundational skills had also improved, with proficiency advancing from entry level to minor success. The damage increase for weak point strike had risen from 20% to 25%, and the stun duration for stun arrow had increased by 0.2 seconds. How should I put it? Better than nothing, I suppose. Feeling an unprecedented surge of strength within his body, Li Chuan crouched and dashed toward the white zone marked on the map. He aimed to hunt a few more plant spirits, but with less than an hour remaining for Newbie Task 4, he needed to allow himself some margin for error. Moreover, he was still uncertain of what awaited him inside the white zone. Should there be danger, he would need time to respond at this moment. Li Chuan's speed surpassed that of Bolt. Covering several hundred meters in an instant. As he reached the forest's edge, a misty barrier appeared before him, stretching endlessly to the sides and soaring high into the sky. Such a towering barrier should have been visible long ago. With a hint of confusion, Li Chuan gradually came to a halt. It wasn't that he was hesitant to pass through the barrier. Rather, 3 or 4 individuals stood at the barrier's edge, blocking his path. No, it is not merely 3 or 4 individuals. As I gazed along the barrier, I observed several more hastening towards us. What is the meaning of this? Are there still robbers lying in wait before the barrier? Has this apocalyptic game descended into such horror that individuals engage in such despicable acts? A glimmer flashed across my glasses, triggering my identification ability. Tan Ming, Kong Shui Fu Human, LV4, Archer, Weakness Marked. Tang Lily, Wu Guanfeng Yu Human, LV4, Weakness Marked. As Li Chuan scrutinized them, he was astonished to discover that none of these individuals exceeded level 8. In fact, not a single one was above level 6. The lowest among them, Tang Lily, had not even undergone class change. Most were still clad in novice robes and wielding novice wooden swords. Just as he pondered their intentions, the archer Tan Ming suddenly knelt before him. Brother, please, have mercy and help me level up a few times. Once we get in there, I will serve you like a beast, with one leading the charge. Several players followed suit, kneeling as well. Their words varied, yet their desires were unified. They all perceived Li Chuan's superior attire and strength, wishing for him to assist them in leveling up. Li Chuan frowned. Setting aside whether I can or want to, how could I possibly escort so many of you? Tan Ming quickly rose. We've all discussed it. One big shot can take 2, and if a few more come, we can all complete the quest. Big shot, please, consider our plight and select 2 to take with you. We have already marked the locations of the giant beasts. Li Chuan furrowed his brow, noticing a player hiding in the back, bearing the same cold-hearted title as himself. When Li Chuan remained silent, Tang Lily, a somewhat attractive figure clad in simple attire, stepped forward. Big shot. Choose me. As long as you take me in, I will comply with whatever you ask. Another woman stepped forth, and I too. I have only had one man. I am very clean. If you desire, you can have me now. Li Chuan's frown deepened. When he still did not choose, a handsome young man approached. I can help too, big shot. I'm sturdy, just lacking a good weapon. Take me with you, and I will charge into battle for you. Big shot. Li Chuan shook his head. There is little time left for the quest. I cannot save you. Since you all know the location of the giant beasts, form a party and give it a try. The expressions of all the players across from him turned grim. Tan Ming trembled, his shoulders shaking. You are so powerful. You clearly can help us. Why want you? Can you sleep soundly knowing your kind are dying before your eyes? Indeed, you cannot be so cold-hearted. He is a cold-hearted individual, as clearly marked above his head. Ha! This group is so soft that they resort to hard tactics. Li Chuan produced a standard crossbow, his tone icy. I refuse to be bound by any moral coercion. Those who do not wish to die, step aside. Tang Lily, covering her pale shoulders, screamed hysterically. No. If you do not save us, we will not let you pass. What good is your strength? Each of us possesses a spirit. Can you truly outmatch a spirit? Yes, since you refuse to save us, then we shall die together. Chapter 17. The Forbidden Land. Li Chuan coldly regarded the onlookers teetering on the brink of madness. A slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. So, you have already taken such actions? Haven to you. Li Chuan was certain that this group had resorted to violence against others due to players unwilling to assist them. How could humanity sink to such depths of depravity? Tang Lily retorted. So what? We are all destined to die. Why should we care about the lives of others? You choose. Either die with us or take 2 people inside. Exactly. If you deny us life, you shall not live either. The malevolence of human nature was laid bare at that moment. Li Chuan silently stowed his crossbow and drew his long sword. You are right. In a place like this, One should not concern themselves with the fates of others. Li Chuan boldly charged forward, ferocious as a speeding vehicle. Quick, stop him. Release the spirits. Hurry and stop him. My spirit cannot move. If released, it will surely perish. Hurry. If we let him pass, we lose another chance at survival. Everyone was shouting, but only a few released their spirits. Li Chuan was quite familiar with spirits. 2 Hugging trees. Possessing no offensive power as low-level spirits, provided they did not come too close. Cold-hearted butcher. Accompany us to our burial. A burly man wielding a wooden sword fiercely blocked Li Chuan's path. Side roll, weak point strike. The long sword sliced through the man's throat. Weak point strike, -113. Ding. Killed LV5 Zhaoji. Earned 20 copper coins, 50 experience points. A small box dropped, and Li Chuan swiftly pocketed it before continuing to advance. 2 more players stepped forward, releasing their spirits as well. One was a thorny wood, the other a bloodthirsty vine. These 2 spirits boasted one resistant to damage and another with binding capabilities. Li Chuan did not engage directly, opting for 3 consecutive side rolls to distance himself from the spirits. When Tang Lily saw Li Chuan approach, she momentarily froze before gritting her teeth and reaching out for him. The long sword painted a crimson trail. Weak point strike, -101. Ding. Killed LV4 Tang Lily. Earned 20 copper coins, 40 experience points. Another small box fell. Weak point strike, -111. Ding. Killed LV5 Lu Su. Earned 20 copper coins, 50 experience points. Weak point strike, -121. Ding. Killed LV5 Lu Jia. Earned 20 copper coins, 50 experience points. Ding. Kill count for the quest has reached 10. Title upgraded to Cold-Hearted, Green. Li Chuan stood before the barrier, bloodied sword in hand, resembling a deity of death. Along the path he traversed lay the scattered corpses of 8 players. Does anyone still require my assistance with their survival? The remaining individuals distanced themselves from him, their expressions a mix of fear, astonishment, and sorrow. If not, I shall proceed. Li Chuan turned and strode into the barrier. You have entered the quest location, Almond Forest, Forbidden Land. All permissions for the area chat channel have been unlocked. Voice, video, snapshots, team functionalities activated. Novice Quest 4, reach the white area of the map within 12 hours. Completed. Quest rating, good. Quest rewards, 80 copper coins, 80 experience points, 5 low-level HP recovery potions, 5 low-level MP recovery potions, 1 secondary profession transfer book. In the vast, white expanse, Li Chuan stood with his sword drawn, remaining alert. Tavari moisture absorption powder. Inhalation of large quantities may lead to dehydration. Hazardous. Li Chuan was taken aback, then reached out to touch the white mist enveloping him. It was not fog. It was dry powder. Li Chuan continued to survey his surroundings warily. Many had entered this area. Why could he not see any of them? Right, the system had just prompted him regarding the chat channel's unlocking. Forbidden Land Area Chat Channel. Current surviving players in the area, 214. The death ratio was finally not as terrifying. Cough cough. The dry powder irritated Li Chuan's throat. Damn it, someone is hiding in the white mist attacking my spirit. Little monk Wu Jia. My spirit is dead. Why, damn it, who ambushed my spirit? No, Lu Changhe. Damn. There's a monster. Don't let it. Don't let what? What are we not to let? Li Chuan broke out in a cold sweat upon entering the Forbidden Land. What on earth was happening? What transpired within the white mist? Black Friday. I severely injured a person with a strange tumor on their shoulder. High places are cold. Everyone, stay alert. Keep an eye on your spirits. If anyone gets too close, kill them on sight. Dongha Lu Shui. Acknowledged. Willow Waste. Regardless of who is causing trouble, I advise you to behave, or I will not hesitate. Lu Haizhu. Acknowledged. Li Chuan hesitated, contemplating whether to release the miracle tree here, when a sharp, cold wind suddenly struck from his side. Side roll, side roll. He evaded the fierce strike twice. Gripping his standard crossbow, Li Chuan prepared to retaliate, but when he turned, he was met only with the white mist, obscuring anything beyond the pale hue. Damn it! Li Chuan took a cautious step back. Thud. His back suddenly pressed against something solid. Side roll, longsword sweeping, crack. The sound of the longsword striking would echoed. Li Chuan focused his gaze. It was a strangely shaped dead tree. Identification. A tragically dead tree. Li Chuan found himself puzzled by the identification function's descriptive capacity. Nevertheless, the tree's shape resembled that of a person in profound agony, grasping at their heart. Within the mist, the sounds of battle, human screams, and furious curses echoed, amplifying Li Chuan's sense of isolation and dread. Tension coiled within him as he leaned against the dead tree, solemnly retrieving the temporary photosynthesis pod. Regardless, he would plant it here. Little did Li Chuan know that just as he had made up his mind, a fierce wind, strong enough to nearly topple a person, suddenly swept in. Whoosh, whoosh. Li Chuan hastily grasped a nearby withered tree. The gale arrived with such swiftness and departed just as quickly, leaving behind only a few violent gusts before it ceased. Accompanying its retreat was the white powdery dust that had enveloped Li Chuan. He stood there, bewildered. What on earth is this place? The scene before Li Chuan was utterly desolate. A dilapidated forest filled with dead trees, overrun by dark brown, withered vines that intertwined densely across the ground and clung to the lifeless trunks, resembling countless fishing nets layered upon this forsaken land. Looking up, the overcast sky obscured nearly all the brilliance of the two suns. Although the dust had dissipated, it had merely receded to a distance of about 100 meters, forming a barrier of white mist. The landscape here stood in stark contrast to the lush prosperity of the chaotic realm. A number of individuals were scattered not far from Li Chuan, gathered in the very center between two barriers. Nearly every one of them had a spirit plant beside them. Li Chuan could discern that these individuals were likely players who had recently entered from beyond the barrier. Much like himself, while they were clustered together, there was still a notable distance among them. Some players guarded small areas alone, accompanied solely by their spirit plants, while others had planted their spirit plants in close proximity, forming groups, the largest of which boasted at least 20 individuals and an equal number of spirit plants. Li Chuan's gaze fell upon a tall woman clad in a white trench coat. Her skin was extraordinarily fair, her figure statuesque, exuding a chillingly aloof demeanor that made her stand out wherever she went. Identification effect triggered. Gao Han, high cold human. LV10, mage, weakness marked. Could this truly be the revered figure of that region? How could it be a woman, and such a strikingly beautiful one at that? Chapter 18. A stone dropped into a public toilet, stirring the public's fury. In a wonder so many players flocked to her side. In such a perilous place, only someone who appeared remarkably selfless would inspire trust. Yet, the prerequisite for such selflessness was strength. Not far away, Li Chuan spotted three familiar faces, the ill-fated trio who had teamed up to besiege a giant lizard, only to have themselves open the treasure chest. The leader, it seemed, was named Su Fengyun. Surrounding them were a dozen players. Aside from these two burgeoning factions, most of the other players stood relatively dispersed. Where did those monsters from the white mist just go? Li Chuan was not the only one puzzled by this. The chat channel buzzed with speculation about the monsters' whereabouts. Never mind, time was of the essence. He should first find a more fertile patch of soil for Xiao Lv. Li Chuan glanced down at the parched black earth beneath his feet. Severely lacking moisture, barren black soil. This place would not do. Silently, Li Chuan began to walk inward into the space. Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I won't be polite. Just as Li Chuan had walked a mere 10 meters, he was halted by a figure clad in gray leather armor. Armed with a bow, the individual stood before a three-headed vine, brows furrowed in vigilance. Su Kong, one-eyed dinghuman. LV8, archer, weakness marked. Li Chuan furrowed his brow and halted. Am I in your way? The distance between him and Su Kong was at least 20 meters. The young archer held his bow, clearly tense. In any case, your spirit plant cannot be planted here. You murderer, keep your distance. His words instantly drew the agreement of everyone around him. Indeed, a cold-blooded killer's title. He must have slain at least 10 of his own kind. How can we dare to close our eyes with him lurking here? Yes, get lost. If you come any closer, you won't have a good time. Li Chuan understood. It was the 3 green words above his head that had stirred trouble. First of all, I kill only in self-defense. Secondly, I have no interest in the land beneath your feet. Nonsense. Even if you are interested, we must agree. Get far away, quickly. With a cold snort, Li Chuan took large strides away from that area. Damn it, how frustrating. I finally escaped the single-player mode, yet instead of experiencing the warmth of a group, I am met with collective exclusion. By the way, I haven't checked the attributes of the Cold-Blooded title after its promotion. Cold-Blooded, title green. This title cannot be cancelled or hidden, automatically equipped, when the number of players killed exceeds 100. This title will be promoted. When the Cold-Blooded title wearer is killed, the probability of dropping equipped items and backpack contents increases by 20, excludes bound items. All attributes 5. Evaluation. Perhaps you have fallen into the thrill of slaughter, unable to extricate yourself. All attributes 5? How powerful. This is enticing me to kill. Kid, this place does not welcome you. Leave here, or don't blame us for joining forces against you. Li Chuan gritted his teeth. Bastards! Li Chuan realized he had become like a stone dropped into a public toilet, inciting the people's wrath. Outside that grayish-white mist barrier, in this small area of a few hundred square meters, apart from the entrance and the vicinity of the white mist barrier, there was hardly anywhere left. The green title above his head had brought him unexpected trouble. The time limit for the photosynthetic capsule was drawing near. Am I really going to plant Xiao LV in that barren soil at the entrance? No. I intend to see what this white mist barrier is that frightens everyone away. Li Chuan adjusted his glasses, squinting toward the white mist barrier. System barrier, time until deactivation, 26 minutes. A system barrier. So it's merely a barrier that will activate once the task time limit ends. What a bunch of ignorant cowards. Li Chuan held his head high, striding boldly toward the mist barrier. The soil over there is better. There's no reason to squeeze in here with these people, each one distrusting me, unaware that I distrust them even more. Hey! A cool female voice called out to him. It was none other than the woman named Gao Han. It just released white mist. It's not safe. Someone beside her voiced discontent. Boss, why are you stopping him? He's just a murderer. If he dies, everyone will feel more at ease. Yes, boss. This place is already dangerous enough. Having a killer lurking around, how can we feel secure? Gao Han's expression remained frosty. We are all in the same boat. While he has committed wrongs, we should give him a chance to change. Li Chuan silently observed the tall woman. First, I don't respond to hey. Second, may I go beside you? Gao Han shook her head directly. Li Chuan rolled his eyes. What are you pretending to be a saint for? Someone in the crowd snapped. How do you speak to her? The beautiful boss kindly warned you of danger. Yeah, a cold-blooded killer truly does not recognize kindness. Let him go die in that dangerous place. Amidst the scornful voices of the players, Li Chuan slowly approached the white mist barrier. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. When he was merely 30 meters away from the mist barrier, Li Chuan came to a halt. Turning back, he was now 30 to 40 meters away from those righteous individuals. At this distance, even shouting would be hard to hear clearly. Damn it, if I stay here, surely no one will bark at me, right? Looking down at the ground beneath him. Nutrient-rich brown soil, yet also lacking moisture. This place seems to be generally parched. Under the watchful eyes of many, Li Chuan took out his photosynthetic capsule and transferred the miracle tree from within. Whoosh! The vibrant green miracle tree landed on the ground, rapidly embedding its massive roots into the soil. Li Chuan's face lit up with joy. His spirit plant seemed to have grown quite a bit at this moment. The miracle tree stood over 3 meters tall, its 2 buds slightly enlarged, and the thickest vine appeared even sturdier and more robust. It seems the 12 hours of evolution liquid was not wasted. Miracle tree. Orange, juvenile stage, growth type, level, 2100, experience, 4200, a powerful being extinct in the Titan realm, possessing remarkable intelligence and formidable destructive power. Miracle seed, 3-3, not yet activated. Evaluation. It is said that the miracle tree only grows in places where miracles occur. Only 1 level gained? Li Chuan seemed to recall something and hurriedly pulled out another photosynthetic capsule from his backpack. Upon entering the white region, he had reluctantly killed 8 people, 7 of whom had dropped their photosynthetic capsules. Temporary photosynthetic capsule, purple, in use, contains an unclaimed green spirit plant. Would you like to open it? Open! Li Chuan chose to open it and tossed it to the side of Xiao LV. This thing had to be opened. If not opened soon, when the 12 hours were up, it would open on its own, and 7 spirit plants would emerge simultaneously, and Li Chuan feared Xiao LV would not be able to cope. A spirit plant resembling a pine tree appeared beside Xiao Lv Whoosh. Before Li Chuan could utter a word, the powerful vines of Xiao Lu had already lashed out. Chapter 19 Main Quest. Seek the key hidden in the Forbidden Forest. Crack, snap. Before Li Chuan could witness the abilities of the green pine spirit, he was already struck in half by Xiao Lu. Moreover, with a cruel twist, it uprooted the small tree and crushed it with its vines, gathering the shattered branches at its base. Ding! You have slain a level 10, Elite Wanjin Song 1, gaining 10 experience points. As the kill was attributed to Xiao Lu, Li Chuan only received half of the experience points. From Xiao Lu's actions, it appeared eager to claim the body of its kind, and the core of evolution, it seemed that Xiao Lu had grown a bit taller. Taking another glance at Xiao Lu's status panel, there were no apparent changes, but the experience points had surged from 20 to 80. Could a single green spirit yield 60 experience points for Xiao Lu? Perhaps there were additional hidden benefits. No wonder it was so impatient. Li Chuan was naturally delighted by Xiao Lu's rapid growth and hurriedly delivered each spirit from the photosynthetic chamber to Xiao Lu's side. Although the white spirits were of low grade, they were all level 20, thus also providing 60 experience points to Xiao Lu. After devouring 3 spirits, ding, your spirit tree of miracles has reached maximum experience points, level 1. After consuming 4 more, Xiao Lu's experience points settled at 240 at level 2. However, this was of little concern. Although Li Chuan had no living spirits left, he still possessed over 10 cores of evolution. Gently caressing Xiao Lu's trunk, he retrieved 13 white cores of evolution and 3 green cores. The cores of evolution swiftly melted into Xiao Lu's trunk like jelly. Ding! Your spirit tree of miracles has reached maximum experience points, level 1. Ding! Your spirit tree of miracles has reached maximum experience points, level 1. Xiao Lu ascended 2 levels in a row. Its experience points now at 180 at level 4. The status panel showed no significant changes, yet in Li Chuan's eyes, Xiao Lu had transformed into a towering tree, 5 meters tall, too large for 2 people to embrace. At this moment, the largest bud had expanded to a diameter of 1 meter, with the connecting vines as thick as a person's waist. Having acquired a substantial number of evolution cores, Xiao Lu joyfully danced its bud, eventually extending it towards Li Chuan, inviting him to caress it. Nearby, the just players were left in astonishment. How did that guy manage to achieve such growth? How did his spirit grow so tall all of a sudden? The player manual mentioned that devouring evolution cores from slain spirits would enable growth. That killer must have slain dozens of players to possess such cores. Were evolution cores truly that effective? Gao Shuang, perched aloft, squinted in disbelief, dismissing the notion, no, that spirit's growth could not merely result from consuming a single evolution core. She herself happened to slay 2 unclaimed spirits, and her snow plum tree had devoured 2 cores. Yet its growth had been minimal. Could it be that this individual had slain not just 10 players? Perhaps it was dozens? In another player gathering spot, Zheng Dekai approached Su Fengyun's boss. This cold-blooded one is rather extraordinary. Hua Mingze also joined. Indeed, the few known cold-blooded ones have been driven to the entrance. Only that fellow dares approach the light pillar and suddenly makes his spirit grow so large. Should we recruit him? Su Fengyun pondered for a moment, then shook his head. At present, the term cold-blooded one is still met with resistance. Now is not the time for recruitment. Furthermore, he has yet to fully experience the pain of isolation. Once he is entirely ostracized, we shall extend our hand, and he will surely feel grateful and become our loyal servant. You speak wisely, as expected of the boss. Game announcement. The time limit for Newbie Quest 4 has expired. Annihilating all players with unfinished quests. Annihilation complete. Congratulations, player. You have surpassed the newbie phase, gaining all permissions of a formal player. Initiating Main Quest 1. Seek the key hidden in the Forbidden Forest. This is a cursed land, where no one knows what secrets lie within the desolate, gray-white jungle. From the moment you step here, survival is but a luxury. There are a total of 100 keys hidden within the Deadwood Forest. Please acquire them as soon as possible. Current key count, 0-1. Quest rewards, copper coins 500, experience points 500, intermediate HP recovery potions 5, intermediate MP recovery potions 5, evolution core, blue 1. Backpack expansion gem 1. Quest penalty, revocation of player qualification. Quest time limit, 3 days. Li Chuan meticulously read through the details of Main Quest 1. Only 100 keys. This implies that among us, only 100 individuals can survive to complete Main Quest 1? How utterly brutal. Aside from the essential copper coins and experience points, the two types of potions seem to be included in the necessary rewards as well. In addition, the quest rewards include a blue evolution core and a backpack expansion gem. The blue evolution core could significantly enhance the current strength of spirits, but only if one could survive to complete the quest. The quest time limit had also expanded to 3 days, feeling less urgent than before. The most significant change was the quest penalty. Li Chuan could scarcely believe it, shifting from annihilation to the revocation of player qualification. No more annihilation? Had the system begun to adopt a more lenient approach? Li Chuan gathered some twigs and dried vines from the ground, igniting a fire, and, like the previous night, hung a string of dog meat over the flames. It was a pity that he had no salt today. Given his current reputation, it would be difficult to trade with that group of just players for salt. Gradually, some began to notice that the white mist barrier deep within the desolate forest was slowly dissipating. Shadowy figures began to emerge from behind the dense FOG.in, the chat channel of the Forbidden Zone. The current number of surviving players, 214,1000. Dong He Lu Shui. The mist is clearing. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I think I saw silhouettes in the fog. Lu Haiju. I saw them too. Could they be monsters? Or zombies or something? Yang Lu Xiao. Just as the killer is at the edge of the mist. If they are monsters, let him find out for us. Imu Ding. Agreed. Cold-blooded ones deserve to die. As the mist gradually receded, Li Chuan silently set down the wooden stake in his hand and retrieved his crossbow from his backpack. Thus, the choice to stay closer to the mist barrier carried some risk. While the mist itself posed no danger, the entities lurking behind it were clearly the first threat he had to confront. As the white mist completely dissipated, the figures revealed their true forms. Li Chuan slowly lowered his crossbow. They were not monsters, but people. Players dressed in mismatched attire, just like himself. Why were there living players amidst the white mist? In an instant, Li Chuan felt a chill run down his spine. As the mist vanished entirely, the players rushed out in a frenzy, and many, perhaps due to Li Chuan's proximity, charged straight towards him. In the chat channel, some expressed their delight. Imu Ding. The cold-blooded one is being besieged by monsters. Ha ha. Yang Lu Xiao. Serves him right. Let him be arrogant. He dares to plant spirits in such a perilous place. Zhao Gaoji Lu Wei Ma. I see that what S rushing out looks like people, not monsters. Yichao Feng Yun Qi. They seem to be players wearing equipment. Some impulsively ventured into the attack range of Xiao Lu. Prompting Li Chuan to wave his hand, bam! The massive bud crashed down onto the desolate grass, instantly creating a deep pit over a meter wide. Anyone who dared to approach further would meet their demise. Chapter 20: The Pitiful Ones Who Lost Their Player Qualification. This strike was imposing enough that those who were not retreating were a rare sight. A frail female human. The identification entry indicated they were human. Yet not a player? The confusion in Sun Yin's heart deepened. Bang, bang, bang. To Li Chuan's astonishment, those retreating individuals began to kneel. Oh no, not again. The emaciated woman cried out in a sobbing voice. Big brother, do you have any bread? Any food? Raw meat would suffice. I beg you for a bite. Beside her, a gaunt middle-aged man pleaded. Yes, big brother. No, great sir, I haven't eaten for 3 days. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death. Please, I have equipment. I'll trade my equipment. The middle-aged man removed his cloth armor and donned the novice's clothing. Soon, over a dozen individuals cried out in unison, leaving Li Chuan utterly perplexed. The cloth armor was of white quality and not particularly valuable. Yet they were willing to exchange it for bread. What in the world was going on? Li Chuan pointed to the title above his head. Look closely. You found the wrong person in your search for a benefactor. The saints are over there. The beggars noticed Li Chuan's title, and suddenly 7 or 8 of them dashed towards the gathering of players. The title had a surprisingly positive effect, something Li Chuan had not anticipated. Yet, 7 or 8 remained. Big brother, I have equipment and items. Which one do you prefer? I only need bread and water. I have it too. I possess green equipment. I have green equipment. Brother, may I share your bed? You can do whatever you like. I beg of you that I can too. My physique is splendid. At this moment, Li Chuan's confusion reached its zenith. You? Speak. What on earth have you all experienced? Are you players? If you don't clarify. I neither offer charity nor exchange favors. Li Chuan pointed at the woman, who was quite alluring and willing to sacrifice herself for food. The others instantly fell silent, urging her with their gazes to explain quickly. So they might obtain sustenance. The woman pressed her parched lips together. Yes, we were once players. All of us completed the novice task 4 and received main quest 1, but the main quest was too difficult, and we all failed, thus losing our player qualifications. Li Chuan's bewilderment did not dissipate. What about your spirit plants? How long have you been here? Why do you look so starved? The woman, eager to secure food, divulged all she knew. Our spirit plants have all degenerated into tree species due to lack of moisture and nutrients. I've been trapped here for 10 days. Others have been here for 5 days. 10 days, 20 days. The woman's expressive abilities were quite decent, and she swiftly answered all of Li Chuan's inquiries. From her description, Li Chuan's impression of this forbidden land grew increasingly bizarre, perilous, and horrifying. Are you saying there are strange and terrifying entities in this desolate wood? Which is why you dare not enter to seek the key? The woman fearfully nodded. Yes, indeed. We have witnessed far too many people enter, only to inexplicably perish within. It is tragic, truly tragic. You cannot fathom the strangeness of it. Li Chuan hesitated for a moment before finally stating, You, and the one who mentioned the green item, stay. The rest, leave. The woman and another youth were overjoyed, while the others wore faces of discontent. Brother, please, I am on the verge of starvation. I beg you, yes, as long as you provide me with some food. I am willing to do anything. Li Chuan immediately pointed toward the depths of the desolate forest. Then you shall explore the perils of the forest for me. Yes? Did you not say you would do anything? The individual was taken aback, then looked fearfully into the depths of the withered trees, ultimately glaring at Li Chuan with a ghastly expression, as if on the verge of cursing him. Li Chuan pulled out his crossbow and gazed at him. You would do well to think carefully before you speak. Seeing Li Chuan's unyielding demeanor, the others, save for the man and woman, hastily turned to flee toward other players. Li Chuan retrieved 2 loaves of bread and a bucket of water, placing them not far from himself. The two glanced at the exceptionally tall and lush little green before finally gritting their teeth and approaching. They seized the bread and devoured it as if they were famished specters who had not eaten for a decade. Li Chuan pulled out a large meat skewer and continued roasting it over the fire, all the while silently opening the chat channel. Forbidden Zone Regional Chat Channel. Current surviving players in the area, 214-1000. Zhou Zhu. What should we do? Many people here are begging for food. Gaochu Busheng Han. They, like us, were once players, compatriots from the same place. I suggest everyone keeps a day's worth of rations and shares the rest with them. The mother's aggression began to emerge. Yang Lu Shiyao. The statues worshipped in the temple are all fake. You are the true Bodhisattva. Let me ask you, if we give them food, what shall we eat? If we keep a day's worth, what shall we eat for the remaining 2 days? Duo Jing Gongzi. Indeed, this accursed place lacks even tree bark. Do you wish for us to end up like that? Gaochu Busheng Han. Daily tasks refresh here every day. Completing tasks earns food. They merely lost their right to undertake tasks. We still have that right. Lu Haizhu. Yes, you are no different from the cold-blooded killer over there. Is there no humanity left? The players in the channel divided into 2 factions. One group believed in helping their kin through difficult times, while the other insisted on self-preservation above all. Li Chuan was acutely aware that he belonged to the selfish faction. As for humanity, Li Chuan silently shook his head. It must be said, those who still ponder humanity at this juncture are unworthy of survival. He turned to the emaciated woman. Have you seen anyone obtain the key and complete the task? The woman gently nodded. Yes, I have seen more than one. Some entered the withered woods and emerged several hours later, key in hand, ultimately leaving this cursed place with their spirit plants. When asked why they were not attacked, some said to remain silent, others said not to jump, and some said not to make a sound. There were all manner of responses. Many attempted to replicate their paths, hoping to mirror their success. Yet most met bizarre fates. Li Chuan frowned. Is this task truly so difficult? Why does it sound utterly devoid of logic? Brother, this is my green item. Please, take a look and see if you can spare me some more food. I am truly famished. The youth finished 1 loaf of bread, but remained unsated. Li Chuan stepped forward and took the scroll offered by the boy. The boy stared at the roasted meat in Li Chuan's hand, unable to suppress a gulp of saliva. Mingtang Composite Bao Blueprint, green. Using this blueprint allows the crafting of a purple item, Ming Tang Composite Bow. Usage requirement, Level 7 Blacksmith, a blueprint. Level 7 Blacksmith? I thought you had a green item. How could you not trade for food? It turns out it is useless. The boy's expression turned mournful. I know this item is of little use in a place devoid of a level 7 blacksmith. But it is all I possess. Lai Chuan silently stowed away the blueprint. Consider yourself fortunate. I have taken a liking to this item. The boy looked up in surprise. Really? Truly? Are you saying? Li Chuan tossed 2 loaves of bread and a bucket of water. This is the most I can give you. Take it and stay away from me. The reason Li Chuan kept the 2 was primarily to gain insight into this forbidden land. Now that he had gleaned sufficient understanding, he naturally would not retain them longer. It was not that Li Chuan was truly cold-hearted, but being seen as a benevolent figure among this group of disaster-stricken individuals in this place would be unbearable. He understood the principle of favor for favor, resentment for resentment, yet that Gao Han clearly did not grasp such a concept. She had already given away the vast majority of her food, yet was still surrounded by countless disaster victims. The boy understood well that he had no bargaining power. Gritting his teeth, he pocketed the bread and lifted the water, turning to leave. Zhao Lai she glanced at the boy's departing figure, then turned her head, pursing her lips as she began to undress. Chapter 21 Daily Task. Fishing? What are you doing? Zhao Lai she looked up. You let him go just for this? Li Chuan was speechless. You have quite the imagination. I am not yet in such despair. Go over there and find them. With your looks, you should be able to secure a few days of sustenance. Zhao Lai she lowered her head, her expression inscrutable. There are too many people over there. I believe you are kind-hearted. I am not that easy. Enough. Li Chuan interrupted her without hesitation. Do not force me to expose you. Doing anything to survive is not disgraceful. It is instinct. But do not use flowery words to deceive me. I detest being deceived. Zhao Lai she unbuttoned her blouse, deliberately revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. What did you say? I do not understand. Lai Chuan gazed calmly into the woman's eyes. You see, my spirit plant is superior to others, and due to my title, you are not accepted by the others. So you wish to exploit my solitude to fulfill your needs, correct? Zhao Lai she slowly lowered her head. Is there anything wrong with thinking this way? I am just a woman. Reaching level 8 and completing the novice task is already my limit. I lack the courage to face greater dangers. Is that wrong? I wish to survive. I do not want to become that hideous withered tree. Is that wrong? Li Chuan sighed and shook his head. It was somewhat surprising to him that this woman could admit her intentions. There is no fault in wishing to live. Everyone desires that. But you have chosen the wrong person, douc? I am cold-blooded. Anyone who obstructs my survival will be eliminated. Because I too wish to live, at least until the day I unravel the confusions that plague my heart. One is ultimately bound by unattainable desires in youth. And through fleeting moments, one may unravel lifelong perplexities. What has she truly experienced? And why has she drawn me into this place? These are the questions Li Chuan must ascertain. Zhao Lai she silently fastened her buttons, turned and walked toward the gathering of players. The meat skewers were done roasting, yet Li Chuan found little appetite, forcing himself to consume a few large chunks of meat before retrieving animal skins from his backpack and lying down beside Little Green. By the crackling campfire, Li Chuan gazed at the regional chat panel and drifted into a deep slumber. Li Chuan was no longer deceived, nor did he awaken from the cold, for Little Green had surprisingly learned to add dry wood to the campfire. When Li Chuan witnessed this scene, he felt as though he were in a daze, finding it almost surreal. When a woody plant ignited the first flicker of a campfire, in the early morning. As the twin suns ascended, the frost began to melt. That Li Chuan was enjoying his breakfast when suddenly, a colossal luminous screen emerged in the gray sky, visible to all. Almond Forest, the central light curtain of the Forbidden Land. Today's weather. Sweltering. Daily task. Would anyone fancy fishing for delightful sea fish? Task difficulty. Intermediate. The Green Sea is an exceptionally splendid place where one can perceive the vastness of the world and the insignificance of oneself. Take up a fishing rod and catch 2 fish for me to taste. Task rewards. 100 copper coins, 100 experience points, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 temporary photosynthetic chamber, blue. Task penalty. Become my meal. Remaining time to accept task. 1 hour 59 minutes. This is what those stay-behind individuals refer to as the daily tasks. Fishing for sea fish, becoming its food. Li Chuan found himself somewhat perplexed by the description of this task. Judging solely by the rewards, this daily task must be undertaken at least once. Otherwise, players would be unable to obtain the photosynthetic chamber to take their spirit plants. However, there was no need to rush. As there were still 2 hours before the light curtain vanished, he decided to see what others in the channel had to say in the chat channel of the Unordered Island region. Current surviving players in the area, 214-1000 Lu Haiju. Is catching 2 fish a task? I believe I can manage it. I am the chosen fisherman, Dongha Lu Shui. The stay behind here said, when it comes to daily tasks. We shouldn't focus on the task content but on the difficulty level. Taishang Zhenjuan. Difficulty level? Then you should quickly inquire what intermediate difficulty entails. I have a stay behind here, but she seems to know nothing. Yang Lu Shiyao. At least she knows how to sleep with you, scoundrel, Taishang Zhenjuan. Mind your own business. Our affair is consensual, you fat cow. Gaochu Buxinghan. There are probably over half of survivors at low difficulty. Around half at intermediate, while there are almost no survivors at high difficulty and above. This information is derived from discussions with dozens of stay-behind individuals. I hope it proves useful to everyone. Yizhao Finjianqi. So, the safest approach would be to encounter and complete a low-difficulty daily task within 3 days, then venture into the Witheredwood Forest to find a key. Zhizhan Huabu Ru Chao. The issue is? Who guarantees that the task difficulty on the 2nd and 3rd days will be lower? What if it not only remains high but is even more challenging than today? The channel fell silent for a while. Gaochu Buxinghan. I asked several stay-behind individuals who have been here for a while, and they confirmed that such situations do occur. Beside a flickering campfire that had yet to extinguish, Lu Haiju stared in shock at the emaciated stay-behind before him. Are you saying that there was a group of players whose daily task levels were high or above for 3 consecutive days? The stay-behind's left shoulder bulged slightly. Yes, that group also transformed into the majority of us stay-behind. Boss, could you spare me some food? As you can see, if I don't eat more, my spirit plant will soon devour me. Sigh. Lu Haiju sighed and handed the stay-behind a loaf of bread. He raised his head to gaze at the figures of desolate trees that dotted this barren land. What kind of hell is this? Is our ultimate fate to be consumed by spirit plants and become mere deadwood upon this land? Damn it. Li Chuan steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and directly chose to embark on today's daily task. The lowest daily task is low level, then comes intermediate. He didn't wish to become a stay-behind who was neither human nor ghost. With a swish, players watching Li Chuan were astonished. Wait, that killer has vanished. He wouldn't he go on a daily task, would he? What is so strange about that? To complete the main quest, one must undertake at least 1 daily task. Indeed, it's better he goes. If he dies, it serves him right, and if he survives, it's just him scouting for us. Li Chuan suddenly found his surroundings turning white. The next moment, he found himself amidst a vast and boundless ocean. However, why was the color of this sea so peculiar? Chapter 22. Azure Tide Sea, Penetrating Dagger. Player has entered a new area, Spirit Realm, Green Sea, Azure Tide Sea. You have accepted the daily task. Would anyone fancy fishing for delightful sea fish? The Green Sea is an exceptionally splendid place where one can perceive the vastness of the world and the insignificance of oneself. Take up a fishing rod and catch 2 fish for me to taste. Task rewards: 100 copper coins, 100 experience points, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 temporary photosynthetic chamber, blue, dot. Task penalty: become my meal. Task progress: 02. Remaining time: 1 hour 59 minutes, to his astonishment. The sea was not blue but a vibrant green, a lush emerald hue. Li Chuan gazed upward in shock. So that's how it is. A massive tree canopy, so large it obscured the sky, blocked the sunlight, allowing it to filter only through the transparent green leaves, which in turn rendered the sea green. Quite reasonable. It's merely a larger tree. What's unreasonable about that? After being stunned for a moment, Li Chuan began to search for a fishing rod. He was currently on a small black island, roughly 3 square meters in size, too small, so small that he could only refer to it as a reef. The reef had a welded bench, a fishing rod, and some meager bait resembling tiny shrimp. There was nothing else, at the very least. Couldn't they have provided a net and a fish basket? Muttering to himself, Li Chuan sat on the bench, skillfully baited the hook, and cast it into the sea in the past. Fishing had been a means of cultivating his temperament, but this time, it felt like a gamble for his life. He had never felt this tense while fishing before. As he prayed for a bountiful catch today, a line of numbers suddenly appeared on the bobber. 12. This is, I pay my utmost respect to you. The god of broken illusions, without hesitation, Li Chuan yanked up the fishing line and cast in another direction. 23. Still low. 25. This one is also low. After circling the small island, he finally settled on a fishing spot, directly north. 73. Fishing requires immense patience, demanding one's full concentration to watch the bobber. Although Li Chuan was not a fishing expert, he was aware of some basic knowledge. Seconds turned into minutes, and just as he contemplated whether to change spots again, whoosh. The bobber moved, and with great force, it was yanked underwater. Li Chuan quickly hoisted the fishing rod, gripping the line tightly. Holy cow! It's a big one. With his 37 points of strength, equivalent to that of 4 burly men, he still felt as though he might be pulled into the water by the immense creature. Left, right, Li Chuan began to pull the rod sideways, attempting to wear down the creature's strength. Come on, Li Chuan squatted low, bracing the end of the rod against his waist, pulling with all his might. Ding! You have captured a LV-32 grass-based fish. Experience points 100. Li Chuan stared in astonishment at the enormous fish breaking the water's surface. The fish resembled a massively enlarged arowana, entirely black, and at least 2 meters in length. Holy cow! Over 30 levels. It's so huge. I don't even have a net that big. Splash! The water surged, and Li Chuan felt the reef tremble violently beneath him. He quickly gripped the rod with one hand while clutching the small bench welded to the reef with the other. The next moment, 3 deep green tentacles emerged from the depths, seized the giant fish, deftly removed the hook, and then tossed it upwards, where a massive mouth opened from below, and the fish plummeted straight into the gaping maw. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ding. Assist in defeating the LV-32 grass-based fish. 2 gold coins. 300 experience points. After a while, the water and the reef returned to tranquility, blood and bits of flesh slowly spreading across the surface. Li Chuan sat on the small bench, still shaken. Ridiculous, utterly absurd. This is not a small island. This is the very top of a super monster's head. So I'm standing on the head of a monster as its chef, and if I don't serve it, I'll have to become its food. Li Chuan silently gazed down. Fish spirit, plant spirit blue, health points, 500 LV 60. Advanced plant spirit type, currently in a state of hunger, weakness marked. Having consumed such a large fish. And still hungry? Slap. Half a fish carcass was tossed onto the reef by a tentacle. Is this for me? Grass-based fish fillet, green. High-grade ingredient. Repeated consumption can increase mana. Sturdy fish spine. White, sturdy material. Can be used for alchemy and forging. It eats the meat while I sip the broth. Quite the contractual spirit. Yet, Li Chuan felt an inexplicable humiliation, as if he were destined to continue being a beast of burden. Well, it's better than nothing. Just one more fish to complete the task. 56, Why did the probability drop? Did my previous actions scare the fish away? Li Chuan hurriedly searched for a spot with a higher probability. After circling around, the highest he found was just over 60%. Li Chuan furrowed his brow and forcefully patted the black ground beneath his feet. Everyone, could you possibly relocate? The fish here are scarce. To Li Chuan's astonishment, the spirit plant seemed to comprehend his words and began to swim slowly in the water. Stop, right here, do not move. The reef gradually came to a halt, truly remaining still. After several minutes, a tremendous force yanked the fishing line. This time, armed with experience, Li Chuan felt no fear and swiftly began to reel in the fish. Splash! A colossal creature broke through the water's surface once more. Ding! LV-35 water sword dolphin captured. Experience points 100. The gluttonous maw reappeared as a remarkably sharp fish was swallowed whole. Ding! Cooperative kill of LV-35 water sword dolphin. Gold coins 2. Experience points 300. Ding! Player Li Chuan experience points are full, level 1. Awarded free attribute points 5. Splendidly done. Li Chuan felt an instantaneous lightness as the weight on his shoulders vanished. After adding the free points, he quietly awaited the fish spirit to toss something up for him. With a snap, a piece of fish meat was flung up, but amidst the meat, Li Chuan seemed to catch a glimpse of a blue hue. 5 pieces of green fish, meat. 10 hard fish spines. And finally, an ice blue short dagger. Piercing dagger, blue. Wear level, 15. Armor penetration value 10. Sharpness value 10. Critical hit rate 10. Strength 15. Evaluation. Swift, accurate, ruthless. This dagger must be kept safe, lest that lunatic seize it. Who would have thought fishing could yield equipment? Truly a delightful surprise. However, having already caught 2 fish, isn't it time the task was completed? He opened the task panel. You have accepted the daily task. Is anyone interested in fishing for some sea fish in the magnificent ocean? The Green Sea is a truly splendid place where one can feel the vastness of the world and the insignificance of oneself. Take up your fishing rod and catch 2 fish for me to taste. Task reward, copper coins 100, experience points 100, bronze chest 1, temporary photosynthesis cabin, blue 1. Task penalty, become my food. Task progress, 2-2, time remaining for task, 1 hour 02 minutes, well? Splendid. I can fully utilize the probability glasses to catch a few more, Li Chuan rejoiced, hurriedly picking up the fishing rod again. Chapter 23. I do not want quantity. Ding. LV-36 giant gill fish captured. Experience points 100. Ding. Cooperative kill of LV-36 giant gill fish. Gold coins 2. Experience points 300. Snap. 5 pieces of green fish meat. 10 fish spines. Inno equipment. Ding. LV-35 grass base fish captured. Experience points 100. Ding. Cooperative kill of LV-35 grass base fish. Gold coins 2. Experience points 300. Snap. This time, there was equipment again. Advanced combat tunic, set blue. Wear level, 15. Armor value 500. Agility 5. Set attribute, not yet activated. Evaluation. A refined set suitable for various melee professions. This seems to be part of the set that matches my current trousers. I shall store it away for level 15. Continuing to cast the line. Ding. LV-35 silver carp captured. Experience points 100. Ding. Cooperative kill of LV-35 silver carp. Gold coins 2. Experience points 300. Ding. Player Li Chuan experience points are full. Level 1. Awarded free attribute points 5. Level 12 now, and more equipment. Radiant necklace. Green. Wear level. 15. Mana 10. Agility 8. Skill cooldown reduction 1. Evaluation. Wear it, and you shall be the most dazzling pearl at the evening gala. Could it not drop something I can wear now? Li Chuan picked up the fishing rod once more, just as he was about to cast into the sea. Daily task. Is anyone interested in fishing for some sea fish in the magnificent ocean? Completed. Task progress. 5-2. Task rating. Excellent. Rewards for the task. Copper coins 100. Experience points 100. Bronze chest 1. Temporary photosynthesis cabin. Blue 1. In an instant, the vibrant green beauty of the ocean vanished, replaced by a scene of decay and desolation, as if even the sky had turned to a gray, lifeless expanse. Whoosh! Before Li Chuan could steady himself, he heard the sound of arrows slicing through the air. Side roll. Instinctively, Li Chuan executed a sideways roll. An arrow grazed his cheek as it flew past. Li Chuan regained his footing just in time to see a figure with a bow and arrow fleeing. Had he timed my exit for an ambush? Rage surged within him as he drew his hand crossbow, unhesitatingly firing 2 arrows. -40, -37. 2 red numbers floated up. The player had only 100 points of health. One more shot would seal their fate. The individual suddenly turned and knelt. Big brother, please, do not kill me. Li Chuan, holding the crossbow, gazed at the emaciated figure before him. Tell me, why have you done this? Players in the distance witnessed the scene, their jaws dropping in disbelief. I can't believe that Archer has been lurking there for 2 hours and managed to evade him. After all, they've killed a dozen players. It's only natural they would have some reflexes. The fate of that Archer was bleak. He was no saint either, however. The emergence of that cold-hearted killer might suggest that intermediate daily tasks are indeed available. What a pity! I hesitated for too long and ultimately did not dare to proceed. With a few loaves of bread left, I shall endure for another day. The Archer before Li Chuan raised his head. I'm so hungry that I want to kill you and loot some items to exchange for food. Please, your generosity is great. Do not hold a grudge against one such as me. I've lost my mind from hunger. I beg you. The man's left shoulder was unnaturally high, his skin a sickly hue, and his veins visible beneath the surface. Though survived the eerie nights in the Amon forest, these outcasts dared not abandon the spirit plants, instead embedding the degenerated seeds within their bodies to sustain their vitality. However, this practice caused excessive loss of moisture and nutrients, resulting in their insatiable appetites. Snap! Li Chuan pulled the trigger. I do not wish for quantity. -31, ding. Killed LV8 Wang Dalong. Copper coin 0. Experience points 40. An arrow pierced through the throat, and the man's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat desperately, collapsing inch by inch to the ground. Then, a tender sprout burst forth from his skin and flesh, growing out of his lifeless body. Gradually, the spirit plant transformed into a vibrant green sapling, resembling a figure kneeling in agony. Li Chuan surveyed his surroundings. The many outcasts that had attempted to approach now retreated in terror. Once Li Chuan walked away, they rushed to the fallen outcast, eagerly grabbing the green shoots sprouting from his body and stuffing them into their mouths. The scene was profoundly unsettling. Alas, perhaps the pitiful must have their faults. Damn, the scorching weather displayed on the central hologram has become unbearable, exacerbated by the lack of water. No wonder the spirit plants have degenerated. At this moment, the small green tendril curled beneath the shade of the tree, its once lush canopy appearing diminished, with leaves slightly curled due to the loss of moisture. This infernal weather is utterly deadly. Li Chuan hastily retrieved 4 barrels of water from his backpack, pouring them at the roots of the small green plant. With dozens of barrels of water in his pack, wasting 4 or 5 was of little consequence. Yet, to Li Chuan's surprise, this act drew the ire of the other players. Someone yelled angrily at Li Chuan, "Hey, people are dying of thirst here, and you waste precious water on a tree. Are you even human?" "Exactly. Do you have no empathy? Why not share some water with us? Damn killer, may you descend into hell soon." Li Chuan raised his right hand, extending a middle finger towards the crowd. Knowing they were on the verge of dying of thirst, why did they not participate in the daily task? They deserve their fate. Taking out the bronze chest awarded from the daily task, Li Chuan munched on some bread while staring at the numbers on the chest. Bronze chest, capable of yielding up to LV10 blue quality items. No key required. Would you like to open it? 99. Open. Li Chuan proceeded with ease. 20 loaves of bread, 4 barrels of pure water, and an additional blue equipment piece. Advanced combat belt, set blue. Wear level, 10. Armor value 300, agility 5. Advanced combat cloth armor set, attribute 1 activated. Armor value 1000, evaluation. Refined set suitable for various melee professions. With this belt secured, Li Chuan's armor value skyrocketed to 1600, rivaling even that of level 15 behemoths. The blue set is indeed formidable. After glancing at the regional chat channel for a while, he noted that most players were lamenting the sweltering heat and scarcity of food and water. These were the players who had not dared to undertake the daily task. There are also those who lament having shared their provisions with the stranded yesterday. Leaving themselves devoid of sustenance today, Li Chuan opened the regional channel, seeking information regarding the Forbidden Land, deep within the Withered Woods. Yet, it was evident that scarcely anyone dared venture into the Withered Woods in search of the key to passage. All waited patiently for someone to succeed and relay the method to them. Everyone understood that the first to brave the unknown was courting danger. He closed the regional chat panel. Forget it. Since no one else dares to go, I shall embark on this journey myself. Chapter 24. Which accursed statue is counting down now? The formidable armor value of 1600 imbued Li Chuan with considerable confidence. In the player gathering hub, with a swish, beneath the white snow plum tree appeared a tall and exquisite figure. A dozen players immediately gathered around. Gao Han nodded. Yes, it's completed. How about the others? The freckled girl at the forefront shook her head, her expression bitter. Gao Han opened the treasure chest, retrieving 10 pieces of bread and 2 buckets of water. She handed over the fish and provisions from her backpack to the freckled girl. Let us ensure we have enough food for today. Any surplus can be shared with those stranded. The freckled girl's face darkened. The Illuminati was the name this self-righteous group of players had chosen for themselves, with their leader naturally being the most powerful, Gao Han. Gao Han's snow-white forehead furrowed. But aren't there others? The freckled girl murmured softly. Even if everyone has completed their tasks, there are only 12 of us. Moreover, several individuals had declared beforehand that even if they acquired food, they would not share it. Han Jia, others are mocking our foolishness. saying that only those as cold-hearted as that ruthless one can survive in this cannibalistic world. Gao Han raised her chin with pride. Only the most selfish can utter such words. Rest assured, I will lead more people to survive this challenge. You mentioned that ruthless one. Has he also completed his daily tasks? The freckled girl nodded. Yes, he emerged only to be ambushed by a stranded individual wielding a bow, but that stranded player failed and was swiftly killed in return. Indeed, we even saw that ruthless one dousing a tree with 4 buckets of pure water. Gao Han's expression darkened. That selfish wretch, having water yet choosing not to save others, instead watering a tree. How utterly cold-blooded. At the edge of the withered woods, replete with an eerie and deathly atmosphere, Li Chuan slowly stepped back a few paces. Was it a misjudgment of my senses? Or perhaps, Li Chuan meticulously observed everything within the withered woods. Withered trees, vines, decaying statues scattered about, gray, white, black. Everything seemed to resonate with the ambience of the withered woods. What manner of being had slain the players of yore? Li Chuan lifted his foot, altering his course deeper into the withered woods. After a mere 10 steps, he once again felt the ominous sensation of impending danger. Something was amiss. Li Chuan promptly halted and began to retreat slowly. The scenery here was not dissimilar to the outside. It merely featured more withered trees and vines, a slight chill in the air, and an increase in dilapidated statues. Li Chuan fixated on a nearby statue. After scrutinizing it for quite some time, he failed to activate his identification feature. Switching his gaze to another statue, he continued to observe. Silent statue, green, health, 500, level 10. A cursed and bizarre statue that will attack any entity that dares to make noise within its vicinity. Attack range, 10-meter radius. Attack method, ground spikes. Trigger time, 10 seconds. Weakness has been marked. Li Chuan's eyes widened. The bizarre phenomena in the withered woods stemmed from these seemingly inconspicuous dilapidated statues. The silent statue was a beastly sculpture half buried in the soil, severely damaged to the point where Li Chuan could not discern which creature it had originally depicted. Picking up a slightly larger stone from the ground, Li Chuan swiftly hurled it into the silent statue's range. 1, 2, 3, 10, whoosh. As the 10 seconds elapsed, a sharp stone spike erupted from the ground, shattering the stone and vanishing swiftly. Li Chuan comprehended the statue's method of attack and cautiously approached the statue's attack range. Moving stealthily, the sound of his footsteps lightly crunching on the ground made a faint rustling noise. The statue remained still, with no ground spikes emerging. Li Chuan was now confident that his quiet movements fell within the silent statue's permissible range. 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. A strike at its weakness. Li Chuan drew his longsword, aiming for the statue's weakness, and delivered a strike. 90, crack, crack. While silently calculating the seconds, he continued to hack at the statue's vulnerable point. The 10 seconds elapsed. Whoosh, ground spikes shot up beneath Li Chuan, but he had just executed a roll away from the spot. Crack, crack. 64-40. Another roll. A strike at the weakness. 234. With his agile rolls, Li Chuan obliterated the statue in under 2 minutes. Ding! Killed LV-10 Silent Statue, Elite, 1. Experience points 20. Cursed Energy Core, green. A convenient energy source manufactured using high-end techniques such as separation and compression, now polluted and requires purification before further use. Another item occupying space in my backpack. Li Chuan stowed away his spoils and continued to delve deeper into the withered woods. Still statue, green, health, 500, level 10. A cursed and bizarre statue that will attack any mobile target within its vicinity. Attack range, 10-meter radius. Attack method, high temperature. Trigger time, 10 seconds. Weakness has been marked. Li Chuan frowned at the nearby torch-shaped statue. It required absolute stillness within its range. How could one pass through without moving? Li Chuan picked up a half-dried vine and hurled it into the still statue's range. Thud. The dry vine fell to the ground and ignited violently after 10 seconds. Li Chuan stared in shock. How does one evade such an attack? He had seen nothing from where it came. Forget it. I shall circumvent it. Li Chuan made a 20-meter detour, bypassing the still statue before continuing deeper into the withered woods. At noon, 2 scorching suns converged in the sky, causing the ground temperature to peak. Li Chuan could no longer endure the oppressive heat of the forest and removed his cotton coat, donning a much lighter novice robe. Feeling somewhat relieved, as he advanced cautiously, Li Chuan once again sensed that heart-pounding sensation. Damn it! Which accursed statue is counting down now? Chapter 25. Gazing statue. Bouncing statue. Li Chuan hurriedly retreated a few steps and carefully searched for the statue among the trees. Could it be in the tree? Li Chuan pinpointed the source of trouble, a monkey-shaped dilapidated statue dangling from a tree. Gazing statue. Green. Health. 1000. Level 15. A cursed and bizarre statue that will attack any entity that does not gaze upon it within its vicinity. Attack range. 8-meter radius. Attack method. Arrows. Trigger time. 5 seconds. Weakness has been marked. An attack that targets those who do not gaze upon it. Li Chuan felt a pang of sympathy for the players who had perished in this area. If one lacked the identification skill, even a deity would be struck by arrows. Li Chuan blinked rapidly, ensuring he would not make a fundamental error before cautiously stepping into the gazing statue's range. Approaching the statue, Li Chuan drew his longsword and, with a fierce glare, began mercilessly hacking at it. That moment, his gaze truly felt lethal. Ding! Killed LV-15 gazing statue, Elite. 1. Experience points 30. Alas, the experience gained was rather meager. The daily tasks provided experience far more swiftly. What is that? As Li Chuan picked up the cursed energy core from the ground, the corner of his eye caught a glimmering golden object. Only a corner of that golden item peeked out from the tangled dry vines, obscuring its full form. However, Li Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. Confirming there were no statues nearby, he approached the gleaming item. Golden key, an essential item for completing the main storyline task. Evaluation. Aside from this, it appears to have no other function. Is this the key to passage? Splendid. At long last, I need not endure further torment in this place. Bouncing statue. Blue health. 1500. Level 20. A cursed and bizarre statue that will attack any entity daring not to leap forward. Attack range. 30-meter radius. Attack method. Strangulation. Trigger time. 1 second. Weakness has been marked. Astounded. Completely astounded. Just as Li Chuan reveled in the simultaneous discovery of 2 golden keys, he identified the panel of the kangaroo statue adjacent to the keyed. A trigger time of 1 second. There is absolutely no room for error. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. Li Chuan stretched his limbs, finding his bearings, and with a synchronized effort from both feet, he leapt into the domain of the jumping stone statue. Resembling a zombie from an uncling film, it was somewhat absurd to ponder. Who could possibly have designed the powers of these taboo statues? It felt akin to a child's mischievous game. President, I've discovered a key. No, 2 keys, exclaimed a player standing atop a high point in the witheredwood forest. Bearing a short bow and a telescope, behind him, the expression of the high-cold player, surrounded by many others, radiated surprise. What's the distance? At this moment, unearthing 2 keys was undoubtedly a delightful revelation for Gao Han. Her 10-member exploration team had suffered the loss of 3 members, yielding only 1 golden key, a harvest that was disproportionate to their sacrifices. If this trend of loss continued, it would be difficult to ensure that the remaining team members would not abandon the mission. The archer strained to observe. It's over 40 meters, but I see someone. I can clearly make out the green-blooded title above his head. It's that cold-blooded one. He.S. about to get the key. Gao Han's expression tightened immediately. Quick! We must seize the key before he does. As Li Chuan enthusiastically hopped about, he suddenly caught sight of several figures approaching from the corner of his eye. Is it them? That so-called Illuminati? The organization led by Gao Han was frequently mentioned in the chat channels under the name Illuminati, so Li Chuan was aware of it. Don't come any closer. Nonsense. Are you expecting me to hand over the keys? Shouted a short-statured level 9 assassin, who then charged towards the keys. Suddenly, the withered vines scattered throughout the forest sprang to life, entangling the thief like countless serpents. Gao Han shouted, Ice Shield. This was her level 10 mage skill, and with its high defensive value, she had saved her subordinates' lives several times before. However, this time, she underestimated the strength of the cyan-grade jumping stone statue. To everyone's astonishment, an ice-blue shell suddenly enveloped the thief, but it lasted only 2 seconds before shattering with a crack, and the vines tightened, causing blood to splatter. Ah! The assassin's scream was abrupt and piercing. As the bloodied vines slowly fell away, revealing the thief's body, which gradually transformed into radiant light, leaving behind a few gray-white pieces of equipment and some bread. Acheng, President, Acheng is dead. Gao Han quickly raised her hand to halt her subordinates. Stop! Don't advance any further. Li Chuan furrowed his brow. I told you not to come closer. With that, he continued to bounce towards the keys. The short-haired girl cast a greedy glance at the keys. Sister Han, what should we do? Gao Han understood the nature of this cold-blooded individual. If he obtained the keys, sharing them would be nearly impossible. Only by concentrating the keys in their hands could true fairness be achieved. He had grasped the rules of this area. Jumping in like him would pose no threat. Voice and color, you go? And I'll cover you with ice shield. The warrior player nicknamed Indulging in Voice and Color shook his head resolutely. In a way, I'm not going. Your ice shield can't possibly protect me. The refusal of the command darkened Gao Han's expression. You? Fine. Then I'll go in myself. The archer player quickly intervened. President, don't go. You're a mage and should be providing support from the rear. Let me handle it. I'm not like some cowardly souls. Indulging in Voice and Color's face flushed red. He wanted to protest but ultimately held his tongue. Thud, thud, thud. The archer leapt a few meters forward, realizing he was indeed unharmed, and grinned at the group behind him. The president's analysis was spot on. Wait for my good news, President. At this point, Li Chuan was less than 10 meters from the stone statue. Even seeing the archer successfully navigate the taboo obstacles did not make him anxious. For no matter how one looked at it, the archer could not possibly be faster than him. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. In the desolate atmosphere of the withered forest, the two approached the statue from different directions. Just as Li Chuan was a mere 1 or 2 meters away from the 2 golden keys, the archer suddenly shouted, Don't move, move again, and I'll shoot. Chapter 26. Giant Clan Military Tent, Green. As Li Chuan reached for the keys, the archer drew back his bow, aiming at him. The distance between them was now less than 15 meters, a range in which an archer could be quite confident. Li Chuan could not guarantee that the opponent would miss. Reluctantly, he halted his forward leap. I must say, this is rather shameless, isn't it? I discovered it first and approached first. You, who came later, want to kill me just because you can't obtain it? President Gao, your subordinate's actions seem inconsistent with the persona you've established in the channel. Upon hearing this, Gao Han's expression soured slightly. In her understanding, such behavior was indeed unethical and should not be tolerated. However, if they could not obtain these 2 keys, it would severely impact the morale of the group and even affect their chances of acquiring keys in the future. Gritting her teeth, Gao Han whispered, You are a murderer. You should face some consequences for your actions. The archer, elated by the support of his infatuated president, joyously leapt towards the keys, bow drawn. I'm a murderer? Then I deserve to be robbed. Damn it, that filthy woman is once again standing on the moral high ground. Li Chuan stood his ground, disdainfully glaring at the group ahead. Since you say so, I want to move. But don't say I didn't warn you. These keys are not so easily obtained. Upon hearing Li Chuan's words, Gao Han felt an ominous premonition. East wind. Be careful, East wind. Not with Zhou Lang, the archer, upon hearing this, turned around happily. Thank you for your concern. President. I assure you, I will be fine. Thud, thud, thud. While bouncing forward, he encountered a stone, not large, but rather high. East wind. Not with Zhou Lang slightly turned his body, attempting to sidestep the stone. Crash! Suddenly, countless withered vines seemed to be imbued with life, instantly wrapping around the archer. Help! The scream was abruptly cut short as the archer was crushed into a bloody pulp. The withered vines fell away, and silence reclaimed the area once more. Heh, I remember I warned you twice. Li Chuan shrugged, leisurely continuing his approach towards the statue. The freckled girl recoiled 2 steps, terrified by the scene of the archer's death. How could this happen? East wind. Didn't he even take a step? Li Chuan smirked. The taboo of the jumping stone statue is only about walking. It also pertains to moving forward. The archer chose to circumvent the stone, which constituted a turn, thus triggering the taboo and leading to his demise. This was precisely why Li Chuan had emphasized the importance of choosing the right direction from the beginning. Gao Han's snow-white brows furrowed deeply, her expression one of utmost disbelief. How is this possible? Why did it turn out this way? Some players expressed trepidation. President, this place is too eerie. Perhaps we should change direction. Indeed, President, we've already lost 2 members here. We can't afford to lose more. Gao Han clenched her fists and then relaxed them, casting a deep glance at Li Chuan before declaring, "Then let us change direction." The white figure led the group gradually out of the withered wood forest. The scorching wind swept through the forest, providing no relief to Li Chuan. After witnessing the saintly figure lead her group away, he finally drew his longsword and began to strike fiercely at the kangaroo statue. He had no intention of sharing the fact that the statue was the root of the taboo with others, that he couldn't share, but rather that this selfish and foolish group did not deserve it. Ding defeated LV-20 Jumping Stone statue, leader V1, gained 100 experience points. The experience points from the cyan creature were quite decent. Did it drop equipment? Li Chuan exclaimed in delight on the ground. Besides the cyan-grade polluted energy core, there was a large package-like item. This was the first time Li Chuan had seen equipment drop after killing 3 statues. He had thought these statues were set not to drop any items. Could it be that the higher the creature's grade, the greater the drop rate? Giant clan military tint, green, armor value, 3,000. Insulates against cold, evades heat. When unfolded, you will have a comfortable dwelling that can be freely resized. Note, this item can reach a maximum height of 10 meters and a diameter of 10 meters. Evaluation. On windy days, you'd better not extend it too high. This was truly a timely boon. Now with the keys in hand, selling the extra 2 keys at a high price would allow him to pocket the little green and escape this cursed taboo land. At the entrance of the taboo land, a gathering place for players, the area where the Illuminati resided. You bunch of beasts, our president kindly offered you food and water, yet you dare to destroy our spirit plants? Lu Haizhu stood behind several furious players. 7 men and 4 women, some of whom bore wounds. Opposing them were over 40 squatters with bulging shoulders. The leader among the squatters was a tall man wielding a spear. We do not intend to destroy your spirit plants. It was your president who promised to share food with us today, it's already afternoon. Why haven't we received any food? Yes, why haven't we received it? You promised. Is it that you have embezzled our resources? The detainees are in an uproar, and their numbers continue to swell. Lu Haizhu is practically grinding his teeth to dust. You bunch of ungrateful wretches, you are utterly inhumane. We, the Illuminati, also have numerous members, and many of our brothers who undertake daily tasks have perished. The food they procured at the cost of their lives is barely enough for us, let alone to share with you. The players behind are also furious, their faces flushed with rage. Indeed, you beggars are pushing your luck. Do you intend for us to starve while you take our food? What do you plan to do now? Attempt to rob us? Why don't you dare to confront that cold-blooded one? Why not seize from the other players completing their daily tasks? There are no kind souls among the detainees. Each one hopes for chaos to benefit themselves. In any case, you promised to provide us with food, and you cannot go back on your word. Yes, provide the food. We demand sustenance. At this moment, all the other surviving players are watching from the sidelines, and none step forward to assist the Illuminati, though many curse their misfortune. In the Forbidden Area chat channel, the current number of surviving players, 184,000. Yang Lu Shiyao. The living bodhisattvas are about to have their temple dismantled by these beggars. Serves them right. I said yesterday that we should not distribute the food. Duojin Gongzi. Exactly. They are all shouting that I lack humanity. Now what? Does humanity fill our bellies? Not only do we lack food for ourselves, but now it's a struggle to survive. Sheneng Luzong. If you ask me, just when everyone believed a battle was inevitable, the leader of the 3 heroes, Yichao Fengyun, arrived with a dozen players and forcibly dispersed the gathering detainees. Inside a gray tent at the edge of the withered wood forest, Li Chuan looked up at the tent ceiling with a face full of indignation. Damn it! I clearly possessed the key and the photosynthetic capsule. Why can't I leave this place right now? Why? Chapter 27. Pandora's Box? It's no wonder Li Chuan is furious. The game system is utterly unreasonable. Main Quest 1. Find the key hidden in the Forbidden Forest. Completed. Current key quantity, 3-1. Rewards, 500 copper coins, 500 experience points, 5 intermediate HP recovery potions, 5 intermediate MP recovery potions, 1 evolution core, blue, 1 backpack expansion gem. Please be patient. The Forbidden Zone will unlock in 2 days. At which point you may use the key in your possession to leave the Forbidden Zone. I completed the quest this early. Had I known, I wouldn't have rushed. After all, we all passed through together after completing the quest. Just as Li Chuan had set up the tent, Xiao LV was practically bouncing off the walls. The scorching sunlight from the double suns is an excruciating ordeal for the plant spirit. With many players' spirits wilting beyond recognition, only Xiao LV, with high level and quality, managed to retain some vitality due to Li Chuan's care. After erecting the tent, it blocked about 90% of the sunlight. Though it was still stifling, at least he no longer had to endure the direct heat. Xiao LV, I've opened all 4 flaps of the tent. If it's still too stuffy for you, just stretch your head out for some fresh air. The head Li Chuan referred to was the largest flower bud of Xiao LV. The gigantic bud reached out toward Li Chuan, nodding in a human-like manner. Oh, right. If anyone other than me enters your attack range, don't hesitate. Just eliminate them. Xiao LV nodded again. Li Chuan then found the most ventilated spot, lay down on the ground, and murmured, "Calmness brings coolness." Slowly drifting into slumber. Ding. Player's survival time has met the standard. System store is unlocking. System store has been unlocked. Players please check. Li Chuan was awakened by the system notification. The store has updated. Finally, it's no longer just bread and purified water. I hope there are seasonings. I hope there are seasonings. Li Chuan sat up and opened the updated system store. Seasonings, bedding, kitchenware, and even shampoo. This is incredibly comprehensive. Li Chuan quickly scrolled through the daily necessities section, heading directly to the bottom of the store. It was filled with weapons and equipment. Knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, and various weapons were all available. The lowest grade was white, and the highest was blue. Li Chuan didn't care for anything else. His eyes were drawn to a level 15 blue crossbow in the store. Fei Lei Lian crossbow, blue, required level 15. Attacks inflict bleeding effect. Armor penetration, 35. Attack power, 20. Additional skill, explosive arrow, evaluation. One of the early works of Fei Lei de la Gu. Price, 100 gold coins. Li Chuan glanced at his total currency, which amounted to just over 12 coins. Far from enough. Oh? The system store now has a selling feature. If I can sell my other equipment, perhaps I can gather enough gold to purchase the Fei Lei crossbow? Standard crossbow selling price, 57 copper coins. Would you like to sell? No. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. This well-maintained crossbow can't even fetch a silver coin. A heartless store. Opening the chat channel, Li Chuan planned to exchange resources for the golden KEY.IN. The Forbidden Area chat channel. Current number of surviving players, 173 1000. Dong He Lu Shui. This Witheredwood Forest is too strange. Has anyone figured out any patterns in there? I did absolutely nothing, yet arrows were shot at me, and I don't even know who shot them. Taishang Zhenjun. There's absolutely no pattern. Hua Hua Gong Zi. The daily quest death rate is nearly half. With such danger in the Witheredwood Forest, does this broken system intend for us all to become detainees? Zhizhan Huabu Ring Chao. Selling golden keys. Currently only 2 available. Equivalent value items, equipment, or coins can be exchanged. Yang Lu Xiao. I want it. I want the key, White Bear. Zhizhan Huabu Rong Chao. I want it too. I can cook for you. I guarantee it. LLB delicious. Zhizhan Huabu Rong Chao. White Bear. No deal. You have nothing to trade. Also, Haven Tea, you seen the updated system store? Can't I just buy salt myself? Yichao Fengyun. Zhizhan Huabu Rong Chao, brother. Is it convenient for a private chat? The chat channel was refreshing too quickly for Li Chuan to keep up. How am I supposed to see who said what? Just as he was in a daze, he heard footsteps outside the tent, and Xiao LV's massive flower bud suddenly darted out of the exit. Someone is coming. Li Chuan immediately dashed out of the tent. Above him, the scorching ultraviolet rays instantly burned Li Chuan's skin. The central holographic display marked the weather as hot. Indeed, it was excruciatingly hot. Is it him? The one who startled Xiao LV was a player named Su Fengyun, a key figure from the Three Heroes, another player organization apart from the Illuminati. This individual managed to organize a small faction within a single day, demonstrating his capabilities. President Fengyun, what brings you to my humble abode? Li Chuan approached, stroking Xiao LV's flower bud. Feigning ignorance, Su Fengyun smiled with great poise. The chat channel is too noisy. I wanted to make a trade with you. so I had to come here to find you. Li Chuan added Su Fengyun as a friend amidst the lengthy list of friend requests. This arrogant fellow. He intended to use this trade to make Su Fengyun his subordinate, thereby claiming all his possessions for himself. However, to his surprise, Li Chuan not only refused to fall for his scheme, but also didn't wish to engage in further conversation. Su Fengyun could only begrudgingly present the items he had gathered to Li Chuan. Back in his tent, Li Chuan began to silently filter through friend requests, no exchanges without item information, no insulting individuals, no beggars. That Su Fengyun had a face of a refined rogue. What he thought was practically written all over his face. And Li Chuan was not fooled by his tactics. 10 gold coins, 2 pieces of green equipment, and 1 piece of green jewelry. Su Fengyun offered this in exchange for the key in Li Chuan's possession. The gold coins and jewelry were acceptable, but he currently had no need for those 2 pieces of equipment. He was on the verge of forming a complete set of blue gear and naturally wouldn't covet green items. Pending consideration, Li Chuan continued to browse through the exchange list from others. Backpack expansion gems? Isn't that a reward from main quest 1? How could someone have that? Li Chuan was suddenly intrigued. His backpack had long been full, and many large items could only be placed beneath Xiao LVS roots. Pending consideration. 300 copper coins plus a white longsword. Where did this pauper come from? Pass. This one too. Pass. Pandora's box? Li Chuan spotted an item that piqued his interest the most. There is such a treasure chest? Li Chuan might not dare to boast, but he undoubtedly deserved the title of the chosen one. Chapter 28. Subprofession. Spirit Illusionist, Purple. Pandora's box can yield items of purple grade or high-level curses. No key required. The price of Destiny's gift has long been secretly marked. No wonder the original owner could resist the temptation of opening the treasure chest and chose to trade it instead. It turns out there are negative effects. It is quite intriguing. This is the one. He selected the backpack expansion gem and the Pandora's box among numerous players. After sending a message in the channel that a key had been sold, Li Chuan initiated a trade request with the 2 players. The key in his backpack vanished, replaced by a gem and a vividly colored treasure chest that appeared rather toxic. Backpack expansion gem. After use, backpack space will be doubled. Do you wish to use it? There was nothing more to say, indeed. Li Chuan then took out the Pandora's box and placed it on the ground. 2344. Numbers appeared on the chest. But unlike ordinary treasure chests, this Pandora's box displayed 2 numbers, 1 white and 1 black. The meaning was clear, and Li Chuan understood instantly, beginning to silently observe the fluctuating numbers on the chest. 6314, 3424, 97-2. Open. Li Chuan's eyes widened in anticipation. He had finally awaited his most ideal number. The chest exploded instantaneously, unleashing a purple radiance that illuminated the ground. However, before Li Chuan could revel in his joy, a system notification left him dumbfounded. Ding. You have been cursed with Peach Blossom Mist Curse. Only 2%, and there's a curse. Li Chuan, cold-blooded human race. Status. Peach Blossom Mist Curse. Peach Blossom Mist Curse. A type of low-level curse requires the curse to expel their essence within 6 hours, or they will fall into a state of severe injury. Isn't this just spring? However, it is still somewhat spring. The name of this curse is unsettling, but its method of removal is not overly complicated. Li Chuan believed that as long as he acquired another key, he would be able to choose from the female players here without much trouble. Overcoming his fear, Li Chuan glanced at the purple item he had obtained. It was a scroll. Secondary Profession Transfer Book, Purple. Upon opening, you may choose one secondary profession from the following: Spirit Mage, Mechanic, Alchemist. Note: this type of transfer book can only be used once per player. Please choose wisely. It was a secondary profession transfer book, and remarkably, it was of purple grade. Li Chuan clicked on the details of the 3 secondary professions. Alchemist was easy to understand, being a rare purple grade profession capable of crafting various beneficial potions and deadly poisons. It has significant utility, but the downside is the waste of time and effort. The mechanic can create various attribute-based mechanical monsters, but it also wastes time and resources considerably. After a thorough review, Li Chuan felt that only the Spirit Mage was the most suitable secondary profession for him at present. The Spirit Mage is a special secondary profession, one of the advanced classes of the Array Mage, which possesses virtually no output capabilities but entirely focuses on combat support abilities. The level cap is 80. And in the later stages, it can summon elemental spirits to assist in battle. Capable of both defense and offense, the only resource it requires is mana. That's it. Li Chuan made his decision. This purple secondary profession transfer book transformed his previous notion of not pursuing a secondary profession. Ding. Player has successfully transitioned to secondary profession level 1, Spirit Mage. Acquiring initial skill, Fire Element Enchantment. Fire Element Enchantment. White, Proficiency. Novice 010. Enchants a weapon with fire elements. Adding a burning effect for 1 minute. Skill cost, 1 mana. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Evaluation. The basic damage skill of the Spirit Mage. Enchantment? Li Chuan drew out a standard longsword and silently chanted Fire Element Enchantment. Whoosh! The fiery red flames enveloped the entire blade, instantly making the already stifling tint even hotter. Little Green, who had been affectionately leaning against Li Chuan, was startled by the sudden appearance of the flaming sword. Why does it feel somewhat itchy? Li Chuan licked his lips and glanced at the game clock. It was 3:40 in the afternoon. In the early afternoon, just before sunset, the temperature had significantly dropped from noon. Perhaps he should venture into the Forbidden Lands to search for more keys to alleviate this embarrassing curse. After organizing his backpack and nibbling on some bread, Li Chuan stepped out of the tent and strode once more into the desolate woods. In the regional chat channel, the buzz from Li Chuan's recent sale of golden keys had not yet faded. Everyone was speculating about which 2 lucky individuals had exchanged for the essential key to pass through, and why that cold-blooded player was so formidable, pondering how he survived in the eerie desolate woods while acquiring multiple keys. Some felt envy, others jealousy, and some harbored ulterior motives. In the player congregation area, beneath the shade of the massive Warhammer tree, Zhang Dekai squinted at Li Chuan's retreating figure. Boss, what should we do? This guy shows no intention of cooperating whatsoever. Hua Mingze narrowed his eyes. Indeed, he seems rather ungrateful. The boss personally traded with him, and he didn't even exchange a single key. I say, with such strength and an unpredictable temperament, it would be better to eliminate him sooner rather than later. Su Fengyun narrowed his eyes. Killing him now would yield little benefit for us. His greatest value currently lies in his ability to traverse that peculiar desolate wood safely. Hua Mingze. So, boss, what do you mean? Su Fengyun scanned the player gathering area. Old Zhang, take a few assassins and follow him. It would be best to ascertain how he evades those bizarre attacks. If successful, we'll dispose of him directly. We'll stay here to keep watch and study whether we can control his plant spirit. Understood, boss. You're brilliant, boss. Black and white statue. Green, health. 500-500, LV10. A cursed and peculiar statue. It will attack all colorful creatures within its range. Attack range. Radius 5 meters. Attack method. Earth Spike. Trigger time. 3 seconds. Weakness marked. Another unavoidable statue. Fortunately, its attack range is quite limited, allowing Li Chuan to eliminate it from a distance with his crossbow. Fire Element Enchantment. Stunning Arrow. Lock-on strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp arrows flew towards the statue. However, for the statue, the burning and stunning effects were virtually ineffective. Only tangible damage mattered. -39-40-40-80. Ding. You have slain LV10 Black and White Statue, Elite, 1. Experience points 20. This statue, despite its inexplicable triggering effect, was remarkably weak in character. Li Chuan jogged over, picking up the contaminated energy core and the golden key crushed beneath the statue. Another gain. Onward he goes. This marked the 3rd golden key Li Chuan had found in just over an hour since setting out. President, that unwise killer must be nearby. I saw him enter this part of the woods earlier. And I just heard fighting. Li Chuan was cautiously searching for his next target in the desolate woods when he suddenly caught a faint sound of conversation nearby. Chapter 29. Schemes? Killer? Someone is looking for me? Li Chuan silently activated the jungle stealth skill, leaning against a sturdy dead tree. 2 minutes later, Li Chuan's figure gradually blended with the surrounding scenery. To the south of the desolate woods, 5 shadowy figures stealthily approached. Xiao Yin, didn't you say he was over here? How come we've walked so far without seeing him? Zhang Dekai whispered. The frail youth frowned in confusion. President, I indeed saw that cold-blooded player walking this way. Logically, he should be nearby. Zhang Dekai suddenly raised his hand to stop the 4 behind him. Not right. Stop. Retreat. He sensed a disquieting feeling. Li Chuan silently observed the 5 individuals. Are they truly here to find me? The companions and subordinates of Su Fengyun? The 5, not daring to be careless, quickly retreated from the unnerving area. Luckily, President Zheng's senses are sharp. I felt nothing just now. Yes, Zhang Dekai smirked, evidently pleased by the flattery from the others. This place is dangerous. If we can't find that cold-blooded player, there's no need for us to take risks here. Let's find a safer place to search for keys. That cold-blooded player excels at navigating this desolate wood. He has likely already moved far away. Whether we can force him to comply depends on whether the president and the others can subdue his plant spirit. With the president's strength, it's likely. After the 5 departed, Li Chuan's figure slowly materialized. This Su Fengyun, has he truly plotted against me? Are they now targeting Little Green? Li Chuan was not concerned about Little Green's strength. Even 10 players working together would struggle to deal with it. His first instinct was to look at his plant spirit. Little Green was unharmed, but it was currently surrounded by numerous individuals. Li Chuan squinted and examined closely. Those are the lingering souls. At this moment, over 30 lingering souls had gathered around Li Chuan's tent. These bizarre creatures, their bodies already altered, were now armed with weapons, encircling the tent in a circular formation. Some wielded long knives, others carried sticks. While some simply brandished branches, at this moment, Xiao Lu extended the flower bud from the tent. Though devoid of eyes, it seemed to be gazing intently at the group of beings daring to offend it. Li Chuan's command was to annihilate all players who entered its range of attack. These individuals were perilously close, prompting Xiao Lu to prepare for an assault. But what of this group of lingerers? Li Chuan squinted, directing his gaze towards Su Fengyun, who was fixated on his tent. It dawned on him that the silver coin must have incited these lingerers to besiege his plant spirit. Yet, he had overestimated their audacity. Had any of these lingerers possessed even a modicum of bravery, they would have long since completed the trials or met their demise along the path to victory. Rather than remaining in this wretched place, reduced to a state of neither human nor ghost, awaiting death. New players arrived every 5 days, and the lingerers begged for sustenance. Those fortunate enough to receive it survived, while those who did not starved. After 3 days, this batch of players would depart, forcing the lingerers to endure hunger for 2 days until the next group arrived, a ceaseless cycle, trapped and unable to escape. Each day was a torment filled with despair, compounded by the daily assault of Tawari's desiccating powder in the evenings. Li Chuan found it incomprehensible what meaning their existence held. He could not face the 30-odd lingerers alone. Yet he felt no concern, for soon they would be compelled to retreat. As time ticked away, the lingerers maintained their stalemate with Xiao Lu until just past 6 o'clock, at which point they began to withdraw one by one. It was not that they wished to relent against Xiao Lu, but rather that the impending onslaught of the unique desiccating powder of the Forbidden Land was approaching. This toxic powder clung to the surfaces of all objects, draining their internal moisture. Once or twice it mattered little, but with repeated exposure, humans would become withered, skin stretched tight over bones. This was especially dire for the lingerers, who, having lost their plant spirit and now bore seeds within their bodies, risked losing their sanity and attacking any moisture-bearing being. This was also the reason players had been assaulted by them upon entering the Forbidden Land yesterday. There were no monsters here, if one had to classify something as such. It could only be the lingerers themselves. Li Chuan lacked the confidence to confront 30 lingerers alone, yet he felt undaunted by a group of 7 or 8. In their current state, they were bound to transform into mindless creatures lost in the white mist. Observing the dazed expressions of the lingerers, Li Chuan retrieved a box of bread and a barrel of pure water from his backpack. Whoever can procure a branch from that man's plant spirit shall receive a box of bread and a barrel of water. The lingerers were drawn to the bread in Li Chuan's hands, their spirits momentarily revived. Upon hearing his proclamation, they lacked the capacity to discern its veracity, rushing towards the individual Li Chuan indicated, Su Fengyun. Food, bread, I want bread. It's just a branch. Indeed, a branch was an easy task, a trivial endeavor. I am starving, so very hungry. At that moment, it was as if someone had torn open a sack of flour, and vast clouds of toxic powder billowed from the withered forest, obscuring all vision. Perfect. In the chat channel of the Forbidden Area, current surviving players in the region. 163-1000. Zhao Gao pointed at the deer. Damn. Yesterday's monsters turned out to be lingerers. I thought they were something else, Lu Haizhu. Of course, didn't you know? This was mentioned by a lingerer last night. Young Lu Xiao. What? Did your girlfriend suddenly lose her mind and bite your butt? Zhao Gao pointed at the deer. Young Lu Xiao, mind your own business, you fat cow. This was one of the 3 silver coins, apparently named Hua Mingzi. Only touching flowers, not stirring the grass. Cold-blooded, why don't you realize it yourself? Don't you understand that those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably bring about their own demise? Lockpicker. Only touching flowers, not stirring the grass. What do you mean by that? This was the one called Zheng Dekai, who was searching for his own in the Witheredwood Forest. What do you mean? You should know in your heart. When you were looking for me in the Witheredwood Forest, I was right behind you. Surely you haven't forgotten what you said. Li Chuan was not one to be trifled with. These 3 scoundrels sought to ensnare him, and he would not let it go unchallenged. Is it you who instigated these lingerers to attack our region? In the face of life and death, you would commit such vile acts. Truly, you are a despicable and treacherous murderer. Chapter 30. Beneath the setting sun, her snow-white skin. Attention, everyone. Any being that dares to encroach upon the territory of my plant spirit must not be spared. Please exercise utmost caution. Only touching flowers, not stirring the grass. Cold-blooded one morning, wind rises. When it comes to treachery and malice, I am far from your equal. Why were so many lingerers gathered around my plant spirit just now? Surely you cannot claim ignorance? One morning, wind rises. I genuinely did not know. Attention, can you not cease this squabbling? Peace is. After the compassionate Bodhisattva intervened, Su Fengyun and his companions fell silent. Li Chuan also refrained from further comment. However, the majority of other players in the channel continued to engage with the 3 Heroes Society, even though many had witnessed the throng of lingerers encircling Xiaolu, and even though many had discerned Su Fengyun's malicious intent. Yet, such is human nature. The majority are heavily influenced by the herd mentality. Regardless of right or wrong, if everyone condemns him, then I shall condemn him too. Prioritizing conformity, Li Chuan had grown immune to this and had no intention of explaining. As the saying goes, a barking dog seldom bites. Since Su Fengyun and his companions had schemed against Li Chuan, he would not merely respond with a few words in the channel. Channeling his anger into determination, Li Chuan unsheathed his long sword, enchanting it once more while honing his skills. As evening approached, just before the arrival of the white mist, the players' gathering spot, the Illuminati, beneath the snow plum tree, a dozen members of the Illuminati sat together. The atmosphere appearing rather somber. Sister Han, our food has completely run out, and the healing potions have all been given to Chen Gong and the magic chef. If tomorrow's low-level quests do not refresh. The freckled girl hesitated to finish her sentence. Chen Gong and the magic chef were the 2 who had been injured in today's skirmish with the lingerers. Chen Gong had a bandage wrapped around his shoulder. I opposed giving food to those scoundrels yesterday. They are just a pack of ungrateful wolves. Though his words did not overtly blame Gao Han, the implication was clear. Lu Haizhu sat on the ground, frowning. Only 7 of us managed to complete the daily task and earn the photosynthesis chamber, and we have merely 2 keys, meaning that at most only 2 of us have fully completed main quest 1. Should tomorrow's daily task be low-level or even mid-level, then there might still be a chance for everyone to complete it. But this key, is it truly that difficult to obtain? He had been responsible for guarding the plant spirit today and had not participated in the search for the key, so he was not well informed about the matter. The expressions of the players reflected a shared despair. Yet Gao Han's next words rekindled hope in everyone. However, there is someone who possesses knowledge of the forbidden intricacies and can safely acquire the key. I shall seek his counsel, willing to pay any price. The freckled girl pursed her lips. Sister Han, I have a skill book here that can serve as your bargaining chip. President, I have 4 gold coins. Boss, though I possess nothing, I wholeheartedly support you. Li Chuan methodically added seasonings to the large pot suspended over the campfire. Scallions, ginger, star anise, dried chili, garlic, goji berries, cinnamon, bay leaves, salt, oyster sauce, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, sugar. He covered the pot. Inside, chunks of dog meat were stewing, while a small wooden stump held the chili sauce prepared for dipping the meat. The updates from the system store had brought about monumental changes, so significant that Li Chuan felt like a human once more. He sliced a bit of tender, fresh fish, adding a touch of horseradish. Heavens, just thinking about it makes me salivate. Mr. Long, Li Chuan turned to see a tall, fair-skinned beauty accompanied by two subordinates approaching. It was the benevolent bodhisattva. Gao Han. Li Chuan held no favorable impression of these players. Halt! Take another step forward, and I cannot guarantee your survival. Gao Han stopped in her tracks. Also, my surname is Li, not Lung. Gao Han pursed her lips. With her beauty, she had never before encountered such treatment. Mr. Li, I hope you will share the method for safely traversing the withered wood forest with everyone. We are all compatriots, coming from, get lost? Hurry up and leave. You are ruining my appetite. Li Chuan was no longer inclined to listen to her recitations. He simply wished for her departure. Who cannot expound upon lofty principles? Share. You lot haven't even left me a single spot to cultivate a spirit plant. Yet you wish for me to share. The freckled girl was growing anxious. How can you be so heartless? Sister Han personally implored you, yet you show no semblance of humanity. Li Chuan chuckled. Personally? Is the self-proclaimed president truly so pleased? Perhaps you ought to send a proper envoy to represent your interests. Damn, your skills are mediocre, yet your airs are quite grand. I have not forgotten the incident in the desolate woods today. Regardless of your motives for coming, present something of value in exchange. Gao Han raised a hand to silence his subordinates. Very well, I will send you the items. Li Chuan lifted the pot lid, leisurely stirring the fragrant broth. Only then did he open the friend interface to peruse the list of items sent by Gao Han. A green skill book, a backpack expansion gem, 2 pieces of green equipment, and 15 gold coins. Li Chuan waved his hand, dismissing the holographic display. I do not require those 2 pieces of equipment. As for the rest, can they be exchanged for 2 keys? Gao Han frowned. What I seek is a method to traverse the Forbidden Land. The freckled girl tugged at Gao Han's sleeve, clearly enticed by the prospect of the 2 keys, especially since that skill book belonged to her. And she would naturally receive one of the keys in exchange. Lu Haizhu, accompanying her, was unsatisfied. Is this all that those items are worth? Li, are you not being a tad greedy? Li Chuan raised his head and nodded. Indeed. Lu Haizhu gritted his teeth. You, very well, name your price. How many items must I gather to obtain your method? I will pool everyone's resources to trade with you. Li Chuan turned to Gao Han, inexplicably captivated by her porcelain-like skin and charming smile beneath the setting sun. Damn, I nearly forgot about the curse. There is no need for you to gather anything. I shall procure what I need myself. However, if you would agree to spend a night with me, I would be willing to share some information. Chapter 31. My price is worth 100 lives. Gao Han stood in shock, her already pale cheeks turning even colder. Lu Haizhu erupted in fury. You scoundrel! The freckled girl jumped up, cursing vehemently. You scum! You have no shame. You would coerce a woman into bed with you. How base! Sister Han, let us leave. We shall not trade. Lu Haizhu fixed a glare at Li Chuan. Li, remember this. Should I encounter you outside your spirit plant, one of us shall perish. Li Chuan dismissed the threats with disdain. After all, his reputation could hardly sink lower. He had not anticipated Gao Han would acquiesce to his request. After all, she already possessed the 2 essential items for clearing the challenge. His words were more a means to drive these 3 appetite-inhibiting individuals away. Safe travels, but there is no need to appear overly noble or faithful. Everyone knows my tent will not be lacking for women tonight. Sister Han, let us depart. This is a repugnant beast, and he will meet a fitting end. Li Chuan smirked. May your dreams come true. Gao Han stood expressionless for a moment before her gaze hardened. Dio, you mean what you say? If I fulfill your request, will you divulge the method to traverse the Forbidden Land? The freckled girl was taken aback. Lu Haizhu was astonished. Li Chuan was also somewhat taken aback. This woman had clearly completed the task. Sister Han, you need not do this. Lu Haizhu clenched his fists. President, fate governs life and death. You need not go to such lengths for everyone. This man, he is not a good person. His words cannot be trusted. Li Chuan's expression was complex as he calmly replied. I possess many flaws, but I never go back on my word. Gao Han took a deep breath and strode toward Li Chuan. If only I were to perish, I would choose death, but if I can save 100 lives, I will seize every opportunity. The freckled girl burst into tears. Sister Han, please, do not. Li Chuan halted the little green's aggressive actions and remained somewhat dazed. For a fleeting moment, he felt the stirrings of compassion. Where? When? Gao Han approached Li Chuan, Her face is cold and proud as a masterfully crafted painting, devoid of any expression. At that moment, Li Chuan found himself slightly unsettled. You should wait in the tent? I will eat something first before joining you. Gao Han stared at him, observing the nearly cooked dog meat in the pot. I am not yet full. Let us eat together. They shared a meal in an atmosphere that was far from delightful. Nevertheless, the process of lifting the curse was smooth, splendid, and unforgettable, albeit their cooperation was far from perfect. Is this your first time? Li Chuan donned his equipment, frowning at the bloodstains on the hide. Gao Han donned her coat nonchalantly. Does it matter? I noticed the dark energy dissipating from you. Did you consider me your antidote for lifting the curse? Li Chuan was somewhat taken aback. She could perceive even this? Truly, Gao Han was an expert who had thoroughly grasped the player manual. Perhaps, it seems you truly understand the rules of the game. Gao Han gazed at Li Chuan, unperturbed by the praise. According to the rules, you should now disclose the method to meet. Li Chuan nodded and drew in the dirt with his sword. The statues within the Forbidden Land are the source of the strangeness. These large, indistinct figures are silencing statues. Those who produce loud sounds within a 10-meter radius will be attacked by them. Careful movement will prevent issues. Li Chuan drew another illustration. This type is a staring statue, typically perched high above. As long as one maintains eye contact, they will not be attacked. Gao Han pursed her lips, intently observing the statues Li Chuan had depicted. There are many of these two types of statues on the outskirts of the Forbidden Land. By following my instructions, you will safely enter and obtain the keys. Avoid any vicinity of other statues. Gao Han nodded. Is that all you know? Li Chuan shook his head. I know more, but you are worth only this much. Gao Han lifted her chin, resembling a haughty swan, unfazed by Li Chuan's words. My price is worth 100 lives. Soon after, Gao Han strode away. Li Chuan collected his tumultuous emotions and examined the items he had exchanged for 2 keys. Leap, green, learning requirement, any physical class. LV0, active skill, reduces weight and increases agility by 20 upon use. Note, archers, assassins, and their advanced classes receive an additional 10 bonus. Skill cost, 1 mana, duration, 2 minutes, cooldown, 5 minutes, evaluation. Jumping will no longer be my weakness. This skill was perfectly suited to his class, and Li Chuan learned it directly. You have acquired a new skill, Leap, green, proficiency. Novice 0-10 upon use, reduces weight and increases agility by 20. Note, archers, assassins, and their advanced classes receive an additional 10 bonus, triggered. Skill cost, 1 mana, cooldown, 3 minutes, evaluation. Jumping will no longer be my weakness. Utilizing the skill, Li Chuan leaped from a standing position, feeling a sudden lightness, soaring nearly 2 meters into the air and executing various maneuvers with agility. Not bad. It substantially enhanced his survival capability. He also directly used the backpack expansion gem, effectively doubling his backpack space, finally allowing for a significant amount of empty slots. Beneath the snow plum tree, Lu Haizhu clenched his fists. President, I concur with everyone's sentiments. The method to safely traverse the Forbidden Land must not be disclosed. At least not until each of us possesses a key. Indeed, Sister Han, you toiled for this method. It cannot be so readily given to others. When we were being bullied, they merely stood by and watched. Gao Han, who sat somewhat awkwardly, sighed softly. Very well, but tomorrow night, I must share it regardless. I hope everyone understands. Amon Forest, central light screen of the Forbidden Land. Today's weather. Cold, daily task. I am craving goblin dried fruits. Who will help me steal some? Task difficulty, high. Venture deep into the chaotic land to pilfer some dried fruits from the goblin settlement. Upon completion, I will reward you handsomely. Task rewards, copper coins 300. Experience points 300, silver treasure chest 1, temporary photosynthesis capsule, blue 1. Time remaining to accept task, 1 hour 59 minutes. The following day, as the time arrived, the massive light screen materialized in the air. Chaotic Land? Goblin Settlement? Chapter 32. I have already stated my aversion to airports. Those are several thousand level 30-plus monsters. To steal from there would be tantamount to suicide. Such a high difficulty. Li Chuan is utterly devoid of any inclination to accept. The other players must be feeling even more despondent. Even without opening the regional chat channel, he can surmise that it is currently filled with lamentations, with everyone regretting their decision not to undertake the intermediate difficulty daily tasks yesterday. But can time be rewound? The answer is a resounding no. As he unzips his tent, he notices that the white frost left outside by the night has yet to dissipate. After a day of experience, Li Chuan has come to grasp the nature of the central light screen. The screen displays the word cold, which certainly signifies a chill far beyond the ordinary, one that could freeze a person to death at any moment. Emerging from the tent, he catches sight of half the players from the Radiant Order heading towards the desolate woods. So the daily task's difficulty was too great, prompting them to seek the key first? This strategy seems sound, but tomorrow, regardless of the task's level, they will have to go all out. After the Radiant Order enters the Forbidden Zone, some players from the Triad also venture into the desolate woods. Followed closely by numerous small teams and solo players, it seems this group is particularly ambitious today. Has that woman already shared the information she received from him? Can one truly be so selfless? Never mind them. The remaining players guarding the plant spirit begin to follow suit, venturing out to collect dry branches. As the temperature continues to drop, a heavy snowfall suddenly begins just after 9 o'clock. The snow falls in thick flakes, as large as goose feathers, creating a sense of despair. Within an hour, the snow has accumulated to cover his ankles. This prompts Li Chuan to abandon his plans to procure some keys at noon, opting instead to huddle in his tent. Once 2 clusters of campfires are lit on either side of the tent, Li Chuan begins to practice his skill proficiency within. Skill E proficiency maxed, realm upgraded, current proficiency. Minor success 0-100. Skill jungle stealth proficiency maxed, realm upgraded, current proficiency. Minor success 0-100. Skill fire element enchantment proficiency maxed, realm upgraded, current proficiency. Minor success 0-100. Skill side roll proficiency maxed, realm upgraded, current proficiency. Major success 0-1000. For non-instant damage skills have all been upgraded, prompting Li Chuan to experiment with the changes in his skills. The 3 minor success skills exhibit only slight changes, while the side roll, now at major success, shows significant improvement. Not only is the speed enhanced, but the maneuverability is also markedly better, with an increase in distance of nearly half a meter. Not bad. As 10 o'clock approaches, Li Chuan's giant military tent has been completely buried in snow. Had it not been for Xiao Lu's considerable strength in extending vines to clear the snow, the tent would have surely collapsed under the weight. The regional chat channel is bustling with activity. Their return is precisely what Li Chuan anticipated. The snow has become so heavy that even walking normally is a challenge, let alone searching for keys. Ding, Black Friday is sending you a voice request. While Li Chuan is engrossed in honing his skills, the crisp sound of the system prompt suddenly cuts through the air. Is it that cold-hearted, neurotic girl? What does she want? Decline. Ding, Black Friday is sending you a voice request. The voice prompt sounds again. Sending another one? Fine. Let us see what she has to say. The voice call connects. Brother, what are you doing? The girl's voice is particularly sweet. However, Li Chuan is not fond of this type. Drinking, eating meat, get to the point. The girl's tone becomes even more delicate. I want to ask you for a small favor. Okay, Li Chuan replies. No, just a tiny, tiny favor. You won't have to do it for free. There will be a reward, Li Chuan responds. Then tell me the reward first. I need to participate in the daily task. Can I leave the plant spirit with you? If you agree, I will come to your tent like that sister did. Li Chuan is taken aback. How did you know? I saw it. This shameless peeper. I don't need that reward. I've said I don't like flat chests, and besides, you're only doing a daily task. The plant spirit can remain where it is. The girl's voice carries a hint of grievance. My plant spirit is different. It will freeze to death in the snow. Please. How about this? I agree to help protect your plant spirit, but the condition is that you must give me the treasure chest you obtained from your daily task. The girl flatly refuses. That's not acceptable, greedy, foul man. How can you take my most important reward? I can let you take 1 item from the chest at most. Li Chuan smirks. This is exactly his aim. In that case, I get to choose first. What he desires are the equipment or items from the treasure chest. He has enough food in his backpack to last a month. The sweet, syrupy voice of the girl responds. All right, thank you, flower brother. A few minutes later, Lin Yaoyao's petite form emerges from the thick snow, her delicate face slightly pale from the cold. Above her head, a title appears that matches Li Chuan's, Cold-Blooded White. Truly, like attracts like Li Chuan restrains Xiao Lu from attacking with her vines, quietly observing the girl behind her. Player Black Friday has sent you a time-limited 4-hour team invitation. Any mutual attacks between team players will be nullified. Please trust your teammates completely. Li Chuan silently clicks to accept. Only then does the girl feel at ease, bouncing over to stand in front of Li Chuan. Flower brother, what are you looking at? Li Chuan, puzzled, replies, your plant spirit. Didn't you want me to help you protect it? The girl giggles, brushing her long hair that reaches her waist, then extends her fair hand. Why plant spirit is right here. So small, Li Chuan exclaims, astonished at the dandelion in the girl's hand. Is this your plant spirit? It's so tiny. It is a palm-sized dandelion with 2 leaves, a tuft of white fluff, and several pale roots that sway gently. White crane ing, plant spirit, growth type green, health, 500-500, LV3, high-level plant spirit type, support, parasite, weakness marked. It is indeed a green quality plant spirit. The girl gazes enviously at the miraculous tree standing in the center of the tent. Yes, I envy you for having such a magnificent creature. All right, please take good care of Little Bai. I need to go do my task. Chapter 33. Heading to a mysterious laboratory to eliminate those. Li Chuan narrows his eyes. Are you sure you want to undertake today's daily task? This is a high-level task. The girl pouts. I would prefer to undertake a low-level task, but one needs the luck for that. Li Chuan observes the girl with a puzzled expression. So, you've been waiting for me since yesterday? You trust me so much. I'm notorious for being a murderous fiend in this channel. Lin Yao nods. Placing the white craning into Li Chuan's hand. Didn't you say it? Like attracts like, people gather in groups. Because I am also a murderer Because you're also a murderer? Haha, who would believe that? As the tiny dandelion touches Li Chuan's palm, its roots penetrate into his hand. Yet, Li Chuan feels no pain and bears no wounds. Gained buff, agility 2, mana 2, low-level health recovery, low-level mana recovery. Li Chuan gazes in astonishment at the plant spirit coiling slowly around his wrist. What an outrageous buff. How I wish to. It seems to be getting jealous. Li Chuan interjects, Xiao Lu, don't misunderstand. I'm just playing with it. Daily task. I'm craving goblin dried fruit. Who will help me steal a little bit? Task difficulty, high. Travel to the depths of the chaotic lands and steal some dried fruit from the goblin's dwelling. Once completed, I will reward you handsomely. Task reward, copper coins 300. Experience 300, silver treasure chest 1, temporary photosynthesis chamber, blue 1. Task progress, West Luo fruit dried 3820, raspberry dried 4620, Huang Yitzi dried 4220, King.010. What on earth is this King Dots? Do these ugly green-skinned frogs not know how to name things? Gigi Gulu. Gula Gulu. Gigi. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. The petite figure flits through the forest like a butterfly, appearing and disappearing, yet despite her swift movements, there are still goblins chasing her at every moment. Here we are, right inside this ugly big house. Swoosh bang. Damn it. Why are there mages among the goblins too? Leap, jungle stealth, fire element enchantment, side roll, side roll, side roll. With the mana boost from the white craning, Li Chuan's skill proficiency training speed has increased significantly. Just as he is getting into the groove, a petite figure suddenly appears in the tent and plops down onto the ground. Li Chuan immediately performs 3 side rolls to reach the girl in front of him. Lin Yaoyao's chest rose and fell with each breath as she tilted her head and cast a sidelong glance at Li Chuan. Why do I sense a hint of regret from you? Li Chuan hurriedly shook his head in denial. How could that be? What about the treasure chest? Allow me to open it. Li Chuan wished to intervene, yet found himself powerless to do so. After all, he and the girl were now allies, unable to harm one another. Moments later, a shimmering silver chest materialized within the tent, and Li Chuan silently observed the numbers changing on its surface. Silver chest, capable of yielding items of blue quality up to level 15. No key required. Would you like to open it? 56, 87, 45, 1, 12.97. Open. Li Chuan decisively clicked to unlock it. The chest burst open, releasing a radiant blue light along with several green sparks. Quick as lightning, Li Chuan caught the blue light and stowed it away in his backpack. All right, the rest is all yours. The girl's eyes widened, sparkling like those of a cartoon character. Blue? Did I just see blue? Li Chuan grinned, his expression brimming with pride. If it's blue, then it belongs to me. The girl pouted adorably as she gathered the remaining items. You despicable fellow, Brother Jeanhua, return that blue item to me, and I shall grant you my company for one night. What do you say? Please, Li Chuan replied. I have already stated that I do not fancy airports. Lin Yaoyao sulked. But why not occasionally indulge in a change of taste? That woman, though rather ample, may not possess a figure superior to mine. Li Chuan was at a loss for words. Cut it out. We still have 2 hours of team time left, since I'm in a good mood. Would you care for lunch? The girl's eyes brightened at this proposition, and she immediately dragged over a small stool to sit beside him. All right. I still have some extra dried fruits. Would you like to try some? This dried fruit is delightful. Why didn't you take more? How do you know their levels? Have you encountered them? No, but I purchased the focusing glasses from the system shop, which allows me to see the names and levels of monsters. The next day, the sun rose early, casting a warm glow on the snow-covered land, now a muddy expanse. Within the player gathering area, players collectively gazed skyward, akin to tourists awaiting a sunrise at a scenic spot. The majority were fervently praying for the daily quest difficulty to remain at an intermediate level or below. This was their sole hope of advancing to the next stage. Amon Forest, the Forbidden Zone's central light screen. Today's weather. Scorching, daily quest. Those filthy insects have sullied my laboratory. Is there anyone willing to assist me in cleaning it up? Quest difficulty. Low. Proceed to a mysterious laboratory and eliminate the monsters roaming within. Quest rewards. 200 copper coins, 200 experience points, 1 black iron chest, 1 temporary photosynthesis chamber, green. Time remaining to accept quest. 1 hour and 59 minutes. Fantastic. Oh my. We are saved. Surely, our kindness has moved the system. Cheers and jubilant exclamations filled the snowy landscape. Li Chuan stood outside his tent, likewise gazing at the light screen. These guys are truly fortunate. However, if the quest difficulty is merely low, perhaps I should participate. Level up sooner and don the level 15 equipment. Currently, Li Chuan was at level 12 with 400 experience points, having collected 4 pieces of the advanced combat set: trousers, belt, top, and the boots he obtained from Lin Yaoyao's treasure chest yesterday. Only the shoulder armor remained to complete the set, allowing him to finally view its full attributes. Yet, as the adage goes, one need not fear a thief, but rather a thief who covets. Those 3 cunning individuals from the 3 heroes had been eyeing his plant spirit. If he were to leave, would Zylve be in danger? A sense of unease crept over Li Chuan. He yearned to ascend to level 15 instantly, equip the advanced combat set, and crush those 3 rogues, thereby eliminating any lingering concerns. After some contemplation, Li Chuan opened his friends list and initiated a voice call to Black Friday. Chapter 34. Zombies? Upon the connection, Li Chuan got straight to the point. I intend to participate in the daily quest. Can you help me guard Zylve? The girl replied innocently. I can't possibly do that. I haven't obtained the key yet. Today, I must search the woods for it. Help me guard Zylve, and I'll reward you with a key. There was a brief silence on the other end, as if she were deliberating. All right then, it's a deal. Player Black Friday has sent you a limited-time 4-hour team invitation. Any form of mutual attack between team players will be rendered ineffective. Trust your teammates completely. He clicked to accept. Moments later, Lin Yaoyao's petite figure darted into the tent. Go ahead. I promise not to wreak havoc. You have accepted the daily quest. Those filthy insects have sullied my laboratory. Is there anyone willing to assist me in cleaning it up? Quest difficulty. Low. Proceed to a mysterious laboratory and eliminate the failures lurking within. Quest rewards. 200 copper coins, 200 experience points, 1 black iron chest, 1 temporary photosynthesis chamber, green. Quest progress. Failed experiments 050. Time remaining. 1 hour and 59 minutes. Bang, bang, bang. In the dust-laden room, Li Chuan held his crossbow. Surveying his surroundings with utmost vigilance. Assessing the surroundings, it appeared to be a changing room. In the corner lay a curled-up corpse clad in tattered white lab attire, its body severely decomposed, rendering it unrecognizable from its former self. The identification effect triggered. A corpse that has been dead for 9 months, severely decayed. It seemed something within the changing room's wardrobe was locked away. Relentlessly pounding against the door, Li Chuan cautiously approached the wardrobe. Peering through the crack in the door, decayed, grotesque, repulsive. Inside the wardrobe was yet another highly decomposed corpse, but unlike the previous one, this one was animated. Low-level biochemical experiment, humanoid green, health, 1000, level 15. Low-level undead creature, slow-moving, highly resilient, weakness identified. Isn't this a zombie? This game system is becoming increasingly deranged. Roar, grr. The zombies seem to sense the scent of living flesh, pounding on the cabinet door with increasing fervor. Li Chuan sheathed his crossbow and drew his long sword, lunging through the gap to stab at the zombie's neck. The creature's weak points were solely the neck and head. The head was tough, while the neck was the optimal target. Fire element enchantment. -103, critical hit. Weak point strike -194. Another critical hit. One more, fatal strike -999. With a crisp sound, the zombie's head was severed cleanly from its body. Ding! Killed level 15 low-level biochemical experiment, elite, 1. Experience points 30. It dropped only a handful of copper coins, which Li Chuan bent down to collect 0.50 of these creatures. As long as they aren't in hordes. This task seems genuinely easy enough to be classified as a low-level quest. Cautiously, he opened the door and entered a spacious laboratory, which was in disarray, resembling a room that had housed 100 huskies. Roar! A zombie that had been lurking in the corner suddenly lunged forth. Side roll. Weak point strike. Weak point strike -199. With a single stroke, he misaligned the zombie's head, yet it did not diminish its insatiable hunger for flesh. As it lunged forward to bite Li Chuan, the decaying flesh, grotesque visage, and foul stench made even this robust man feel a tinge of dread. Fatal strike -999. Die already. Ding. Killed level 16 low-level biochemical experiment, elite, 1. Experience points 32. It dropped another handful of copper coins. The laboratory seemed to house only this one zombie, but there were several doors. Li Chuan casually selected one and opened a small gap the size of a fist. Clang, clang, clang. This time, he refrained from recklessly stepping out, opting instead to strike the metal door a few times with his long sword. It was better to provoke the zombies to emerge than to be caught off guard by one hiding in the shadows. Roar, roar, thud, 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 thud. Chaotic footsteps echoed from behind the door. Li Chuan promptly shut the iron door. Bang, 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 bang. The incessant pounding reverberated on the door. Oh no, from the sound, it seems there's more than one zombie behind that door. Roar! Bang, bang. Creak, creak, creak. One of the zombies had transitioned from pounding to clawing at the door, the sound becoming even more jarring. Li Chuan took a deep breath and swung the door open. In that instant, 4 or 5 arms simultaneously reached out from the doorway. At the bottom, a hairless creature with a triangular head and white skin squeezed its way in. The hairless, triangular-headed creature seemed rather slender. And as the door opened, it thrust its head forward. Low-level biochemical experiment, canine blue, health, 1300, level 19. Low-level undead creature, swift-moving, highly resilient, weakness identified. Zombie dog. Li Chuan dared not be careless, for he was uncertain how long the iron chains could endure. He swiftly swung his long sword, delivering a series of decisive blows to the necks of the zombie hounds. -67, -97, -103. Critical hit -999. Ding. Killed LV-19. Low-level bio-experiment. Leader, 1. Gain 95 experience points. The half-entered zombie hound collapsed, and the remaining ones were far easier to dispatch. The 3 zombies desperately trying to squeeze through the door were soon all slain by Li Chuan. The corpses of the monsters on the ground gradually faded away, leaving behind a small pile of coins and a piece of equipment, a pair of green shoulder pads of level 15. They held little value, so he decided to keep them for sale. Li Chuan unfastened the iron chains, switched to another door, and employed the same tactic once more. Roar, roar, bang, 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 bang. As expected, there were monsters behind this door as well. The metallic door of the laboratory was quite sturdy, so Li Chuan utilized this bug-exploiting method to eliminate all the zombies lurking beyond the doors. Ding, player Li Chuan experience points are full, level 1, gained free attribute points 5. Phew. After slaying over 20 bio-experimental subjects, he finally reached level 13, with the task completion nearing half. Time for a brief rest before continuing to another laboratory. Tick-tock, 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 in the dark, deep corridor, Where the sound of dripping water echoed occasionally, Li Chuan pressed himself against a wall and slowly advanced. His original plan was to find another large laboratory, but after walking several hundred meters, he had yet to see a single door. Did I choose the wrong door? Never mind, whether right or wrong. I've come this far. Onward, 100 meters later, he reached a T-junction at the end of the corridor. Li Chuan detested this sensation of losing visibility, especially in such a setting. Leap, fire element enchantment. With a whoosh, his long sword ignited in an orange-red flame, illuminating the path ahead. There was nothing terrifying around the corner, but the corridors on either side remained ominously dark. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Li Chuan pressed forward silently. Help! Help! Is anyone there? Can someone assist me? Someone is calling for help? Could there really be someone in this cursed place? Li Chuan quickened his pace and spotted a figure desperately pressing against a metal door. Bai Tingting, White Bear Human, Health. 100 LV8. A human warrior of ordinary constitution. Weakness marked. Is that the salt merchant? Without overthinking, Li Chuan hastened a few steps, wielding his flaming long sword, and swiftly dispatched the two zombies that were pushing against the door. I sit you. Chapter 35. I've already stripped halfway, and he is telling me this? The astonished white bear stared at her savior. Li Chuan, who did not glance at her but was instead intrigued by a singular thought. This daily quest is shared amongst all players in the same space. Thus, this may not be a virtual realm created by the system, but a place that truly exists. Goodness, you, how are you here too? Seeing that Li Chuan remained silent, Bai Tingting asked again. Li Chuan lowered his head. Perhaps the heavens are granting me a chance for revenge. Bai Tingting's face turned pale. Yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have deceived you with the salt can. I'll compensate you. I'll compensate you right now. Li Chuan smirked. 10 silver coins. Not a single one less. Bai Tingting hurriedly produced 10 silver coins and pressed them into Li Chuan's hand. Here, here. I promise to compensate you, so you cannot kill me. Damn it, what a loss. Kill you? Ha! What do you possess that is worth killing? Li Chuan pocketed the coins and entered through the metal door. Given that this woman had screamed so loudly and only attracted 2 zombies, it indicated that this space was temporarily safe. Wait for me, big brother, big brother. Bai Tingting, astonished by Li Chuan's immediate departure, quickly ran after him. Please, please, take me with you. I cannot handle so many bio-experimental subjects on my own. This woman had an above-average appearance, looking slightly over 30, with a somewhat doll-like face and a curvaceous figure. Now, with tears in her eyes, she appeared quite alluring. However, Li Chuan was here on a mission and was not interested in such charms. What does that have to do with me? I advise you to keep your voice down. Otherwise, the one who will attract danger and be unable to escape will undoubtedly be you. Bai Tingting swiftly grabbed Li Chuan's sleeve. Don't be so heartless. Please help me, I beg you. Li Chuan halted, turned around, and regarded the white bear with a hint of amusement. Your nickname is White Bear, right? And that bear of yours isn't small at all. If you want my help, shouldn't you offer something in return? Bai Tingting froze momentarily, then bit her lip. Can I? Don't go. I promise you, right here. But you must be quick. We have at least 100 monsters to slay together. The alluring young woman began to shed her garments, appearing quite nimble despite her fear of the zombies. Expanses of smooth, fair skin were exposed to Li Chuan's gaze. Stop. Who said I wanted to do that? Put your clothes back on. Stand in front of me and scout the way. Bai Tingting was taken aback. I've already stripped halfway, and he is saying this? Scout? No way. I can't do that. Those monsters will eat me alive. Li Chuan brandished his hand crossbow. I will eliminate them before they can devour you. Without waiting for the woman to respond, Li Chuan continued, choose. Either continue on your own or scout for me. I have no time to wait for your hesitation. Bai Tingting finally gritted her teeth. I'll scout for you. Then move ahead, quickly, in this dimly lit corridor, where a zombie could emerge at any moment. Having a scout put Li Chuan at ease. Roar, roar. Suddenly, a zombie burst through the door, lunging at Bai Tingting, who screamed and turned to flee. Seeing that there was only one experimental subject, Li Chuan quickly fired a stunning arrow and advanced. Fire element enchantment, leap, critical strike. A minute later, the headless zombie fell to the ground with a thud. Only then did Bai Tingting dare to approach. You're so strong. Can I take the next one? Li Chuan nodded readily. As long as you scout, I will ensure you accomplish your task. This laboratory is a splendid place. Come in, I will help you slay zombies. The large laboratory they entered was of similar size to the one Li Chuan had previously occupied, with the positions of the metal doors nearly identical. Were it not for the significant differences in furnishings, he would have thought he was experiencing DJVU securing the metal door with chains. Li Chuan opened the door slightly and then knocked forcefully. Roar, roar, bang, 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 bang. Instantly, several experimental subjects crowded at the door gap, clawing desperately at Li Chuan and Bai Tingting. Bai Tingting shrieked, "Ah, ah." Li Chuan covered his ears. "Miss Bai, please regain your composure. If you tell me you cannot handle such a simple method of slaying monsters, I truly cannot assist you." After speaking, Li Chuan swung his enchanted long sword, cleaving the heads of the zombies. After a moment of shrieking, Bai Tingting observed that this method was indeed effective and safe, and she began to mimic him, attacking zombies at another door. Soon, all the experimental subjects in the small rooms surrounding this laboratory were eradicated by the duo. Li Chuan's task completion reached 43, leaving only 7 more to slay, with over an hour remaining until the task deadline. Completing the task was now a certainty, which brought him great relief. "Let us go. You continue scouting, and we shall seek the next laboratory." Bai Tingting gazed at Li Chuan with a pitiful expression, her large eyes misty. Yet Li Chuan remained unmoved, insisting she scout ahead in the pitch black. Deep corridor, Li Chuan and Bai Tingting continued forward, one after the other. Ahead lay a crossroads. "Be cautious," Bai Tingting nodded tremulously, raising her makeshift torch and brandishing her long knife as she approached step by step. She had traversed numerous crossroads before, generally encountering no danger, and even if there was, Li Chuan had always dealt with it. With a formidable man behind her, her fear of the zombies began to wane. Li Chuan remained alert, keenly aware of the potential emergence of experimental subjects. He feared not the zombies. Even 3 or 5 posed no threat, as they were slow and clumsy. However, the green zombie hounds were exceedingly dangerous. One could be managed, but facing multiple would force Li Chuan to retreat using his leap ability. As Li Chuan watched, Bai Tingting paused momentarily while passing through a crossroads, then turned her head to the left. After a few seconds, she resumed moving forward. "What did you see?" "A humanoid statue, nothing significant." She continued to move leisurely ahead. Li Chuan silently followed her. Just as Li Chuan's foot crossed the wall, a sharp sound of an arrow slicing through the air pierced the silence. "Side roll!" Li Chuan immediately executed a backward roll, sensing something amiss. "Damn it, I knew something was off." That woman clearly saw something but refused to speak, obviously lying, prompting Li Chuan to remain cautious. Now it seemed that his vigilance was indeed warranted. The 3 menacing figures appeared in the corridor, resolutely blocking Li Chuan's path. "Ah, it's you? How did you know I was here?" Chapter 36. At least I'm a villain who keeps his promises. The ambushers were none other than the 2nd and 3rd members of the Sanning Hui, Hua Mingze and Zheng Dekai, accompanied by a young player wielding a bow and arrowed. That moment, the white bear finally turned around. You must kill that murderer. He just forced me to do that. He is nothing but a scoundrel. This wretched woman." Li Chuan cursed quietly, noticing the fierce expressions on the faces of the 3 as they charged toward him, initiating a swift leap to escape. He could take on 3 zombies at once, but facing players above level 10 was an entirely different matter. Every profession possessed a fundamental control skill, and should he be struck by even one, it would spell his doom. "What the hell are you doing? Instead of completing your tasks, you're here hunting your own kind." Hua Mingze drew his bow and shot, but missed. "Stop wasting time. You think you can oppose the Sanning Hui and survive? However, if you can tell us how to enhance the plant spirit and how to traverse the Forbidden Lands, we might consider leaving your corpse intact." This bastard was even more ruthless than himself. After exchanging a few words in the channel, he sought to silence me permanently. Zheng Dekai activated the warrior's charge skill, accelerating toward him. "You little brat, don't be so arrogant in your next life. We offered you the chance to be our dog, yet you rejected it." Clang. A sideways roll. Zheng Dekai's determined strike was evaded by Li Chuan's agile maneuver. The blade struck the concrete floor with a resounding crash. Clang! Li Chuan performed consecutive rolls until he reached a door, flung it open, and locked it behind him. Upon lifting his gaze within the room, Li Chuan's heart sank. "Damn it! It's a dead end." Clang, clang, clang. The sound of heavy pounding on the door echoed. Li Chuan scanned the area and swiftly climbed atop a 6-meter-high barrel, activating his jungle stealth skill. His figure gradually faded, blending seamlessly with the background. Clang! A metallic sound rang out as the alloy door's lock shattered to pieces. And the three intruders entered the room. This room only has this one door. He must be hiding here. Search for him. Zheng Dekai, wielding a large blade, wore a fierce expression. This kid must die here today. Otherwise, we won't be able to seize any good loot in the future. Hua Mingzi cursed as he approached Li Chuan alone. Hunters should remain in the shadows, delivering fatal strikes to beasts. The jungle stealth commentary was also Li Chuan's current creed. Given his strength, as long as he could eliminate one opponent first, the remaining two should pose little threat. He readied his crossbow, loading it with a poisoned arrow, and aimed. Li Chuan silently observed Hua Mingzi as he approached. 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters, fire element enchantment, locking on, Hua Mingzi. Suddenly, Hua Mingzi lifted his head sharply upon hearing his real name. Swish, thud. The sharp beast-tooth arrow pierced directly into his eye. Critical hit 999. Such a fatal weakness rendered any armor useless. Ding, killed LV-11. Hua Mingzi, experience gained 55. Clang. Someone struck the barrel beneath Li Chuan with a heavy object. The barrel toppled, and Li Chuan swiftly leapt high into the air. Damn it. You killed Ah Hua. Zheng Dekai lunged at him, blade in hand. Slap. Li Chuan could not evade in time and was struck on the thigh. 59. This guy must have prioritized strength. He rolled sideways. His thigh throbbed, but he sustained no significant damage, as it merely depleted Li Chuan's armor value. With a total of 1,600 armor points, as long as he avoided critical hits, he would not be finished off in one blow. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed past him from behind. Li Chuan executed another roll to evade. It was the bow-wielding youth. Critical hit. Li Chuan retaliated with a swift strike, accurately hitting the youth's arm. 44, poison status. 8-8-8-8. Leap. The cooldown for leap expired, and Li Chuan jumped high again, evading Zheng Dekai's charge slash, swiftly dashing out of the room. Inside, the youth stared at his health bar in terror. I'm poisoned. I'm poisoned. President Zheng, give me a healing potion. The youth finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zheng Dekai, gritting his teeth, approached Hua Mingzi's corpse and picked up the items that had dropped. How careless! That damned scoundrel. I never expected his reaction to be so swift, and Ah Hua ended up dead in this place. The youth, still shaken, asked, Shall we continue pursuing him, Vice President Zheng? Zheng Dekai shook his head. No need to chase. It seems we cannot hold him back, but it's all right. The boss is surely leading a group to attack his plant spirit right now. Regardless, anyone who crosses paths with the Sanning Hui won't survive the night. The two exited the door, one after the other. Xiao Zhou, you must strive hard. With Ah Hua gone, there will be a vacancy for the president's position, and I believe you are quite suitable. The youth was about to feel elated when Zheng Dekai suddenly fell silent. Suitable for what? Vice President, why have you stopped talking? Thud. A crossbow bolt pierced directly through his throat, silencing him forever. 2 meters away, Li Chuan's figure slowly materialized. You will never become president. Li Chuan had not fled at all, but instead utilized his jungle stealth skill to hide by the door, setting a trap at the entrance to eliminate all enemies. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Zheng Dekai regained control of his body. Damn it! You didn't escape. What did you just do to me? Li Chuan raised his crossbow, a cold smile on his lips. Just a little trap, which you so conveniently stepped into. As Li Chuan advanced step by step, Zheng Dekai retreated, inadvertently stepping onto the corpse of the youth. Why you stay back? We can negotiate. Li Chuan smirked. Negotiate? Why didn't anyone negotiate with me earlier? Now that you realize you cannot deal with me, you want to negotiate? Dream on. Zheng Dekai turned and fled, only to collide with the white bear who had just arrived. Quick, help me stop him, and I will make you the vice president of the Sanning Hui. Stun arrow. Zheng Dekai's luck was utterly abysmal, as he was instantly immobilized. Li Chuan drew his long sword, executed 3 rolls to close the distance, and struck down Zheng Dekai's head with a single blow. Critical hit 999. Ding, killed LV-11. Zheng Dekai, experience gained 55. After a brief moment of shock, Bai Tingting erupted into screams once more. I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have deceived you. There were just too many of them. I truly didn't dare to speak out. Really, you must believe me, Li Chuan, holding the bloodied long sword, gazed intently at Bai Tingting. I confess I am not a good person, but at least I am a villain who keeps his promises. I genuinely intended to help you complete this task. Bai Tingting's face lit up with joy. So, you promised to help me finish the task? You 1T kill me, right? That's wonderful. You 1T kill me, and I can play with you however I want, whatever you desire. Thud. Chapter 37. Level 15 Skill. Blade Impact. The long sword plunged into Bai Tingting's chest, blood gushing along the blade. But my promises hold no value against foes. Ha. You will go to hell. Ding. Killed LV10. Bai Tingting. Experience gained 50. Li Chuan silently sheathed his long sword. Damn. I feel so much better now. I must hurry to complete the task. Xiao Lu seems to be in danger. Li Chuan felt a surge of anxiety and worry. Though he had tasked the fairy Lin Yaoyao with guarding Xiao Lu, the Sanning Hui had a significant number of players and plant spirits. Would that woman fight to the death to protect her plant spirit for a hollow promise? The answer was evident. If it were Li Chuan, he would most likely run away too. Huh. What is this? Li Chuan discovered an unusual item among the spoils dropped by his enemies. Handheld L-Zone surveillance monitor. White. Low-precision device. Capable of monitoring specific areas. It was a tablet-like technological product, currently streaming dozens of live feeds. Li Chuan understood why those three scoundrels were lying in wait at the crossroads for him. They must have acquired this surveillance device beforehand, which allowed them to spot him. Having grasped the sequence of events, Li Chuan located a room with the highest number of experimental subjects and hurriedly made his way there. In the spacious laboratory, Li Chuan secured the metal door with iron chains and knocked. Ding. Killed LV20. Low-level biochemical experimental subject, leader, 1. Experience gained 100. Ding. Killed. You have completed the daily task. Those filthy insects have sullied my laboratory. Is there anyone willing to help me clean it up? Task progress, defeated 7850. Rewards acquired, copper coins 200, experience points 200, black iron chest 1, temporary photosynthesis chamber, green 1. Ding. Player Li Chuan has reached maximum experience, level 1, awarded with 5 free attribute points. In the Forbidden Land, twin suns rose, scorching the already parched earth like fierce flames. The thick layer of snow seemed to evaporate into thin air. And within just over an hour, the barren forest returned to the dry appearance it had when the crowd first arrived. Bang! Crack! Clatter! Little Green swung its giant bud like a hammer, frantically smashing the surrounding spirit plants. However, just after it shattered 2 plant spirits, its vines were suddenly ensnared by numerous slender grass blades. Whoosh! A figure as light as a swallow darted past, and with a series of swift slashes from a wolf-toothed dagger. The vines trapping Little Green were freed. Black Friday. Are you determined to oppose us, the 3 heroes? Oppose? You? Haha, how absurd! A female player cursed. You witch, if you don't want to oppose us, then hurry up and get lost. Don't delay our business. The girl jumped onto Little Green's branches. I'm too lazy to waste your time, but I must protect this big fellow. There's a reward, a golden key. Su Fengyun stood behind his ancient Warhammer tree. The method to obtain the key has already been posted in the channel. It's merely a matter of time. However, this murderous plant spirit must not be left alive before we obtain the key. We must eradicate evil. Lin Yaoyao hoped that these people would talk more to buy time. Righteousness prevails, great brightness, and more, boundless merit, moral high ground. Hee, your face shines brighter than that of a living bodhisattva. Stop wasting words. If you obstruct us again, I will kill you too. Warhammer Ancient Tree. Eliminate them. 8 spirit plants from the 3 heroes participated in the siege against Little Green, all of which were of green grade or higher, with the Thousand Threads Grass and Warhammer Ancient Tree even being of blue grade. Even though Little Green had now leveled up to 4, greatly increasing its size, it could only wield 1 vine. If it were to be restrained, it would be left to await its demise. It had just been restrained several times, each time saved by the girl. If it attacked, it would be controlled. If it didn't attack, it would be helpless. The Warhammer Ancient Tree raised its massive hammer once more. Little Green could only swing its bud in a wide arc, defiantly meeting the Warhammer Ancient Tree. Boom. The two collided, sending splinters flying. Countless strands of thousand threads grass once again entwined around the vines behind Little Green's bud. The girl shrugged, gripped her dagger, and charged out once more. Whoosh, however. This time, the opponent was already prepared. A massive leaf sprayed directly onto her, wrapping her up and slamming her down. Bam! Good. Excellent. Haha, this murderous plant spirit is doomed. Everyone, hurry up and attack its trunk. Su Fengyun, brimming with confidence, fantasized about defeating this perverted creature that only provoked flowers, devouring its orange evolution core, becoming the top player in the region, and winning the heart of the Ice Fairy. Suddenly, a gleaming knife tip pierced through his chest. Su Fengyun, go to hell, and keep your two brothers company. Su Fengyun's mouth opened and closed, but no sound emerged. Upon seeing that it was Li Chuan who had killed him, this suave and high-quality man could only reluctantly close his eyes. Li Chuan withdrew the penetrating dagger, scanned the battlefield, and then hurried towards the spirit plant adorned with dense, slender grass blades. Su Fengyun's body slowly fell, yet it attracted no attention. Bang, bang, bang. The Warhammer Ancient Tree relentlessly smashed Little Green's trunk, shattering its branches and leaves into disarray, a truly pitiful sight. Meanwhile, the players of the three heroes, seeing the tree's vines restrained, began to attack Little Green's trunk frantically. The girl in black broke free from the lotus leaves, leaped into the crowd of players, her dagger dancing in a flurry, slicing, stabbing, and slashing. Don't make me say it and not do it, damn trash. Beside the blue spirit plant thousand threads grass, Li Chuan gripped his dagger tightly. A gust of wind lifting his hair, fire element enchantment, sharp blade impact. A white blade of light, 4 to 5 meters long, suddenly burst forth from the main trunk of the thousand threads grass. Critical hit minus 9,999. A level 15 jungle hunter skill, sharp blade impact, consuming 5 points of mana, released a razor-sharp blade that dealt damage equal to strength 5 within a 5-meter linear range. With a maximum chance of 10-fold critical damage, high critical rate, combined with the fact that Li Chuan's attack landed on the Thousand Threads Grass's fatal weakness. Ding, killed LV2, Thousand Threads Grass, boss 1. Experience points 20. In an instant, the Thousand Threads Grass lost its vitality, and the grass leaves entwining Little Green's vines wilted. Crack, splinters flew. Crack, the trunk broke. Crack. Li Chuan did not linger. After killing the Thousand Threads Grass, he charged towards Little Green's trunk like a frenzied lion. You sought death yourselves. I shall grant your wish, Li Chuan shouted, reversing his grip on the penetrating dagger as he plunged into the fray. Lin Yaoyao spotted Li Chuan's figure and a slight smile crept onto her lips. Bang! The Warhammer Ancient Tree was cleaved in half. Ding! Killed LV2, Warhammer Ancient Tree, boss 1. Experience points 20. Ding! Killed LV10. Qiu Linyu, gold coins 6, experience points 100. With the Warhammer Ancient Tree slain, none of the remaining spirit plants could withstand a single strike from Little Green. In less than a minute, they were all crushed to bits. The enormous bud turned its head, charging towards Li Chuan and the two being besieged as if it were a speeding truck. Whoosh Chapter 38. Are you a masochist? Help! No, we were wrong. Don't kill. Li Chuan did not speak to stop it. Little Green naturally could not halt its assault. Its vines, like a giant python, weaved left and right, skillfully ensnaring all enemies, lifting them up, and then quickly snapping taut. Splash! A torrent of fresh blood poured down. Ding! Killed LV11, Wang Dagua, gold coins 5, experience points 110. Ding! Killed LV10. Another series of notifications of player kills echoed. Finally, at this moment, peace was restored in the area. In the distance, the onlooking players gathered in disbelief. Did the three heroes actually lose? Not just lose. This is tantamount to annihilation, right? Those two murderers are too fierce. Could they really turn the tables against 10? Can't you see? The main force is that murderous plant spirit. More than half of the three heroes players are dead. Doesn't that mean there are a lot of unclaimed spirit plants over there? I want to snag some evolution cores to upgrade my plant spirit. You go ahead. I dare not. Have you forgotten whose spoils those are? Meanwhile, the remaining 3 or 4 players of the three heroes huddled together in fear, discussing whether they would be retaliated against. Beneath Little Green's sorrowful and shattered trunk, Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao sat on the ground, leaning against it on either side. Having just endured a fierce battle, they were now gasping for breath. Li Chuan glanced at the rather disheveled girl beside him, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Today, I encountered many unexpected events, but your refusal to flee is the most surprising. Lin Yaoyao reclined partially, her little hands hanging limply. She was utterly exhausted. How heartwarming. I'm quite surprised myself, but the greatest virtue of movie villains is keeping their promises. Perhaps I have the potential to be a great villain. Did I turn green? Li Chuan turned to glance at the top of her head, where the words cold-blooded shimmered in green. You have turned green? Why? I clearly didn't kill enough 10 people. It's over. It seems I won't be able to make friends in the future. Li Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl is so erratic yet incredibly ruthless, and she still wishes to make friends? Who told us we are in a team state? Experience is shared, so the kill count is naturally shared as well. I initially intended to survive alone until the end, but now I think just the two of us. Lin Yaoyao tilted her head, revealing a mischievous smile. How about it? Can't hide your fondness for Loli. Are you planning to take action against me? Li Chuan struggled to rise, rolling his eyes. Nonsense. I mean, we could team up, having a partner in this hellish place to watch each other's backs. Lin Yaoyao, why do I feel a bit disappointed? Well, this place can only make me trust you. Hello, I am Lin Yaoyao. Li Chuan took the girl's delicate hand, helping her up. Ding, your plant spirit miracle tree has reached maximum experience. Level 1. Ding, your plant spirit miracle tree has reached maximum experience. Level 1. Miracle tree. Orange, juvenile phase, growth type. Level 6100, experience points. 0600, a powerful being extinct from the Titan realm, possessing exceptional intelligence and formidable destructive power. The Seed of Miracles, 3-3, not activated yet, evaluation. It is said that the Tree of Miracles only flourishes in places where miracles occur. After devouring 7 green and 1 blue evolutionary core, Little Green's level ascended 2 ranks consecutively. A torrent of vibrant green energy surged into Little Green's battered branches, healing all its wounds, restoring its lush canopy to its former glory, and causing its stature to expand significantly. Standing beside Little Green, Li Chuan affectionately caressed its trunk. The stronger Little Green became, the greater his chances of survival. Speaking of which, Li Chuan still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Upon learning in that terrifying laboratory that his spirit plant would be besieged, he was consumed with anxiety, yet at that moment, there was little he could do. Fortunately, he acquired that monitor, which led him to a laboratory teeming with low-level test subjects, and after vanquishing them all, Li Chuan not only completed his task, but also elevated his level directly to 15. The enhancement from leveling up to 15 was tremendous. Li Chuan, cold-blooded human race, level 1570, experience 455, 1500, profession, Jungle Hunter, secondary profession, LV9 Spirit Master, purple, strength, 3630, agility, 5048, intelligence, 75, mana, 1040, armor, 2200, free attribute points, 0, active skills, roll, blue, proficiency, mastery 103, 1000, blade rush, blue, proficiency, novice 210, stunning arrow, white, proficiency. Minor mastery 36-100, weak point strike, white, proficiency. Minor mastery 24-100, lock-on strike, white, proficiency. Minor mastery 9-100, jungle stealth, white. Trap making, white. Arrow crafting, white. Passive skills, melee weapons novice, white. Ranged weapons novice, white. Equipment, probability glasses of the god of delusion. Penetrating dagger, blue. Advanced combat tunic, blue. Advanced combat boots, blue. Advanced combat pants, blue. Advanced combat belt, blue. Braves bracers, green. Radiant necklace, green. Critical hit ring, green. Advanced combat set attribute 1. Armor 1000. Advanced combat set attribute 2. Additional skill emergency shield, passive. Automatically activates a shield with 5000 armor value after receiving significant damage, cooldown, 3 hours. Donning the blue penetrating dagger and the 4-piece blue advanced cloth armor set, activating 2 set attributes, and mastering the high damage skill of the level 15 jungle hunter enabled Li Chuan to timely rescue Little Green. Yet, even so, Had it not been for Lin Yao's multiple interventions, he would likely not have made it in time. This was also why Li Chuan suddenly yearned for a reliable companion. Although Lin Yao had a peculiar personality, she shared a resemblance with him in one respect. She kept her promises to eye in the open space. Lin Yao suddenly clapped her hands joyfully. Wow, my little white has leveled up. It's turned blue. Li Chuan turned his head. Level up? Blue? Lin Yao cradled little white, brimming with excitement. Yes. After devouring the blue evolutionary core of that thousand threads grass, little white's grade has risen to blue. White crane ing, spirit plant, growth type blue, health, 500-500, LV5. Advanced spirit plant type, support class, parasite, weakness marked. Li Chuan assessed white crane ying's attribute panel. It truly leveled up to blue, which implies that the growth type descriptor signifies the potential for the spirit plant's grade to evolve. But why didn't little green level up? Perhaps little green's requirements are too high. Little Lin, stop standing there and grinning. We still have 7 hours left of the task time. Let me take you to procure some clearance keys. Lin Yao furrowed her adorable brows, looking at Li Chuan in confusion. But don't we already have clearance keys? Why venture out for more? Are you a masochist? Chapter 39. Transition of the advanced combat set. Li Chuan was utterly speechless. What on earth is occupying that little head of yours? I have methods to acquire keys. Do you wish to purchase blue weapons from the marketplace? If so, then let's go. Lin Yao followed Li Chuan with a skeptical expression in the withered woods. Ah, that place is dangerous. Don't go in there. Li Chuan leaped and hopped to a statue, effortlessly picking up 2 golden keys from the ground. Dangerous? Not really, but please don't step in here. There are keys over there. Hurry and grab them. Are you insane? I certainly don't dare enter just anywhere. Let us search elsewhere. Why are you attacking the statue? Fusion statue. Blue. Health. 3,500-3,500. LV30. A powerful statue cursed to attack anything within its range that dares to make noise. Gaze upon it, or turn its head. Attack range, 30-meter radius. Attack method, spatial compression. Trigger time, 3 seconds. Weakness marked. Don't you have those fancy glasses? Can't you see this statue is a blue monster? Due to insufficient time, Li Chuan did not slay all the statues he encountered, only retrieving the clearance keys nearby. However, he could not let this blue one escape. As a boss-level monster, it had a chance to drop blue equipment. And what Li Chuan desired most was the shoulder piece from the advanced cloth armor set. Lin Yao put away her glasses and shook her head vigorously. I can't see anything. Isn't it just an ordinary statue? Oh my, the statue dropped equipment. Lin Yao, who was standing at a distance to keep watch, covered her mouth in surprise. Ding, defeated LV30, fusion statue, boss, 1. Experience points 300. Li Chuan joyfully picked up the blue equipment that had fallen. I am truly fortunate. This boss-level statue, equipped with 3 taboo attributes, surprisingly dropped 2 pieces of blue equipment. Advanced combat pauldrons, set blue. Wearing level, 15. Armor, 500. Strength, 5. Set attribute, fully activated. Evaluation, a finely crafted set suitable for various melee professions. Finally, Li Chuan had gathered the complete blue advanced combat set, with the 3rd and final set attribute providing an impressive 10 to all attributes. Quite powerful indeed. The second piece of blue equipment was a necklace. Bakey necklace, blue. Wearing level, 15. Mana, 30. Intelligence, 18. Skill cooldown reduction, 5. Evaluation. Even a craftsman has a lover worth remembering. A highly graded necklace, yet it does not enhance agility or intelligence. Making it unsuitable for Li Chuan, a blue necklace dropped. Consider it a gift for you, but do not misunderstand. It is merely a token of gratitude for safeguarding little green. Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Is it truly for me? It's so beautiful. You really don't want me to repay you with my body? Li Chuan shook his head. No, thank you. But that won't be necessary. Lin Yao donned the necklace. The amethyst-like gemstone adorning her delicate, fair skin, making her exceptionally radiant. Really not necessary. But you are the first man to give me a gift. Li Chuan was somewhat puzzled, with such a lovely face. Haven't you had boys pursue you in school, or given you gifts? The girl shook her head nonchalantly. This is my first time leaving that place. I have only seen school in movies. Ding, 1 hour remains until the conclusion of the main quest. Players are urged to acquire the quest items promptly. Ah, just an hour left. Quickly check how many keys we have. If we don't sell them soon, They won't be worth much, so it is. Li Chuan hastily took out the keys they had just collected in the withered woods and began to tally. In the player gathering area, beneath the chilling snow plum tree. Hanjia, we have a total of 19 clearance keys, but only 17 people possess the photonic cabin. What shall we do with the extra 2? Gao Han lifted her head, revealing a delicately fair and lovely face. Let us post them in the channel, 5 gold coins per key, first come, first served. The freckled girl clenched her small fists. Hanjia, ISNT 5 gold coins a bit too cheap. If we raise the price, people will surely buy them. After all, this is, Gao Han replied decisively. This is a life-saving item. Selling it at such high prices would be akin to exploiting others' misfortune. I cannot do such a thing. It has 5 gold coins, and after selling them, we'll use the 10 gold coins to buy food and share it among everyone. The freckled girl nodded helplessly. All right, fine. Forbidden Zone Area Chat Channel. Current surviving players in the area, 131 1000. Zhufanqing. The Radiant Society is selling 2 clearance keys for 5 gold coins each. Zhou Zhou. I want a lien. I will buy. I just happen to have 5 gold coins. Saibu Xiang Shunmi. Wonderful. Finally we 1T have to stay here. I want it. Chu Fanxing. First come, first served. 2 keys have already been sold. So please refrain from sending me private messages. Saibu Xiang Shunmi. So fast? No. I only lack the keys. I offer 8 gold coins. I'll pay 8. Sui Yubu Tai Jing Hao. I'll offer 9 coins. Please sell it to me. I truly cannot find the keys. Yang Lu Yao. Damn it. Why won't you sell it to me? There are no spare keys. You are just mocking us poor souls without keys. Aren't you? Chu Fanxing. That's not true. There really were 2 keys, and they have already been sold out. Sheneng Luzong. Nonsense. Who did you sell them to? Who would sell spare keys for only 5 gold coins? Do you think we are fools? Duo Jing Gongzi. I think so too. What kind of Illuminati is this? Bah, Lu Haiju. Are you all done? Is it a crime to sell the keys at a low price? Instead of wasting time here, shouldn't you be out searching for keys, trying to avoid becoming those lingering souls caught between life and death? Players who failed to acquire the keys pointed their weapons at the Illuminati, who naturally did not wish to suffer this indignation, and a heated exchange erupted in the chat channel. Ultimately, the furious players, driven to the brink of insanity, were compelled by the looming threat of becoming wretched souls, trapped in a state of existential despair. Amidst the torrent of foul language, a distinctive message momentarily hushed the crowd. Frog Prince, who am I? I am your father. Zhizhan Hua Bu Ring Chao, cold-blooded selling 10 keys. Highest bidder wins. After a brief silence, Duo Jin Gong Zi. I'll offer 10 gold coins. Sheneng Luzong. I'll offer 6 gold coins plus 2 pieces of green equipment. Yang Lu Shiyao. I only have 5 gold coins, but I'm willing to offer myself. Donghe Lu Shui. You fat woman, please stop disgusting us. The purchase messages flooded the chat. Under the Tree of Miracles, Lin Yao looked at Li Chuan in confusion. We have over 30 keys. Why did you only say there are 10? Chapter 40. Main Quest 1 completed. Li Chuan was diligently reviewing the purchase requests in his private messages. Upon hearing the girl's confusion, he felt as though he was playing with a fool. Saying there were 10 was merely to emphasize the rarity of the keys. How many were actually for sale was beyond their knowledge. Lin Yao gasped, covering her mouth. A schemer. That's right. No business is without deceit. 10 minutes later, Li Chuan selected the 32 highest bidders from the private chat interface and sent out trade requests one by one. Ultimately, he retained 2 keys for his own use and sold 32. He earned a total of 196 gold coins, 1 blue accessory, 20 pieces of green equipment, and some materials, as well as backpack expansion gems. Though Lin Yao had not put in much effort to acquire the keys, they were partners now, so Li Chuan generously shared 50 gold coins and half of the green equipment with her. Opening the game store, he found the long-desired blue repeating crossbow and, with a wealth of coins at his disposal, purchased it without hesitation. Fei Lei Lian Nuo, blue. Wear level, level 15. Attack includes bleeding effect, armor penetration 35. Strength 15, additional skill. Explosive arrow review. One of the early works of Fei Lei de Lagua. Explosive arrow. Fires an arrow that can explode, detonating 3 seconds after launch. Dealing triple damage, cooldown, 3 minutes, mana cost, 1 point. Li Chuan toyed with the entirely purple-black crossbow, emanating a blue glow. Compared to the standard crossbow, the Fei Lei Lian Nuo was more compact and lightweight, capable of holding 5 arrows at once, which meant he wouldn't have to reload frequently. It also added a particularly useful damage skill. This was truly an upgrade from a bird gun to a cannon for Li Chuan. After equipping the newly acquired blue earring, he found that nearly all available equipment slots on his character were filled. Obsidian earrings, blue. Wear level, level 15. Mana 20, intelligence 10. Skill cooldown reduced by 3. Review. Who can resist a sparkling piece of obsidian? Li Chuan grimaced at the pain from the earrings, but the increase in mana and reduced skill cooldown made it all worthwhile. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyao also purchased a high-priced 15th level blue dagger from the store. Now gleefully admiring it in her hands, Li Chuan observed the exquisitely beautiful girl. This last claimed she had never left that place, yet possessed such exceptional agility and swordsmanship. He boldly speculated that she might have been cultivated by some shadowy organization as a spy or assassin. High combat power, average intelligence. Though her mental state was concerning, she was extremely loyal. Li Chuan believed that if he utilized her properly, she could become a formidable ally in the future. Of course, this was contingent upon both of them surviving to see that future. Game announcement. Main quest one-time limit expired. All players who have not completed the quest will have their game privileges revoked. Revocation completed. Main quest 1. Locate the key hidden in the Forbidden Forest. Completed. Current key count 11. Quest rewards. Copper coins 500. Experience points 500. Intermediate HP recovery potions 5. Intermediate MP recovery potions 5. Evolution core, blue 1. Backpack expansion gem 1. Ding. All players must enter the light circle within 10 minutes using the key in hand. As the system announcement concluded, a massive light circle, 20 meters in diameter, appeared at the edge of the player congregation. All players who had completed the quest hurriedly stored their plant spirits in the photosynthetic pods and eagerly rushed towards the light circle. Meanwhile, the 40-some players who had failed their quests could only watch despondently as others departed. Xian, please don't leave me, I beg you. We promised last night that we would always be together. Didn't we? A female player tugged at a male player's sleeve. Let go of me. If you lack the courage to complete the daily quests, what can I do? Is it meaningful for me to stay and accompany you to death? Let go. Gao Han clenched his fists. I have already done my utmost for everyone. Each person only has one key. I truly cannot help you. This is the food I have left for you. Some expressed gratitude, while others harbored resentment. Who the hell cares for your charity? If you are such a good person, why not bring out your photosynthetic pod and your key? That would save me. Wouldn't it? Lu Haizhu was furious. How dare you still be shameless? Isn't our guild leader already being more than fair? Don't go too far. The freckled girl widened her eyes. Do you know how much Sister Han has sacrificed for you all? How can you say such things to her? Damn it. Why do you all get to live while I must die in this wretched place? No one is allowed to survive. Someone drew a butcher's knife and charged at a girl who was about to step into the light circle. The girl spun around, silver light flashing. Pooh, fatal strike minus 999. The assailant clutched their throat and collapsed, blood gushing forth, their other hand reaching skyward, as if grasping for something in the last moments of life. Ha, ha. Lin Yaoyao looked at the dagger in her hand with satisfaction. Wow, a dream come true. Someone really helped me test my knife. Li Chuan walked behind Lin Yaoyao, casually picking up the equipment and gold coins dropped by the assailant. Well done. Consider it a form of liberation for him. 2 players adorned with the green cold-blooded title entered the light circle, leaving behind a still-warm corpse. The scene was somewhat chilling, causing many players to hesitate to stand near them, instinctively retreating to grant them ample space. Gao Han, standing out in the crowd, frowned and glared at Lin Yaoyao. He was already so pitiful. You could have just repelled him. Why strike so hard? The woman named Zhou Zhou also reproached her. Yes, that person could not enter the light circle. If you hadn't killed him, he wouldn't have been able to enter anyway. Those 2 murderers are too despicable. They killed so many people. Do they really think they can do as they please in this place? Lin Yaoyao glowered at the group standing on their moral high ground. Just kill. It's all done. Is it a crime? Li Chuan tapped the girl on the shoulder. It is indeed a crime. Lin Yaoyao was taken aback. Then, are they not the authorities? Ding. Teleportation countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. There was no time for argument. The system began its countdown, and in an instant, everyone fell silent, anxiously awaiting the end of the countdown. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the luminous ring flared to life, enveloping all players in a blinding white light, followed swiftly by a fleeting sensation of vertigo. Was the teleportation complete? Before one could fully comprehend the surrounding environment, a potent metallic scent invaded Li Chuan's nostrils. Chapter 41. Trial Space, Fortress Arena. You have entered the Trial Space, Fortress Arena. The regional chat channel has been unlocked, and the regional auction house function is now available. Release of Competitive Task 1. Arena Survivors. Stage, lights, cheers, fervor. Lucky players who have survived thus far strive to endure until the very end amidst countless hunts. Remaining arenas in the Fortress, 2020. Task rewards, silver coins 500, experience points 2000, intermediate HP recovery potions 5, intermediate MP recovery potions 5, evolution core, blue, 1, silver treasure chest 1. Task penalty, none. Task time limit, none. This was a circular metallic expanse of no less than 1,000 square meters, with walls, floors, and an arched ceiling all gleaming in silver. 4 dazzling floodlights embedded in the walls served as the source of illumination for this space. At this moment, all players gazed around in bewilderment. Li Chuan meticulously perused the newly issued system task. The previous task was the first main quest. This one should logically be the second main quest, yet it had transformed into a competitive task? What on earth was this damned apocalyptic game system up to now? Hunting. Were the players the hunters or the prey? What did it mean to survive until the end? What was the significance of the remaining arena count being 20? There were numerous points of confusion, but the most perplexing to Li Chuan was how to accomplish this competitive task. Nearby players were equally engrossed in discussions about this newly released task. What does it mean to survive until the end? What is the situation with the remaining areas? I don't quite understand. Why aren't there any clear requirements for completing this competitive task? Survive until the end. Does that imply that we can only complete the task when the arena count reaches 1? Is it really that stringent? Just then, someone exclaimed, "Hey, look, is that wall over there cracking?" As the players remained in a state of confusion, Li Chuan was astonished to discover a fissure forming on one side of the circular wall, widening to reveal a dark passage behind it. Not just one. The wall opposite the fissure also split open. Lu Haizhu frowned. Something feels off. This doesn't bode well. Chuan exchanged a glance with Lin Yaoyao, and they instinctively retreated. Something was definitely amiss. It was inconceivable that 2 cracks would appear in the wall only for Santa Claus to emerge from them, distributing gifts to everyone. A curious player ventured closer. "Hey, could this be a passage to the outside? If we can leave this place, we might figure out how to complete the task." As that player spoke, they approached the passage. Woof, woof, woof. The cacophony of barking erupted from both cracks, and the next moment, numerous dark figures surged through the openings. These were monstrous dogs, their eyes blood-red and their bodies grotesquely decaying. The player who had approached the fissure let out a terrified scream and turned to flee. But it was too late. They were swiftly tackled to the ground by a pack of large dogs. Their screams drowned out as they were torn apart in the midst of the chaos. Gao Han shouted, "Everyone, stay calm. We have nowhere to escape. These are just level 20 monsters. If the warriors can hold the line, we have a chance to win." Yet, aside from the 10 or so members of the Light Covenant, the remaining players had already scattered, each fleeing in different directions, pushing and shoving one another in their haste. The freckled girl beside Gao Han was in a state of panic. "Han, what should we do? What can we do?" Lu Haizhu brandished his large blade. "Let's fight these beasts." Gao Han scanned the surroundings. "Retreat to the wall behind us. Warriors, hold the front. Archers, attack now. Don't be afraid. We have health potions and armor values. We'll be fine for a while." The barking grew louder as more monstrous dogs flooded into the space, with solitary players being overpowered and savaged. The air was filled with screams, barks, and desperate cries. Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao had already retreated to the furthest wall, away from the monsters. Wow, a stray dog incident. This could go viral. Li Chuan rolled his eyes silently. Is this really the time for that? "Get ready for battle." Lin Yaoyao raised her left hand to her forehead. "Yes, sir." Plaguehound. White. Health. 1000. A mutated dog infected with canine distemper, driven by the virus to shred all beautiful creatures. LV20. Weaknesses marked. Let us form a battle line over there. It's relatively safe. Understood, sir. At that moment, the two large cracks finally ceased to spew forth the plague hounds, but even so, there were still hundreds, if not thousands, of level 20 plague hounds within. As the saying goes, a swarm of ants can kill an elephant, and these monsters were far stronger than mere ants. Fortunately, Li Chuan was surrounded by players being attacked by the plague hounds, allowing them to momentarily avoid facing too many monsters at once. Drawing his Farallon crossbow, he aimed at a plague hound that was gnawing on a female player's neck. Fire element enchantment, explosive arrow. -175. The damage was substantial. Li Chuan rapidly pulled the trigger, unleashing all 5 arrows from the crossbow. The plague hound's health bar plummeted by half, and due to the bleeding effect triggered, it continued to lose health. With a howl, the plague hound, suffering a critical hit, abandoned its defenseless victim and lunged at Li Chuan. He rolled to the side to evade and quickly reloaded. Just as the plague hound was about to pursue him, a shadow appeared at its side, delivering 3 swift strikes, each finding its mark at the creature's neck. Lin Yaoyao's blows inflicted nearly 200 damage. Li Chuan executed 2 quick rolls to create distance. The weaknesses are in the eyes and abdomen, not the neck. The girl performed a graceful backflip, landing behind the plague hound and thrusting her blades into its flanks. Weak point hit, 243. Weak point hit, 306. The plague hound's health bar dwindled to nothing, and Li Chuan dispatched it with a tracking arrow. Notification: killed LV-20 plague hound, normal, 1. Experience points 20. Lin Yaoyao pouted. Hey, you stole my kill, Li Chuan replied. Experience points are shared. What does it matter? Quickly, pick up the loot. The rescued female player gazed at Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao in astonishment. You're so strong. After expressing her admiration, she hurriedly scrambled to her feet, following closely behind the duo. She had not sustained serious injuries. The damage she suffered was merely from lost armor points. The plague hound's attacks were not particularly high, and their methods were quite predictable. After slaying a few of the obstructing monsters, Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao gained a measure of confidence. You take the left, I'll take the right. There are quite a few monsters here. Let us finish this quickly, Li Chuan declared, releasing a stunning arrow. Lin Yaoyao vanished, reappearing beside a plague hound in an instant. Chapter 42. Plague Hound. After each dispatching a plague hound, Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao finally reached the left side of the area occupied by the Light Covenant. With their backs against the wall, they established a stronghold, continually attacking the monsters daring to approach. With a wall at their back and the Light Covenant to their right, they only had to contend with the monsters coming from the front and left, significantly easing their pressure. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 massive fissures in the curved wall had seamlessly sealed themselves, as if they had never been broken. Within this not too large metallic space, the sounds of barking, combat, shouts, and screams persisted unceasingly. Thanks to the relatively low damage dealt by the plague hounds, most players gradually overcame the initial panic, instinctively banding together into small groups to fend off the creatures. Gao Han, as the first to organize a group, naturally attracted the most followers. Along with the original members of the Light Covenant, she had amassed over 30 individuals, nearly half the total number of players who had entered this space. The second largest group should have belonged to the 3 heroes, but with them eliminated by Li Chuan, many solitary players had spontaneously formed a defensive team led by the formidable warriors Zhao and Dong He. To everyone's surprise, the third group defending against the plague hounds was none other than Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao. Initially joined by the woman they had rescued, more players began to gather, drawn by the duo's demonstrated combat prowess. However, despite the growing number of players, few dared to actively engage the plague hounds. Among the 14 or 15 players, only about 6 or 7 stepped forward to assist Li Chuan in hunting the monsters. The remaining individuals huddled against the wall, only daring to let out ghostly cries and brandish their weapons when the monstrous threat approached. At this moment, whether anyone came to aid Li Chuan was of little concern to him, for the current monsters posed a relatively low threat. Slaying one yielded experience and currency, and the absence of competition was, in fact, preferable. After a span of several minutes, the number of plague hounds dwindled significantly, as players with skills and recovery abilities clearly held the upper hand. Let us vanquish these beasts. There are but a few left. Charge forth. Weak point strike. Blade surge. After Li Chuan dispatched the last plague hound in an instant, the area was devoid of any remaining monsters. Many players gazed at Li Chuan in astonishment, marveling at his prowess. Ignoring the myriad of curious glances, Li Chuan bent down to collect the coins and materials dropped by the fallen beast. Some players, having cowered in the crowd of the Illuminati during the Plague Hound's attack, dared not venture a step away. Others hurried onto the battlefield to gather coins and materials. I killed that. Hand it over. What do you mean you killed it? I clearly struck it as well. You want to give it to me, will you? If not, I'll make you regret it. Make me regret it? Come on. Let us see who fears whom. The contention over the dropped items became a cacophony, revealing the drawbacks of multiple players assaulting a single monster. Just as the situation grew increasingly difficult to manage, the esteemed Gao Han, surrounded by a multitude of players, raised her voice. Everyone, please refrain from the noise. I believe this task is a collective endeavor. The quest description states that only the surviving group can endure. Hence, I propose we set aside our petty grievances and unite under my leadership to devise an effective battle strategy. Lin Yaoyao, playing with her black dagger, glanced at Li Chuan. The living Bodhisattva is calling a meeting. Should we attend? Li Chuan adjusted his glasses and nodded. Let us go. She is correct. The number of monsters is indeed alarming, and it is clear that this is not the last wave. Just the two of us cannot manage. The girl nodded in agreement. Brother Chuan is so clever. Oh, look at the chat channel. There are so many more people now. So many more? Li Chuan hastily walked while opening the regional chat channel. Fortress Arena Regional Chat Channel. Current surviving players, 1454-2000. Is there really such a large number of players here? Does the area count imply there are 20 groups of players sharing our same experiences? Heaven, you go, I 1T. Damn those plague hounds. Does anyone have healing potions for fractures? We'll pay handsomely. A stalwart spear. Wow, it feels like ages since I've seen so many people. I've put a blue weapon up for auction. Everyone, hurry and buy. Princess Fei Fei. Stalwart spear, what are you doing? Selling the blue weapon to others only aids the enemy. A stalwart spear. What the hell? If you can't afford it, can I not sell it to others? Selling it for something I can use also boosts our area's combat power. Egg fryer. That makes sense. I'll check the auction house as well. By the way, the auction feature has been activated. Li Chuan quickly tapped Lin Yaoyao. Hurry. List any equipment and materials you don't need in the auction house. Once everyone levels up, our current gear will lose its value. Huh? Oh, all right. After reminding the girl, Li Chuan swiftly opened the auction house and listed all the green, white, and the blue equipment he had replaced, setting the prices 20% lower than those in the system shop. This feature is quite useful. Although there is a 1% service fee, it saves me from having to trade with individuals one by one. In the silver-white circular hall, Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao melded into the crowd. Unsurprisingly, everyone respectfully left a considerable space for the two of them. As they awaited the gathering of players, Gao Han glanced at Li Chuan, who happened to be looking back at her. Their eyes met briefly before both subtly averted their gazes. Once nearly all players had assembled, a player by the name of Dong He Lu Shui took the lead to speak. I've been observing the chat channel here and synthesizing the information. I suspect this is a competitive city defense battle. A sharp voice questioned. Don't bombard us with jargon. At such a time, does it matter to play your self-important games? Gao Han nodded in agreement. I concur with this assertion. Gil put it simply, there are 20 groups of players facing the same predicaments as we are, currently besieged by these monsters. There are surely more than just the plague hounds. It is almost certain that we will face additional beasts. The way to succeed appears to be to withstand wave after wave until the other player groups are annihilated. Zhao Gao Jilu furrowed his brow. Are we to endure until only we remain, exhausting over 1,000 other players? Is the difficulty truly that great? Li Chuan, observing the dwindling morale among the players, could not resist offering his analysis. Chapter 43. Serving the murderer as a subordinate is tantamount to courting death. It need not be that we are the sole survivors. It is possible for 10 groups, or 8, or even 5 to remain. I believe it is excessively harsh to insist on just one. That is a possibility, but regardless of how many must survive, what we must focus on now is defending our current arena. This area is open, with a metallic floor, making it impossible to place spirit plants, and we lack cover. Gao Han's meticulous and thorough considerations revealed that she had anticipated many factors that Li Chuan had not. Following her plan, it would be best to divide the remaining 80 players into 3 groups. If the next wave of monsters struck at 2 breaches, 2 groups would cover the gaps, leaving 1 group for emergencies or rotation. Should 3 or more breaches appear, she had devised contingency plans accordingly. However, The pressing issue remained how to allocate the players. Almost half the players expressed a desire to join Gao Han's team. Not due to her strength, but because they were convinced she would not abandon them. Seeing this, Gao Han frowned. Having so many defend one breach is too cumbersome. Many may not even engage with the monsters. My suggestion is to appoint 3 captains based on strength, each leading over 20 players. My choices are myself, Donghe Lu Shui, and Zhizhan Huabu Ruo. Upon hearing her name one of the captains, Li Chuan opened his mouth in protest but ultimately refrained from voicing his refusal. This group task required the collective strength of players. Individual power held little significance. Rather than be at the mercy of others, it was wiser to hold one's fate in their own hands. All players were in agreement, and there was no contention, for at this moment, being a captain was not a desirable role. It entailed charging into battle, potentially sacrificing oneself for the group. Gao Han continued, "The Illuminati has enough members to form a small squad. The remaining players must join the other 2 captains' teams." Hearing Gao Han's words, aside from those originally belonging to the Illuminati, the others hurriedly flocked to Donghe Lu Shui and Zhao Gao Jilu's side. Consequently, only a meager handful remained behind Li Chuan and Lin Yao Yao. Donghe Lu Shui exchanged glances with Zhao Gao Jilu, helplessly stating, "We are merely cooperating temporarily to defend the city and slay monsters. There is no need for targeted factions. Regardless of which team one joins, effort is required. If we waste time on grouping, the tragic scene of being scattered by monsters may repeat itself." He was a person who could see through the situation. Yet, some players remained fixated on their grievances. Let whoever wants to go. I want it. Serving the murderer is akin to courting death. Indeed, just because one is strong doesn't mean they should be a captain. At the very least, we should choose someone who values our lives. The majority of players rejected the idea, though a few gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Fine. We're all in the same boat. Under these circumstances, even if it's a murderer, there's no reason for betrayal. That's right. At least they're strong. That's far better than many cowards who simply wish to be protected. Wherever we go, it's a fight. I'll join them. Haha, well said. I'll go too. That little sister is incredibly beautiful. I love watching. A handful of somewhat reasonable players stepped out from the crowd, likely out of necessity, and stood behind Li Chuan, bringing his team to a meager 17 or 18 individuals. Li Chuan had no objections to this. Larger numbers had their advantages, while fewer numbers had their own merits. Just as Gao Han was about to elaborate further on her plans, the ominous sound of the wall cracking echoed once more, sending a shiver through everyone as they stared in fear at the slowly parting wall. Gao Han glanced at the time. The intervals between the hunts had been roughly 20 minutes. This time, there were still 2 breaches. Which 2 groups should take the lead? Li Chuan looked at Lin Yao Yao, who wore an expectant expression. I'll take the left side. Lin Yao Yao clapped her hands. Yay! With that, Li Chuan hurried with Lin Yao Yao towards the breach. The players standing behind him immediately wore grim expressions. It was evident that the majority preferred to remain in a safe position as a support group, unwilling to brave the front lines. Gao Han noticed that many of the players were merely standing by, observing, and he promptly admonished them. If everyone adopts such an attitude, how can they expect to be among the few who leave here alive? Do they think that hiding here will spare them from death? A heavy silence fell over the group, yet they exchanged glances, reluctant to move. President Gao, no matter how many times you repeat such words, it will be futile, for human nature is inherently selfish. Coincidentally, I am the most selfish type. I cannot accept the burden of carrying others forward, therefore. Once this wave of hunting concludes, I will eliminate all players who do not contribute to the battle. All of them. Li Chuan's voice was deep, chilling to the bone like echoes from the depths of hell. No one doubted the authenticity of Li Chuan's words, for the 3 large characters above his head signified that he was not indulging in empty bravado. Some players stirred, gritting their teeth and following Li Chuan, for theoretically, he was a more terrifying presence than those monsters. One action triggered another, and all the players who stood behind Li Chuan were compelled to follow suit. Creak! The fissures in the metal wall widened further. Inside lay an ominous darkness, from which faint sounds of roars and chaotic footsteps could be discerned. The Eastern River Flow chose to be among the first to engage in battle, naturally relegating the Light Brigade to a secondary role. Before the crack, Li Chuan produced a fair crossbow and turned to the dozen or so players behind him. All the warriors stood at the forefront to block the monsters, while the assassins positioned themselves behind the warriors to provide support or to temporarily replace them. The archers took their place at the back, readying their arrows for short-range strikes. 5 warriors immediately stepped forward, wielding greatswords, broadswords, or shields. All right, I truly regret choosing the warrior class. Li Chuan frowned at the other players. What about the assassins? 7 or 8 players moved behind those 5 warriors. Li Chuan continued to survey the remaining players. So, you are all archers. Half of the players drew their bows, while others struggled to do so. Li Chuan looked towards a plump female player. What is your class? The woman squinted her small eyes. I am an archer, but I have no bow. What can I do? Li Chuan regarded her coldly. Yang Lu, also known as Yang Lu Shiyao, level 10 warrior. Do I need to say more? The overweight woman's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know my real name? You? Li Chuan slowly raised his blue crossbow. This is not the time to dwell on such matters. It is time for me to determine whether you can contribute. The plump woman hurriedly brandished a large sword, hastily running to the front. I'll go. Li Chuan turned to a middle-aged man. Mr. Shen, what is your class? Li Chuan did not phrase it as a question. The middle-aged man quickly brandished a shield and rushed forward. Right, I'm a warrior. I just slipped my mind. Without needing Li Chuan to say more, 2 additional warriors stepped out from the archer ranks and positioned themselves at the front of the fissure. Forming a line with the other warriors, creak. The wall cracked open by nearly 3 meters before finally halting, the deep passage echoing with spine-chilling roars and footsteps growing ever clearer. Chapter 44. New Skill, Elemental Giant. Li Chuan stood among the archers, raising his fair crossbow. Fire element enchantment. An orange flame engulfed the arrows on Li Chuan's crossbow. Locking on a target, whoosh, the flaming arrow shot into the pitch-black passage, briefly illuminating the horrific visages of the monsters within. Pathogen, lizard-type green, health, 2000, level 20. A beast controlled by a virus, possessing highly corrosive skin and claws, weakness marked. From the identification results, the threat posed by this monster was not particularly high. All archers, in 3 seconds, fire stunning arrows. All warriors prepare level 10 control skills, then engage freely. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 arrows flew into the passage. Stun, -43, -42, stun -39. A total of 3 arrows successfully inflicted a stunning effect. The front row monsters, in a frenzied state, suddenly collapsed to the ground, their bodies rolling forward due to inertia, causing the rotting lizards behind them to trip one after another. Their charge abruptly interrupted, scattering them in disarray down the corridor. No more than 5 monsters managed to burst out of the passage. Avoid contact with the monster's skin. Attack. 18 or 19 players besieged the 5 monsters, each possessing control and damage skills, and within a minute, the 5 monsters' health points plummeted to 0. No1 is allowed to collect the dropped items. Some warriors, eager to snatch the coins and materials from the ground, were instantly halted by Li Chuan. The plump woman protested. Why not? We bore the brunt of the battle. Why can't we collect? Because the players behind also contributed. I shall repeat. Loot cannot be collected. It will be distributed after the battle concludes. One archer expressed joy. All right. I agree too. Precisely, this is only fair. Seeing all the archers and assassins voice their agreement, Yang Lu Shiyao could only cast a venomous glance at Li Chuan, too intimidated to speak further. Tap, tap, tap. The monsters in the passage began to rise again, charging towards the players with a greater number this time, roughly 8 or 9, under Li Chuan's stringent pressure. None of the warrior players dared to flee, and they could only brace themselves to confront the monsters, working alongside the rogues and archers to eliminate them. Li Chuan noted that among the warrior players, one stood out, managing to hold back 2 of the rotting lizards by himself. The identification function activated. Lin Shang, Supreme Fungus Human, Health, 100, level 14. A robust human warrior, weakness marked. This individual acts decisively and responds with poise. He should be prioritized for cooperation. Li Chuan began consciously using his crossbow to assist him. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyao gracefully maneuvered among the 3 warriors on the left, claiming the final blows on nearly every monster, resulting in experience points naturally falling to her and Li Chuan's team. Ding, illusionist experience points are full, level 1, current sub-profession level, LV10. New skill acquired, Elemental Giant. Elemental Giant, Green, Proficiency. Entry 010, Active Skill, Summoning Type, upon use. Summons an elemental entity with attribute essence at the marked location. Skill cost, 5 mana points. Duration, until health points reach 0 or skill is terminated. Note, currently, the maximum number of simultaneously existing elemental entities, 3. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Evaluation, elemental spirits wandering between heaven and earth. Heed my summons. The subprofession has finally reached level 10, and a new skill has been acquired. Elemental Giant. It sounds remarkably resilient, precisely what is lacking at this moment. Li Chuan was greatly delighted and hurriedly used his new skill Elemental Giant, the passage entrance. Elemental Giant. A white magic circle appeared, and then a large quantity of liquid metal swiftly converged, ultimately forming a 1-meter-tall humanoid metal warrior. Li Chuan. Is this a giant? This is more like a dwarf. Elemental Body, Metal Green, Health, 1,200-1,200, Level 15, Primary Metal Elemental, possesses high armor and destructive power. Evaluation. Come, strike me with your fists. Some players noticed the sudden appearance of the strange creature in the passage. What on earth is that? A new type of monster has appeared. Li Chuan quickly shouted. "It's not a new type of monster. It's my skill. Don't attack it." The short, squat metal figure clumsily walked to the center of the passage and was violently collided by a rushing, rotting lizard. Bang! The impacted metal figure merely swayed, while the lizard, thrown into the air by the force of the collision, crashed to the ground, losing a third of its health. Wow, that's impressively sturdy. Li Chuan's expression shifted from disappointment to surprise. What's happening? It's small but densely packed, high density, however. The situation at another fissure was less than ideal. Although Donghe Lu Shui and Zhao Gao were not weak in strength and their commands were generally sound, they could not suppress the other players. Despite their constant reminders not to loot the dropped items, there were always those who disobeyed. Coins, materials, and equipment were snatched up by the frontline warriors and assassins, leaving the archers in the back indignant, forced to encroach upon the battlefield, sacrificing their output time to seize the gear. Human nature is inherently selfish. No one wishes to give without receiving their due rewards. As time passed, the number of lizards slain by the players paled in comparison to those that burst forth from the tunnel, resulting in a growing accumulation of decayed lizards along the front lines. Before long, several putrid lizards, trampling over fallen players, charged into the trial arena. Gao Han furrowed her brow in frustration. She had originally positioned herself behind Li Chuan and his team. After all, in terms of player levels, the quality of their equipment and sheer numbers, Li Chuan's side was at a disadvantage. Yet, within less than 10 minutes of combat, the players under Li Chuan not only held their ground but appeared invigorated by the increasing pile of gold coins and equipment accumulating on the ground. In stark contrast, Donghe Lu Shui, leading nearly 30 players with over a dozen frontline warriors and 9 high-output archers, found their defenses shattered. Donghe, shift left. I'll take over the battlefield. You retreat and regroup. Donghe Lu Shui clenched his teeth in anger, frustrated by the ineptitude of his own team. However, he had no choice but to begrudgingly agree. Fine. Just as he was about to vent his frustration, Zhao Gao unexpectedly patted his shoulder, directing his gaze toward Li Chuan and his team. Upon witnessing Li Chuan effortlessly holding the rift with his mere dozen players, while a thick layer of gold coins, materials, and items lay untouched on the ground, Donghe Lu Shui's anger surged. This is infuriating. Look at them. They have 10 fewer players than us, yet they're managing just fine without suffering any injuries. What are you all doing? It's just a few coins. Why the rush to grab them? Don't you fear dying here? A scrawny youth scoffed. Stop using that condescending tone with us. Their success shows their superior command and strength. If you lack the ability, don't take it out on us. Donghe Lu Shui's anger flared. You little brat, do you think I want to lead you? If it weren't for this task, I would have tamed countless like you. The scrawny youth refused to back down. And you think we're your soldiers? They are all level 15 and above, equipped with skills and gear. What do you have? Just your voice? Others chimed in. Yeah, you can't just blame others for everything. Donghe Lu Shui was utterly enraged, brandishing his weapon as he approached the scrawny youth. Zhao Gao quickly intervened, grabbing him. Calm down. Lao Chen, this isn't the time for infighting. If something unexpected happens on either battlefield, we won't be able to respond in time. and the losses would be catastrophic. We must prioritize the greater good. Dong He-Lu Shui spat in frustration. Then what do you propose? This troublemaker keeps disrupting our team while they are out there leveling up. When will we reach level 15? The gap will only widen. 20 minutes later, Fire Elemental Enchantment, Li Chuan, sipping an MP recovery potion, loosed an arrow deep into the rift. The orange glow illuminated the depths of the tunnel, revealing it to be devoid of monsters. Everyone, fall back. The monsters are gone. Don't get caught by the merging walls. Upon hearing Li Chuan's command, the waiting players collapsed onto the ground, their faces flushed and gasping for breath. Phew, I'm exhausted. I must have swung my weapon 1,000 times. I must have shot at least 1,000 arrows. Buying arrows from the store cost me 3 coins. Don't worry, we put in so much effort and gathered plenty of gold. We'll surely earn something from it. That's a bit premature. Isn't it? Will that guy even share the spoils with us? Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao collected all the items, tossing white gear into the shop in green and above into the auction house. Seeing Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao gathering everyone's loot without a word, the portly Yang Lu grew anxious. Hey, you're being too greedy. We contributed to holding off so many monsters too. You can't just keep everything. Yeah, Captain Li, everyone deserves a share. At the very least, we need some coins for supplies. Don't be so heartless. Just then, Lin Yaoyao called out Li Chuan's name, catching the attention of the players. Li Chuan turned around. Shut up. What are you all yelling about? The fearsome aura of the killer still lingered. Perhaps even deepened in an instant. Only discontented glances remained, devoid of any vocal complaints. At that moment, only Lin Yaoyao dared to giggle carefreely. Li Chuan strode over to a recently complaining warrior player, and in his terrified gaze, he tossed a glowing blue shield. Level 10 blue resilient shield. Auction house price 75 coins. The warrior's expression transformed from fear to astonishment. Is this for me? Li Chuan coldly nodded. Don't you want it? I'll give it to someone else. This young warrior, though not weak, had poor equipment, with even his green sword dulled from use. If he did not upgrade soon, he would face dire challenges in melee combat. Li Chuan deemed it necessary to bolster the front line's resilience, but only if it didn't cost him. I want it. Thank you, Captain. Thank you. The warrior eagerly embraced the shield, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. It was his first encounter with blue gear, akin to suddenly coming into a fortune of 100,000 coins. The other players, though silent, cast envious glances at him. A blue shield. It was like wrapping their lives in a thick layer of protection. Li Chuan ignored him and moved on to the next warrior. Was the one known as Taishang Zhenjun. This warrior was not very talkative, but was decisive in action. A clever observer of the situation, he dropped a larger shield before him. You just hit level 15, right? This is a blue shield for level 15. You deserve it. Li Chuan patted his shoulder lightly and continued to the next warrior. Taishang Zhenjun lifted the shield with one hand and nodded towards Li Chuan's retreating figure. The third shield, the fourth, and the fifth, amidst the envious and resentful gazes of Dong He-Lu Shui's players. All 7 warrior players in Li Chuan's team received a blue high-level shield, blue gear. Is that truly blue gear? Could there be any doubt? The shields listed in the auction house were priced at least 80 or 90 coins. How could they yield so many spoils? Perhaps the killer was the one who dropped them. That's what a true captain looks like. Finally, Yang Lu, with her slender waist, awaited her turn as Li Chuan approached her. Thank you, Captain. However, this time, Li Chuan did not produce a blue shield but instead patted the plump woman's face. Why are you thanking me? I never intended to give you any gear. Yang Lu was taken aback and furious. Why don't I get one? Because your contributions were minimal. Throughout the battle, you either hid or concealed yourself. In the meantime, you even stealthily collected many of the shared spoils. Tell me. Let everyone tell me. Does such a person deserve a reward? After a moment of silence, Lin Yaoyao suddenly raised her fist. Not deserving. Immediately, others echoed. Right? Not deserving. Exactly. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to claim the loot? Only Captain Li has the right to collect equipment. He is the fairest captain. The color of Yang Lu's face shifted between shades of green and white, ultimately bowing her head in silence. Li Chuan stood tall, addressing all the players. During the recent battle, everyone witnessed the warrior's peril and dedication. For the greater good, we should ensure they receive their due rewards. Moreover, if all the warriors fall, we too shall not survive. Thus, I have allocated all the gold to the 7 shields. But to the assassins and archers, do not despair. The challenges ahead are not yet over. I will observe your performance in the next battle. Those who contribute significantly shall have priority in receiving blue weapons. The enthusiasm among the players surged instantly. Don't worry, Captain. Captain is truly a good person. I will definitely earn my own blue weapon. However, if I discover anyone slacking off, hiding, or even stealing what belongs to everyone, do not blame me for being merciless. All at once, silence engulfed the group, heads nodding in agreement. At that moment, Li Chuan found himself contemplating a reflection. Was the label of cold-blooded truly that intimidating? It seemed to bestow upon him an undeniable authority. In truth, Li Chuan's rewards far exceeded just 7 shields. He had amassed over 1,000 coins, and after deducting expenses of over 550 coins, he still retained around 500 coins. Yet, he harbored no intentions of distributing them. Not a single one. This was the fruit of his labor. And he deserved it. In the central area of the trial arena, the weary players of the Radiant Council awaited Gao Han's distribution. Over 1,000 coins divided among everyone would yield over 30 coins per person. The character of Gao Han, who stands tall amidst the chill of high places, is universally acknowledged for his fairness. Each individual receives no less than 30 coins, hence they do not harbor excessive envy towards Li Chuan's 7 blue shields. Gao Han swiftly allocated the spoils, which were hard-won by all, resulting in an average of 37 gold coins per person. I shall not selfishly claim the coins for myself, yet I do appreciate Captain Li's approach. Elevating our strength to its zenith is indeed a remarkably astute decision. Tio speak candidly. Most who are willing to work under Gao Han are virtuous individuals, obedient and receptive to the leader's recommendations, which have been executed rather well. Ironically, the squad with the largest numbers, known as the Donghe Lu Shui team, has now become the weakest. Gao Han had no choice but to stride over to Donghe Lu Shui and Zhao Gao. Gentlemen, while I lack the authority to criticize others, I must inquire. Have the issues within your team been resolved? Donghe Lu Shui, having gained nothing from this round of combat and failing to reach level 15, was understandably in low spirits. My team is too cumbersome, he lamented. We can't manage this for now, but I wish to send a few over to Captain Li. His mind was racing with calculations. By offloading a few troublemakers to Li Chuan's team, he could alleviate his own burdens while also reducing the number of mouths to feed. Surprisingly, those troublemakers did not protest and readily expressed their willingness to join Li Chuan's ranks. 5 minutes later, Li Chuan stood beside Gao Han, puzzled, as he inhaled the fragrant aroma of nearby beauties, and asked, "So, you mean to distribute these 5 among my team? Is that the gist of it?" Donghe Lu Shui nodded. "Yes, your numbers are too few." I fear Li Chuan interrupted him. "Let us not dress this up. Are you the only clever one here? I can accept them, but I hope that once I take them away, your team can stand on its own and not become a liability at crucial moments." Donghe Lu Shui's expression soured instantaneously. You rely solely on the intimidation born from killing. What is there to be proud of?" He addressed the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, these players are unwanted by other teams and have been thrust upon us. Who is willing to explain our rules to them?" Opening the task panel, he read, Competitive Task 1. Gladiator Arena Survivors. Stage, lights, cheers, passion. Surviving players strive to endure until the end amidst relentless hunting. Remaining arenas in the stronghold, 1820. Task rewards, silver coins 500, experience points 2000, intermediate HP recovery potions 5, intermediate MP recovery potions 5. Evolution core, blue 1, silver treasure chest 1. Task penalties, none. Task duration, none. Closing the task panel, Li Chuan's face lit up with joy. The number of arenas had decreased from 20 to 18. This indicated that the strength of the remaining areas was not as formidable as anticipated, as 2 arenas had already fallen in the second wave. If this pace continues, we shall soon complete the task. The young girl blinked. Wow, Brother Chuan, you are so confident. But what if we are the ones to be eliminated? Li Chuan gave her a playful nudge. Silence, you little jinx. We will definitely be the ones to survive. He then recalled, by the way, a lizard dropped blue equipment earlier, right? I saw you pick it up. What was it? Show me. The girl feigned innocence. Blue? I don't think so. You must be mistaken. Li Chuan scrutinized her, eventually spotting her modified boots, faintly shimmering with blue light. Caught red-handed and still trying to hide. You 1TB sharing this bounty? The girl wrapped her arms around Li Chuan's, playfully nudging him with her still-developing form. "Please, brother, I was wrong. Just give me a little share. You're the best. I'll give you a kiss." Li Chuan swiftly raised a hand in refusal. "Go away. I've told you I prefer a more mature look. Is this your idea of seduction?" Feeling peckish, he declared, "I'm hungry. Time to eat." Upon closer inspection, her eyes reflected a hint of complexity. 10 minutes later, a creaking sound echoed as the wall shifted once more. Li Chuan, caught mid-bite of his bread, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the source of the noise. Damn. He cursed inwardly. To his dismay, this time, 3 fissures had appeared in the wall. It was a disaster. There was no room for error this time. Without needing to deliberate who would lead, the 3 captains instinctively positioned their players to guard the breaches. Behind Li Chuan, he silently chanted, "Elemental Giant." On the metallic floor, a 1-meter-tall, gas canister-like iron creature materialized. By summoning this iron figure now, he could conjure a second one before the monsters emerged, significantly relieving the pressure on the frontline warriors. The original teammates had witnessed this skill before and were unfazed. But the 5 newcomers were visibly astonished, especially the lanky youth. "I told you the captain here is formidable. Coming here was indeed the best choice. All I need to do is hang around until the task concludes," he murmured, gripping his right-hand crossbow. The peculiar sound of approaching footsteps grew closer, prompting some players to turn their attention to Li Chuan. He did not disappoint. Fire element enchantment, lock-on shot, whoosh. The glowing arrow illuminated the passage ahead. Upon seeing the monstrous figures, a player exclaimed, "What the hell? Ghosts. Those are ghosts." "No, they're not ghosts. They're zombies." "Zombies? No. They're neither ghosts nor zombies. They are mad dolls." Chapter 47. Should the strong protect the weak? Hearing that name, Li Chuan paused, then recalled a character from a certain game. How fitting. Mad dolls were female zombies from a gun battle game Li Chuan used to play, resembling the creatures now emerging before everyone's eyes. From the dark fissure, the creatures gradually took shape. Nearly naked female bodies, heads tilted at odd angles, disheveled hair draping over decaying faces, sharp nails, and twisted limbs charging recklessly towards the players with chaotic strides. They were only a nurse's uniform away from being mad dolls. Plague Maternal, Green, Health, 1500-1500, Level 20. A pitiable experimental subject from a certain trial, possesses extremely high damage and speed. Weaknesses have been marked. The attributes of these monsters instantly heighten Li Chuan's stress. A level 20 elite monster, with each wave escalating to such extremes, prepare the stunning arrows. Aim for the neck and waist. 3, 2, 1, fire. 7 stunning arrows were released in unison, 4 of which successfully induced the stunning effect. However, neither the stunning arrows nor Li Chuan's 2 iron figures inflicted significant damage upon the Plague Maternal squad. Unlike the previous beasts, these Plague Maters charged with great momentum, making it difficult for their comrades to recover once the front line was breached. Yet, while these Plague Maters were also fast, they did not charge indiscriminately. They retained the ability to navigate obstacles, allowing them to quickly rise and continue their assault even if knocked down. All warriors, hold your ground. Give me 200% effort. Bang! The first Plague Maternal collided with the shield. The Sun Fungus, after a powerful shield bash, adeptly lifted the shield, toppling the roaring, claw-wielding creature. 43-51-43-107. A barrage of damage numbers floated above the zombie's head. After loosing 5 arrows into the air, Li Chuan swiftly switched to his piercing dagger, executing a series of rolls to the forefront of the battlefield. Weak point strike, blade charge. He could no longer hold back. Everyone present could not afford the consequences should this monster breach their defenses. Attack the neck and waist. Don't hold back on your skills. If you lack potions, come to me, Li Chuan shouted. Witnessing their archer charge forward to engage in melee combat, the warriors were invigorated. The captain is here. We 1T let him down. Let us take down these hideous creatures. Watch my wave slash. In the area managed by the Light Covenant players, Gao Han wielded a glowing blue staff, continuously launching ice spikes into the dark fissure. She aimed not only to inflict damage, but also to slow down the advancing Plague Maters with her ice magic. The strength of these monsters was somewhat excessive, overwhelming the team with their sheer numbers. Ice shield. Ice shield. Blue shells periodically enveloped the warriors, bolstering their confidence against the oncoming monsters. However, The cost was that Gao Han had to incessantly consume MP recovery potions. Even after offloading 5 players, they still remained the largest team. Cover! Protect Qin Chong. Pull him out of the battlefield. Zhao Gao, hurry and reinforce. The first wave of plague maters burst forth, nearly shattering their formation, leaving at least 5 players severely injured. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of Donghe Lushui and Zhao Gao, who, in a moment of crisis, fearlessly surged forward, it is likely that the monstrous horde would have already breached the arena. Stop merely standing there. Haven T, you heard? Aim for the neck and waist. For heaven's sake, are you all deaf? Attack! Do you all wish for death? The panicked players were roused from their stupor, suppressing their fears and fighting for their lives. Ding, slain LV-20, Plague Matriarch, Commander, 1. Experience points 100, ding. Player Li Chuan has reached maximum experience, level 1. Awarded free attribute points 5. Ding, Illusionist has reached maximum experience, level 1, current subprofession level, LV-13. Uncertain how many Plague Matriarchs had fallen to Li Chuan's hands. His level ascended to 17, and his subprofession to 13. This is bad. An incident suddenly erupted in the left front line of the team. Li Chuan had no choice but to abandon the Sun Fungus, which was besieged by 2 Plague Matriarchs, and rushed toward the breach in the defense. Sun, hold on for a moment. The Sun Fungus swung its shield at the zombies. Go, Captain. Li Chuan executed a series of agile rolls, positioning himself single-handedly against at least 3 Plague Matriarchs. Even so, 2 of them broke through and charged toward the archer squad at the rear. Li Chuan shouted helplessly, Yao Yao, deal with those 2 behind. A graceful figure soared through the air, heading toward the rear of the battlefield. All right, my esteemed captain, la, ladies, I'm here. Does this fool not even feel a hint of tension? Li Chuan turned his head, glaring furiously at the corpulent Yang Lu and the other 2 warriors who were retreating. Emergency shield activated, current shield value, 4589 5000. This position was being defended by Yang Lu and 2 newly joined warriors. Ideally, the 3 of them needed only to hold off one, yet they were all so cowardly, merely going through the motions, resulting in an ever-growing horde of Plague Matriarchs at this position, and they eventually crumbled under the pressure and fled together. However, the remaining 2 warriors lost all resolve. Indeed, others possess blue gear, and we don't even have a means of self-preservation. How can we fight? Roll, fire elemental enchantment, blade impact, a sharp white light, several meters long, pierced through the waists of the 3 monsters. Critical hit -999. Critical hit -999. Critical hit -999. All 3 monsters fell simultaneously. IDS over. The killer is furious. She dared not slack off any longer and hurriedly brandished her large blade, charging at a Plague Matriarch. Seeing Li Chuan's fierce display, the 2 others felt a tremor of fear, yet stubbornly retorted. You just focus on your own efforts. Yes, exactly. The strong must protect the weak. What do you mean by coming over here? Hurry up and slay the monsters. Li Chuan, gripping his penetrating dagger, maintained a cold demeanor as he continued toward the 2 warriors. Don't be afraid of him. Wouldn't he really dare to kill us now, would he? Everyone, take note, our captain actually intends to use his little authority to commit murder. Li, you better not come any closer. If you do, I'll turn against my own people and ensure we all perish together. Chapter 48 New Skill. Group Ice Elemental Enchantment. The once boisterous warrior suddenly covered his eyes, as an arrow protruded from them. Critical hit -999. Ding, slain LV-14 Wang Dachong, gold 9, experience point 70. The other retreating warrior stared in shock at the fallen player beside him. He killed someone. The captain really killed someone. Everyone, you bunch of fools. You don't understand the principle of mutual destruction? If that is the case, none of you shall survive, he bellowed, charging toward the archer team at the back with his long knife. Whoosh! The girl who had just dispatched 2 Plague Matriarchs leaped to his side. Mutual destruction? That one do. Whoosh! A flash of cold light passed, and in the next moment, blood gushed from the throat of the frail warrior. If there is another coward escaping in the heat of battle, this will be their fate. When I speak of killing, I mean it. Anyone who obstructs my survival shall die. Fear gripped everyone. The lost stamina and fighting spirit surged back in an instant. Let us fight. We have no choice now. Fighting means we may end up dead at the hands of the monsters, but there is still a sliver of hope to win if we don't fight. We'll surely be killed by those two murderers. Meanwhile, at the breach managed by Donghe Luxue, a warrior, while fending off monsters, suddenly stumbled, and his throat was slashed open by a plague matriarch's claw. Blood and bubbles spilling forth, a sight of impending death. The warrior beside him was paralyzed with fear at this horrific scene, and the next moment, his belly was pierced by a claw. Having leveled up to 15, donned new equipment and fought alone against 3 plague matriarchs, Donghe Luxue's eyes widened in alarm. Damn it! Quickly, someone, seal the breach. Hurry up and block the hole. His voice strained from the shouting, but the players, paralyzed by fear, did not feel their terror dissipate. Many warriors and assassins near the breach, driven by the dread of death, fled the battlefield, and the few remaining warriors who fought to the death were swiftly torn apart by the oncoming plague matriarchs. Ah, run! The monsters are breaking in! Help! In mere seconds, the monsters had surged into the archer players' ranks, beginning a massacre without restraint. Cries for help, screams, and wails echoed once more throughout this space. Li Chuan and Gao Han simultaneously glanced toward that direction. Thinking, it's over. Move faster. Shoot. Fire with all your might. Don't stop. Assassins, charge into the battlefield. Everyone, charge. Aim for the waist. The neck. Kill them. Li Chuan roared, his eyes bloodshot, eyeing his line of sight. At least 30 to 50 plague matriarchs had breached the gap. Without the constraint of the passage, these already agile and highly mobile monsters had become even more difficult to eliminate. The only viable strategy now was to swiftly eradicate all monsters within this breach, and face the incoming monsters before they could reach here to have any hope of survival. Gao Han was likely facing a similar situation. To survive, one must fight with all their might. Damn it, the dead ascend to the heavens while the living endure for eternity. I'll take on these damned monsters. An assassin, driven mad with bloodlust, charged into the fray under Li Chuan's urging. After all, I'm tired of living in fear. If I don't die, grant me a blue weapon. Captain Li, you promised us. Another assassin plunged into the horde of monsters. 1, 2, 3. More than half of the assassins charged into the battlefield. Li Chuan was pleased to witness such a scene, yet its occurrence left him somewhat incredulous. From this moment on, you all deserve to continue living. Blade impact. At the edge of the trial arena, in a confined space surrounded by over a dozen plague matriarchs. Old Qin, get out of here. You need to go. Zhao Gao, drenched in blood, turned around and shouted with determination. The 4 warriors had charged to the front. But now, with their defenses breached and being attacked from both sides, it was a near-certain death situation. Yet at this moment, Zhao Gao unleashed his inner strength, recklessly pursuing and hacking at 7 or 8 plague matriarchs alone. You 4, hurry and go. Don't worry about me. Do you all wish to die together? Donghe Luxue gritted his teeth and rushed to his side, standing firm against the multitude of monsters. Stop talking nonsense. It's merely a matter of when you die. You want to be a hero, dream on. At this moment, a claw suddenly pierced the chest of the warrior behind him, blood splattering across his face. Damn it, you beast! Donghe Luxue leapt high, executing his level 15 skill, Ripple Slash, which severed the head of the plague matriarch. Die, you beast! Thud. An item radiating a blue glow fell to the ground with a thud. With quick reflexes, Donghe Luxue snatched up the item, his face lighting up with joy. Wonderful! Old Zhao, we don't have to die. Quickly stand behind me. Clatter, clatter, clattered. The plague matriarch staggered from afar, claws flailing, a terrifying visage, targeting the archer squad at the rear of Li Chuan's team. She was not alone. 2 others followed closely behind. Some archers noticed the 3 monsters approaching from behind, instantly shrieking in terror. Attempting to flee. Continue shooting. Don't you dare stop for me. I'll handle the ones behind. Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao burst forth from the crowd, charging toward the 3 plague matriarchs together. Fire elemental enchantment, stunning arrow, explosive arrow, backstab, headshot, triple strike, aerial leap, weak point strike, blade impact, bam. The neck of the plague matriarch could not withstand such devastation, and with a resounding thud, it fell. Critical hit -999. Ding, slain LV-20. Plague matriarch, Commander, 1. Experience points 100, ding. Player Li Chuan has reached maximum experience, level 1. Awarded free attribute points 5. Ding. Illusionist has reached maximum experience, level 1. Current subprofession level, LV 15. Acquisition of new skill, Group Ice Element Enchantment. Group Ice Element Enchantment, green proficiency. Novice 010 active skill, support type, upon use, can enchant the weapons of multiple individuals with ice elements, which can diminish the agility of enemies. Skill cost, 3 mana points. Duration, 3 minutes. Note, maximum number of simultaneous enchantments, 10. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Evaluation, elemental spirits traversing the realms of heaven and earth. Heed my call, a slowing benefit. This is indeed a timely assistance. Li Chuan swiftly consumed a bottle of mana restoration potion and activated the skill group Ice Element Enchantment. In an instant, a layer of frost enveloped both his and Lin Yaoyao's weapons, as well as the shields of the frontline warriors. Fear not, it is my skill. It can slow down the enemies. Do not cease. Continue slaying. Chapter 49. Push harder. In the midst of the battlefield, an assassin, caught off guard, was instantly pierced through the throat by a sharp claw. Yet, in the next moment, another assassin lunged forward, a grimace on his face, burying his short blade deep into the monster's eye socket. Die, you ugly creature. Another assassin fell among the horde of monsters, but at this juncture, all players were blinded by rage, no longer contemplating retreat, but rather fixated on sending these creatures that sought their demise into the depths of hell. Swish, thud. Li Chuan and the girl deftly severed the heads of the two plague mothers from opposite sides. Lin Yaoyao, agile as a black butterfly, darted towards the next frenzied creature. After nearly 2 hours of combat, she remained unscathed, her attire showing no signs of damage. Although Li Chuan possessed high agility, his lack of combat experience was evident. Blood marred his arms and neck, and the durability of his advanced combat gear had diminished significantly. How many monsters are left on your side? Li Chuan inquired, panting heavily. Point 11. Came the steady voice of Taishang Fungi. Wrap it up quickly. The situation behind us is not looking good. Understood. Li Chuan surveyed the entire arena. Following the breach at the East River's flow, over 100 biomothers had surged into the arena, primarily targeting the scattered players of the East River squad, without yet significantly affecting the other two breaches. However, the scattered players' endurance was limited, and if another breach fell in a short time, all players here would find themselves in a nearly fatal predicament. At the edge of the arena, a temporary squad of 5 players was overwhelmed by a horde of plague mothers, falling victim to the grotesque hands of the undead. After tearing apart the living before them, the plague mothers turned, howling, in search of their next victim. Li Chuan locked eyes with the approaching plague mothers. Damn it, Yaoyao, it seems we cannot handle this number of monsters alone. Lin Yaoyao scratched her head. What should we do? Li Chuan gritted his teeth. But that is too dangerous for you. Lin Yaoyao brandished her dagger and charged towards the horde of plague mothers. Brother Chuan, don't underestimate me. I meant to say, if you have the strength, come help me out. Taishang, this is on you. I'll draw the monsters away. You must resolve this quickly, otherwise we'll perish in this cursed place. Taishang Fungi brandished his frost shield. Rest assured, leave it to me. This old shield warrior is indeed remarkably dependable, Li Chuan muttered before also charging towards the horde of plague mothers. There were 9 of these plague mothers, moving swiftly, with exceptional leaping abilities, and they seemed to exhibit a hint of coordination, posing a grave danger. However, under the circumstances, if they wished to avoid annihilation, they had no choice but to take this risk. Thus, in the entire arena, only Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao remained capable of addressing the chaos behind them. Leap, Fire Element Enchantment, Explosive Arrow. The flaming arrow struck the shoulder of one plague mother with a whoosh, then detonated, taking 1/5 of its health. The hatred was successfully drawn. Instantly, 5 of the plague mothers shrieked and charged at Li Chuan, while the remaining 4 were diverted by Lin Yaoyao. Elemental Giant. Side roll, 2 more plague mothers joined the pursuit of Li Chuan. He could only execute 3 consecutive side rolls to evade, leaving 1 iron lump behind as a decoy. Skill Elemental Giant proficiency has reached its peak. Realm upgraded, current proficiency. Minor success 0-100. With the increase in proficiency, the iron lump grew 1/2 meter taller, but it was still destined to lose its health and meet its end as iron shavings. Clop, clop, clop. Ahead were enemies, to the left were enemies, and footsteps echoed from behind. With his side rolls on cooldown, Li Chuan had to rely on the enhanced jumping ability from leap to leap high, narrowly escaping over the heads of two plague mothers. Turning around, dizzy arrow. The pursuing monsters hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chuan continued his flight. At that moment, he felt immense gratitude for having prioritized agility in his attribute allocation. Otherwise, he would have perished multiple times by now. However, the number of players was rapidly dwindling, and the monsters in search of new targets were increasing. Under the deliberate guidance of Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao, the majority of the frenzied creatures were drawn towards them, resulting in a growing legion of nearly 40 monsters pursuing them within a few minutes. Yaoyao, quickly lead the monsters towards Taishang. I can't hold on much longer. Lin Yaoyao maneuvered through the horde like a dancer. You go ahead. I want to present a grand gift to Sister Saint. Li Chuan gritted his teeth. Very well. We cannot lead both waves of plague mothers to the same location. Otherwise, wherever they gather, it will lead to annihilation. Dividing them between the Church of Light seemed the best choice. As for whether they could endure it, time was of the essence. Captain, come over. Taishang Fengai's voice remained steady as he adjusted the squad's formation. Li Chuan leapt high like a bird and performed two side rolls to dive into the rear of the squad. Group Ice Element Summon, Elemental Giant. After expending his last bit of mana, Li Chuan gritted his teeth, stood at the back of the squad, and raised his Fell Rain crossbow, aiming at the horde of monsters to unleash his attack. Ding! Killed LV-20 Plague Mother, Leader, 1. Experience points 100. Ding! Killed LV-20 Plague Mother, Leader, 1. Experience points 100. Ding! Killed LV-20 Plague Mother, Leader, 1. Experience points 100. Ding! Player Li Chuan experience points have reached maximum, level 1. Awarded 5 free attribute points. Ding! Illusionist experience points have reached maximum, level 1, current secondary profession level, LV-16. Level 19. Li Chuan quickly allocated all attribute points. A sensation of overwhelming strength enveloped him once more. Just a few more of these beasts remain. Everyone, put in another effort. On the edge of the arena, protected by two stone barriers. Old Chen, it seems this is the last one. Thanks to the item you picked up, East River Flow plunged a knife into the throat of the monster before him. A gap of approximately 30 centimeters was created between the two barriers, just wide enough to slay monsters from here. Haha, the heavens do not starve the clever sparrows. It seems we are destined to survive. But this item's armor is nearly depleted. Let us take a breather. We need to assist soon. Indeed, we must not allow the player count to dwindle too much. Otherwise, we won't withstand the next wave. A few minutes later, the barriers vanished, and two players wielding large blades charged angrily into the battlefield managed by the Church of Light. Whoosh, bang! In the chaotic metallic space, a flaming arrow soared accurately through the crowd, striking the last remaining plague mother in the narrow waist, then exploded with a resounding pop. Chapter 50. The old goblin's protective barrier, the solitary standing plague mother's health plummeted to 0. Gradually transforming into specks of light that dissipated into the air. 7 or 8 coins fell to the ground, yet strangely, no one moved to collect them. Surrounding Li Chuan, all players seemed to have agreed to collapse onto the ground. Silence enveloping them, save for their labored breaths, so exhausted, they could not endure any more. The adrenaline had fully depleted, and they lacked even the energy to speak. Gritting his teeth, Li Chuan did not succumb but began collecting the spoils scattered across the battlefield. Hai Han was engaged in similar actions. As for East River Flow, he felt too embarrassed to gather anything, having already collected the drops from his assigned breach, while the rest, as a sinner who nearly led everyone to their doom, he felt unworthy to pick anything up. Over 2,400 coins, 2 blue items, 7 cyan items, and 12 green items were all listed for auction by Li Chuan. Presently, the auction house boasted at least hundreds of items, predominantly green, and judging by the trading volume, the number of players with purchasing power was dwindling. It seemed that players in other arenas were also facing hardships. After the inventory was completed, Li Chuan silently counted the remaining players in his team. Originally a group of 18 players, they later welcomed 5 more, bringing the total to 23. However, having eliminated 2 of their own, they should have been left with 21, yet after a thorough check, only 16 remained. All 7 players wielding blue shields were alive, as were the archers. The casualties were solely the high-damage, high-agility assassin players. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Given the situation at the time, it had become a matter of life and death for everyone. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether they could vanquish the monstrous horde. Li Chuan quietly purchased 9 blue weapons and duly distributed them among all the remaining players. Some expressed their gratitude, while others wished to thank him but lacked the strength to do so. Alas, greed should indeed have its limits. Li Chuan mildly reproached himself before distributing 50 gold coins to each player. It was essential to leave them with enough to purchase potions and arrows. Having accomplished this, Li Chuan strolled into the camp of the Radiant Guild. The task panel indicated that 12 arenas remained, and their hunting party had been obliterated in 6 of them. If they could not devise a better battle strategy, they too would face annihilation in the next wave of hunters. Li Chuan got straight to the point, articulating the most pressing issue. Lu Haizhu glared furiously at Li Chuan. The annihilation was partly your fault. You allowed that little imp to lure the monsters over here, didn't you? The freckled girl was equally indignant. Your intentions are malicious and selfish, you scoundrel. A complete scoundrel. It was evident that Lin Yaoyao's recent actions had incensed the players of the Radiant Guild. Li Chuan refrained from offering explanations, for being selfish in this context was not a flaw. His purpose was to negotiate a strategy to withstand the impending wave of hunters. Gao Han raised her hand to halt her subordinate's accusations. She seemed to harbor no resentment towards Lin Yaoyao for bringing trouble upon them. I cannot conceive of a better solution. If we project the escalating difficulty based on the last 3 waves, the next hunters are likely to be level 20 boss-class monsters, and the hunting channels may increase from 3 to 4. The disparity in strength would be insurmountable. The freckled girl's expression shifted from anger to concern. Sister Han, is that really possible? Do we not stand a chance at all? Gao Han remained silent, slowly shaking her head. The atmosphere grew increasingly suffused with despair and fear. After a moment of waiting for someone to speak, Li Chuan suddenly declared, I believe that if we persist, there remains a sliver of hope. All eyes turned to Li Chuan, their gazes fixated on his face, including Gao Han's to speak. She urged. Li Chuan carefully chose his words to convey his thoughts. If we set the completion criteria to surviving with 10 arenas remaining, we need not completely eliminate the next wave of hunters. We simply need to endure until the number of remaining arenas reaches 10. Though the battles would undoubtedly be arduous and brutal, I believe this is our sole opportunity. Instantly, everyone fell into contemplation. After a while, someone slowly remarked, it does seem there is a possibility. Indeed, from the perspective of the task creator, they could not have established an utterly impossible task. Gao Han furrowed her snow-white brows in thought. But even so, how shall we stall for time against the other arenas? Dividing into 4 teams as before would surely lead to an immediate collapse under the monster onslaught. Dong He Lu Shui, who had been hiding behind the players, stood up. Old Goblin's protective barrier, blue, damaged, developed by renowned goblin scholars. This defensive weapon consists of 2 arc-shaped magical rock barriers, each boasting exceptionally high armor. Adjustable in size and regarded as the most formidable small-scale combat fortress on the battlefield. This item has a maximum protective range of 50 square meters. Left barrier shield, 10,452 50,000. Right barrier shield, 12308 50000. Evaluation. The challenge of this project lies in how to integrate spatial technology within the solid magical rock. The item Dong He Lu Shui produced was indeed astonishing, instilling in Li Chuan a semblance of hope for survival. So, you too survived the monster siege thanks to this item? Dong He Lu Shui nodded. Indeed, but now this item's durability is down to 1/5. I cannot say how much longer it will last. Gao Han's face brightened. That's manageable. The system shop sells durability stones, each capable of restoring 1,000 armor points for 10 gold coins. Such an item exists? Li Chuan hurriedly searched the game shop and indeed found it. Is there anything this saint does not know? Dong He Lu Shui, clearly unaware of the durability stones, exclaimed joyfully, if that's the case. Can we not sustain ourselves indefinitely? Sustain indefinitely? Li Chuan calculated slightly. 1,000 armor equates to 10 gold coins. Thus, 80,000 armor corresponds to 800 gold coins. How exorbitant! Even though he had pilfered a significant sum in the recent battles, he had barely over 1,700 gold coins in his backpack, just enough to replenish the armor value twice. Their gold reserves were insufficient for prolonged sustenance, but for now, this was the only viable plan. The intensity of the recent battles had already reached Li Chuan's physiological limits, and his survival instinct was the sole reason he remained awake. He did not fear being ambushed in his sleep. It was not that he trusted these players, but rather that the passive ability of his high-tier combat cloth armor set, Emergency Shield, offered him reassurance. Meanwhile, the young girl Lin Yaoyao had already curled up against the wall and fallen asleep. With a creak, Li Chuan felt as though he had just closed his eyes when the unsettling sound of the door opening, reminiscent of a demon's whisper, echoed in his ears. The impossibly smooth metallic wall cracked open once more. Chapter 51, Boss Class. Disease Reaper Li Chuan opened his eyes, standing up without a moment's hesitation, addressing the remaining few players. Follow me. Regardless of Li Chuan's past character or the number of people he had slain, at this moment, he was seen as the one who could lead many players to safety. They gathered at the pre-selected position, totaling no more than 50 players. Li Chuan, Gao Han, Donghe Lu Shui, and numerous shield-wielding players stood at the periphery of the crowd. Chen Dong, it's time to begin. Li Chuan looked at Donghe Lu Shui. His eyes widened in surprise. Did this harbinger of death know his name? Had old Zhao informed him? With a heart full of questions, Donghe Lu Shui activated the item Old Goblin's protective barrier. Boom! With a thunderous sound, 2 circular stone barriers materialized, enclosing all players within. Li Chuan looked up, observing as the 2 stone barriers began to draw closer together. Leaving a gap of less than 30 centimeters, it seemed this item was not entirely sealed. Tai Shang, guard the front gap. You'll be the first to engage. With a creak, the sounds of the outer wall shifting persisted. Tai Shang Fungi nodded at Li Chuan, grasping his heavy shield as he stepped towards the opening. His gait appeared somewhat unusual, as if his left leg bore considerable injury. However, it mattered not. Once he leveled up, any injury, no matter how severe, would heal. Seeing Li Chuan take the initiative to guard the front gap, Gao Han nodded in satisfaction before leading others to secure the rear gap. At this moment, all other players huddled at the center of the fortress, fearful of being called to fight on the front lines. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy footsteps from beyond the barrier resonated, causing all players to fall silent, as if their silence might delay the monster's approach. Standing atop a stack of wooden crates, Li Chuan finally caught sight of the first monster. Disease Reaper, Blue, Health, 5000, LV20, the first batch of results from this experiment. The original disease weapon, possessing formidable attack power and armor. Beware its scythe. A weakness has been marked. Before him stood a towering humanoid monster, its body covered in black, horn-like scales, with only its crimson eyes and gaping maw exposed. Its left arm bore a thick, flexible tentacle, at the end of which was a sharp black scythe. The monster roared as it advanced, dragging its scythe across the ground, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. Crack, crack, crack. In a position unseen by Li Chuan, monsters had already begun assaulting the barrier. 89-93-103. The barrier's shield value visibly diminished. Li Chuan dared not indulge in any tricks at such a moment. He hastily spent 400 gold coins to purchase 40 durability stones, piling them onto the left barrier's shield. Gao Han did likewise. In an instant, the armor values of the hefty barriers were replenished. With the tension palpable, the first monster reached the gap. The living presence within the fortress ignited its ferocity. It let out a furious roar and thrust its scythe-bearing arm into the breach. Bang! A heavy shield met the scythe with a resounding thud. Commence the attack. Li Chuan coldly declared, Group Ice Element Enchantment. Stunning Arrow, Explosive Strike. The fissure was only 30 centimeters wide and had been blocked by a shield warrior, leaving the only remaining source of damage as the archers. At Li Chuan's side were 9 archers, all of whom were mimicking his actions, retrieving boxes, wood, oars, and other items from their backpacks to stand upon. They ascended to a higher vantage point and collectively unleashed arrows upon the monsters beyond the rift. Their weaknesses are the eyes and mouth. Other areas have too high armor values, so don't waste your arrows. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. It seemed that as the monsters multiplied, the armor value of the barrier was dropping faster than anticipated. Just 3 minutes into the battle, the first monster fell outside the fissure. Ding. Killed LV20, Disease Reaper, Boss, 1. Experience points 200. At this moment, the armor value had already dwindled to over 30,000. By the 5th minute, Li Chuan once again felled a Disease Reaper. The armor value now stood at a mere 20,000. Damn it. The rewards do not match the costs at all. Li Chuan immediately purchased 30 durability stones to fully replenish the barrier's armor value. With over 1,000 gold coins remaining, at this rate of consumption, they could last at most 20 minutes, and that was under optimal conditions. If he had known this wave of hunting would turn out like this, he wouldn't have distributed his gold coins. A thought crossed Li Chuan's mind, and he devised a plan. Everyone, hurry to the shop and buy durability stones. My gold is depleting too rapidly to keep up with the speed at which the barrier's armor is falling. This barrier is not just for Li Chuan's protection. Why should he bear the costs of repairs? However, he could not directly ask the players for gold. They would undoubtedly refuse. But if he urged them to buy durability stones for the barrier's restoration, this group would have no choice but to comply for their own survival. As Li Chuan anticipated, when the barrier's armor dropped to 5,000, some players could no longer sit idle and hurried to purchase several durability stones. Applying them to the barrier, they shouted in unison, "Everyone, don't hold back. Do you truly value gold over your lives?" More players began to buy numerous durability stones, rushing to the barrier and pressing them against the wall. I bought some. Everyone saw it, right? I suggest we supervise each other to see who doesn't buy. We are all in the same boat. Let us see who is selfish. A subtle smile crept across Li Chuan's lips. The objective had been achieved. Well said. I can clearly see who has purchased durability stones and who hasn't, and I am well aware of the ulterior motives some may harbor. But you best not push things too far. Or don't blame me for settling the score later. Li Chuan deftly stirred the pot. As he spoke, more players began to purchase durability stones and made their way to the wall. In no time, the armor value of the barriers on both sides was fully restored. A player exclaimed, "I've spent all my gold." I posted the screenshot in the channel. I've done my best. Me too. I'm out as well. Group Ice Element Enchantment, Explosive Arrow. Li Chuan continued to unleash his high damage output. However, just as he thought there would be no issues for the time being, whoosh, crack, a black scythe descended from above, striking a rogue player squarely on the head. With a resounding crack, the player's head burst like a watermelon, blood and brains splattering everywhere. A large critical damage notification floated up, and the player was crushed by the monster before they could even scream. Someone has died. Someone was killed by what fell from above. What on earth is happening? Li Chuan hurriedly jumped down from the box and looked up. There, peering through the fissure above the barrier, was a grotesque head with blood-red eyes, fixated on the players within the barrier. Its scythe-like arms stretched down, preparing to launch another attack. Damn it. Stay calm. A monster is climbing onto the fortress. Chen Dong, can you close both barriers? Donghe Lu Shui shouted, staring at the overhead threat. This is already the smallest gap that can be left. In the terrified gaze of all the players, the monster's scythe swung down again. And at that moment, more blood-red eyes appeared between the cracks of the fortress. Chapter 52. Do not lower the barrier. Stunning arrow. Li Chuan aimed at the descending tentacle with a stunning arrow. Stun. Weak point hit -133. The tentacle was successfully stunned, becoming immobilized in mid-air. Li Chuan's eyes brightened. Everyone, hold that arm in place. Quickly. Some players feared the monster's terrifying power and hesitated to approach. But others, accustomed to Li Chuan's commands, leaped high with their weapons and fiercely plunged them into the tentacle. Let us go for it. Don't underestimate us, you bastard. 1, 2, 3. As the third player hung on the tentacle, the owner of the appendage regained its mobility, slowly retracting the scythe, lifting all three players off the ground. Some players, frightened, attempted to let go. Li Chuan glared furiously. Don't let go. 2 more people need to jump in. Do you think a single monster can lift us all? His words ignited the player's fighting spirit. Right? If it can only lift 3 of us so slowly, can't we hold down an immobile arm with so many of us? Exactly. Let us take it down. Another 4 or 5 players plunged their blades into the monster's tentacle. That's enough. The rest don't need to rush in. Take this opportunity to attack it. Li Chuan stood back on the box, commanding loudly, whoosh, 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 -35, -76. However, just as the monster's health was nearly depleted, 3 more scythes descended from above, ruthlessly assaulting the players within the fortress. Stunning arrow. Li Chuan reacted swiftly, but could only stun 1 tentacle. The other 2, due to lack of control, swiftly killed 2 players. Dongha Lushui, organize the players to restrain the monster's arms. Don't let them kill anyone else, Gao Han urged. Her brow furrowed. She still needed to assist in dealing with the monsters at the fissure, and the chaos within could not continue. Dongha Lushui, having lost confidence, gritted her teeth and stepped forward once again. All right, everyone, pay attention to the monster's movements. As soon as a tentacle swings down, use control skills immediately, and don't let it go back up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several scythes swung down again, sending players scrambling in fear. Nearly impossible to control the situation. Dongha Lushui cursed under her breath, waiting for the right moment. Shock blade, bang. The tentacle was struck by the powerful blow, instantly drooping in midair. Grab it. Don't let it escape. Hold it, Dongha Lushui shouted at the top of her lungs, prompting a few players to dash out from the corners, stabbing their daggers into the tentacle. We've got it. We've got it. Quick, someone kill it. Although some players still fell victim to the scythes, the situation was markedly improved compared to the earlier slaughter. Is there anyone left with gold? The barrier's armor value is about to drop to 0. Li Chuan urged for the 5th time from atop the wooden box. He still had 1,000 gold coins, reserved for his final stand. He would not part with them unless absolutely necessary. The players lamented, I'm out. I truly have none left. I've sold everything in my backpack. If I could borrow, I'd even owe gold to the shop. The gear on the auction house is selling. I have no other options, bang. Just as Li Chuan was about to exchange his last gold coins for durability stones, a loud crash reverberated in his ears. Bang! The barrier, along with the ground, trembled. What the hell? My eardrums shattered. What's going on? Something is attacking the barrier. Is the sky falling? Li Chuan watched in horror as the red numbers floated above the barrier. -49.99. Damn it, bang. -49.99. The armor value on Li Chuan's side had dwindled to less than 10,000. It's over. This is a disaster. Li Chuan hurriedly jumped over to Lin Yaoyao's side while shouting, Qiandong, lower the barrier, quickly lower the barrier. A player shouted in refusal, don't lower the barrier. Where will we hide if you do? Exactly. If we lower the barrier, we'll be slaughtered by the monsters. Damn it, we absolutely cannot lower the barrier. At this moment, Gao Han gritted her teeth and shouted, we must escape from here, Dongha Lushui. If you hesitate any longer, it will be too late. Bang. Another loud crash echoed, and the seemingly indestructible black rock barrier began to show cracks, with its armor value falling below 2,000. Many players, previously claiming they had no gold, hastily pulled out numerous durability stones to reinforce the barrier. Li Chuan remained still. He knew that at this rate and damage frequency, it was impossible to keep up. Dongha Lushui understood the situation as well. If they lowered the barrier, many players would be shredded by the encroaching monsters. But if they didn't, everyone would be crushed along with the barrier into a pulp, with nowhere to escape. Listen up, after 3 counts, I will lower the barrier. Life and death are fated. Wealth is in the hands of fate. Prepare to flee. Don't lower it. I beg you. I still have gold. The cries of fear from the players echoed incessantly, yet the Eastern River had resolutely decided to lower its barriers. 3, 2, 1. Li Chuan grasped Lin Yaoyao's hand, preparing to spring into action. Just moments ago, he had instructed Lin Yaoyao to unleash Bai Ying, affectionately known as Xiao Bai, and had thereby garnered a staggering 2.5 times increase in both mana and agility. This extraordinary maneuver was made possible due to his possession of 2 photonic chambers. With a leap, whoosh, the enormous barriers that had long protected the players vanished, and a torrent of grotesque figures wielding scythes. The disease harvesters descended like a rainstorm. Li Chuan, with keen precision, drew back his bow and propelled himself and Lin Yaoyao into the air like a cannonball, with 2.5 times the agility. Combined with the leap and a mid-level agility-boosting potion he had acquired from the auction house, he was oblivious to just how high he could soar in the silvery expanse of the hall. A colossal creature towering over 5 meters, ensnared in chains and brandishing a half-broken ship's anchor, swung its weapon down upon the throng of players clustered together, and in that fleeting moment, a man and woman emerged from the chaotic mass of monsters as if they were Chang'e soaring to the moon. Indeed, they were flying. If a person could leap 7 to 8 meters high, the term jumping seemed rather inadequate. Bang! The duo burst forth from the densely packed monsters, rolling twice upon landing to dissipate their momentum. Wow, perfect, Brother Chuan, you are amazing. After surveying the surroundings, Li Chuan immediately dashed toward the wall farthest from the monsters. Run, 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 quick, run. The two moved with remarkable speed, exerting every ounce of strength to reach the wall, where Li Chuan pressed Lin Yao Yao against it. Lie down, quickly, lie down. Lin Yao Yao stared wide-eyed in confusion. What? Here. Do you want to have a thrill before dying? Li Chuan was left utterly speechless. Enough with the chatter. If you don't want to listen, I'm done with you. Lin Yao Yao, with an adorable pout, promptly lay down in the corner. Li Chuan hastily reclined on the ground, using his body to shield Lin Yao Yao as he activated the skill Jungle Stealth. The 2-minute skill cooldown felt like an eternity. Hurry, hurry, hurry. At last, before any of the monsters could notice their presence, the figures of Li Chuan and Lin Yao Yao completely vanished. Lin Yao Yao, I'm an assassin. I possess an invisibility skill. Li Chuan felt embarrassed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Meanwhile, the central battlefield was a scene of harrowing carnage. Players, stripped of their protective barriers, were besieged by a deluge of monsters, while the colossal beast that had mysteriously appeared in the distance continued to rain down its anchor upon them. Blood, severed limbs, anguished screams, monsters. This place resembled a hellish purgatory, a sight too gruesome to behold. Chapter 53. Main Quest 2. The Giant's Sanctuary. In a state of desperation, the players scurried about like frightened mice amid the throng of monsters, desperately seeking a path to escape this infernal hell. Yet, few were capable of achieving this. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of the gigantic monster indiscriminately crushed both players and disease harvesters alike. Gao Han and the freckled girl took refuge within a cloud of white mist, swiftly fleeing along the wall's edge, while Donghe Lu Shui and Zhao Gao boldly followed in the wake of the monster's anchor, for wherever the anchor fell, a vacuum would form, accompanied by a bounty of equipment and gold. Yang Lu, with her slender waist, trailed behind a powerful assassin, hoping to break through the encirclement together. However, a scythe unexpectedly emerged from behind the assassin, piercing deeply into her abdomen. In an instant, her health points plummeted dramatically. Lu Haizhu forcefully pushed away a disease harvester and charged toward the edge of the battlefield, sensing a fleeting chance of survival, only to be overshadowed by a massive, ominous shadow. Looking up, he saw the blood-soaked anchor looming perilously close. Ding! Arena Task 1. Gladiatorial Survivor. Completed. Stage, lights, cheers, and fervor. To the fortunate players who have survived thus far, strive to endure until the very end amidst the relentless hunt. Current Fortress Arena remaining matches, 1020, reward. Silver coins 500, experience points 2000, intermediate HP recovery potions 5, intermediate MP recovery potions 5, evolution core, blue, 1, silver treasure chest 1. Ding! All surviving players, please enter the white light circle. Teleportation will commence in 10 minutes. Li Chuan could scarcely believe his eyes as the horde of grotesque, malevolent monsters intent on exterminating all players suddenly vanished. Lin Yao Yao peeked out. Is it over? Li Chuan sprang up, darting toward the battlefield like a black streak. It's finished. Quick, let us seize the loot. Although he was farthest away, his reflexes were swift, and like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, he plunged into the battlefield, taking advantage of his much larger backpack to scoop up everything in sight. Donghe Lu Shui and Zhao Gao soon caught on. The mission was a success. Time to claim the spoils. Lin Yao Yao, being farther away, could only shout as she rushed forward. The other survivors echoed their relief. Damn. I thought I was doomed. Thank heavens. Thank heavens. Hurry up and grab the loot before it disappears. Don't fight over it. We're comrades. Let us split it fairly, shall we? No one paid heed to the naive plea. 10 minutes later. 3, 2, 1 countdown complete. Teleportation initiated. You have unlocked a new area, the Amon Forest Giant Sanctuary. The current area chat channel is now open, and the area leaderboard feature has been unlocked. Congratulations to all players of F4083. You have survived with 38 players in the arena task completion. Excellent, ranking. Second, reward, silver treasure chest 1, experience points 1000, gold coins 500, daily task exemption scroll, advanced. 1. Main Quest 2 released. The Secret of the Giant's Bloodline. I cannot see its entirety. The wonders of the species lie buried in the merciless annals of history. Enter that giant palace and collect a vial of bloodline factors with over 80% purity, please. Current bloodline factor, 0. Task reward, gold coins 100. Experience points 2000. Advanced HP recovery potions 5. Advanced MP recovery potions 5. Evolution core, blue, 5. Promotion transfer book, white, 1. Treasure chest grade related to task completion, 1. Task penalty, disqualification of player. Task time remaining, 10 days, amidst the endless expanse of yellow sand stretching for miles. A figure clad entirely in black appeared abruptly on the desert floor. What the hell? Is this a desert? The sun blazed. The yellow sand scorched his feet. The dreadful environment left Li Chuan exasperated as he uttered a curse. Why on earth is there a desert in the forest? This is utterly unreasonable. Li Chuan furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings, where unending yellow sand met his gaze, devoid of any other figures. Was he really the only one teleported into this desert? The arena task had finally completed before the player's total annihilation, and the main quest 2 had finally emerged, but where was the palace mentioned in the task description? It couldn't be buried beneath the sand, could it? With numerous questions swirling in his mind, Li Chuan opened the area chat channel. Giant Sanctuary area chat channel. Current surviving players, 999-1000. What's going on? The number of survivors is full. How many rounds of players has it taken? It's both tragic and amusing. What the hell is this? After barely crawling out from a horde of monsters, I find myself stuck in a desert? Li Shui Wu Qing. Does anyone know where the palace is? T3099 players, are you still around? Li Kai Dao. Brother Shui. I'm still here, but my position seems to be better than yours. I was dropped in an oasis, right next to the palace. Shunneng Luzong. An oasis? Damn. Why couldn't I end up in an oasis? Quickly send me the coordinates. My photonic chamber time is running out. As Li Chuan climbed a towering sand dune, he kept his eyes glued to the glowing screen. It appeared that many players who had completed the arena task were indeed grouped together. But each player was teleported to different locations. Ding, ding, ding. A video call request from Lin Yao Yao popped up on his friend interface. Brother Chuan, where are you? Come here and play in the water with me. The scenery behind Lin Yao Yao contrasted sharply with Li Chuan's barren surroundings. Behind her lay a shimmering green lake, and beyond it stood an enormous, magnificent palace of earthy hues. Li Chuan was exasperated. Ah, why are you in an oasis while I'm stuck in a desert? The little beauty leaned against a tree branch. Don't you understand? Fate tends to favor those who are charming. Li Chuan scoffed. Hurry and send me the coordinates. My photonic chamber is only blue, and I have just 2 hours left. Lin Yao Yao shared a coordinate with Li Chuan. It was over 9,000 meters away. Damn, no wonder I can't see it. It's so far away. Please secure a favorable position for my little green one. Lin Yao Yao waved her hand. Huh? That seems unfeasible, but I can select a good spot for you. You can take it from there. She momentarily forgot that her plant spirit possessed little combat power. That works too. With a newfound direction, Li Chuan activated his leap skill, shooting forth like a black line across the desert. As he departed from the dune, a fierce wind stirred up some yellow sand, revealing a patch of white skin marred by dried blood. While running, Li Chuan meticulously examined all interfaces one by one. He needed to ascertain if any changes or updates had occurred. Although he lacked the patience of Gao Han, the saintly figure who had meticulously organized all information, a fundamental understanding of the basics was still essential. The items available in the system's shop remained unchanged, with no new additions. It seemed that blue equipment and items represented the pinnacle of the system's offerings. Functions like the map, quest log, and character attributes remained static as well. However, the auction house feature had undergone slight modifications, now titled the Giant Shelter Auction House, with prices and commissions unchanged. The only newly added feature was the regional leaderboard. Surely, with my immense strength, I ought to secure a place on the leaderboard. Right? Filled with anticipation, Li Chuan opened the regional leaderboard. Chapter 54, A Desert Filled with Peril, Giant Shelter Regional Leaderboard, Combat Power Rankings, First Place, White Tornado, LV-20 Gunner, Overall Combat Power, 9.7, Second Place. Tao Bai Bai, LV-20 Fighter, Overall Combat Power, 9.6, Third Place. Great Love Quan Quan Long, LV-20 Fire Mage, Overall Combat Power, 9.4, Seventh Place. Only touching flowers and not weeds. LV-19 Jungle Hunter, overall combat power, 9.0. Li Chuan's expression darkened. His strength had inexplicably settled at the 7th position. Are there really that many freaks around? However, it seemed that my level being under 20 was the reason, as all other entries on the leaderboard were at level 20. Red name rankings. First place, Tao Bai Bai. LV-20 Fighter, kill count, 43. Second place, Oh Messiah. LV-20 Telekinetic Controller, kill count, 39. Third place, Only Touching Flowers and Not Weeds. LV-19 Jungle Hunter, kill count, 28. Did I truly kill that many people? It's best I don't appear on this list. Gold rankings. First place, Abundant Wealth. LV-18 Magician, total assets, 10,080 gold. Second place, Oh Messiah. LV-20 Archer, total assets, 341 gold. Third place. High places are cold. LV-19 Ice Mage, total assets, 6,299 gold. Li Chuan didn't even make it onto the gold rankings, with the unsold equipment from the auction house included. His gold barely surpassed 5,000. He was utterly broke. What kind of sorcery was this abundant wealth, amassing over 10,000 gold? I wish I could encounter him. The living Bodhisattva was indeed on the list. But she must have been holding the entire guild's assets, not just her own. Below the leaderboard, there was another line of text. Daily rewards for top ranking. First place, Evolution Core, blue. Second place, Evolution Core, green. Third place, Evolution Core, green. Note: rewards can be stacked, distributed daily at 8 o'clock game time. Rewards for the top 3? In an instant, Li Chuan's competitive spirit ignited. Where are the monsters? I must level up to 20. As if responding to Li Chuan's words, the yellow sand before him suddenly surged, and then a creature with a mouth over a meter wide, brimming with layers of teeth, emerged from the sand and charged toward Li Chuan. Side roll. Side roll. Side roll. Li Chuan executed 3 consecutive side rolls to escape the creature's dive. The creature, resembling a massive yellow-haired worm, failed to catch its prey and buried its elongated body into the sand. Before it vanished, Li Chuan successfully identified its attributes. Death Desert Worm, purple, health, 5,000. LV-45. Time has passed, and the once tiny worm has grown to this size. It possesses the hardest teeth and the highest efficiency in motion through the yellow sand. Weakness has been marked. Banana U, what a formidable level 45 monster. I admit I might have been a tad too loud just now. While grumbling, Li Chuan felt another tremor beneath his feet. Leap! He hastily activated his leap skill and sprinted away at top speed. Whoosh! That terrifying gaping maw burst forth from the sand once more, pursuing Li Chuan like a dolphin leaping out of water. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Li Chuan ran over 3,000 meters before finally no longer sensing the eerie vibrations of the death worm beneath the sand. This damned, heartless worm. It nearly exhausted me. Li Chuan found a withered tree, squatting in its shadow, and took out a large jug of pure water to drink eagerly. Hey, is that a person over there? While swallowing a sandwich, Li Chuan squinted at a figure atop a nearby dune. The identification effect triggered. Tan Chong, strong brother not balding human, health, 100. LV-17. Overall combat power, 7. Archer, weakness has been marked. Another unfortunate player. The player immediately drew his bow, preparing to retaliate, when the yellow sand erupted behind him. Bang, bang, bang. 6 small, oddly shaped humanoid monsters sprang from the sand, their skin resembling the color of sand, wielding various makeshift weapons. And they began to feast without a care. The player's abdomen was torn open, and his crimson entrails excited the sand-colored creatures immensely. Dune Goblin, blue, health, 1,500. LV-35. Plunderers of the desert. For them, besides sand, nothing is inedible. Beware of their disguises. Weaknesses have been marked. Damn, the goblins in the desert are even more ruthless than those in the forest. The level disparity is significant, and their numbers are quite overwhelming. Li Chuan felt fortunate he hadn't ventured toward that dune and circled back to continue his journey. The Death Desert Worm and the man-eating goblins made this desert truly dangerous. Giants Shelter Desert Area. Kid, you should be grateful you two happened upon each other. Had you been alone, you can imagine the consequences, right? 1,000 gold each. Hand it over, and I'll let you go. On the endless expanse of yellow sand. Four vicious players armed with sharp blades surrounded a man and a woman. Taishang Zhenjun and Yang Lu stood back to back, each brandishing their weapons in defense. They had only just met. Yang Lu had been injured, and Taishang Zhenjun had just used a purchased HP recovery potion to heal her. They intended to travel together to the oasis, but encountered a robbery along the way. I don't have that many gold. Taishang Zhenjun replied coldly. Yang Lu, who had narrowly escaped death, shouted as well. We spent all our gold on potions. It's all gone. Who are you, and why are you robbing us? A hawk-nosed man sneered. Who are we, you ask? We're just pitiful creatures dragged here by some powerful freak, just like you. Yang Lu frowned. Since we are all in the same boat, why must you make things difficult for us? The leader of the long-faced scoundrels revealed an evil smile. Such talk is pointless. Everyone has their own way of survival. If you two do not sell equipment to gather gold, we'll have no choice but to kill you. That's right, boss. Just kill them both. This woman is meaty, and her fat is high. We can eat after we're done. No waste at all. Yang Lu's eyes widened in shock. You actually eat people? Have you all gone mad? Stop wasting breath. It's not us who are mad, but this damned world. Enough with the chatter. If we don't show them some color, they won't yield. Attack. The four scoundrels were ruthless characters, not hesitating for a moment as they charged at the two. Taishang Zhenjun furrowed his brow and addressed Yang Lu, who was behind him. The bastard to your left has the lowest level. We should break through from him. Before Taishang Zhenjun could finish his sentence, a dagger suddenly pierced through his abdomen. He looked back in disbelief at Yang Lu. You? Yang Lu gritted her teeth, kicked Taishang Zhenjun hard, and turned to flee. We can't both die here. Don't look at me like that. I'm a woman. I should live first. Yang Lu, employing some skill, dashed out of the encirclement of the four scoundrels with a swift charge. Damn it. Even someone as composed as Lin Shang couldn't help but curse upon facing a former comrade's betrayal. He quickly swallowed an HP recovery potion and raised his heavy shield to withstand the attacks from the four scoundrels. Chapter 55, Level 20, Piercing Arrow, Combat Power Rankings Regional 2nd, Bang, Clang. This kid's weapon is quite good. It can fetch a handsome price. Haha, young man, did you sell your gear for gold yourself, or are we to obtain it through our own efforts? Heavy slash. After a brief pause, Lin Shang, facing four opponents while heavily injured, found himself utterly powerless to contend. Had it not been for the four players seeking a flawless victory, he likely would have perished minutes ago. Damn that wretched woman. Had I known, I would never have saved her. Just as Lin Shang felt certain of his demise today, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air reached his ears. He looked up to see several arrows shimmering with an icy blue light approaching. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that his colossal shield had inexplicably been enveloped in a layer of ice blue. He has arrived. Stun arrow, explosive arrow, boom. A vicious level 20 player had his throat shattered by the explosive arrow. Dying instantly, another player hastily raised his longbow, preparing to retaliate. Boom. The ice blue shield crashed forcefully into his face. Drop that broken thing in your hands, Taishang. Your captain has come to save you, Li Chuan. While sprinting, swiftly knocked arrows. Lock on shot. Stun arrow. Explosive arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he crested a hill, he saw Taishang Zhenjun besieged by four players just over level 20. The disparity in strength was negligible, and Taishang Zhenjun had indeed coordinated well during the trial task. Li Chuan had no reason not to assist. Reloading 5 arrows, he immediately switched to a piercing dagger. Among the 3 ferocious players, one had been desperately held back by Taishang Zhenjun, while 2 charged towards Li Chuan. Fire Element Enchantment, Elemental Giant, Side Roll. A sand creature nearly 1.5 meters tall materialized in the path of the charging player, successfully blocking a control skill. Well done. Shit Giant, Side Roll. Weak Point Strike. Blade Impact. A burning white light pierced through a player's throat. The other player turned to flee but was swiftly caught by Li Chuan, who plunged his dagger into the heart. Critical hit -999. Ding. Slain LV18 Zhaozong. Gold 120. Experience 180. Ding. Player Li Chuan experience is full. Level 1. Gained free attribute points 12. Ding. Illusionist experience is full. Level 1. Current secondary profession level. LV18. Ding. Comprehended jungle hunter profession skill. Piercing arrow. Ding, your combat power ranking has been elevated. Please check it yourself. Both players bore red names, their loot dropping abundantly on the ground. With no time to collect the gear, Li Chuan switched to the fail crossbow and continued rushing towards Taishang Zhenjuan. The archers, unable to overpower Taishang Zhenjuan, quickly knelt in surrender. Mistaken. Mistaken. Big brothers, please spare my life. For the sake of us all hailing from Blue Star, have mercy. Li Chuan ignored the desperate plea of the villain and turned to Taishang Zhenjuan, who looked pale. Why is your health still depleting? Taishang Zhenjuan glanced down at his abdomen. Ambushed, with a penetrating wound, it was difficult to heal, and he had run out of potions. Li Chuan silently purchased 10 high-grade HP recovery potions and handed them to Taishang Zhenjuan. There was no other choice. He had to rely on the potions. Taishang Zhenjuan nodded and sat on the sand. Beginning to drink the potions, Li Chuan stood before the players and said lightly, "Why didn't I notice how afraid you are of dying just now? Heh, tell me, which batch of players are you from? Did you just complete the first arena task?" The player quickly looked up. "You're right, I'm from batch G25847. Just came from that gladiatorial arena. How many players survived in your area?" 20. Including us 4, at most 20. To Li Chuan stroked his chin. "Oh, in that case, we have indeed survived quite a number." "I have no further issues," the vicious player rejoiced. "So can I?" Li Chuan swiftly struck, and the archer player immediately gushed blood from his throat, collapsing onto the yellow sand. Critical hit -999. Ding. Slain LV-17 Lu Tian. Gold 100, experience 170. You can go die now. Lin Shang stared wide-eyed at the dissipating corpse on the ground. "Didn't you promise not to kill him?" Li Chuan sheathed his piercing dagger. "When did I say that? I don't recall." Taishang Zhenjuan fell silent. "How much longer does your photosynthetic capsule have?" 1 hour. "Mine too. Let us go. We'll travel together." Giant Shelter Area Leaderboard. Combat Power Ranking. First. White Tornado. LV-20 Gunner. Overall Power. 9.7. Second. Just Touching Flowers. LV-20 Jungle Hunter. Overall Power. 9.6. Third. Tao Bai Bai. LV-20 Brawler. Overall Power. 9.6. Fourth. Great Love Quan Quan Dragon. LV-20 Fire Mage. Overall Power. 9.4. After allocating the free attribute points and the 2 enhancements from Piercing Arrow, my ranking unexpectedly surged to second place. It seems my high-grade cloth armor set remains quite formidable. What kind of profession is that first-place gunner, ranking even higher than me? Does he also possess blue set equipment? Indeed, I cannot underestimate others. This level up granted me 12 free attribute points. Does that mean I receive 12 points for every level after reaching 20? Li Chuan could only reference the player manual as he ran across the sand. Searching for information about levels beyond 20. Ordinary players gain 10 free attribute points for each level after 20, while special professions receive varying increases based on their rank. Thus, my jungle hunter profession has a slight advantage in this regard. Moreover, the player manual mentioned that after reaching level 20, one can advance their profession to a higher tier of the same category, which requires obtaining a specific job transfer book for that class. Simply put, for Li Chuan to elevate his profession tier, he must find the job transfer book for a higher level class of the jungle hunter. Quite a challenge. Li Chuan didn't even know the name of the higher tier jungle hunter profession. Piercing Arrow, Blue. Proficiency. Beginner 110. Can be triggered by ranged weapons. After use, the next 3 arrows damage increases by 500, with a 60 chance to penetrate the enemy and deal 10-fold critical damage. Skill cost, 5 mana, cooldown time, 5 minutes, evaluation. Before using this move, consider its recoil. Li Chuan had not considered the recoil, which was why he was sent rolling by the impact of the launched arrows. This move is too powerful. It feels like I could take someone down without even hitting a vital spot. With half an hour remaining on his photosynthetic capsule, he and Lin Shang finally caught sight of the frequently mentioned oasis and palace in the chat channel. Is that the giant palace mentioned in the quest? It's truly a magnificent sight. Chapter 56. Men go away, women stay. Standing at the edge of the desert, the oasis, which should have been refreshing, appeared rather unremarkable. The golden palace piercing the clouds, surrounded by numerous oases, was truly breathtaking. Li Chuan, a former male student with no connection to architecture, was somewhat awestruck by the difficulty of constructing this palace. Giant Palace, a structure that has existed for countless ages, filled with chaotic and bizarre energy, extremely dangerous. When the bell tolls, the entire desert will plunge into peril. If the bell tolls more than 12 times, do not linger. Quickly flee. The bell? It seems to be another perilous mechanism. Li Chuan had no idea where he was in relation to the palace, but he could clearly see a massive hall door standing 100 meters tall, seemingly at the palace's front. Brother Chuan, you're quite late, aren't you? I've missed you. A petite figure playfully appeared next to Li Chuan. He silently rolled his eyes. Why didn't I see you looking for me? Have you chosen a good spot for Xiaolu? Hurry up, my time is limited. The girl smiled charmingly. Of course, I've chosen well. Over there, with mountains and water, the scenery is splendid. The way you say that makes it sound like you want to bury me there. Li Chuan looked in the direction Lin Yaoyao pointed. There was a green lake, and on the grassy banks, many spirit plants were being grown, large and small. Not only around the lake, but the player density across the entire oasis was high. Yet currently, they were relatively restrained, and no significant conflicts had erupted. It's a good spot. Xiaolu will surely like it, Li Chuan remarked as he dashed towards the lakeside. However, upon seeing Li Chuan approach, several players by the lake, seemingly intent on planting spirit plants near themselves, bore the title of cold-blooded and immediately rallied against him. Hey, stop. There are already enough spirit plants here. Find another place, that is right. Take one more step and we'll be forced to take action. The drop rate for red name players is quite high. 4 or 5 players, none of whom were even level 20, the highest among them merely green. Yet they brazenly shouted by the lakeside, relying on their numbers. Li Chuan disregarded them all, solely intent on finding a favorable position for Xiao LV. As for any opposition that might arise, well, he would simply have to deal with those dissenters. His gaze shifted to the grassland. The grassland, rife with chaotic energy. Li Chuan abruptly halted in his tracks. This appraisal result seemed rather abnormal. The 5 players had drawn their weapons, and upon noticing Li Chuan's sudden immobility, they couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. Mistakenly believing he had faltered, Li Chuan silently observed the lake. The water, tainted with various potent bloodlines, could induce physical mutations if consumed. The lake indeed posed a problem. What a treacherous place! If the plant spirit were to absorb such water, it would likely encounter issues as well. Without further ado, Li Chuan turned to leave. Brother Chuan, why the sudden departure? That lake water is problematic. Lin Yaoyao was taken aback, then questioned with curiosity, how do you know the water is problematic? Wait for me. To the left of the lake, in a central area neither too far nor too close to the palace, lay a patch of grassland measuring less than 10 square meters, devoid of any water source. Adjacent to this small patch stood a towering boulder, approximately 7 to 8 meters high, which provided some shade during the intense sunlight, a feature that particularly appealed to Li Chuan. The only drawback was that at present, 8 players had already claimed this modest patch of grassland with their plant spirits. This is the spot. Li Chuan silently resolved to plant his spirit here, though there was one matter he needed to address first. He turned to the Taishang fungi, Lin Shang, who was following closely behind. Taishang, are you certain you wish to remain with us? Taishang fungi furrowed his brow, seeming momentarily perplexed by Li Chuan's implication. Li Chuan continued, what I mean is, I believe you would be better suited in a guild where the heights are unyielding. Lin Yaoyao blinked her enchanting eyes in surprise. The big guy is quite dependable. Please don't chase him away. Taishang fungi remained silent. Though his expression was somewhat complex, Li Chuan addressed Lin Yaoyao. Of course, I am aware of that, but to Taishang, we are the unreliable ones. Both of us follow a high attack and high agility path. If we encounter danger, we can flee, but what about him? Taishang, while you are indeed a rare companion one can trust with their back, I genuinely believe the living Bodhisattva would be a better fit for you. Lin Yaoyao seemed to grasp the sentiment. Well, that is true. Although I find that living Bodhisattva quite bothersome, she is the only one who truly values human life and wouldn't easily abandon a shield warrior. Taishang fungi's expression relaxed, and he nodded slightly, his feelings inscrutable. Li Chuan smiled. If I were to consider assembling a large team, you would be the first I would seek out. The guild, Heights Unyielding, had established a significant presence in the area, capturing a considerable oasis, and Taishang fungi knew precisely where to go. Brother Chuan, it seems we are once again left to rely on each other. Are you not worried about having an extra man in the team? That someone might contest for my affection? Li Chuan scoffed. What are the odds that two men in a team would both fancy an empty field? Hey, this place is claimed by our 9 Tiger Gang. You two better scram. Just as Li Chuan and Lin Yao Yao approached the grassland by the boulder, a burly man stepped forward, hurling curses. Li Chuan glanced at the levels of the 8 players. All above 17, with 2 at level 20, considered upper tier among players. Even more astonishing was that each of the 8 bore the title of cold-blooded, with the 2 level 20s distinguished by their green titles. The brawny man had someone next to him leering at Lin Yao Yao. Hey, big brother, the guy's out, but the girl's still fair game. Yeah, big brother, the second sister and the sixth sister have high standards. The previous ones are all dead, so it's time to get something fresh. The burly man seemed to heed this advice. All right, the man can go, but the girl stays. Lin Yao Yao, inspired by some sudden impulse, fearfully clung to Li Chuan's arm. Why, darling, they have their eyes on me. What should I do? Li Chuan silently rolled his eyes. This drama queen. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the encircling players, Li Chuan suddenly adopted a sorrowful expression. Alas, what can be done? This place is deadly. Surviving is a luxury, and being desired by so many big brothers is your fortune. Certainly better than suffering alongside me. Li Chuan spoke with profound bitterness. His face reflecting despair at life. A male player across the way burst into laughter. What a useless fellow, unable to protect his own woman. Others retorted, I think this kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Indeed, big brother, our 9 Tiger Gang just lost old 9. While this kid appears harmless, his title suggests he has killed before. Perhaps we should keep him as a runner? A woman clad in fitted leather armor crossed her arms. The woman is yours, but this pretty boy looks tender and fresh. Let me and the sixth sister have fun with him. Sounds good. I find it quite appealing. I relish toying with his woman before him. Ha ha ha. The big brother, who had initially considered a physical solution to the problem, found himself unexpectedly securing access to the grassland through performance. The group of ruffians, seeing that Li Chuan dared to lead Lin Yao Yao into their midst, immediately began to whistle lewdly at her. Lin Yao Yao's large eyes glistened with fear as she clung tightly to Li Chuan's arm, unwilling to let go. Ho, she's shy. This little lass is shy. What is there to be shy about? I've seen many women like her. She is probably brimming with expectations inside. Come, little girl, let big brother have a feel of your face. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Several ruffians, emboldened by their numbers, shamelessly taunted Lin Yao Yao. Yet, she remained unperturbed, maintaining her fearful demeanor as she followed Li Chuan into the den of wolves. Chapter 57. Without fodder, horses grow lean. Without windfall, men grow poor. Players observing the scene couldn't help but shake their heads in resignation. Alas, the world is cruel, indeed. One is forced to sell their women just to secure a patch for planting spirit plants. If it were me, I'd rather plant my spirit in the sand. Big brother, may I plant my spirit here? Li Chuan timidly asked a scrawny fellow with a sharp nose and chin. This scrawny man seemed to rank fourth among the bandits, his attention wholly fixated on Lin Yao Yao, attempting to take advantage of her, but repeatedly evaded by her agile movements. What big brother? Call me fourth brother. Plant it here? By the way, what kind of spirit do you have? Li Chuan lifted his head, revealing a radiant smile. Why spirit? Just a little tree. A blue photosynthesis pod materialized in Li Chuan's hand, and in the next moment, a towering tree capable of overshadowing all other spirits in the vicinity materialized mid-air, swiftly embedding its roots into the soil. Lin Yao Yao immediately kicked the scrawny man away. Yes, the plan has succeeded perfectly. Xiao LV, go crush this bunch of scoundrels. The tall second sister's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. No, this kid is not to be trifled with. Quick, take him down. The members of the 9 Tiger Gang finally reacted, cursing as they rushed toward Xiao LV, intent on eliminating it before it could take root. The scrawny man screeched, quickly, that spirit S level is terrifying. Li Chuan raised his crossbow, aiming at the enraged scrawny man. ISNT it a bit late to be saying that now. Penetrating arrow, whoosh bang. Critical hit minus 999. The arrow, emitting a sonic boom, pierced through the scrawny man's chest, vanishing like a specter into the grassland, instantly staining it with blood. Ding. Killed LV-19 Huang Zhonga. 60 gold coins. 190 experience points. Bang. Xiao LV swung its bud, effortlessly reducing the charging players to a pulp. Ding. Killed LV-18 Wang Cheng, 90 gold coins, 180 experience points. Ding, killed LV-19 Song Yang, 67 gold coins, 190 experience points. In less than 3 minutes, the 8 players of the Nine Tiger Gang were reduced to just the leader who had heeded the advice and 2 female players who had not yet engaged. You all! The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Li Chuan. His expression reflected desperation and fury. You bastard! How dare you harm my brother? He cursed vehemently, then turned and dashed toward his spirit. Retrieving a photosynthesis pod to collect it before fleeing, Li Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had expected more grit from this leader. The burly man dashed away at great speed, seeming on the verge of escaping Xiao LV's attack range when, just as he felt a surge of relief, a sweet, melodious voice rang in his ear. Wow, you even have a backup for this. How impressive! Blood sprayed forth. Block -89. Yet, despite sustaining a critical hit, the burly man did not perish. His eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck with one hand while brandishing a long knife with the other. Swinging it fiercely, Lin Yaoyao executed a backflip to evade, but the burly man pursued her like a tornado, moving swiftly and with great force. Indeed, being the leader among a band of killers required a certain level of skill. Bang! A massive bud, over a meter in diameter, crashed down upon the leader's head. A pool of minced meat and several pieces of various equipment appeared on the ground. Li Chuan scanned the area. Goodness! The items dropped by 6 red-named players exceeded the total of what 60 normal players would yield. It was as if their backpacks were about to burst. Lin Yaoyao patted her small chest, adopting a fearful expression. Then she turned and cast a longing glance at the 2 remaining female players. Those 2 had no spare photosynthetic chambers. Upon seeing the imminent threat, they exchanged glances and knelt on the grass. Please, spare us. We are not villains. We were coerced into joining the Nine Tiger Gang. Merciful heroine, please spare our lives. Lin Yaoyao flickered in and out of visibility. My dear second sister, were you not just expressing a desire for my handsome brother Chuan? How is it now that you claim to be coerced? The slender woman, sensing death closing in, hurriedly implored. We are all forced into this. If we don't act as villains, they will kill us. The relatively attractive second sister chimed in quickly. Indeed, we are victims. My secondary profession is cooking, a level 3 chef. I can prepare food for you, food with special effects. A silver blade whisked past her ear, snipping a lock of hair. And what of you? What is your purpose? Lin Yaoyao appeared behind the 2, her gaze fixed on the younger sister. That moment, Li Chuan was directing Xiao LV to uproot the spiritual plants of others and collect evolution cores, simultaneously gathering the scattered equipment from the ground. The Nine Tiger Gang was evidently a notorious presence in the original area, as 6 individuals had dropped 9 pieces of blue equipment. Truly, one cannot thrive without risk. One cannot gain wealth without seizing opportunities. Players from other oases stared dumbfounded. They had anticipated witnessing a humiliating scene of a man reluctantly selling his wife. Yet instead, they beheld an overwhelming display of super spiritual plant slaughter. What on earth is that giant tree? It's astonishing, exclaimed a player adjusting their glasses. Orange spiritual plants? Good heavens, the highest grade in our area is purple. So this pair was merely pretending to be weak? How cunning! Yet one cannot be too hasty. What if their spiritual plants are the only formidable aspect? In front of Lin Yaoyao, the slender younger sister appeared extremely flustered, seemingly unable to articulate her worth. I can sleep with him. Just don't kill me. I will do anything that I can accompany you too. What a pity. Both of us do not fancy your type. With a laugh, blood once again stained the grass. 10 minutes later, do you have any equipment you can use? If not, I will just auction it all off. Li Chuan leaned against Xiao LV's trunk, surrounded by an array of equipment radiating various hues. Lin Yaoyao selected 2 pieces of blue leather armor. Let us take these 2. That woman claims to be a level 3 chef. Should we keep her? Li Chuan's gaze shifted to the tall, slender woman, who was still in a state of fear. This woman has elevated her secondary profession to level 3. Chung Nan, Southwall human, health, 100-100, LV-18. A human warrior of average physique. Weaknesses marked. Her level is not particularly high, and the grade of her spiritual plant is merely green, posing little threat. I'm on the verge of being sick of bread. Let us temporarily keep her. Chung Nan's face brightened instantly. Thank you, boss, thank you. Those scoundrels often forced me to kill. Every time I close my eyes at night, I see the faces of those I've slain. Thank you for rescuing me from this sea of suffering. Li Chuan retrieved several pieces of fish and beast meat from his backpack, a gentle smile creeping upon his lips. You have merely changed masters. How can you be so certain you've escaped your torment? Chapter 58. I said I would just be a freeloader. Chung Nan, terrified, crossed her arms over her chest. I believe you are not that kind of person. Li Chuan interrupted her, and no need for excessive words. All you must do is make the food taste good. But let me warn you, should you tamper with the food in the slightest, harbor even the tiniest ill intent, your fate will be most tragic. Chung Nan dared not speak further, hurriedly retrieving her cooking utensils from her backpack, meticulously preparing food for her new boss and sister in the chat channel of the giant refuge area. Current surviving players, 912-1000. Oh Messiah. Buying various quality blueprints, rare ores, materials, invincible Olaf. Is this cursed desert endless? Where is the palace? Sad or laugh? We are all here setting up camp and cooking. Are there still people lost in the desert? Just wait for the wash, Tao bye-bye. Though I know the principle of not flaunting wealth, I can't help but share. I just opened a level 30 purple weapon from a golden treasure chest. Envy you all to death, ha 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 ha. Selena, President. I told you not to post it. Li Chuan was taken aback. Someone actually obtained a purple weapon from a golden treasure chest? Could they be players who ranked first in the competitive task? If that is the case, wouldn't every player in their area have a golden treasure chest? Oh, I want it so badly. Yao Yao, have you opened your silver treasure chests yet? Lin Yao Yao nodded. Yes, 2 treasure chests. One yielded a level 25 blue ring, the other a level 25 blue mask. Am I lucky, or what? To be honest, that is indeed quite fortunate. Both treasure chests produced items of the utmost quality. Rivaling the luck of someone using hacks, Li Chuan silently took out his own 2 silver treasure chests. Silver treasure chest, capable of yielding up to a level 25 purple quality item. No key required. Would you like to open it? Purple. Li Chuan was momentarily stunned. The highest probability is for it to turn purple. This silver treasure chest upgrades along with the player's level in that case. It is entirely reasonable for golden treasure chests to yield purple equipment. Yao Yao, I believe your luck is rather ordinary. Lin Yao Yao tilted her head. Huh, is this considered ordinary? Inside the 5-meter square giant military tent, Li Chuan sat on a wooden stump, fixated on the numbers fluctuating atop the treasure chest. .99. You're the one. The chest vanished, revealing an item that gleamed with a striking purple hue. Lin Yao Yao's mouth formed a Na shape as she rushed over like a whirlwind. Unfortunately, her low level and strength made her easily captured and pinned to the ground by Li Chuan. 2 blue evolution, cores. 200 gold coins. 1 piece of level 25 purple equipment. Mighty Bull Demon Bracers, purple, wearing level 25, strength 30. 7.5 chance to knock back enemies upon attack. Evaluation. How many people desire the life of this old bull? With a strength boost of 30 and a 7.5 knockback chance. These bracers were unexpectedly powerful. They far surpassed the ones he currently wore. Brother Chuan, let me go. I just want to take a look at those bracers. I promise I want to take them. Li Chuan chuckled. I already said I would just be a freeloader, definitely not taking anything. If you want purple equipment, let me open the next treasure chest for you. Lin Yao Yao pouted in grievance. I understand. Bang. Another silver treasure chest burst open. Gold coins, 2 blue evolution cores. 10 high-grade critical strike potions. 1 level 25 purple longsword. Sergeant sword, purple. Wearing level 25. Armor piercing value 30. Sharpness 25. Strength 45. Normal attacks have a tearing effect. Evaluation. Where the sharp blade points, all shall be leveled. Though my profession typically favors daggers, this longsword is somewhat irresistible. Both pieces of equipment were useful to Li Chuan, thus he saw no need to auction them off. However, he still opened the auction house. Most of the equipment he had listed, aside from some worthless items, had sold out. His gold coin balance surged to over 8,000, catapulting him to second place on the leaderboard. Yet, Li Chuan was not a miser. If there were items, skill books, or equipment in the auction house that could enhance him, he would gladly purchase them. After browsing for quite some time, he found mostly equipment. Nearly all weapons, skill books, and items were rare and sold out quickly. The highest tier of weapons and equipment available were blue, their attributes inferior to the set Li Chuan currently possessed. However, there was a blue ring suitable for him. Yet the seller had set a buyout price of 8,000 gold coins. That was quite the ripoff. Li Chuan had no intention of being taken for a fool. Shutting the auction house, Li Chuan fed all the evolution cores from his backpack to Xiao LV. Ding, your spiritual plant miracle tree has reached maximum experience, level 1. Ding, your spiritual plant miracle tree has reached maximum experience, level 1. Outside the tent, Xiao LV's level leaped to 9. Its trunk visibly thickened, and its height increased to nearly 9 meters. Apart from that enormous flower bud, the other two tendrils have extended to nearly 5 meters. Although they remain relatively small, they have begun to exhibit some degree of mobility. Gazing across this oasis, it is rare for a plant spirit to match the stature of Xiaolu. What delighted Li Chuan the most was the noticeable change in Xiaolu's attribute panel. Miracle Tree, Orange, Juvenile Phase, Growth Type, Level 9100, Experience Points 0900, a powerful being extinct in the Titan realm, endowed with remarkable wisdom and formidable destructive capabilities. Miracle Seed 2-3, not yet activated. The first miracle seed has fully matured and can devour any living organism to acquire its abilities. The evaluation. It is said that the miracle tree only grows in places where miracles occur. The miracle seed has fully matured. It can devour any living organism to gain its abilities. Who should it consume? Perhaps it should devour that icy cold saint. Just as Li Chuan was pondering such wicked thoughts, a faint voice drifted over from nearby. Boss, the food is ready. Chang Nanan stood at the tent entrance with a large tray. Her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Li Chuan's eyes. The tray held a bowl of rice, a serving of mixed vegetables, braised fish, and red braised meat. An enticing feast. The moment the aroma wafted into Li Chuan's nostrils, his mouth watered uncontrollably. After subsisting on bland fare for nearly a week, his taste buds were on the verge of paralysis if not stimulated. Ah, so fragrant, and I'm so hungry. Inside the tent, Lin Yaoyao dashed out like a whirlwind. Reaching for the food in the bowl, Chang Nanan shrank back in alarm. "B-boss, let me set it down before you eat." Li Chuan hurried over. "Lin Yaoyao, no using your hands?" Chang Nanan stood under her plant spirit, observing the two engrossed in their meal. Judging by their appearance, it seems I won't be meeting my demise anytime soon. The evenings in the Amani forest are the most comfortable time of the day. Across all regions, there is no pressure from the morning's daily tasks, nor the oppressive heat of the noon sun. The disorienting white mist of night has yet to descend. Players gradually congregated, setting up large pots and kindling bonfires. Even melodious singing emanated from the vast oasis occupied by the Illuminati. However, just as all players relaxed, preparing to enjoy a relatively peaceful night, suddenly, a series of deep, resonant bell chimes echoed from the Grand Palace. Li Chuan, savoring his meal, was momentarily stunned before his expression turned grave. At the sound of bells, he immediately ceased chewing and began counting the chimes intently. 1, 2, 3, Chapter 59. Terror from the Palace. Lin Yaoyao, puffing her cheeks, gazed curiously at Li Chuan and "What are you counting?" Fortunately, there were only 8 chimes, not yet reaching the 12 that signified the utmost danger as per the identification entries. "I'm counting the bell tolls." Lin Yaoyao shook her little head. "Why count them?" Li Chuan's gaze shifted to the magnificent golden palace. "I don't know, but I have a feeling something bad is about to happen." "Bad thing?" Lin Yaoyao hastily stuffed a large mouthful of food into her mouth and then dashed out of the tent. Li Chuan, too, raised his hand to stow away the giant military tent. Initially, he had thought this item was ruined by the rascals of the 3 heroes, only to discover it had been collected by Lin Yaoyao beforehand. Above the oasis, amidst the gazes of countless players, the massive doors of the Grand Palace began to creak open. Some players were astonished. "Whoa, look, why did the palace doors suddenly open? Could it be related to the main quest?" "Possibly. Does this mean we can enter the palace to collect quest items now? I don't think the timing feels right. Let's keep our distance from those gates." At this moment, the players nearest to the palace gates were in a state of panic. Once the most sought-after location, it had transformed into a perilous zone that everyone wished to avoid. Those with faster plant spirits could hastily retreat from the palace gates, but those with slower spirits could only grit their teeth and await the unknown threat. Under such pressure, several players steeled themselves and stepped beyond the confines of their plant spirits. Damn it, I don't believe that on the first day of the quest, something bizarre is going to happen. Exactly. Maybe the door opening is just a routine occurrence, signaling that we can enter the palace to complete our tasks at any time. Let's go. We should investigate to be prepared. Strength in numbers emboldened a dozen players to band together, drawing their weapons and advancing toward the not yet fully open giant doors. Some shouted warnings to be cautious, while others tried to dissuade them, but the vast majority chose silence. Faced with the unknown, most people preferred someone else to pave the way. Yet none wanted to be that someone. Li Chuan, alongside Lin Yaoyao, had already distanced themselves from Xiaolu and positioned themselves closer to the opening doors for better observation. What would transpire in this cursed place once the bells sounded? Li Chuan pondered. Suddenly, Lin Yaoyao's eyes widened. There seems to be a face behind the door. Li Chuan quickly focused his gaze on the opening giant doors. As the dust raised by the massive doors slowly settled, an enormous head with an eerie expression abruptly emerged from behind one of the doors. Ugh, that was the face of a middle-aged man. Large, enormous. The head was at least a meter wide, grinning with a disconcerting expression, and simultaneously emitted a surprised cry as it charged out. This action allowed all players to see its full form. It was a naked giant, towering with a physique several times that of an ordinary human. Yet curiously, its arms were disproportionately thin and small, resembling a malformed child. Help! A monster! There's a monster! A giant! Despite its size, the giant moved swiftly, covering ground with great strides to catch up to the dozen players fleeing in a panic. Then it lunged. Bang! A slightly slower player was knocked down. As the player prepared to roll away from the monster's attack, snap! A massive jaw suddenly enveloped his body, and within moments, 2 rows of teeth clamped down, splattering blood everywhere. His upper body was violently severed from his legs. Crack, crack, crack. Heavens! The giant is eating people. Where the hell is this place? Is it Parody Island? Players on the oasis could clearly see the flesh and blood rolling and squeezing in the giant's mouth. Large quantities of blood streaming from its lips and dripping onto the yellow sand. Li Chuan suppressed his discomfort and used his probability glasses to identify the giant's attribute panel. Bloodline disorder giant. Blue. Health. 5,000. Level 23. A pitiful creature with a failed bloodline enhancement, possessing terrifying destructive power and boundless stamina. Weaknesses have been marked. This was a level 23 boss-level monster, although its level was not particularly high. Its health and size were indeed quite alarming. This creature could likely squish a multitude of similarly level disease harvesters with a single stomp. Brother Chuan, if we kill it, won't we obtain the giant bloodline factor? Lin Yaoyao's face was full of eager anticipation. However, from behind the now open door emerged a second giant. It crawled out, in stark contrast to the first, with its body and arms proportionately matched, yet its legs were disturbingly small. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. More and more deformed giants erupted from the palace. Retreat! Li Chuan spun on his heel and fled. Lin Yaoyao followed suit, even outpacing him. She no longer mentioned the idea of slaying giants for their bloodline factors. At that moment, the only source of comfort for the two was Xiaolu, on the oasis. Now the sight of chaos, dozens of players helplessly watched their plant spirits being torn apart and destroyed. Ah, my plant spirit! Quickly, attack them! Someone, help! A player anxiously shot arrows at a giant that was tearing at a small tree. Unbeknownst to him, another giant suddenly descended from above, snatching the player and tossing him into its mouth like a chocolate bean. Crack, 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 blood gushed freely. Another giant uprooted a vine, cackling as it seized a player. Help! Help! Someone save me! Ah! In the region occupied by the Illuminati, Lu Haizhu asked, President, should we venture out? Gao Han decisively shook his head. There are too many of them. The risk of rescue is too high. We will not go out. Everyone, those man-eating monsters are coming. Prepare for defensive combat. Hundreds of chaotic giants, in a frenzy, relentlessly pursued the players in this area. Many players, having witnessed the terror these giants instilled, abandoned their plant spirits and fled towards the desert. Meanwhile, in the Green Lake region, the symbolic oasis and the oasis of the Illuminati, several larger congregations of players managed to tenuously organize a defensive force, preventing the chaotic giants from overrunning them, thus forming a bastion of resistance. Everyone, run! Do not linger in the small oases. We must retreat to the larger oasis to collectively fend off the monsters. Indeed, if our plant spirits cannot be saved, we must relinquish them. It's better to become a subordinate to another player than to lose our lives. The players who had survived until now were far from foolish. Having endured the initial panic, they fervently shouted the proper course of action. Among the players in the smaller oasis, Chung Nanan looked around in fear at the increasingly approaching bizarre giants. Boss, what shall we do? Li Chuan fixed his gaze on a nearby one-armed female giant. You won't make me abandon my plant spirit. With determination, he drew his crossbow and meticulously loaded 5 poison arrows. Chung Nanan widened her eyes in disbelief. This is it. This man has lost his mind. Is he truly willing to risk his life for a plant spirit? Does he really think he can combat such a terrifying creature? She subtly glanced at the 2 madmen, noticing they hadn't yet noticed her, and immediately dashed out of the oasis towards the lakeside oasis, which was the closest and had the largest number of players. Lin Yaoyao glanced at Chung Nanan's retreating figure. Marla, Brother Chuan, our chef has run off. Li Chuan observed a crooked giant approaching. Here it comes, Little Green. Chapter 60. The bouncing giant, purple, on the sandy ground. The one-armed female giant approached with a sinister grin, her colossal footfalls creating deep craters in the earth. As soon as Li Chuan's words fell, Little Green's flower bud, measuring 1.5 meters in diameter, charged forth like a battering ram towards the giant. Bang! Thud! The one-armed female giant withstood this heavy blow, crashing to the ground. -913 Frost Elemental Enchantment. Penetrating Arrow. Whoosh! -435 Slowing effect triggered with a 10-fold critical hit. The female giant writhed silently, struggling to rise. Stunning Arrow. The stun effect activated. In that brief moment of paralysis, a petite figure appeared on the giant's shoulder. Then, a silver blade, a foot long, sliced across the giant's throat. -578 Backstab. Triple hit. -456. -465. Almost every attack from Lin Yaoyao was a critical hit. Not due to sheer luck, but because the giant's weak points were so prominent. Boom! Lin Yaoyao flipped away from the giant's body, and a massive flower bud suddenly smashed into the giant's chest. Critical hit -9,999. Ding! Killed LV-23, Bloodline Chaotic Giant, Boss, 1. Experience 230. Acquired Giant Bloodline Factor, Blue 0.03, Perfect Coordination, leveled up. Bingo! Lin Yaoyao cheered with elation. She had finally reached level 20. Elemental Giant. Li Chuan had no cause for jubilation, as 3 more deformed giants came rushing towards Little Green from 3 different directions. Crash! A sturdy sand warrior, standing 1.5 meters tall, materialized, spreading its arms to block one of the armless giants. Slap! The sand warrior transformed into a mud warrior. Li Chuan's lips twitched. Now you see the gap between yourself and the real giants? Stunning Arrow. Penetrating Strike. Stun. -225. Weak point strike -590. After leveling up, Little Green's attack range had reached a terrifying 30+ meters, its vines following closely behind Li Chuan's arrows, sending the armless giant flying over 10 meters away with a single blow. Little Green. Behind you, Li Chuan warned, watching as a crawling giant approached from behind. Hee. Don't worry, I've got this. Lin Yaoyao's petite figure appeared on the back of the crawling giant, a swift stroke of her foot-long blade slashing across the giant's neck. Weak point strike -988. Strangle. The giant's massive body dangled in midair. A certain death sentence. Li Chuan and the others immediately shifted their focus to the 3rd giant charging towards them. In the oasis of the Illuminati, due to its proximity to the desert, they encountered relatively few giants, only 5. With the combined efforts of over 60 players, these 5 deformed giants had almost no room to maneuver, either being controlled or on the verge of being so. Thanks to Gao Han's adept command, there was currently no significant danger. The situation at the symbolic oasis was also manageable. Although they faced over a dozen attacking deformed giants, 3 ancient war trees and 1 war hammer giant tree stood tall, effectively controlling the giants' movements, allowing the hundreds of players in the oasis to maintain their offensive efforts. However, the lakeside oasis, which had the most players, was in the direst situation. The vast but somewhat constricted area led to a dispersal of players, making it impossible to consolidate their strength. The players who had just abandoned their plant spirits for refuge contributed little, becoming a burden instead. On the shore of the Green Lake, a player turned and shouted angrily, "Hey, you lot, stay away from my plant spirit. The monster has reached here, and you still refuse to help? How long do you plan to hide?" Several players, whose plant spirits had been destroyed, were cowering by the Green Lake, seeking safety without any intention of assisting in fending off the giants. Not only that, but they began to mock as well. "Our plant spirits have been killed. Why should we help? Protect your plant spirit. You say? Ridiculous. Exactly. Why should your plant spirits be safe? If you can hold your ground, we'll stay here a while. If not, we'll just find another place to hide." The fighting players' faces flushed with anger. These idiots! They deserve to lose their plant spirits. Just wait until the fog rises tonight, and the monsters within will claim you. The refugees scoffed at this. "Ha! Soon we'll find a strong player to attach ourselves to. And we'll still be able to complete quests and survive. Don't talk down to us. Right? It's hard to survive alone in this place anyway. It's better to band together. I'll just find a beautiful big shot to tag along with." As the refugees continued to boast, a dark shadow suddenly dropped heavily from the sky, landing right beside one of them. Huh. This was a giant much smaller in stature, only over 3 meters tall. Yet with exceptionally developed legs, bang. Before the refugee could react, the deformed giant kicked him in half. Yikes! Help! Run! Bang! With a resounding crash, the diminutive giant moved with lightning speed, leaving the players who were once alive as mere mangled corpses in an instant. The front lines of the battling players collapsed in an instant. The giants before them had already pushed them to their limits, and now an even fiercer one had arrived. Stop fighting, split up and flee. Quickly! That damned monster! My plant spirit! Someone cover me! Who will cover me, Brother Chuan? A large grasshopper is jumping over. Li Chuan fixed his gaze on the smaller giant. I see it. This smaller giant had just burst forth from the palace, boasting incredibly strong jumping legs. Its arms, though short, ended in razor-sharp claws, reminiscent of a prehistoric raptor. Bouncing giant, purple, health, 3,500. LV-27, a creature with bloodline-augmented body, possessing extreme jumping ability. A nightmare for ranged players. Weakness marked. Frost Elemental Enchantment. Lock-on shot. The arrow shot forth, curving slightly to accurately strike the bouncing giant's thigh, successfully slowing its speed a bit. But it was still fast, as the bouncing giant leaped into the air. All Li Chuan could see was its fleeting silhouette in the twilight. Damn, this one is going to be troublesome. Just as Li Chuan's words faded, little green vines shot up, expertly ensnaring the bouncing giant's body. Bang! The bouncing giant was forcefully slammed to the ground. Bang! It crashed into a deformed giant. Bang! The bouncing giant was smashed into the sand. Li Chuan immediately shot a penetrating arrow, ending the bouncing giant's life. Ding! Killed LV-27. Bouncing giant, King, 1. Experience 1350. Acquired giant bloodline factor, purple 0.03, little green, well done. Little Green's swift response greatly surprised Li Chuan. Moreover, in practical terms, Little Green found dealing with the king-level bouncing giant simpler than with the bloodline chaotic giant. After eliminating 2 more deformed giants, the little oasis where Li Chuan was situated was now completely safe. For reasons unknown, no further giants emerged from the open giant gate, and those that had previously charged out were now besieging the larger oasis, which was populated by a multitude of players. Li Chuan looked at Lin Yaoyao, and Lin Yaoyao returned his gaze. After the two exchanged a nod of acknowledgement, they simultaneously lifted their feet and dashed out of the oasis. Chapter 61. The moon. The purpose of their exit was unmistakable. They were intent on hunting monsters, securing bloodline factors. Defeating the bloodline disorder giants would yield blue bloodline factors, while vanquishing the bouncing giants would grant purple bloodline factors. To achieve a higher completion rate, Li Chuan and his companion focused their efforts predominantly on the purple bouncing giants. By the lakeside oasis, dozens of players banded together to combat 4 blue aberrant giants, unleashing a barrage of control skills as if they were free of cost. However, most of the damage dealt was under 100, with hits exceeding that being a rarity. After all, the majority of players were equipped with green gear, and only a scant few wielded blue weapons. which naturally resulted in their damage output and levels being inferior to those of Li Chuan and the other initial batch of players. Everyone, let's push on. The one on the left is nearly down, indeed, but don't focus solely on that one. If you have control skills, assist with the other giants as well. Just as the health bar of the crawling giant was about to be depleted, a black arrow pierced through its neck, delivering a critical hit of 4 nines. In the aftermath, a figure appeared beneath the toppled beast, collecting dropped items before vanishing once more. Players who had gained nothing erupted in curses. Damn it, who was that quick? Cursed be it, after all this time. I didn't even earn a smidgen of experience. Stop your shouting. Let us target the other giants. Our spirit guardians can't hold much longer. Ding! Killed LV-23, Bloodline Disorder Giant, Boss, 1. Experience points, 230. Gained Bloodline Factor, 0.03, Blue. Not far away, under the shadow of a massive stone, Li Chuan beamed at Lin Yaoyao. I see blue light. What did you get? Hurry and show me. Lin Yaoyao pouted. It's just a ring. I never said I wanted to keep it all to myself. Here, take it. Rift Ring, blue. Wearing level, 25, mana. 20, armor penetration. 10. Increases attack power by 10 when shooting targets above oneself. Evaluation. I detest everything that flies above my head. Each player could wear 3 rings. Currently, Li Chuan adorned only a level 5 critical hit ring, leaving 2 slots empty. The special effect activated solely for archers. And thus it was his. With a grin, Li Chuan slipped the silver ring onto his finger. Lin Yaoyao rolled her eyes. I never said I would fight you for it. Oh, that jumping giant is about to fall. Let us go. Li Chuan immediately locked onto the target and hoisted his crossbow. He would claim the kill, while Yaoyao would gather the loot. An impeccable collaboration, due to the absence of giants emerging from the palace. The ones near the oasis had finally been exhausted by the players. Victory belonged once more to the players, yet there was no sound of cheers. The losses were profound, far too heavy. The once dense spirit guardians that had flourished in this oasis were now sparse by more than half. Apart from the 4 oases that had successfully defended, the remaining smaller patches exhibited no signs of intact spirit guardians. Many players mournfully approached their damaged spirit guardians, attempting to revive them. Yet this was futile. The cores of evolution of these spirit guardians had exploded, and the majority had ended up in the backpacks of Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao, leaving no vitality behind. For these players to survive, they would have to attach themselves to another player willing to accept them, relying on that individual's spirit guardians to endure the predatory nights of the Amon Forest. Although they would lose autonomy, survival was paramount. It was unclear whose crafty strategy this was, but it proved quite practical in the current circumstances. Li Chuan cast his gaze towards the Church of Light, as he had anticipated. That area attracted the most players seeking refuge, and most were readily accepted. Only a handful with particularly notorious reputations for excessive killings were collectively shunned and expelled from the oasis. That moment, the oasis was bustling with over 100 players, their numbers only adding to the chaos. Eventually, the benevolent figure would be consumed by this very bloat. Yet not all players sought to enter the Church of Light. While it was a safe haven, its rules were stringent. Some sought asylum in the pictographic oasis, others in the lakeside region, and some even rallied a small group of players who had lost their spirit guardians, coercing others to remain within the range of their guardians. Naturally, the small oasis where Li Chuan resided also attracted considerable attention. His strength was evident, as was Lin Yaoyao's, and the towering tree, nearly 10 meters high, was terrifically formidable. Aligning oneself with the strong, under their leadership and protection, to survive until the end was the aspiration of many players. The first to approach was Cheng Nan, the woman who had abandoned her spirit guardian, believing Li Chuan and his partner to be doomed. Boss, I'm sorry. I was short-sighted. I want to run away again. This woman was quite attractive, and she deliberately lowered her neckline. Her intentions glaringly obvious. Lin Yaoyao frowned, sensing that this woman was deliberately trying to entice Li Chuan, yet she had no proof. You should slap yourself 100 times and then go cook. Lin Yaoyao puffed her cheeks adorably, her words sharp and biting. Cheng Nan looked at Li Chuan with a look of grievance. Li Chuan shot her a cold glance. Dio, as she says. The woman pursed her lips, hesitant to refuse, and raised her hand to slap her own face. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of her slaps echoed sharply. Several players contemplating allying with Li Chuan were dissuaded by this scene. Damn, these two are strong, but they're twisted in their minds. Indeed, what kind of good person enjoys watching others slap themselves? Let us go. Allying with such a person will lead to a miserable end. Many players turned away before even approaching. Li Chuan nodded silently. This was exactly as it should be. He himself was barely holding on. How could he spare the energy to assist others? It was better for them to leave than waste his breath. However, some players were undeterred, insisting on approaching Li Chuan. Esteemed one, I am a level 3 blacksmith. Am I qualified to join you? Li Chuan looked up. What can a level 3 blacksmith do? The player's expression was rather proud. I can forge green equipment for levels below 20. Scram. I'm an archer, level 19, with 3 pieces of blue equipment. Ha! Scram. You there, the plump one, Yang Lu, right? You'd better leave quickly. If you linger, I might just lose my patience and give you a beating. The area around the miracle tree soon fell silent. Apart from Chung Nan Nan, the cook, no other player was permitted to join. As the last rays of the setting sun vanished, the pale, ghastly moon slowly ascended. Li Chuan gazed silently at the moon hanging in the sky. This moon had an almost negligible presence, making its nightly appearances less frequent than that of the sunset. Before long, white mist arose, enveloping all areas except for that of the spirit guardians. The temperature dropped steadily, and a layer of white frost settled over the stones, yellow sands, and everything else. Oh, it's so cold. This place feels chillier than any previous area. Lin Yaoyao, clad in leather armor, hugged herself tightly. Li Chuan nodded thoughtfully. The desert inherently experiences significant temperature fluctuations between day and night, and given the lack of burnable firewood, it seemed they were in for a harsh night. Lin Yaoyao looked at Li Chuan. Then hurry and take out the tent. If we freeze tonight, how will we complete the quest tomorrow? Li Chuan ceased admiring the moon and produced the giant marching tent, covering a space beneath the small tree's canopy. Within the tent, the temperature was moderate, far less frigid. Lin Yaoyao retrieved a sleeping bag from her backpack and comfortably nestled inside. Good night, Brother Chuan, a sleeping bag. Li Chuan felt a twinge of envy, wondering where that girl had procured it. Nevertheless, with plenty of animal skins, he would also be warm enough to sleep. Li Chuan spread out the animal skins opposite Lin Yaoyao, preparing to sleep when a faint voice came from outside the tent. Brother Chuan, I'm also very cold. May I come in and rest for a while? After a moment's hesitation, Li Chuan agreed. After all, he couldn't let the newly recruited cook freeze to death outside. Come in, find a spot to sleep, but don't forget about breakfast in the morning. I understand, boss. As night fell, Li Chuan was uncertain how long he had slept when he vaguely felt a soft little hand caressing him. Startled, he abruptly opened his eyes. What are you doing? To his astonishment, the woman Chung Nanan was kneeling in front of him, her small hand slipping beneath his clothing. Chapter 62. Re-entering the Forbidden Land, Chung Nanan raised a slender finger to her lips. Shoo, Brother Chuan, I'm here to help you. The woman withdrew her small hand and began to remove her armor, revealing large swathes of pristine skin in an instant. Li Chuan snapped to attention. Realizing her intentions, Chung Nanan was quick in her disrobing, and before long, she was left with only 2 delicate pieces of undergarment, exposing her slender waist and long legs devoid of any excess flesh. With sultry eyes, she trailed her delicate, fair fingers down Li Chuan's chest. Slap! Li Chuan seized the wandering hand. Damn it! Are you out of your mind, you idiot? Li Chuan took a moment to calm his emotions, shaking off the chaotic thoughts, and closed his eyes once more. He understood all too well the reasons behind the woman's actions. She merely sought to exchange her body for his protection. However, it was evident that in Li Chuan's heart, she was not worth such a price. There was another reason as well. The quality of Gao Han was simply too high, and having tasted the finer grain, Li Chuan found himself looking down upon such ordinary beauties. The following morning, precisely at 8 o'clock, that familiar yet despairing massive screen reappeared in the air. Amon Forest, central screen of the giant containment facility. Today's weather. Sweltering, daily task. I wish to gaze once more upon that unparalleled work of art. Task difficulty. High. Art is impartial, transcending race and boundaries. Could you assist me in venturing deep into the Forbidden Forest to capture a few photographs of that golden statue? Task reward. 100 gold coins. 10,000 experience points. 1 silver chest. 1 temporary photosynthesis capsule, blue, dot. Task penalty. Transform into a statue with only the capacity for thought. Remaining time to accept task, 1 hour 59 minutes, ding. Today's leaderboard rewards have been distributed. Your ranking, 2nd on the combat power list, 3rd on the red name list. Rewards received, 1 evolution core, blue, 1 evolution core, green. With the 2 evolution cores received, Li Chuan tossed them to the impatient Xiao Lu, then continued to gaze at the central screen above. The penalty for this task was to become a statue endowed only with thought. The chilling implication of this punishment sent a shiver down Li Chuan's spine. Damn it! Surely, the statues in the Forbidden Forest didn't all come to be this way? Lin Yaoyao tilted her head back, grinning widely. Just as Li Chuan was about to speak, a cold system prompt suddenly echoed in his ears. Would you like to skip today's daily task? Note, daily tasks can only be skipped twice. The 3rd time will automatically accept the task. It's over. Without needing to look, Li Chuan could guess the expressions of all players at that moment. The daily task had shifted from non-essential to mandatory. The 3rd automatic acceptance meant that if one skipped the daily task twice, regardless of the level of the 3rd task, even if it were hellish, they would have to undertake it. Those who had lost their planting spirits, thinking they could escape the torment of daily tasks, felt particularly despondent. Lin Yaoyao placed her hands on her hips. Even so, no one would accept this task. Li Chuan silently raised his hand at him. I'll take this task. Lin Yaoyao and Cheng Nan Nan both widened their eyes in disbelief. Huh? Brother Chuan, have you lost your mind? Li Chuan shook his head. Not at all. With the mechanism of the daily task changed, one must complete it at least once every 3 days. Given that we cannot enter the daily task together today, if we do not undertake today's task, even if someone else does tomorrow's task, there will still be a mandatory task the day after. That would be far too dangerous. I have a bit of confidence in this task, so I'll go first. You stay here to look after Xiao Lu? And you can also take a short time to scout the situation within the palace. Lin Yaoyao looked up, Li Chuan's lips twitched. Don't you dare stack such buffs on me. Accepting the daily task. Would you like to use the daily task exemption voucher to negate this daily task? Using the daily task exemption voucher refreshes the skip privilege for daily tasks, but does not grant any rewards. No? Li Chuan decisively refused. This exemption could be used for high-level tasks, akin to a get-out-of-jail-free card. How could he waste it on a task he felt confident about? Whoosh! Li Chuan's figure disappeared without hesitation. Cheng Nan Nan marveled at Li Chuan's bravery, cautiously eyeing Lin Yaoyao. Sister, what can I do? Lin Yaoyao gazed at the magnificent golden palace. Shouldn't you be figuring out a way to acquire the bloodline factor? Do you wish to fail the task? But I simply cannot handle such giants. Lin Yaoyao narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Cheng Nan Nan's delicate face. Then you could ask someone else for help. Perhaps by employing the method from last night in the forbidden area of Amon Forest. Li Chuan's decision to accept this high-difficulty task was partly due to the change in mechanics, but more so because he had great confidence in completing it. His probability glasses could be considered the nemesis of all forbidden statues in this forest. As long as he remained cautious and did not make mistakes, it would be difficult to violate the taboos of the statues. Moreover, he and Lin Yaoyao had previously explored close to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, and the danger level here was one he could fully withstand in the desolate and dilapidated Witheredwood Forest. Li Chuan surveyed his surroundings. It seemed to be an uncharted territory, distinct from the areas he had previously explored. However, a bold thought surged in Li Chuan's mind. If he could locate the areas he had explored before, might he encounter players who had lingered here or new players entering this space? If so, wouldn't that prove that his experiences were not merely virtual, that the events did not revolve solely around him? If he were to truly meet them, what would happen if he were to share the trials that awaited? Never mind. Never mind. Keep moving. Silent statues, jumping statues, watching statues, retreating statues, merging statues. Drawing upon his familiarity with the statues, Li Chuan deftly navigated past them as he ventured deeper into the Witheredwood Forest. He initially believed that encountering a merging statue meant he was nearing the core of the Forbidden Land. Yet, it became clear that this assumption was misguided. Adhering to the rules of the statues and without touching their taboos, Li Chuan continued deeper into the Witheredwood Forest for several hundred meters. After crossing a fallen giant tree, Li Chuan discovered a particularly unique statue. Rule statue, purple, health, 5000, level 30. An eerie statue tainted by rules. It will attack any entity within its range that dares to swing its arms, walk on its feet, or turn its head. Attack range, 17 meters radius. Attack method, ignite. Trigger time, 0.5 seconds. Weakness has been marked. Purple, a king-level statue. The name has changed. Now it is called the Rule Statue. The identification result indicated that there were as many as 7 or 8 taboo rules, and for a moment, Li Chuan felt that some of these taboos might even contradict each other. Perhaps it was best not to enter. It was far too dangerous, and he couldn't simply bypass it. However, if he chose not to go in, Li Chuan couldn't help but feel tempted by the treasures this king's statue might drop. After much hesitation, Li Chuan ultimately made his decision. And he goes, to hell with it. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Throughout his journey, Li Chuan observed that many of the dead players had succumbed primarily due to their lack of courage. He was different. He had the truth to pursue, and he absolutely could not afford to die, and he went. Chapter 63. The Golden Koi statue. At this moment, Li Chuan was no longer the naive individual he once was. Now at level 20, he donned a complete set of blue gear, wielding 2 blue weapons, and had acquired 3 powerful secondary profession skills. Li Chuan, Cold-Blooded Human, level 2070. Experience points, 5,300 and 20,000. Profession, Jungle Hunter. Secondary profession, level 19 Illusionist, purple. Strength, 6,045. Agility, 6,858. Intelligence, 725. Mana, 1090. Armor value, 2,200. Free attribute points, 0. Active skills, roll, blue. Proficiency, major achievement 403-1000. Blade charge, blue. Proficiency, minor achievement 98-100. Elemental giant, green. Proficiency, minor achievement 12-100. Group ice element enchantment, green. Proficiency, minor achievement 12-100. Stunning arrow, green. Proficiency, major achievement 14-1000. Weak point strike, white. Proficiency, major achievement 24-1000. Lock-on strike, white. Proficiency, minor achievement 99-100. Trap creation, white. Arrow crafting, white. Passive skills, jungle stealth, white. Melee weapon basics, white. Ranged weapon basics, white. Equipment, probability glasses of the God of Illusions. Penetrating dagger, blue. Advanced combat jacket, blue. Advanced combat boots, blue. Advanced combat pants, blue. Advanced combat shoulder pads, blue. Advanced combat belt, blue. Rift ring, blue. Brave's arm guards, green. Radiant necklace, green. Critical hit ring, green. Advanced combat set attribute 1. Armor value 1000. Advanced combat set attribute 2. Additional skill emergency shield, passive. Automatically activates a shield with 5,000 armor value after sustaining significant damage. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Advanced combat set attribute 3. All attributes 10, compared to a few days ago when he left the Forbidden Forest. Li Chuan's strength had significantly improved. After crouching down, raising his head, and mentally preparing himself, Li Chuan slowly crawled into the range of the Rule Statue. Point 1 can only fully evade all the regulations of the Rule Statue by entering its vicinity in this manner. Although it feels somewhat shameful, fortunately, there is no one around. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter, clap, clap, clap. Nothing unexpected occurred. The life force of this king-level statue diminished progressively, nearing 0. Ding. Killed LV30. Rule Statue, King, 1. Experience points 1,500. Truly, it is a king-level monster, and the experience gained is substantial. Alas, my luck today is insufficient, as no purple equipment has dropped. Instead, I received a cursed purple energy core, a handful of gold coins, and a blue job change book. Advanced job change book, blue. Usable by players above LV20. Applicable professions, warrior, berserker, shield warrior. Upon use, one may select an advanced combat profession, knight, windblade swordsman, bloodthirsty axeman. Note: after job advancement, one will receive a free attribute point reset. Evaluation: the war god, Travista, is eternally worthy of your allegiance. This item is of no use to me, and I feel it would be similarly useless to Lin Yaoyao. I shall return to the auction house to exchange it for something usable. Stowing all the loot into my backpack, Li Chuan cautiously ventured deeper into the withered woods. Damn it. How deep exactly is this forbidden land? Where is the golden statue required for the quest? While lamenting aloud, Li Chuan's peripheral vision caught sight of another sea urchin-shaped statue. Another rule statue? Li Chuan squinted at the statue. Rule statue, purple, health, 5,000, LV32. A bizarre statue tainted by rules. It will attack anything within its range that dares to gaze upon it, wave its hands, or sing without uttering a word. Attack range, radius of 15 meters, attack method, expansion, trigger time, 0. 5 seconds. Weakness has been marked. This thing, singing is permissible, as being tone-deaf shouldn't violate the rules, right? Li Chuan purchased a small mirror from the market, turned his back to the statue, and stepped backward while singing a nursery rhyme. As long as I stay on key, this rule statue can hardly find fault with me. Ding. Killed LV32. Rule statue, King, 1. Experience points 1600. Why haven't I leveled up yet? Li Chuan felt a sense of confusion. Logically, with such generous experience points from the purple statue, killing 2 should have led to an upgrade. Experience points. 7,980 20,000. What the hell? It now requires 20,000 experience points to level up? When did this increase occur? Li Chuan was infuriated, yet he could only accept this established fact. The rise in experience points requirements must have begun the moment he reached level 20. It was just that the added 0 was subtle and he hadn't noticed. Damn it! This rule statue was indeed quite generous, dropping a piece of purple equipment for Li Chuan. Ranger's belt, set purple, wearing level, 25, set attributes. Not yet activated, evaluation. Collecting a complete set of ranger gear is a lifelong dream for a Western plant mage. A stylish leather belt with a somewhat Western flair, looking good, but I cannot wear it for now. Tossing it into his backpack, Li Chuan quickened his pace to continue onward. It had been at least an hour since he returned to the Forbidden Land. And if he couldn't locate the golden statue within the remaining hour, the quest would fail. I do not wish to become a statue. In the Amont Forest Giant Shelter, the second floor of the giant palace. This was a vast space filled with towering columns, the stone hall rising over 30 meters, adorned with earthy yellow columns more than 2 meters in diameter. Enormous iron chains linked the tops of these columns, while countless deformed giants roamed between them. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy and dense footsteps of the giants unsettled the soul. Lin Yaoyao stealthily perched at the end of a chain above the columns, her large eyes fixed intently on a fierce battle unfolding ahead. The combatants were a man and a woman. The man wore a metal helmet, carried an iron box, and possessed a mechanical right arm. The woman donned a breastplate and wore gauntlets, much of her wheat-colored skin exposed. They fought fiercely in the middle of the chain, both vying for a purple potion bag suspended above. The contents of that bag remained a mystery, lacking an attribute panel, yet through experiments conducted by earlier players who entered here, it was discovered that throwing it into the mouths of the deformed giants would cause their colossal forms to shrink to that of an ordinary human, making it easy to slay the once mighty giants and obtain bloodline factors. These potions were connected by numerous straws along the chain, with 7 or 8 bags hanging from nearly every chain, and Lin Yaoyao noted that the potion bags could regenerate after being taken. Yet, such a commonplace and easily obtainable item incited a deadly struggle between the two powerful players. The only conclusion is that both individuals are exceedingly stubborn. Die! The female fighter shouted, delivering a fierce, diving punch that sent the mechanical-armed man plummeting from the chain. Bang! The mechanical-armed man fell into the hall, and the approaching deformed giants surged forth. Crack, bang, snap! The sounds of breaking limbs sent chills down the spine. The female fighter glanced down at the ground, let out a cold laugh, and turned to claim her victorious prize. Loser, die! In the lifeless, withered woods, Li Chuan's spirits soared as he beheld the golden koi statue 50 meters away. Banana you don't take. At last, I have found you. Chapter 64. Junior players. After slaying 3 more rule statues, Li Chuan finally laid eyes on the golden statue required for his quest. Koi statue. Pink. Health. 50,000. LV 50. A bizarre entity governing certain rules, it will obliterate any being that offends it. Extremely dangerous, do not approach. Attack range, radius of 50 meters, attack method, transformation, trigger time, none. Is it deemed offensive to trespass? This is absurdly vague. Isn't it simply, if I dislike you, I will destroy you? The god-slaying plan is cancelled. Better to take a photo and depart quietly. Unlike the other monsters Li Chuan had encountered, this statue was peculiar, Yet if its rules were adhered to, it could be easily slain. Thus, Li Chuan initially intended to vanquish this so-called golden statue. However, as fate would have it, the golden statue did not play by the rules. With no other choice, Li Chuan stood outside the attack range of the koi statue and utilized the system's built-in camera function to take numerous pictures until the quest bar indicated completion. Daily quest. I long to gaze upon that unparalleled artwork once more. Completed. Golden statue photos. 10-5. Quest reward. Gold coins 100. Experience points 10,000. Silver treasure chest 1. Temporary photosynthesis capsule. Blue 1. The quest was complete, but just like before, he would need to wait until the 2-hour time limit expired. In that case, might I be able to experiment with that earlier idea? With a bold notion in mind, Li Chuan plunged back into the withered woods. Ding. 10 minutes remaining for the daily quest. Teleportation will commence in 10 minutes. As the system's prompt echoed, Li Chuan quickened his pace even further. Why haven't I encountered anything yet? Could it be that I have taken a wrong turn? While murmuring to himself, Li Chuan suddenly sensed something watching him. Turning around, he saw a young man wearing a leather hat crouching behind a bush. Zhou Mingkai, triumphant brother human, health. 100-100 ALV9. An ordinary human warrior with marked weaknesses. A player, moreover. He was at the same level as those just entering the Forbidden Land. Level 9. Li Chuan was overjoyed. Indeed, there is a new batch of players in this Forbidden Land. This means that the world I currently inhabit is not merely a virtual construct. It is most likely quite real. Everything is unfolding in a systematic manner. Li Chuan immediately strode toward the junior player, Zhou Mingkai. Zhou Mingkai, after completing this quest, you will enter a metal coliseum. However, for some unknown reason, as Li Chuan began to speak, Zhou Mingkai abruptly turned and fled. As if he had encountered some primordial beast, Li Chuan was eager to chase after him. But the quest timer had just then expired. A white light enveloped his form, and in an instant, Li Chuan's silhouette vanished entirely from the withered woods. In the withered woods, Zhou Mingkai fled in a panic, his expression one of sheer terror. What the heck? What gibberish is that? Damn it, the statues in this cursed place can talk? What do those two sentences even mean? A spell? A curse? Could it be that the source of that unsettling feeling is the statue within the withered woods? In the Amon Forest Giant Shelter. The location of the Illuminati in the oasis, a tall figure in a white mage robe, Gao Han, wore a frown. The discord among her subordinates once again left her in a dilemma. President, these individuals just pledged their allegiance last night. They should be allowed to enter the palace for exploration first. A young player voiced his discontent. No sooner had he spoken than another subordinate objected. Why should that be? Just because we lack the planting spirits. Must we embark on an exploration first? Indeed, your lives are precious, but are ours any less so? What gives you the right to send us? We have sought refuge here, not to serve as cannon fodder for you. The uproar stirred a wave of dissent among the affiliated players. Lu Haizhu furrowed his brow. Should we then be the ones to scout the path? Our planting spirits are rooted here. Who knows if you might take advantage of our absence to harm them? Indeed, last night, when we joined, we were met with cries of despair, yet today, when asked to contribute, you all put up resistance. Had we known, we would not have taken you in. Enough. The cold, commanding voice of Gao Han momentarily quelled the dispute. The influx of players without planting spirits had indeed caused her considerable distress. Unlike those with planting spirits, who, by planting here, signified their allegiance and considered their actions carefully, those without spirits had become liberated. They could seek refuge not only here but also with any player's planting spirit to survive the treacherous foggy nights. This group was virtually unrestrained, making it exceedingly difficult to compel them to act. Thus, the players with planting spirits and those without would equally divide to participate in today's palace exploration. Let us flip a coin to decide which group goes first. This seems fair enough. Doesn't it? The original members of the Bright Association reluctantly agreed. This distribution plan at least ensured half would remain to guard the planting spirits, which was far better than deploying everyone. The players who had sought refuge last night momentarily concurred, but as soon as they were chosen to be among the first to enter the palace, they erupted in discontent once more. Why should we pave the way? Indeed, we are all in the same predicament. Why should others wait here for strategies? Gao Han felt overwhelmed. This won't do, nor will that. Other players have already explored for 2 hours while we continue to bicker. Daily task. I wish to gaze once more upon that unparalleled masterpiece. Completed. Golden statue photo. 10-5 rewards. Gold 100. Experience 10,000. Silver treasure chest 1. Temporary photosynthesis chamber. Blue 1. Ah. Suddenly, Cheng Nan, who was preparing food inside the tent, let out a piercing scream. Li Chuan looked at her, puzzled. What's wrong? Cheng Nan hurriedly covered her chest with her hand. You startled me when you appeared out of nowhere. Li Chuan chuckled softly. I hope it's not because you have something to hide. Where is Yao Yao? Cheng Nan stood up. Sister Yao Yao went out a while ago. She should have entered that palace by now. Li Chuan nodded, sitting on a wooden stool, taking out the silver treasure chest and silently gazing at the number that only he could see on it. Cheng Nan washed her hands in a basin, bit her lip and walked over to Li Chuan. Chuan, brother Chuan. Li Chuan didn't look up. What is it? Cheng Nan bit her lip. I'm not unattractive, am I? In the company, several people pursued me before. Not unattractive. You re quite beautiful. A glimmer of joy flickered in Cheng Nan's eyes. Then, why did you reject me last night? Was it because you found me dirty? I'm not dirty. In fact, since entering the game, no man has touched me. Li Chuan frowned and shook his head at its not because of that. Chapter 65. Guild token? Cheng Nan, puzzled, blinked her beautiful eyes. Then why? Is it because Sister Yao Yao is in the tent? Now that she is not here, if you want, Li Chuan impatiently lifted his head. What exactly do you want? Do you think of me as one of your previous worthless companions? Cheng Nan was startled by Li Chuan's sudden rise in tone. Retreating several steps no, that's not it. She bit her lip, hesitating for a few seconds before speaking. I just want to survive. I know my abilities are mediocre. Oh, you wish to trade your body for me to protect your life? Yes, but not protection. As long as you promise me that when you gather enough bloodline factors and have time, you'll help me out. Is that possible? I truly want to survive. I swear I'm clean, and I'm willing to do whatever you ask, even if it's painful. Li Chuan quickly raised his hand to halt her. This woman is becoming increasingly audacious. Who knows what she might say next? My planting spirit is strong, but that doesn't mean my power is equally formidable. If you genuinely wish to survive, I can take you with me into the palace, as I still need your culinary skills. However, whether you survive or not is entirely up to you. Cheng Nan's expression was complex, and after a lengthy internal struggle, she finally replied. All right, I understand now, brother Chuan. This is the functional fast food I made. Consuming it will restore health and mana, but only within 10 hours after it's made. Her eyes sparkled with hope, eager to demonstrate her worth. This rice ball is functional fast food? Li Chuan took the rice ball, triggering its attribute panel. Fish fragrant rice ball, green. Consuming within 10 hours will slowly restore health without any side effects. Evaluation. A skilled cook is equivalent to an apothecary. Remarkably, it truly works and lacks the trace toxins found in potions, so it seems that professions above level 3 have begun to show value. This item is excellent. It's far more valuable than offering yourself. Can you make something that restores MP? Cheng Nan beamed with delight. Yes, I have mana replenishing wine that's almost ready. Li Chuan's eyes lit up, nodding in appreciation. Excellent, make more. The woman was overjoyed and immediately strode away to continue making rice balls. Finally, Li Chuan could refocus his attention on the treasure chest. 97. Open. The silver chest burst open, revealing a striking purple glow. Ranger shoulder pads, set purple, wear level, 25, set attribute. Not yet activated. Evaluation. Collecting a complete set of Ranger gear is a cowboy-esque lifelong dream. This is the second piece of the Ranger set. Li Chuan was nearly laughing with joy. After obtaining the first piece, the Ranger belt, he had defeated 3 or 4 more rule statues. But none yielded additional pieces of the Ranger set. Instead, he found them in the silver treasure chest. What a pleasant surprise. Hopefully, I can collect a complete Ranger leather armor set before reaching level 25. He stored the shoulder pads in his backpack and took out 2 purple gold tokens from it. Although the 3 rule statues he later defeated didn't drop any Ranger set pieces, they did yield 2 guild tokens and a level 25 purple longsword. Wheat Wave Tang Dao, purple, wear level, 25, armor penetration, 30, sharpness, 25, strength, 45. Additional skill, Wheat Wave Strike. Each normal attack can siphon 1 point of MP from the target. Evaluation. I am called Wheat Wave. A swordsman. This Tang Dao is stylish, and its attributes far surpass that of the Officer S sword. Therefore, the Officer S sword can be put up for auction. On second thought, perhaps I should hold off for now. Level 25 players are likely to be wealthier than the current ones, so I can sell it later. As for the guild token. Guild token, purple, essential for creating a guild. Using it will establish a primary guild with a maximum capacity of 100 members. Using it will unlock guild functions in the area. The first guild created in each area will receive a special reward. Evaluation. In every sense, humans are social creatures. Hiss. The attribute panel indicates that using the guild token will activate guild functions in the area and grant special rewards to the first guild established. This means that the first guild token is incredibly valuable to players wishing to build a faction. That being said, Li Chuan didn't have much desire to form a faction, but he was keen on reaping the benefits of a guild. After much contemplation, he devised a rather cunning plan. He would first place the first guild token on the auction house, clearly stating his exchange requirements. Then, at the moment the first guild token was traded, he would use the second token he retained to establish the first guild in the area, thus maximizing the value of both tokens. It might be slightly underhanded, but it certainly benefits himself. After considering his wording, Li Chuan placed the first guild token on the auction house. Guild token, purple, starting bid. 100 million gold, buyout price. 100 million gold. Note: the first guild token. Equipment or items above level 25 purple grade can be exchanged. Private message for attributes. Highest bidder wins. Thinking it over, worried that no one would notice the auction house, Li Chuan also sent a message in the regional channel. Only touching flowers and not disturbing the grass. I have placed the first guild token in the auction house on the functional items page. Interested parties may take a look. Great love. Quan Long. What is the guild token for? Borrowing the east wind. Seriously, if you don't understand, why not just check it out? Abundant wealth from all directions. Is the guild mechanism finally being released? Please don't sell it. I'm going to gather gold right now. Tao bye. Only touching flowers and not disturbing the grass. Check your private messages. Li Chuan closed the chat channel. If I don't look now, all players will certainly take notice, and after they pull out their best-kept treasures, they can decide for themselves. This token can only be dropped by Purple King level monsters and in the Giant's Refuge. Only the Bouncing Giant is capable of dropping it. Currently, no player is able to deal with such monsters, so in the short term, Li Chuan is not concerned about competition arising. Cheng Nanan looked up. For in total, that's about enough. Let's go meet Yao Yao. Cheng Nanan hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and stepped forward to follow Li Chuan. Retreat now would mean losing this hard-won opportunity. Regardless of the circumstances, I must survive. Outside the resplendent golden palace, beneath the towering stone walls, next to a narrow triangular crack. Chapter 66. Exploring the giant palace as Li Chuan and the others arrived at the coordinates illuminated by Lin Yao Yao. A crisp voice rang out beside them. Cheng Nanan was startled by the sudden appearance of Lin Yao Yao, but she did not dare to complain about being frightened. Li Chuan, however, was not surprised. He knew Lin Yao Yao would conceal herself near the entrance. If you ask about this, I have indeed come across something amusing. I met a new player, a level 9 newcomer who has just entered the Forbidden Zone. Lin Yao Yao's eyes widened. Wow, did you become friends with him? Li Chuan silently rolled his eyes. Cheng Nanan, standing nearby, understood the implication of what Li Chuan was trying to convey. In other words, the game continues to operate normally in places we cannot see? Li Chuan nodded. That's precisely my point. Lin Yao Yao blinked innocently. Could it be possible for it not to operate? Li Chuan was at a loss for words on how to make Lin Yao Yao comprehend. Perhaps no matter how he explained, she would still not understand. Let's change the subject. Did you enter the palace through this small hole before? Lin Yao Yao successfully shifted her attention. Yes, I followed a few skilled players, and one of them entered through here. However, besides this spot, there are many narrow gaps in the outer wall that are certainly impassable for giants, but just right for us. Just like, Li Chuan interjected. As if it were prepared specifically for us players. Bingo, that's exactly what I mean. Let's go. I'll take you inside. The palace may seem terrifying, but the level of danger is quite ordinary. Only the stairways present a significant threat. The three of them crouched as they squeezed through the several-meter-long wall crack. This exceptionally thick outer wall is made of some unknown material. Even though it has many cracks, there is no hint of decay, nor any signs of worms. Upon emerging from the crack, They found themselves in a rather large courtyard, surrounded by the palace and overgrown with weeds, creating an empty expanse. When they first arrived here in the morning, there had been many giants with disproportionately large heads and small bodies, unable to move, which had been divided among the earliest players who entered. Li Chuan was somewhat astonished. So there were only humanoid monsters with enlarged heads? What a stroke of luck! Had I known, I would have explored here first before tackling the daily quests. Lin Yao led Li Chuan and Cheng Nanan toward the archway of the main hall. It wasn't exactly a great situation. There were only a dozen of them, and with so many players, the experience points were hardly substantial, and they almost ended up fighting over the spoils. The three of them traversed the broad courtyard and cautiously entered the palace through the edges of the main entrance. This was the first floor of the palace, and it was unclear what lay at the very top, but all the giants here were desperately trying to climb upward. Upon entering the main hall on the first floor, Li Chuan surveyed his surroundings. It was an extraordinarily spacious hall, with regular patterns of earthy yellow, several meters thick, adorned with columns carved in the shape of fish scales. Surrounding it was an exceedingly vast room, some doors and windows intact, while the walls of others had collapsed. Peering through the crumbled walls into the rooms, they found nothing but walls, perhaps once filled with oversized furniture, but time had erased all traces. In this hall, which appeared boundless, two large groups of grotesque giants were divided into two piles, each consisting of hundreds, all crowding around the broken staircases in the northeast and southwest corners. They were calling out in confusion and congregating towards the broken stairs. However, the gap in the stairs was quite high, standing over 10 meters. Only the occasional fortunate giant could climb up by stepping on another's head. Indeed, they were vying to ascend. Li Chuan stood beside a column, muttering to himself. This scene resembles the elderly lining up for free eggs outside a pharmacy. Lin Yao was puzzled. Why would there be free eggs at a pharmacy? Communication is difficult? Cheng Nanan covered her mouth, visibly frightened by the terrifying scene. Am I the only one who finds them so terrifying? Although Li Chuan felt uneasy in the presence of so many horrifying giants, he had long been psychologically prepared. People tend to fear creatures that resemble them, with only slight differences, a phenomenon known in psychology as the uncanny valley theory. As long as they are not perceived as humans, it becomes much easier to bear. How do we ascend these two staircases? Lin Yao beckoned to the two. Follow me. We will climb up the iron chains hanging down from behind the stairs. The three of them cautiously maneuvered around the giants and reached the first landing of the northeast staircase, where many iron chains over a meter thick hung down. Li Chuan stood in the shadows, speaking softly. This method of climbing is something you've learned from other players, isn't it? This spot was not too far from the group of giants, so Li Chuan dared not speak too loudly. Lin Yao smiled proudly. Of course. I'm not sure which direction those players came from, but there was a female fighter, a group of modified humans, and a bunch of odd characters. They are all quite formidable and clever. I've learned everything from them. Come on, follow me. Be cautious on the second floor. The giants there are not as slow as those on the first floor. Lin Yao jumped onto the chains first, moving upward with an agility that seemed to defy her weight. Li Chuan understood that this was all thanks to Lin Yao's spirit plant, Bai Ying, which granted her this special enhancement. He couldn't help but envy her. However, Li Chuan's agility was also quite high, and with the boost from his jumping skill, he was not far behind Lin Yao. Only Cheng Nanan, alone, lamented her plight. She had just mustered the courage to climb the chains, while Li Chuan and Lin Yao had already ascended over 10 meters. The chains were long, as they were meant for the giant steps, and their size was unimaginable. The staircase had only lost 7 or 8 steps yet stood 15 or 16 meters high. The first landing was approximately 60 meters above the ground, and Li Chuan and Lin Yao climbed up without much effort. Looking down, Cheng Nanan had not even reached halfway. What should we do? Should we wait for her? Lin Yao asked a rather merciless question. Li Chuan nodded. Let's wait. Give her a chance. You wouldn't want to keep changing chefs, would you? Lin Yao tilted her head. Brother Chuan, you're a bit off. You know, Li Chuan immediately denied it. Am I? I just think that changing chefs is a troublesome affair. Why not have you choose chef as your secondary profession? Lin Yao shook her head. I already have a secondary profession, a blue quality enchanter. It's just that I haven't encountered any gems to enchant, which feels quite useless. As the two conversed, Cheng Nanan finally climbed up, panting heavily. I'm so sorry. I'm too slow. Li Chuan glanced at her. There's no need to apologize. I will wait for you when it's safe, but if danger arises, we will flee immediately if you regret it now. It's still not too late. Cheng Nan bit her lip. Having come this far, I won't give up without a reward. Li Chuan nodded and continued to follow Lin Yaoyao up the staircase. The second floor of the palace was similar to the first. The perimeter consisted of damaged rooms, while the center was filled with large, earthy yellow pillars. Looking up, all the pillars were connected to thick iron chains. There were also chains on the first floor, but the chains on the second floor had many purple water sacks hanging from them. Chapter 67. Blood of the Giants and Source of Purification. Li Chuan noticed that both staircases leading to the third floor were completely destroyed, preventing the grotesque giants from ascending and forcing them to wander among the columns in the hall. Find a column and climb up to the iron chains above. Lin Yaoyao, serving as an excellent guide, led the two of them up a pillar adorned with protruding fish scale patterns. Li Chuan stood upon the thick iron chain, his gaze fixed on the purple water bags connected by slender tubes not far ahead. Is that the potion you mentioned that can restrain the giants? Lin Yaoyao gracefully balanced on the slightly swaying chain. Indeed, however, not all the bags contain restraining potions. Some, when thrown into a giant's mouth, can reduce them to the size of a madman, making them quite easy to kill. Conversely, some potions will not only fail to shrink the giant, but will instead enhance their size and strength, potentially transforming them into jumping giants capable of attacking us on the chain. Several players met their demise this morning due to this. Cheng Nan inquired, does the potion lack an attribute panel? Lin Yaoyao shook her head decisively. No. It is akin to rainwater, leaves, and soil, lacking any attribute panel. Li Chuan furrowed his brow as he surveyed the ground beneath him. You mentioned that several giants evolved into jumping giants this morning. Yet I have not observed any of those swift jumping giants. Lin Yaoyao pointed with her small finger towards a hole in the ceiling. The evolved jumping giants will soon leap up to the third level. Li Chuan nodded thoughtfully. If they transform into jumping giants, can they still be reverted to the size of ordinary creatures by these restraining potions? Lin Yaoyao shook her head. That should not be possible. I specifically observed that some of the incomplete giants below, upon consuming the evolution potion, may evolve into giants with intact limbs, and these complete giants are no longer affected by the restraining potions. Thus, I believe that the more powerful jumping giants are even less likely to be influenced by such potions. Cheng Nan comprehended Lin Yaoyao's meaning. Restraining potions, evolution potions, both appearing identical and lacking attribute panels. So we must rely solely on luck to defeat the incomplete giants? Lin Yaoyao nodded. Indeed, otherwise, we have no other viable options. Nearby, Li Chuan adjusted his glasses, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No. While it may be impossible for others, it is a trivial task for me. Within the panel identified by his probability glasses, although the purple potion bags appeared identical, their names and effects differed greatly. One was labeled, diluted giant blood, highly corrosive, capable of infecting the genes of any creature. The other read, natural source of purification, effective in curbing disordered genes to some extent. A rare alchemical material that alchemists can refine and improve. The effects of the two potions were precisely opposite. The giant's blood was presumably the evolution potion for the bloodline disordered giants below, while the natural source of purification was the restraining potion that could reduce them to their former size. Li Chuan gestured towards the potion bags suspended from the chain ahead. The first one is the evolution potion, and the second is the restraining potion. The two women were astonished. How did you know? Li Chuan refrained from explanation and instead made arrangements. Ding, player Li Chuan has sent you an unlimited time team invitation. Any mutual attacks among team members will be nullified. Please have complete trust in your teammates. Cheng Nan accepted the team request. I have agreed, Li Chuan nodded. I will draw the monsters to directly beneath the chain. While Cheng Nan, you will be responsible for tossing the potions into the giant's mouth. Yaoyao, you will go below, utilizing your invisibility to assist me in dispatching the shrinking giants while collecting the spoils. Cheng Nan frowned, her face a mask of confusion. Why is he so confident? Can he truly determine which potion is the restraining one? I can't discern any differences at all, Lin Yaoyao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. I knew Brother Chuan would have a plan. I'm going down now. She harbored unwavering trust in Li Chuan, even if it meant facing the perilous ground. As Lin Yaoyao's figure vanished onto the ground, Li Chuan drew his foray crossbow, aiming at a one-armed giant. Group Ice Element Enchantment, Lock-on Shot. Whoosh! The arrow shot from the foray crossbow struck the one-armed giant with precision. The giant immediately let out a grotesque laugh, awkwardly sprinting to the base of the chain beneath Li Chuan, extending its massive hands in a wild attempt to pull the far-off Li Chuan down. "What are you dawdling for? Throw it!" Cheng Nan, crouched on the chain, gritted her teeth and hurled the potion bag towards the giant's gaping maw. The bag burst, splattering purple liquid, most of which flowed into the one-armed giant's mouth. "Hey, hey!" The one-armed giant shrieked and began to shrink. "Excellent throw. Spot on." Cheng Nan beamed with a smile. "I excel at physics. I even practiced throwing darts for a year." Li Chuan observed the creature gradually transforming into a normal-sized monster. Bloodline disordered giant. Weakened blue. Health. 500. LV 23. A pitiful creature with a failed bloodline enhancement. Weakness has been marked. A shadow darted across the ground beneath the tiny giant, delivering a backstab followed by a flurry of strikes that swiftly ended its life. The figure then stealthily vanished before the other giants could take notice. Ding. Killed LV 23. Bloodline disordered giant. Leader, 1. Experience points 230. Acquired bloodline factor, 0.02, blue. The bloodline factors gained from 2 players amounted to 0.03, while in a team of 3, it dropped to 0.02, suggesting that each giant provides a fixed 0.06 bloodline factors. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the experience points and drop loot were unaffected by the giant's weakened state. The operation proceeded smoothly. Continue. Cheng Nan felt tears welling in her eyes. Although she had only earned 0.02 bloodline factors, it signified her potential to survive. Were it not for Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao, she could hardly conceive of a method to slay such formidable giants. The third potion bag on the eastern chain is a restraining potion. Follow me. Excellent. That was a precise throw. The potion bag struck true. Cheng Nan exultantly waved her arms. In the past, she had often received compliments, but for some inexplicable reason, being praised by Li Chuan filled her with immense pride. She even found herself yearning for more accolades and some unusual rewards. Quickly, Cheng Nan squeezed her legs together, vigorously shaking her head to dispel those unwarranted fantasies. Ding. Killed LV 24. Bloodline disordered giant. Leader, 1. Experience points 240. Acquired bloodline factor, 0.02, blue. Another 0.02 bloodline factors were credited. The efficiency was commendable. Onward. There were players on the western chain and more on the northern side. The numbers were somewhat overwhelming, so let us shift slightly south to avoid them. Yaoyao, did you hear that? Yes, Commander. Acknowledged, Commander. On the second level, there were not many players, but they were not scarce either. Although it was merely the first day of Main Quest 2, players daring enough to take risks were few. However, the sheer volume of players in the giant containment area was significant. Li Chuan estimated that there were at least dozens of players on the second level of the chain. Fortunately, the palace was vast. Enormous. Even if the numbers multiplied several times, it would not significantly impact one another. If they happened to cross paths, they could simply avoid each other. As Li Chuan anticipated, the few players were indeed collecting potion bags, unwilling to engage in conflict that would waste valuable time gathering bloodline factors, each finding a direction to dodge. Stop. The one beneath you is the restraining potion. Crouch there and wait for me to lure the monsters. Chapter 68. A Moral Coercion. Cheng Nan skillfully dismantled the potion bag. All right. Hey, Brother Chuan, it seems many players are climbing up to the second level behind you. Just as Cheng Nan had observed, players were indeed streaming up the staircase onto the second level. Ah, it's the Illuminati. Li Chuan noticed a tall beauty in a white robe among the crowd. However, it seemed the large number had drawn the attention of the giants on the second level. As a fully intact giant suddenly let out a cry and staggered toward the players who had just ascended. Hey, hey! Soon, more giants noticed the delicious food at the staircase. At that moment, the disadvantages of being outnumbered became apparent. Ah, the giants are coming. Run! Help! So many giants. Where are the warriors? Quickly, draw the monsters. Gao Han glanced up for a moment before turning his gaze toward the nearby pillar. This woman's calm demeanor seemed innate. She was a natural leader, always able to find the right response in the direst situations. Quickly, get out of the way. Let me down. Get lost. There are giants behind you. What the hell? Why are you still climbing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The crowd surged chaotically, like headless flies. Thud, thud, thud. Crash. A nearby armless giant came barreling in, crushing at least 3 players underfoot. Blood and bones splattered everywhere. The giant lifted its foot, leaving a mess of flesh beneath. Help! Don't crowd! For heaven's sake, stop pushing. Didn't he, the president, say to climb onto the pillars? After at least a dozen players were slaughtered, the Illuminati players finally scrambled onto the iron chain. Li Chuan shrugged, letting out a helpless sigh. Alas, these foolish people. Enough. Stop looking. The giants are coming. Prepare to throw the restraining potions. If I fail to become his person, might I be among those players crushed by the giant? Thwack! The potion bag arched gracefully through the air, landing precisely in the giant's mouth. Ding! Slain LV-25, Bloodline Distorted Giant, Boss, 1. Experience points 250. Acquired Bloodline Factor, 0.02, Blue. Not far away, on the iron chains, the freckled girl, Chu Fanqing, glared at Li Chuan. It's that big idiot again. Han Jia, how is it that he always manages to uncover the secret to clearing the level? Gao Han surveyed the surroundings. He is not the only one. Among these 1,000 players, many possess ability. We must strive harder. But Han Jia, did you see how they managed to shrink the giant? Gao Han glanced at the potion bags on the iron chains. Perhaps it's related to these purple water bags. I'll ask him. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Li Chuan glanced at the friend interface and resolutely declined. The saintly mother messaging him surely had ulterior motives. Primarily aimed at moral coercion, Gao Han's voice rang out, tell us how to slay the giant. Doing so will aid many more. What did I say? Zhang Huayan retorted, if you want to learn, figure it out yourself. Don't disturb us while we're on a mission. During the subsequent hunts, Li Chuan made no effort to conceal this efficient method of monster slaying, as that would considerably diminish their trio's efficiency as well. Soon, Gao Han and company summarized Li Chuan's monster slaying techniques, forming multiple small groups to emulate them. The method was not difficult and was easily replicable, but the one thing that could not be imitated was Li Chuan's ability to discern the giant's blood and the source of purification. Some players successfully tossed the potion into the giant's mouth. To their astonishment, the giant suddenly shrank, transforming into a bouncing giant. The freshly evolved bouncing giant was exuberantly thrilled, annihilating that group of players with frenzied jumps before leaping multiple times and bursting through the stairwell to the 3rd floor. Cheng Nanan, gripped by fear, clung to the pillar at the end of the iron chain. The bouncing giant had just wildly sprung about, causing the chains to sway violently, and it had yet to cease. She had nearly been shaken off. The fate of those who fell was something Cheng Nanan had witnessed firsthand. Did they feed the evolution potion to a complete giant? Li Chuan stood firmly on the swaying iron chain. It appears so. Let us ignore them and press on. All right. In the afternoon, at precisely 5 o'clock game time. Chuan Gu, can we take a break? After more than 7 hours of intense monster grinding, compounded by the occasional interruptions from bouncing giants, Cheng Nanan felt her limbs tingle and struggled to catch her breath. Li Chuan was equally fatigued, but he persisted on. Yao Yao, how are you holding up? The voice call revealed Lin Yao Yao's plaintive yet sweet tone. Chuan Gu, I'm both hungry and tired. I feel like I might turn into a grasshopper after autumn. Li Chuan nodded, sitting down on the iron chain. All right then, let us rest here for a bit. What are your bloodline factors? Lin Yao replied. I have 47% in blue. Cheng Nanan opened her task panel. I have 40%. Li Chuan also pulled up his task panel. Bloodline factor, 0.43. I'm at 40-3.at this rate. We should be able to acquire enough bloodline factors by tomorrow. Cheng Nanan, drenched in fragrant sweat, wore an expression of utter joy and excitement. Yes, that's right, Chuan Gu, you're amazing. Lin Yao added, Humph. Cheng Nanan quickly added, Yao Yao Jia is too. I truly feel blessed in this lifetime to have encountered you both. Oh no, I was just thinking about Chuan Gu and forgot there's a killer lurking below. As, due to the palace's acoustics, the bell rang exceptionally clear. Li Chuan paused, then immediately rose. Cheng Nanan hurriedly stood up, her face a picture of panic as she followed Li Chuan in this place. No one cared whether you were tired or not. As long as you were alive, you had to keep moving. The bell tolling signified that the giant's attack from yesterday was about to repeat. Quickly, with the enhancement of leap, Li Chuan nearly leaped from the pillar, racing toward the stairwell. When the second bell tolled, Gao Han shouted anxiously, Get down here, don't waste time. Some players expressed discontent. Gao Han gritted his teeth. No, stronger giants will descend from above and come out. Do you want to feed the giants? Have you forgotten where yesterday's bouncing giant emerged from? This was Gao Han. If it were Li Chuan, he would certainly not remind these fools a second time. When the third bell tolled, Li Chuan and the others had already burst out of the palace. At the fourth toll, the three of them exited the palace gates. Chapter 69. That bastard really dares to act. As if sensing Li Chuan's fervor, the second and third flower buds of Little Green unfurled, fanning Li Chuan. The bell rang 6 times, 2 fewer than yesterday. The massive gates swung wide, and many deformed giants charged out of the palace. Heading toward the oasis where the players were, it seemed that 6 to 8 tolls marked a dividing line. Only after 8 tolls would bouncing giants appear. Bang, boom, bang. Once Little Green dispatched the last legless giant, Li Chuan finally dropped onto the ground. I'm utterly exhausted. I can't move, I declare. Today's battle plan is completely over. Rest? Hooray! Long live the commander. Allow me to bestow my first kiss. The trio, utterly worn out, occupied a corner of the tent, collapsing onto the ground and falling into a deep slumber. Chuan Gu, wake up. Inside the tent, the slumbering Li Chuan stirred groggily. He saw Cheng Nanan, dressed in a cook's outfit, holding a large ladle, standing beside him. Upon noticing Li Chuan had awakened, she quickly said, Chuan Gu, someone is looking for you outside, a woman. It seems to be the president of the Radiant Society. Li Chuan grasped Cheng Nanan's small hand and stood up, glancing at the deep recesses of the tent where Lin Yaoyao was sleeping soundly. She's looking for me? Oh, I see. A thought crossed Li Chuan's mind, and he surmised the woman's intentions. The two walked out of the tent, and for some unknown reason, Cheng Nanan continued to hold Li Chuan's hand tightly. The newly awakened Li Chuan paid no mind to this. To the east of Little Green, Gao Han stood with the freckled girl and a robust, masked woman at a distance of over 30 meters. The world's direction had been collectively determined by everyone in the regional channel. At sunrise, the slightly larger sun indicated the east. Upon seeing Li Chuan and Cheng Nanan emerge hand in hand, Cheng Nanan said, Chuan Gu, I'm going to cook. You go talk business with them. Satisfied, Cheng Nanan released Li Chuan's hand, casting a provocative glance at the 3 women on the opposite side. President Gao, you're looking for me regarding the guild token at the auction house, right? The freckled girl ground her teeth. Couldn't it be for something else? Li Chuan crossed his arms. Gao Han, standing gracefully on the sandy ground, slightly raised her smooth, white chin. It's indeed about the guild token. I wouldn't believe anything else. It seems you truly know me well, understanding that this is Little Green's maximum distance. Speak, what treasures have you prepared? If you are the highest bidder among all players, I may choose to sell it to you. Gao Han suddenly tossed out a tent, enclosing all 4 of them within. Her abrupt action didn't startle Li Chuan. His expression remained unchanged, truly fitting for the president. Even purchasing items requires carrying a house around. Li Chuan's confidence stemmed from the high armor value of his advanced cloth armor set. With armor akin to that of the giants, coupled with this position, Li Chuan was certain he would not sustain fatal damage. Gao Han took a seat, her demeanor still proud. I've sent you the attribute panels for 4 purple-grade items. You may choose up to 2. Li Chuan casually sat on a chair, beginning to examine the 4 items. Point 1 was a purple 25-level heavy armor top that was utterly useless to Li Chuan. Pass. A purple 25-level dagger. Yaoyao can use this. Pending selection. A blue-grade skill book. Skill book, blue, learn skill upon use. Charged / blue. Active skill. Upon use, it can charge the weapon, increasing personal damage by 10 per second, with a maximum charging time of 1 minute. Note: the weapon cannot be released during charging. Skill cost: 2 mana points. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Evaluation: waiting is power. Charge /an increase of up to 600% damage. This skill intrigued Li Chuan greatly. The final item was a purple item, a level 6 forging voucher. Level 6 forging voucher, purple, produced by the Dwarven Kingdom. With the right materials and blueprints, it can summon the spirit of a dwarven craftsman to forge the equipment outlined in the blueprints. Maximum grade, purple, maximum level, 30. Note: the success rate of this item is very low. The item's grade and level will greatly affect the success rate, evaluation. In any wondrous world, technology is the primary productive force. The ability to forge up to 30-level purple equipment. Albeit with a low success rate, Li Chuan restrained the excitement bubbling within him. Probability problems were his least concern. After thoroughly examining the 4 items, he refrained from making an immediate choice and leisurely flipped through the friend requests in his interface. He needed to see what others had bid. This browsing lasted for half an hour. After the freckled girl urged him impatiently several times, Li Chuan finally spoke softly. Someone has offered a higher price than you. But considering we are players of the same season, I am willing to trade with you. A faint joy flickered across Gao Han's cold and indifferent face. Which 2 do you want? Li Chuan glanced at the haughty saint, replying, I want everything except that heavy armor top. Gao Han frowned, while the freckled girl exclaimed, You want 3 items? How can you be so greedy? The masked assassin pressed her hand against the hilt of her dagger. Li Chuan shrugged. What's the matter? Disagree? Honestly, 1 forging voucher that relies on looks and 1 blue skill combined don't even equate to a tangible piece of purple equipment. I'm genuinely having second thoughts. He stood up, casually walking towards the tent's entrance. The freckled girl grew anxious. Hanjia, he's leaving. Gao Han gritted her teeth, knowing that the unstable situation within her team could only be perfectly resolved by this guild token. Moreover, in her vision, establishing a powerful guild was the most crucial element. Stop. You've won and I can give you the 3 items you want. Even when conceding, the beautiful woman resembled a painting, exuding an air of pride. What gives you the right to be so proud? Li Chuan scoffed. I'm sorry, but I'm in a bad mood and want to sell to you. Whooshed out a figure swiftly approached Li Chuan. Side roll. He executed a side roll to evade, then kicked out, sending the masked female assassin flying over 2 meters. Ha! How utterly ridiculous. I thought you were some formidable character with that getup, but it turns out you were just this capable? The duo, don't engage, Li Chuan. Tell me how we can trade. He looked at her ethereal face, a surge of wicked desire rising within him. If we're to exchange, I want the same conditions as last time. The freckled girl was momentarily stunned before erupting in a tirade. You despicable scoundrel. You filthy man. What do you take our guild leader for? You beast? The masked girl rose, perplexed by the precious item Li Chuan demanded that had incited such fury in the freckled girl. Li Chuan remained silent, merely crossing his arms and observing Gao Han. Minutes later, when the freckled girl had exhausted her repertoire of curses, Gao Han spoke. You 2 leave. I'll discuss things further with him. The freckled girl was taken aback. Hanjia, don't. Hanjia. The masked assassin reached for the freckled girl's hand. The guild leader will handle everything. Let us go outside. He won't dare to do anything. The freckled girl struggled, glancing at Gao Han while vigorously shaking her head. The guild leader can't manage everything. She'll only be managed, and that jerk truly dares to act. Chapter 70. Special Guild. Survivor Guild. The 2 female players eventually exited the tent. Without a word, Li Chuan stepped towards Gao Han. She pursed her lips, remaining silent and compliant, allowing Li Chuan to dictate the situation. Her cold beauty and snow-white skin, coupled with an irresistible figure, drove one to madness. Are you mute? Can't you speak up? And then, does that give you a greater sense of conquest? Shortly after, Gao Han, with a somewhat unusual gait, emerged from the tent, folded it away, and headed towards the Radiant Guild's base. Just as she had covered half the distance, a mechanical voice, exclusive to the system, echoed in all players' ears. Area announcement. The first guild in this area, Survivor, has been established. Guild functions are now active. Congratulations to the Survivor Guild for becoming the #1 guild in the current area, receiving a special reward. Guild enhancement increased by 50, initial guild level. Special. Gao Han halted, turning her head to stare at Li Chuan's tent for a while before continuing on her way. This scoundrel. In the tent beneath the Tree of Miracles, Li Chuan grinned broadly, satisfying, even more so than before. He couldn't quite understand why he felt such irritation at Gao Han's lofty, self-righteous demeanor. Survivor was a guild name Li Chuan had come up with himself, symbolizing his hope to emerge as a survivor in this life and death game. Ugh, what is that annoying system blaring about now? Disturbing my lovely sleep. Lin Yaoyao, bleary-eyed, crawled out of her sleeping bag. Player only entangles flowers without disturbing the grass. Invites you to join the Survivor Guild. Joining requirement. None. Withdrawal penalty. Deduct level 3. He hadn't intentionally set such a harsh penalty for withdrawal. It was simply the lightest requirement for joining. Lin Yaoyao unhesitatingly chose to agree. Survivor Guild? Brother Chuan, how did you manage to create this? Li Chuan smiled with pride. I acquired it in the Forbidden Land and even swapped it for a level 25 purple dagger for you. Wow, Brother Chuan, I admire you so much. I want to have your babies. Forget it. I don't want to be labeled a pervert. Let us not bicker. I want to see what benefits the guild offers. Survivor Guild, Special, Level 1, upgrade after completing one guild task, member count, 100, current guild benefits. Experience increase, 20, special reward bonus, 10, guild task. All members complete a daily task. Evaluation, a rising star. At first glance, the guild only seemed to offer a 30 increase in experience. Li Chuan frowned. He had expected the special rewards to be more substantial, but it turned out to only add a mere 10 to experience. Lin Yaoyao tilted her head, seemingly also reviewing the guild panel. An increase in experience is already fantastic. Perhaps after upgrading, we will unlock more functions. Li Chuan nodded slowly. That's a possibility, but I'm somewhat concerned about what we'll do if guild tasks require multiple players to complete. Will we really need to establish a faction? Lin Yaoyao blinked. I have no objections, but I despise saints. Li Chuan gritted his teeth. So do I. Area announcement. The second guild in this area, Radiant Guild, has been established. Congratulations to the Radiant Guild for becoming the number 2 guild in the current area, receiving a special reward. Guild enhancement increased by 20, initial guild level, advanced. While discussing, the announcement of the Radiant Guild's creation rang out. So the second established guild is an advanced one. That means the third will be a mid-level guild, and the rest can only be low-level ones. Li Chuan stroked his chin. Thus, the next guild token still seems quite valuable. Chung Nanan entered the tent carrying a tray of food. Brother Chuan, Sister Yaoyao, it's time to eat. Lin Yaoyao immediately sprang out of her sleeping bag. I'm starving. Let us eat. Li Chuan picked up his chopsticks and glanced at Chung Nanan. Sit down. Let us eat together. Chung Nanan immediately beamed with gratitude, kneeling down across from Li Chuan. Brother Chuan, that Radiant Guild is recruiting players since it was established. The first Survivor Guild was created by you, right? Li Chuan understood what she was implying and interrupted. Yes, I created it, but my requirements will be very strict, so think carefully before deciding. Player only entangles flowers without disturbing the grass. Invites you to join the Survivor Guild. Joining requirement. Backpack level 1 permission. Withdrawal penalty. Deduct level 10. This was the most stringent condition that could be set for joining. Li Chuan couldn't fully trust this woman, so he had to impose a harsh penalty system to restrain her. Chung Nanan bit her lip. If I exit or leave the guild in any way, I'll lose 10 levels, and the guild leader will have level 1 permission to my backpack, meaning he would be the owner of the backpack while I'd just be the user. What a scoundrel, how cruel! This requirement was indeed excessively harsh. It meant that if Li Chuan wished, he could instantly empty her backpack and simultaneously reduce her level by 10. This could hardly be called an unequal contract. It was nothing short of a slave agreement. After a few minutes of hesitation, Chung Nanan ultimately chose to agree. While joining Li Chuan's guild seemed to offer no overt benefits, the hidden advantages were still significant. Signing this slave contract effectively made her his private property, which, in any case, would greatly increase her chances of survival. Moreover, there were the benefits of a special guild. Not hitting the south wall will not regret. Chung Nanan has accepted your invitation to join. Li Chuan was somewhat taken aback. Aren't you afraid I could leave you with nothing in an instant? Chung Nanan gently shook her head. If you wish, you can take everything I have. Bang! Lin Yaoyao slammed her palm against the wooden stool. Are we going to eat or what? Is it permissible to eat? You brazenly flirt with my brother Chuan right before my eyes. Why must you conduct yourself so pitifully during a meeting? Are you seeking ruin? He remains unaware of the stringent demands Li Chuan has imposed on Chung Nanan. Chung Nanan hastily bowed her head. No, that's not it. I was wrong. Sister Yaoyao. Li Chuan rolled his eyes and silently opened the regional chat channel. Giant Shelter Regional Chat Channel. Current surviving players in the area. 976-1000 Wuchuan Liangpi. Why is there a penalty for leaving after joining? Losing 5 levels? How much experience is that? Gang Xiao brother. Exactly. I was initially disappointed that the guild wasn't on my side, but now it seems there's nothing to lament. Losing freedom for a mere bit of experience is hardly worthwhile. Ting Ting doesn't eat dinner. Not only do you lose 5 levels, but joining the guild also means the guild leader can see your inventory items. Is the desire for control that strong? Get lost. Most players were momentarily unable to accept the constraints imposed by the guild. Little did they know, Gao Han had already minimized the restrictions to a relatively low degree. Lu Haizhu, join if you want. With players like you, joining wouldn't be beneficial. Shui Dihihua, right? Our guild leader has always considered the safety of all players and just shared strategies for defeating giants without charge. Ting Ting doesn't eat dinner. Lu Haizhu, your name is too rustic, you can leave too. Lu Haizhu? Those who had already joined the Bright Guild naturally sang its praises. Speaking of the methods to kill giants, Li Chuan recalled that he seemingly needed to seek out a player. Ji Zhanhui Er Bu Reng Ji. Hire an alchemist, with the reward being enough bloodline factors or other items to complete main quest 2. Chapter 71. Greetings, another brain. Ting Ting doesn't eat dinner, eh? The president of the elite guild spoke. Zhu Dechong, are you recruiting, big shot? I'm a level 16 berserker, mighty as can be Gugu Jin Changbu Dao. Big shot. Li Chuan promptly closed the chat channel. Why recruit an alchemist? Lin Yaoyao inquired curiously. Clearly, she had also been following the messages in the chat. Li Chuan squinted his eyes. I deduced that the alchemist profession could influence the completion of main quest 2. I just wonder if any of the 1,000 players are alchemists. The next day of main quest 2. Amon Forest, Giant Shelter Central Screen. Today's weather. Sweltering, daily quest. I seem to have bugs on me. Would you help me get rid of them? Quest difficulty. Intermediate. I stand atop the world, shielding millions of beings from the blazing sun. Yet even so, I am still despised by them. Increasingly bizarre bugs have appeared. Please help me. Please head to the Celestial Tree and exterminate the pests. Quest reward, Gold 80. Experience 8,000. Bronze Treasure Chest 1. Temporary Photosynthesis Capsule, Blue 1. Quest penalty. Fall. Remaining time to accept the quest, 1 hour 59 minutes. Would you like to skip today's daily quest? Note, daily quests can only be skipped twice. The third time will automatically accept. Skip. Li Chuan resolutely chose to skip. He could not vanish alongside Lin Yaoyao for 2 hours, even though Little Green's strength had grown to such an extent. Ding, today's leaderboard rewards have been distributed. Once again, 2 evolution cores, 1 green and 1 blue, were obtained, and Li Chuan directly chose to feed Little Green. After feeding, Li Chuan stroked Little Green's flower bud and glanced at Lin Yaoyao. Quite the stroke of luck. Today's daily quest is of intermediate level. Although the quest location, the Celestial Tree, is an unknown area, it is certainly preferable to entrusting one's fate to the unknown. Lin Yaoyao nodded in agreement. I had thought I would at least have to complete a high-level daily quest. Luck is indeed on our side, for fate seems to favor adorable beings. I'm off. Brother Chuan, please take care of my little white. Li Chuan nodded, accepting the dandelion that floated over. Acquired buff status, Agility 3, Mana 3, Intermediate Health Recovery, Intermediate Mana Recovery. Little White's buffs have increased again. Little Green, Little White. The naming talents of these two are truly a matter of lament. Cheng Nanan secretly grumbled. Li Chuan turned to Cheng Nanan. Aren't you going to undertake today's daily quest? Cheng Nanan's eyes widened in astonishment. Me? An intermediate daily quest? I think I'll wait for a lower-level daily quest. Li Chuan perused his private messages. Aren't you afraid that the upcoming daily quests will all be high-level or above? Cheng Nanan chuckled awkwardly. I still have a daily quest exemption voucher. Li Chuan closed the chat interface. He stepped out of the tent alone, leaving behind a visibly conflicted Cheng Nanan. He disappointed in me. But intermediate tasks are genuinely difficult. Everyone has a daily quest exemption voucher. Why did both of them choose to retain theirs while I instinctively wanted to retreat? Is this the distinction between us? No. I must keep pace with the two of them. Only in this way can I survive. I don't want him to be disappointed in me. I seek his affirmation. Cheng Nanan gritted her silver teeth and clicked the accept option. Swish. The last silhouette in the tent vanished from sight. Giant Palace, corner of the first floor. Using the jungle concealment skill, Li Chuan hid in the shadows, patiently awaiting the arrival of the agreed individual. The content of the private message was quite simple. I have an alchemist. I wish to trade for a piece of equipment of purple grade or higher. He possesses an alchemist. Li Chuan did not fully comprehend the meaning of this statement, but it did not hinder his agreement to meet for the trade. He did not have to wait long. Merely a few minutes passed before several figures appeared within his line of sight. A total of 4 people, 1 woman and 3 men, 2 of whom Li Chuan recognized. They were Dong He Lu Shui and Zhao Gaoji Lu Wei Ma, both formidable warriors who had shared the competitive task with him, now seemingly acting as the woman's guards. They had teleported to different areas of the palace and were serving as her subordinates. Tao Yaya, Tao Baibai Human Health. 100 Level 20. Promising fighter, weaknesses marked. This muscular woman is Tao Baibai? No wonder. This woman is youthful, with short hair, an impressive appearance, tan skin, and eye-catching muscle definition, clad in breastplate and shorts, exuding an extreme sense of wild beauty. She half-dragged, half-pulled a young man whose mouth was bound with cloth. This one Wooden T. Zhang Hong, Phantom Light Human, Health. 100 Level 14. Frail Alchemist, weaknesses marked. Indeed, this is the alchemist I was searching for. Are they trafficking people? Tao Baibai steadied herself and scanned the surroundings, nearly instantaneously spotting Li Chuan, who had blended into the environment. I did not expect the second on the leaderboard to be a chameleon. This female fighter is not merely impressive, disabling his concealment skill. Li Chuan strode towards the fort. Good to see you again, both of you. President, this is Li Chuan. As I told you, Li brother, this is our guild leader. Yuhua Guild's president. Zhao Gao briefly introduced, subtly reminding both Li Chuan and Tao Baibai that the other party likely posed no issues and that this trade would be above board. Had I known you two would arrive, I wouldn't have been so cautious. President Tao, as per our agreement, a piece of purple-grade equipment will exchange for this alchemist. How does this longsword look to you? Li Chuan shared the attributes of the soldier's longsword he had obtained from the previous treasure chest with Tao Baibai. Tao Baibai glanced at it and nodded. That will do. This alchemist's life was saved by me. I practically dragged him into main quest 2, so he belongs to me now. He belongs to you. From the alchemist's level, it is evident that he had not yet reached significant strength. However, Li Chuan did not require his power. Li Chuan produced the soldier's longsword and tossed it to Tao Baibai. The woman caught it effortlessly, glanced at Li Chuan, and then departed with the two warriors behind her. By the way, it might be best to keep his mouth bound. This was the advice given to Li Chuan by Dong He Lu Shui before leaving. However, Li Chuan did not take it to heart. He needed this alchemist to purify and refine the source of natural purification. How could they not communicate? No one. It seems Chung Nanan has gone to undertake the daily quest. Your hands are not bound. Why not free yourself from the cloth? The alchemist Zhang Heng widened his eyes, pointing at himself, and gestured wildly. Li Chuan barely deciphered. Is he asking me if he can remove the cloth? Li Chuan nodded. I assure you, for I have matters to discuss with you. The youth swiftly untied the cloth strip, smirked, and extended his right hand. Hello, my other brain. Chapter 72. The Delusions of a Brain in AJAR. Li Chuan felt a twinge of confusion. My other brain? Me? What do you mean? The youth nodded with a smile. Exactly. A sense of foreboding crept into Li Chuan's mind. And you? Who are you? I am this brain, Li Chuan. It's overt. A purple weapon has somehow brought forth an imbecile. I, Li Chuan, you, Zhang Heng. Can we perhaps refer to one another by our names? Zhang Heng tucked his hands into his pockets, adopting an air of profound enlightenment, as if he were the only one sober amidst a drunken world. That is acceptable, but before we address each other thus, I must convey a fact. The essence of you and me is that we are two brains suspended in nutrient solution. Our conversation is merely the communication of neurons between two brains. Li Chuan seemed to grasp the concept. You mean, the brain in a jar? Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Heng clapped in delight. Precisely. You understand me. You are unlike the other brains that merely stimulate my painful nerves. Li Chuan sensed that things were not quite right. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that we are all brains in jars, and that everything we have experienced since entering the game is a fabrication, controlled by someone manipulating our minds? Zhang Heng shook his head enigmatically. No, not from the moment we entered the game, but from the very beginning, the moment consciousness was born. We have been brains in jars. Before entering the game, I had long suspected the reality of this world, yet I lacked decisive evidence. However, the moment I entered the game, my conjecture was validated. I was right. Upon comprehending a madman's words, one might indeed be shocked by the insanity of it. From the moment of birth? Zhang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly overjoyed that someone could understand him, and he sat down on a wooden stool. No. The so-called birth is merely a signal delivered to us by neurons. We may have been born countless times before. The scenery, objects, starry skies, and oceans that we perceive all exist within our imagination. Even in this so-called game world, we cannot witness images that we cannot conceive. Thus, this fellow's words grew increasingly absurd, resembling that of a delusional patient. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, regret? Li Chuan shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the mad thoughts sprouting in his mind. What about the cloth strip? Where did that cloth strip go? Stand up. Let me see if it's on the wooden stool. Zhang Heng paused, then ceased his scientific exposition. I sense that you wish to touch my pain receptors. Li Chuan nodded decisively. Your perception is quite accurate. I have two requests. First, I do not wish to contemplate whether I am a brain in a jar. You must not mention it again. Second, can you enhance these 2 bags of purification source into a more potent purification potion? Zhang Heng squinted as he picked up the potion bags from the wooden stump. Li Chuan gritted his teeth. Just say whether you can or not. Zhang Heng glanced at the hand crossbow in Li Chuan's possession. I can. It will take 2 bags of natural purification source to create 1 bottle of blue purification potion, and 3 bags will yield an enhanced version of the purple purification potion. Li Chuan happened to possess 3 bags of natural purification source. Please make me a purple quality purification potion. Zhang Heng placed the 3 bags together and, using some skill, swiftly transformed them into a purple test tube. Li Chuan picked up the combined test tube. Is that it? This truly lacks any technical complexity. Zhang Heng nodded. Indeed, a spark of electricity, a dash of imagination. After all, this world is a product of our imagination. Purification potion, purple. This potion excels at suppressing the disorder within living beings. Can be used against creatures up to level 40, King tier, evaluation. If you find that a tail has unexpectedly sprouted from you, I suggest you consume it promptly. Remarkably, a purple purification potion had indeed been crafted. Li Chuan looked up at Zhang Heng. Based on this, Li Chuan lifted the Fei Lei crossbow. Indeed, it truly works. This alchemist is indeed useful. Li Chuan set down the Fei Lei crossbow. Join the guild. The player, only dabbling without causing trouble, invites you to join the Survivors Guild. Joining requirements: backpack level 1 privileges, retreat penalty, deduction of level 10. Zhang Heng readily agreed. All right, let us go hunt giants in the palace. Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned, then appeared incredulous. Me? You want to take me? Indeed. What, are you afraid to go? Of course not, but let it be known. Do not hit me if I drag you down. The second level of the giant palace stood a vast space, its solid pillars standing strong after countless years, thick iron chains connecting the tops of the columns, resembling an invisible web. Beneath the heavy chains wandered countless aimless giants. Above the chains, players cautiously gathered purification potions. The method to slay these grotesque giants had already been disclosed by Gao Han in the regional channel, and everyone was imitating it. However, the success rate, as it appeared, was quite low. Li Chuan exerted great effort to pull Zhang Heng onto the iron chains. You think this world is fake, yet you're afraid of heights? Zhang Heng clung tightly to the yellowish pillar, his feet planted firmly on either end of the chain. The world is fake, but my fear of heights is real. Li Chuan was speechless. That's actually rather reasonable. Just as he was about to urge Zhang Heng, a scream suddenly pierced the air. A male player made a misstep and fell from the swaying chain, only to be devoured by the grotesque giants below. The scene was gruesome, impossible to behold. Witnessing this, Zhang Heng grew even more terrified. Li Chuan rolled his eyes. Forget it, you can stay there. I'll go fetch the evolution source. Players with low agility indeed faced great danger traversing the swaying chains. Li Chuan was not yet inclined to use the research personnel he had acquired through the soldier's long sword to feed the monsters. As he maneuvered around a pillar, he retrieved a bag of diluted giant blood and expertly tossed it into the mouth of a fully intact giant. Based on previous experience, this complete giant would advance to a king-tier jumping giant after consuming a bag of giant blood. Sure enough, the giant that swallowed the blood suddenly became excited, its body shrinking and firming up. Li Chuan calmly observed the giant's attribute panel, and just as the identification entry of that giant turned purple, he activated his leap and jumped off the iron chain. Chapter 73. The First Seed of Miracle, activating. Zhang Heng's eyes widened. This is too incredible. Why is his script so powerful? Ha, ha, ha. The giant, which had been undergoing transformation, abruptly halted its change, only to suddenly accelerate its shrinking. Li Chuan, who had landed smoothly behind the monster, smirked. Heh. The plan is feasible. Blade impact. A white light pierced through the frail body of the shrinking giant. Ding. Killed LV-27, Jumping Giant, King, 1. Experience points 1350, Guild bonus, 405. Gained Bloodline factor, 0.03, Purple, Ding. Player Li Chuan has reached full experience points, level 1, gained 12 free attribute points. Ding. Illusionist has reached full experience points, level 1, current subprofession level, LV-20. Learn subprofession skill Elemental Protection, Blue. Truly, a king tier giant. Picking up the items dropped by the monster, Li Chuan quickly leaped back onto the iron chains before any other giants could approach. Damn it, without helpers, the efficiency is indeed slow. Ding. Killed LV-27, Jumping Giant, King, 1. Experience points 1350, Guild bonus, 405. Gained Bloodline factor, 0.03, Purple, Ding. Player Zhang Hong has reached full experience points, level 1, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding. Player Zhang Hong has reached full experience points, level 1, gained 5 free attribute points. Learn skill, Alchemical Bomb. A single king tier giant allowed Zhang Hong to level up twice. Are all brains not created equal? Is his cultivation fluid superior? Li Chuan utilized the capabilities of his probability glasses to adeptly gather purification sources on the iron chains, delivering them one by one into Zhang Heng's hands. Zhang Heng leaned against the pillar, trembling, as he crafted purification potions one by one. You summoned me here solely for this purpose. Is it not the same if I create it within your tent? Li Chuan meticulously stored the completed purple purification potion. Can you gain experience points while in the tent? What, do you no longer wish to leave this area alive? Zhang Heng fell into contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he replied, whether I live or die is of little consequence, but I am indeed curious to see what the final stage of this game entails. What a lunatic. Li Chuan abruptly turned away, following the iron chain in pursuit of his next target. Lock on for a decisive strike. The arrow deftly curved and struck the nose of an intact giant. The giant let out a furious roar, raising its head to search for the wretched creature that dared to injure it. Li Chuan deliberately revealed himself, and as the giant approached below, he employed the same tactic, casting the giant's blood downwards. Damn it, I threw it wrong. Li Chuan hurriedly fetched another bag. This time, it was spot on. Once the potion entered the giant's mouth, it swiftly began to mutate. Its status changed. Li Chuan leaped down the iron chain once more. Ding. Defeated LV-27, Bouncing Giant, King, 1. Experience points 1350, Guild bonus, 405. Gained Bloodline factor, 0.03, Purple, in the Giant Sanctuary, at the eastern oasis of the palace. The blazing twin suns slowly rose, the temperature climbing ever higher, with even the occasional breeze feeling scorching hot. A shrill scream shattered the tranquility of the oasis, causing even the small green bud to tremble slightly. A graceful figure burst from the tent, frantically slapping her arms. Get away! Get away from me, you cursed thing! It's dreadful. It was Cheng Nan, her left forearm now covered in a black, sticky substance. This repugnant material seemed to be creeping up towards her shoulder. Whoosh! Another petite figure dashed out of the tent. Didn't I tell you to run faster? Lin Yaoyao held her dagger in reverse grip, her gaze fixed with grave concern on the strange black creature on Cheng Nan's arm. Cheng Nan felt utterly wronged. Dio, you think I wanted to run faster? I've exhausted all my strength. All right, just hold still. I'll chop your arm off. Lin Yaoyao proposed a rather direct and effective solution. Cheng Nan continuously scraped the black substance off with a long knife. No, don't chop off my arm. Lin Yaoyao quickly approached. Dio, you want to be devoured by that thing? Have you forgotten the gruesome fates of the players it has consumed? Cheng Nan stepped back, feeling cornered. You don't believe me, do you? It really doesn't hurt. Slap. As she retreated, Cheng Nan collided with something. Turning around, she found herself facing the largest bud of the small green plant. It's over. It's going to help that demon girl chop off my arm. No. Before Cheng Nan's voice of refusal could fully escape her lips, she was unexpectedly engulfed by the suddenly blooming bud. Lin Yaoyao stood there in shock. Huh? I only wanted her to lose an arm. Small green, you want her life? Lin Yaoyao silently sent a video call to Li Chuan. Brother Chuan, small green, it just ate the cook. What is going on? Standing beside the eerily silent bud of small green, Li Chuan furrowed his brows. Everything seemed fine when I left. How could there be an incident after just a short struggle in the palace? Lin Yaoyao curiously glanced at Zhang Heng. That monster divides and reproduces rapidly upon encountering flesh and blood. I suggested chopping off her arm, but she refused, and then your bud swallowed her whole. I think it might be hungry. Hungry? Li Chuan rejected this notion. Throughout, Small Green had never consumed flesh and blood. Miracle Tree, Orange, Juvenile, Growth Type, Level, 9100, Experience, 0900, a powerful being that has become extinct in the Titan realm, possessing exceptional intelligence and formidable destructive power. Miracle Seed, 2-3, inactive. The first Miracle Seed has fully matured and can consume any living organism to gain its abilities. Activating, evaluation. It is said that the Miracle Tree only grows in places where miracles occur. Activating? Could it be that the dividing venomous larva piqued Small Green's interest? Li Chuan felt somewhat reassured that Small Green was likely unharmed. As for Cheng Nanan, all he could do was wish her well in her good fortune. Another brain, your plant spirit seems to be withering. Zhang Heng fixed his gaze on Small Green's robust trunk and suddenly spoke. Li Chuan hurriedly looked toward Small Green's gray-green trunk. Indeed, the trunk seemed to be gradually losing its luster. No, we need to acquire an evolution core. Yao Yao, hand me the evolution core you have. Lin Yaoyao promptly produced 2 green evolution cores. There are only 2 greens left. The others were consumed by Xiaobai. Li Chuan glanced at Zhang Heng. Forget it. This guy lacks a plant spirit and definitely doesn't have an evolution core. Let's go buy one at the auction house. Chapter 74. The Flower of Abomination in the Auction House. There were quite a few evolution cores available, but their prices were exorbitant. Nearly 3 or 4 blue evolution cores equated to a single piece of purple equipment, even more expensive than gear of the same tier. However, there was no alternative. Li Chuan was in urgent need. Spending over 10,000 gold coins, he purchased a dozen blue evolution cores and green evolution cores, nearly clearing out the auction house's stock. He then promptly pressed them all into Small Green's trunk. Green light surged, and the once drying bark of Small Green gradually became vibrant and moist. Effective! Li Chuan displayed a fatherly expression of satisfaction. Ding, your plant spirit miracle tree has reached full experience. Level 1. Ding, your plant spirit miracle tree has leveled up to level 10, entering the growth phase. At that moment, the massive bud of Small Green, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly bloomed, and amidst the pink and black petals, a drenched Cheng Nanan was spat out. Cough, 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 gag. My arm is fine. How wonderful, how wonderful. Ding. The first miracle seed has been activated. Miracle Tree, Orange, Growth Phase, Growth Type, Level, 10-100, Experience, 150-1000. A powerful being that has become extinct in the Titan realm, possessing exceptional intelligence and formidable destructive power. Miracle Seed, 2-3, Inactive, Flower of Abomination. The infinite spread of abomination will make you lose everything, and I am the source of all abominations. The evaluation. It is said that the miracle tree only grows in places where miracles occur. Brother Chuan, Small Green has bloomed. Look at those enchanting flowers. The blooming pink and black flowers gracefully approached Li Chuan, engaging him in intimate interaction. Yet Li Chuan found himself puzzled by the new status of Small Green. Flower of Abomination? Small Green must have grown stronger, but he couldn't quite discern how. Forget it. When the bell tolls today, all will be revealed. He patted the flower petals of Small Green and turned to the 3 members. Allow me to introduce Zhang Heng, an alchemist, the new member of the Survivor Guild. Lin Yaoyao bounced over to Zhang Heng. Her curiosity piqued. Is this the alchemist you found? Feels a bit strange. Hey, can you make a fire-breathing teddy bear? Zhang Heng nodded casually. Of course, that wouldn't require much imagination at all. You could try harder to come up with something that demands more neurons. Lin Yaoyao exclaimed in delight. Wow, really? How about adding a butt launcher? Perhaps you could consider something even more outrageous. Cheng Nanan, having settled her tumultuous emotions, gazed blankly at the two engaged in fervent conversation. What are they talking about? Li Chuan looked at Cheng Nanan. You didn't understand, did you? Neither did I. It's just so bizarre. These two are on the same wavelength. Enough. No more discussing teddy bears. There's no teddy bear that eats with its brain. We should eat something ourselves and then hunt giants in the palace. at the northern side of the giant palace. By the edge of a maple leaf-shaped lake, there were fewer than 10 players guarding the plant spirits, as the majority had entered the palace to collect the bloodline factors required for their quests. Cracked out a verdant-hugging tree suddenly snapped a branch that a player resting in the shade looked up. "Hey, blue sky, did you hear something? A sound?" "Hi." A little noise isn't unusual. "Don't panic, rest easy. We'll have to scramble back up the iron chain soon." "True." Crack, 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 however. The nearby plant spirits seemed intent on disrupting their rest, all starting to shed branches, with the most severely affected plant even beginning to crumble its trunk. "What the hell? What is going on?" That heavily accented player sprang to his feet, visibly alarmed. "This isn't right. Quickly send a message to the guild leader. The plant spirits are acting strange." Yet, not all the nearby plant spirits were withering. A thorn tree, after crumbling halfway, suddenly began to grow rapidly, its countless purple, thorny branches exploding forth. Several players nearby didn't have time to scream before they were ensnared by the spiky branches, ground into flesh and bone as if caught in a grinding wheel. Alas! The spirit of the plant has mutated. Flee at once. Beneath the Tree of Miracles, on the northern side of the giant's palace. Li Chuan gazed in astonishment at the syringe in his hand. "Did you create this?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhang Hong, who remained unperturbed of any assistance. He mused, "I believe it should be." Li Chuan replied with a firm nod. "Seems we still require scientific talent. This fellow has ingeniously combined the purification agent with the giant's blood into a launchable syringe, and it is crafted to the specifications of Li Chuan's crossbow design. This signifies that as long as Li Chuan hits the giant's body, he need not exert himself waiting for the giant to open its mouth and aim. This is tremendously useful. You shall take the lead in this mission." Despite receiving acknowledgement, Zhang Hong did not display any outward joy, as he perceived his experience as merely a virtual game. What does it matter? If sufficient materials were available, it would not be difficult to create a device capable of causing all giants to regress simultaneously. Lin Yaoyao approached. "What is this contraption?" Unbeknownst to her, Li Chuan had changed the hunting target to the purple bouncing giant. Li Chuan smiled faintly. The four of them cautiously navigated the crevice, climbing onto the iron chains of the second level of the palace. At this juncture, the number of players on the second level had increased significantly, with nearly every chain occupied by one or several players. This was anticipated, as players sought to collect bloodline factors. And the method of collection was to search for agents on these chains to weaken the giants. However, with more players came greater danger. Within minutes of arriving on the second level, Li Chuan witnessed the emergence of two bouncing giants, each birth signifying the tragic demise of several players. In the regional chat channel, guild leaders warned everyone to exercise caution when using potion bags and advised against triggering fully intact giants. The four of them stood at the edge of the iron chain, with Yao Yao below, tasked with slaying the regressed giants and collecting the spoils. The little girl rolled her eyes. "Couldn't you have mentioned this earlier? Ive climbed up here for nothing." Li Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Be careful. The situation is quite chaotic, and it may not be safe below." "Understood." Lin Yaoyao swiftly vanished, her form disappearing from the iron chain. Li Chuan turned to Zhang Hong. "You stay here, await her delivery of the potion, then craft it into a syringe to trade with me." Li Chuan had tested that the crafted syringes had attribute panels, signifying they could be traded. Chang Nan blinked at Li Chuan. "Am I only responsible for delivering potion bags to him today?" Li Chuan nodded. "Indeed, the two of us are to deliver to him. You need not concern yourself with the type of potion bag. As long as it is a potion bag, you may bring it to him." Chang Nan nodded emphatically. "Yes, leader." After declaring this, she dashed towards an iron chain. Eager to prove her worth to the team, Li Chuan turned and walked in the opposite direction. Their opportunity revolved around Zhang Hong, the alchemist, so they could not stray too far, at least ensuring Zhang Hong remained within a protected range. However, just as Li Chuan stepped onto the iron chain, he heard a loud curse. "Another blind fool has arrived. This is the territory of the Dawn Guild. Halt where you are." Chapter 75. "My apologies. I shall only provide one number." Furrowing his brow, he looked up towards the source of the voice. There stood 3 male players on the adjacent iron chain, glaring at him menacingly. Two of them wielded crossbows. "You're not even on the same chain, and both types of potions are renewable. Are we now in your territory? Are you implying that this iron chain is yours? Am I the blind fool you speak of?" The archer with a mole on his face nodded. Indeed. Are you blind? Can't you see we're hunting giants here? This entire area belongs to our Dawn Guild. If you don't clear out, we won't be so courteous. Zhou Yong, ugly but gentle human, health. 100 LV 18. A normal physique human archer, weakness marked. The Dawn Guild? How tyrannical. Zhou Yong seemed to lose patience. Enough of your nonsense. I'll give you 3 counts. 1. Leap, fire element enchantment, penetrating arrow. Li Chuan soared into the air, deftly rolling mid-flight, followed by a flash of white light. Whoosh! The white radiance burst forth, and before the 3 players could track Li Chuan's landing, they were horrified to discover a large hole had appeared in their chests. My apologies, I shall only provide one number. Critical hit -999. Critical hit -999. Denotification. Killed LV-18 Zhou Yong. LV-18 He Jia. Gold 260. Experience 540. The 3 players fell lifelessly, while Li Chuan landed securely on the iron chain where they had just stood. With his high agility and exceptional combat talent, Li Chuan was now capable of employing many combat techniques he had previously only dreamed of. Not far away on the iron chain, players from the Dawn Guild gasped in shock. Holy smokes, the 3 ugly ones have been killed. I saw it. It was that cold-blooded killer. What should we do? How dare he provoke our Dawn Guild? Let us kill him. As Li Chuan collected the purification source, he remained vigilant of the other players on the iron chains. The players around him appeared to be part of the so-called Dawn Guild. Numbering around 40 to 50, the numbers were indeed substantial, but Li Chuan felt no fear. This was not outside the palace. It was on the iron chains, his domain, where he held the advantage with his leap skill and primary agility. No matter how many of them there were, they posed no threat to him. If they insisted on provoking him, he would not mind upgrading his title of Green Cold-Blooded Killer. After all, it did seem rather unseemly. However, Li Chuan's hopes were dashed as the group of players, after reporting the incident, did not pursue him further. In fact, they often avoided him when he came near. What a bunch of cowards. Equipping the concentrated giant blood arrow onto the crossbow, he aimed at a fully intact giant and fired. Whoosh! The arrow, slightly heavy, arced through the air but ultimately struck the giant's leg. The potion within the syringe visibly vanished. Li Chuan silently monitored the giant's status panel. Purple. Excellent. Purification arrow. Whoosh. Another arrow struck the giant's chest, visibly causing it to shrink. Li Chuan shouted from the iron chain, Yao Yao. It's your turn. Suddenly, a small figure appeared beside the regressed giant, gleaming with cold light. Swiftly severing its head. Notification. Killed LV-27, Bouncing Giant, King, 1. Experience 1350, Guild Bonus, 405. Obtained Bloodline Factor, 0.01, Purple. Lin Yaoyao collected the giant's dropped items and vanished once more. Zhang Heng on the iron chain stared at Lin Yaoyao. His eyes wide. Is this script written so powerfully? Hey, you fool, what are you staring at? Keep going. Cheng Nanan, clutching a pile of potions, spoke fiercely. This individual was beginning to affect her standing in Li Chuan's eyes, which displeased her. Zhang Heng accepted the potions, watching Cheng Nanan's graceful figure as she moved away on the iron chain. Thankfully, her script isn't stronger than mine. Purification arrow. Notification. Killed LV-28, Bouncing Giant, King, 1. Experience 1400, Guild Bonus, 420. The 7th Bouncing Giant fell. Yao Yao, splendid work. Watch out for the mice around you. With such bountiful rewards, Lin Yaoyao and her companions naturally attracted the attention of many players. Li Chuan, in addition to launching the potions, now had the added task of protecting Lin Yaoyao. On the ground, Lin Yaoyao executed a backflip to evade an attack, then, defying logic, positioned herself behind the assailant. Backstab, throat lock, triple strike. Notification. Killed LV-19 Zhao Zhikong, Gold 100, Experience 190. Li Chuan's eyes narrowed as he pulled the trigger. Lock-on shot. Explosive arrow. Notification. Killed LV-20 Dong, Gold 100, Experience 200. The second assailant fell victim to Li Chuan's arrow. Brother Chuan just stole my kill. With 2 assassins dead, the number of those daring to encroach upon Lin Yaoyao diminished significantly. The 9th, the 17th, the 34th. 6 hours passed, and as dusk settled, the bell tolled. revealing that Li Chuan's team had successfully slain 34 king-level giants. Each member's purple bloodline factor had reached over 0.3. Retreat. Hooray! Brother Chuan reigns supreme. The bell rang only twice that day. Many had expected a few giants to burst forth from the palace. Yet none appeared. The palace gates had barely opened before they closed again. This brought joy to numerous players, as it signified another day of survival. Under the little green tree, due to the addition of a new member, Li Chuan expanded the tent significantly. Chang Nanan diligently served the culinary delights she had prepared. 4 dishes and a soup, exquisite in flavor, aroma, and presentation. Lin Yaoyao eagerly began to feast. Chang Nanan attentively ladled soup and served dishes to Li Chuan, while Zhang Hong, the alchemist who had contributed greatly today, received several pointed glares for taking food. The hierarchy among the four was unmistakably clear. Chuan Gu, today we have slain nothing short of colossal titans, with our bloodline factors reaching 30%. Does this imply that we are eligible to claim the highest tier treasure chest reward from Main Quest 2? Chang Nanan gazed at Li Chuan with adoration. Li Chuan found himself somewhat overwhelmed by her gaze. What has gotten into this woman lately? Theoretically, completing tasks with purple bloodline factors should yield greater rewards than those completed with blue bloodline factors. However, whether this guarantees the highest reward remains uncertain. Main Quest 2 is the first task requiring a specific completion rate, leaving Li Chuan unable to draw any definitive conclusions. Lin Yaoyao looked up, exclaiming, "It must be a golden chest. I've never opened a golden chest before." Li Chuan promptly set down his bowl and announced a new regulation. "All treasure chests belonging to our guild shall be opened by me." Lin Yaoyao grimaced, "No, please don't take away my joy of opening treasure chests." Li Chuan regarded Lin Yaoyao and modified his statement. "All right, I shall open all chests of silver grade and above. The rest are yours to open at will." Agreed, agreed, fine then. After finishing dinner, while the chill had yet to settle in, the four of them sat outside the tent to divide their spoils. The 34 purple giants had yielded a wealth of treasures, over 2,000 gold coins, 4 pieces of purple equipment, 4 purple items, and more than 20 blue and green pieces of equipment and items. Chapter 76. A sudden turn by the lake. Li Chuan's face lit up with excitement as he surveyed the equipment. Since entering this perilous gaming world, today had undoubtedly been the most fruitful day ever. Which player has ever laid eyes on such an abundance of purple equipment all at once? 4 pieces of purple equipment, a leather armor tunic, a pair of bracers, a fire elemental staff, and an axe. Lin Yaoyao gazed at the exquisite blue bracers with stars in her eyes. The bracers enhance strength and critical damage, almost tailored specifically for assassins. "Brother Chuan, you mustn't snatch those bracers from me." Li Chuan, possessing the powerful bull demon bracers, had no intention of contesting her claim. "Not at all, take them." Thank you, Brother Chuan." Lin Yaoyao swiftly seized the bracers and dashed away, finding everything else of little use to her. Besides the purple bracers, she also took the 2 gems that had dropped today, 1 blue and 1 purple. Lin Yaoyao's secondary profession was enchanter, and the gems were intended for enchanting equipment. The remaining 3 pieces of purple items included 2 guild tokens and a purple promotion scroll. The guild tokens were only good for selling, while the promotion scroll appeared to be designated for elemental mages, which, at present, seemed likely to be sold as well. Chang Nanan licked her lips, eyeing the plethora of blue equipment scattered about. She possessed only 2 exceedingly precious blue items, while the rest were green, and some even white. She desired them but hesitated to ask Li Chuan, caught in a dilemma. She could only occasionally glance at him with big eyes, hoping he would understand. In truth, Li Chuan was fully aware of the equipment and items each of them possessed in their bags. "I will equip all that can be used. The remainder I shall consign to the auction house." These blue items were only worth 300 to 500 gold coins each, and their prices were steadily declining. So Li Chuan saw no reason to be stingy. The composed Zhang Hong and the excited Chang Nanan adorned themselves in blue equipment, significantly enhancing their attributes. "All set? If so, go ahead and do whatever you wish." Li Chuan retained the purple equipment and tossed the rest into the auction house. Ranger jacket, set purple, wear level 30, set attribute, not yet activated, evaluation. Collecting a complete ranger set is the lifelong dream of every cowboy. This was the ranger set component that had dropped today, and the only piece of equipment he could utilize, boasting impressive attributes. The only drawback was that the tunic required level 30 to equip. which was quite vexing. Li Chuan silently stored all remaining purple equipment in his backpack and reviewed the new skill he had acquired today. New skill acquired. Elemental Shield. Elemental Shield. Blue. Proficiency. Novice 010. Active skill. Support type, upon use, forms a spherical shield with an armor value of 1000, maximum diameter, 5 meters, maximum release distance, 10 meters. Skill cost, 1 to 5 mana points, duration, 5 minutes or until armor value reaches 0, cooldown, 30 minutes, evaluation. Oh, elemental sprite wandering between heaven and earth, please shield me. A remarkably practical defensive skill. Just when he was fretting about losing a life-saving shield skill upon switching to a higher combat set, he unexpectedly found a replacement in his secondary profession. After observing the regional chat channel for a while, Li Chuan discovered that his ranking on the power leaderboard seemed to have shifted. Giant Sanctuary Regional Leaderboard, Power Ranking, First Place, only touching flowers and not disturbing them. LV23 Jungle Hunter, Overall Power, 9.8, Second Place, Black Friday. LV23 Assassin, Overall Power, 9.7, Third Place, White Tornado. LV21 Spearman, Overall Power, 9.7, Fourth Place, Tao Bai Bai. LV21 Fighter, Overall Power, 9.6, At last, he had claimed the top spot. Similarly, the level 23 Yao Yao had surged to second place on the leaderboard, indicating that the Survivor Guild was indeed formidable. The reason they had surpassed others so significantly was due to the terrifying difficulty of leveling up past level 20. The survivors had mastered the efficient method of farming the king-level giants, a feat unattainable by other players. The red name leaderboard still held its third position. As for the gold leaderboard, the top spot remained held by that 8 Directions Wealth, boasting a total asset of over 30,000 gold coins, the source of which remained a mystery. Due to his substantial purchase of evolution cores today, Li Chuan couldn't even break into the top 10. As he leisurely sorted through his day's haul, he suddenly heard Lin Yaoyao scream from a distance, "Oh my goodness! What is that thing?" Cheng Nan, who was busy making rice balls, turned around. "What happened, Yaoyao?" Lin Yaoyao pointed with her delicate finger, astonished, towards the distant green lake. "By the lake." Cheng Nan looked towards the lake and her eyes widened in shock. The once bustling oasis by the lake was now shrouded in an unknown black substance, which was rapidly spreading beyond the green oasis. Heavens, could that be an enormous horde of split toxic larvae? Dozens of players were desperately fleeing from the oasis. Some too slow were consumed by the black substance, their fates unknown. The distant cacophony grew louder. "Help! There are monsters in the lake! Run! Damn it! I didn't even have time to collect my plant spirits. This is cursed. What the hell is that thing? Damn it!" Lin Yaoyao tilted her head to glance at Li Chuan. "Brother Chuan, is this what you referred to as the peculiarities of the lake?" Li Chuan was uncertain whether to nod or shake his head. "Perhaps it is related to that. Mutated toxic floating algae, plant spirit purple, health, 500,000 500,000, LV60. Out of control state. Please maintain a safe distance. Weakness has been marked." Li Chuan was taken aback. This black substance spreading seemed to engulf the entire green lake, and yet its attribute panel revealed it to be a plant spirit. And it had a staggering 500,000 health points. "Let's see if it can reach us. If it does, we must evacuate immediately." Meanwhile, in the regional channel, the compassionate Gao Han was warning everyone to prepare for a hasty escape with their plant spirits. The black substance at the lakeside spread like a demonic presence from the abyss, enveloping all plant spirits, vegetation, and even players in its wake. Amidst the hundreds of players fleeing in a frenzy, Li Chuan noticed a figure running against the tide. It was a boy clad in iron armor, wielding a great sword. "Maydeus! Stop! Maydeus, please, halt! What are you doing? Maydeus, I beg you, don't do this. Maydeus?" So this black floating algae is the boy's plant spirit? Could it be? In Li Chuan's line of sight, the endlessly spreading black substance showed no signs of stopping and directly engulfed the boy. Damn it! Could it be that the plant spirit has completely gone berserk? Li Chuan dared not hesitate any longer and promptly stored away the tint and little green. "Let's go! Let's go! We must retreat. We cannot remain here any longer." Lin Yaoyao had little to pack and quickly trotted over to Li Chuan. "Where shall we retreat to?" Chapter 77. If I'm not mistaken, it's a total wipeout. Li Chuan gravely raised his head to gaze at the palace ahead. "Oh, the opposite side. The palace had 4 entrances, and only the 2 opposing sides were the most distant from one another. Therefore, theoretically, the other side of the palace should be the safest. Seizing the moment before the sun vanished, the 4 figures swiftly disappeared into the oasis. Meanwhile, players in the other 2 large oases remained hesitant, pondering whether that unknown terrifying creature would extend its reach towards them. If it did not, none wished to relinquish the hard-won territory they had occupied. Beneath the snowy plum tree of the Illuminati, the freckled girl Chu Fanxing wore a panicked expression. "Sister Han, do we really need to keep watching? That thing shows no signs of slowing down." On the icy, snow-white visage of Gao Han, her brows were tightly knitted. She was initially reluctant to relocate the guild base, for they boasted over 100 players, and it would be nearly impossible to find such a vast oasis elsewhere. Yet, at this juncture, it seemed there was no alternative. If they were to wait for the white mist to descend, and this entity showed no signs of abating, "Sister Han, even that guy has fled, which means this thing is undoubtedly perilous." Gao Han was acutely aware of who that individual was. "Do you trust him so readily?" Chu Fanxing shook her head at I certainly do not trust him. Yet, his judgments have proven unfailingly accurate. Gao Han gritted her teeth. "Everyone, stow your plant spirits, follow me." The migration of a large guild was a tedious affair. Many seemingly simple tasks became convoluted when numbers swelled. It was not until the black substance drew near to the oasis that the members of the Radiant Guild finally set off towards the palace. Hunger, hunger, hunger. Whether it was a mere figment of her imagination, Gao Han thought she discerned disjointed, eerie whispers emanating from the black mass. "Bai Qi, this thing is strange. We must leave this place at once." Gao Han glanced at the remaining totem oasis, that god of death. Bai Qi was the newly established guild leader of the Jixiang Guild. A middle-aged man stood at the edge of the oasis, shaking his head. "President Gao, you all should depart. I believe this entity will not spread to my vicinity." Gao Han opened her mouth, hesitating to respond. The oasis by the lake fell, and the survivor guilds along with the Radiant Guild retreated in succession. The once crowded oasis was now left with only the totem oasis, and that pool of black sludge. It appeared as though Bai Qi's prediction had indeed come to pass. The black substance ceased its advance approximately 40 to 50 meters from the totem oasis. In an instant, the Jixiang Guild erupted in joyous exclamations. "The president remains composed. Had we heeded that woman, we might be wandering aimlessly now." Indeed, but that ominous substance is truly terrifying. Splendid. I haven't even had the chance to photosynthesize. If we had truly left, I would have become a vassal. Amidst the jubilation, a voice tinged with trepidation suddenly rang out. "Something feels off. Look to the sides." The black sludge creature has halted its advance in front, but it continues to spread on both flanks. Heavens, it truly is. Could it be? Does this creature possess sentience? "President, we must flee. This creature is hunting us." Hunger, energy, hunger, energy. At the northern side of the giant palace oasis, on a small patch of grass farthest from the palace, the giant military tents had already been erected, and Chang Nan Nan was outside the tent, preparing a feast. Unlike the Radiant Guild, which had been constantly vying for territory since their arrival, Li Chuan and his companions chose a patch of grass that was the most barren and farthest from the palace. Casting a glance at the time, it was not that Li Chuan could not seize a better oasis, but the situation of that creature remained uncertain. If that entity could spread to this oasis, Li Chuan could not afford to consider it any longer. He would have to plant the small green shoots in the more distant desert. What exactly was that thing? Could it truly be the youth's plant spirit? Upon arriving, Li Chuan learned that there had indeed been incidents of plant spirit mutations near the Green Lake, with the Dawn Guild suffering the most significant losses. Fortunately, no terrifying, unmanageable mutated plant spirits had emerged, allowing them to weather the crisis. Thus, it seemed that the oases to the east and west, sharing the Green Lake, were equally susceptible to such occurrences. Forget it. This was not something for him to fret over. Gao Han, that saintly figure, would surely issue a warning in the chat channel. As he pondered, a familiar, delicate fragrance wafted to his nostrils. Indeed, the next moment, Lin Yao Yao, clad in leather armor, appeared before Li Chuan. Good news! That entity only devoured the southern oasis. Although it is still expanding, it has slowed significantly and is currently dozens of meters from the palace. Li Chuan nodded. Striding towards the oasis he had previously set his sights on, it was a relief to see it halt. But what of the people from the Jixiang Guild? How many survivors remained? Just moments ago, the players from the Jixiang Guild had been wailing for help in the chat channel. Everyone was aware of their plight. Yet, as of now, no player had any means to counter that creature. Even Gao Han had no thoughts of rescue while encircled, let alone anyone else. Lin Yaoyao shrugged. If I'm not mistaken, they've been wiped out. Li Chuan could only shake his head in resignation. Life here was the most expendable of commodities. The oasis that Li Chuan coveted was currently occupied by a dozen natives, and when players saw the 4 fleeing individuals attempting to enter, they immediately began to expel them. Hey, this oasis belongs to our Shuangri Hall. You, boom! A colossal plant spirit, towering over 10 meters with a trunk over a meter in diameter, crashed down on one side of the oasis. Its roots like myriad mud serpents rapidly burrowing into the soil. A massive flower, streaked with pink and black, spiraled in the air before gently landing beside Li Chuan. The previously brash player was left agape, hastily changing his tone. You, welcome. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. Come, let us welcome our neighbor. The tense atmosphere lasted less than 10 seconds. The moment the small green appeared, smiles blossomed. Among the group of players, a warrior clad in armor cast a wary glance at the gigantic miracle tree, then approached Li Chuan with a beaming smile. Hey, brother, your plant spirit is truly magnificent. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Hihanjia, the president of the Shuangri Hall, formerly a fitness coach, by the way. What is your esteemed name? Chang Nan Nan regarded the cautious warrior, reminiscent of her earlier self. In such a life-and-death scenario, one could only hope the other was not a bloodthirsty individual. Thankfully, Li Chuan was indeed not a psychopath who would kill at sight. My surname is Li. I am the president of the Survivor Guild, and previously I was a cattle and horse. Chu Hihanjia was taken aback. Survivor Guild? Ah, you are the first to establish a guild, the illustrious flower picker? The top of the regional leaderboard is you? Is this a fan encounter? Li Chuan felt a bit embarrassed to respond. However, seeing Li Chuan's awkwardness, Chu Hihanjia hastily continued, your presence here truly brings brilliance to this oasis. This is a small token from our Shuangri Hall. Please accept it. Chu Hihanjia has initiated a trade, 1,000 gold for any item. Li Chuan examined Chu Hihanjia with satisfaction and accepted the trade. This fellow was surprisingly not a fool. Very well, you are commendable. Consider this gold as the protection fee for safeguarding this oasis. President, how did it go? Did he accept? Chu Hihanjia sighed. He accepted. Thankfully, I had the foresight to recognize talent and did not rashly provoke him. That individual is the number 1 in the regional combat power rankings, only picking flowers, not disturbing grass. Had we engaged, we would likely have become fertilizer for that great tree. A female player looked at him with an odd expression. Is he truly the top player in the region? Our president is wise. This place is perilous. It never hurts to be cautious. Chu Hihanjia lamented. Although 1,000 gold had been spent, it was not entirely without benefits. Tomorrow, they would not need to station anyone here. With this esteemed individual present, there was no need to fear that group of scoundrels from the Dawn Guild playing tricks. The president is brilliant. It truly is a blessing to bask in the shade of such a great tree. All right, enough flattery. Rest up. Who knows what dangers await us tomorrow? In the chat channel of the Giant Sanctuary region, the current number of surviving players, 711-1000. Only picking flowers, not disturbing grass, cold-blooded. The last guild token has been placed in the auction house. Those interested, please private message with your bids. Chapter 78, Purple Profession, Golden Killer. Tao bye. This guy. How do you always manage to obtain guild tokens? Do you have some secret dungeons we're unaware of? Only picking flowers, not disturbing grass. Do you think I would tell you? Fortune from all directions. I also have a guild token here. Those wishing to become the owner of the 3rd guild in the region, please bid swiftly. Li Chuan frowned. Damn. How did this rich dog acquire a guild token? Is he cutting off my source of income? Li Chuan silently clicked on the personal information of Fortune from all directions. Although the details revealed only the profession and level, it confirmed one thing for Li Chuan. This individual must have an alchemist under his command. As his level was a striking 22, however, his profession was an ordinary archer and had not appeared on the comprehensive combat power rankings. Leveling from 20 to 22 required over 40,000 experience points. Achievable only through a considerable number of hunts against king-level jumping giants, Li Chuan swiftly searched through the private messages for valuable equipment or items. He needed to sell both guild tokens before the third guild in the region announced their establishment. Having quickly identified his targets, Li Chuan sent trade requests to Tao Baibai and Song Yang. Trade successful, acquired Moonlight Robe, purple, for 3,000 gold. Trade successful, acquired Promotion Job Change Book, purple, for 2,000 gold. The Moonlit Robe is a garment intended for mages. Available at level 25, enhancing both spirit and intelligence. Although Li Chuan cannot utilize it himself, he finds no better alternative at the moment. After all, very few possess the capability to hunt the purple bouncing giants at this stage. Advanced Class Transition Scroll, purple. Available for players above level 20, applicable to classes Warrior, Berserker, Shield Warrior. Upon use, one can choose an advanced combat class. Light Knight. Note: class advancement grants a free attribute point reset. Advanced Class Transition Scroll, purple. Available for players above level 20. Applicable to classes Assassin, Infiltrator, Thief. Upon use, one can choose an advanced combat class. Gold Medal Killer. Note: class advancement grants a free attribute point reset. Li Chuan currently possesses 2 purple advanced class transition scrolls. One obtained and one already in hand. The purple scrolls seem to differ, as the available class options have reduced from multiple to a single choice. Although neither scroll suits him, the Gold Medal Killer class appears to be perfectly fitting for Yao Yao. Regional announcement: the third guild in this area, Treasure Chamber, has been established. Guild leader, Ba Fong Lai Kai. Congratulations to Ba Fong Lai Kai Guild for becoming the third guild in the current area. Receiving a special reward, guild enhancement increased by 10, initial guild level set to intermediate. Regional announcement: the fourth guild in this area, Dawn Guild, has been established. Guild leader, Song Yang. Regional announcement: the fifth guild in this area, Phoenix Guild, has been established. Guild leader, Tao Baibai. Regional announcement: the sixth guild in this area, that Ba Fong Lai Kai. He has shamelessly employed the same strategy as me, ultimately claiming the position of the third guild. However, it matters not, for I have already sold my goods before the price plummeted. Yao Yao, come here for a moment. Lin Yao Yao, who was diligently practicing her skills, turned around, her adorable curiosity apparent. What do you need me for? I have something good for you. A few minutes later, Li Chuan felt an energetic surge coalescing around Lin Yao Yao. Did you successfully transition your class? How does it feel? Lin Yao Yao's face radiated excitement. I have gained several powerful skills, my attribute points have been redistributed, and my level cap has increased. Let me take a screenshot and send it to you. Sharing one's player panel is undoubtedly a perilous act, akin to revealing one's vulnerabilities without reservation. Yet, Lin Yao Yao hesitated not, sending it directly to Li Chuan. He shrugged and silently opened the private chat interface. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sense of emotion. Life can indeed bring forth excruciating agony, yet it can also bestow unexpected delights amid suffering, a companion truly worthy of trust. Lin Yao Yao, cold-blooded human, level 23,100, experience 9,823,000, class Gold Medal Killer, secondary profession LV3 Enchanter, blue, strength 940, agility 950, intelligence 718, mana 1050, armor 800, free attribute points 193. Indeed, after the class advancement, she has become exceedingly powerful, with an overall enhancement in skill quality and an increase in level cap to 100. Yao Yao, why do you have so many free attribute points? Lin Yao Yao's lips curled upward, her pride barely concealed. It's a class feature. The Gold Medal Killer receives 7 free attribute points per level from 1 to 19, and 15 for each level thereafter. That's astonishingly high. I intend to allocate all 150 points into strength. Li Chuan's eyes widened. Adding 150 to strength? With equipment bonuses, wouldn't that surpass 300 strength? If a 10-fold critical hit is triggered, that S3000 damage, that S lethal. What about agility? You can't solely focus on damage without considering survivability, he queried. Lin Yao Yao tossed her hair. As for agility, I have Xiaobai and skill enhancements. I won't be slower than I am now. With that reasoning, it seemed plausible. I'm so envious of her. When will my advanced class transition scroll appear? As night fell and the temperature plummeted, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings. Inside the spacious tent, for individuals curled up in their respective corners, surrendering to slumber. In the dead of night, Chang Nan rose, pulling her animal hide closer to Li Chuan, gazing at his handsome visage, recalling his valor and wisdom from the day. Unable to restrain herself, she instinctively reached towards her garments. At the Almond Forest Giant Shelter. Main Quest 2, Day 3. Ding. Today's leaderboard rewards have been distributed. Your ranking: 2nd in Combat Power Ranking, 3rd in Red Name Ranking. Rewards: Evolution Core, Blue, 1. Evolution Core, Green, 1. Due to Lin Yao's class advancement, Li Chuan lost his first place ranking last night. 2 crystals were tossed into the air, swiftly snatched by that alluring giant flower. Evidently, Xiao Lu was quite pleased with its breakfast. Almond Forest, central luminescence of the giant shelter. Today's weather: scorching. Daily task: eliminate the stragglers. Task difficulty: Hell level. Proceed to Linghua Village and eliminate the monsters that escaped from the mysterious research facility. Task rewards: gold coins 1,000, experience points 20,000, golden treasure chest 1. Temporary photosynthesis cabin, purple 1. Task objective: escaped experiment subjects 010. Task penalty: become a resident of Linghua Village. Remaining time to accept the task: 1 hour 59 minutes. What the hell? A hell-level daily task? Chapter 79. Composite Bow. Purple Li Chuan was genuinely taken aback. He had initially thought that even if it were a high-level daily task, he could attempt it. However, he unexpectedly encountered a rare hell-level difficulty task. Not wishing to court death, he promptly clicked to skip. Lin Yao and Chang Nan were able to skip as well, having completed yesterday's daily task. As for Zhang Hong, this fellow had used up his daily task exemption ticket yesterday, conveniently allowing him to evade this calamity. The 4 gathered together, having a light breakfast, preparing their supplies, and skillfully delving into the Grand Palace of Giants. Ding. Defeated LV-27 Bouncing Giant, King, 1. Experience points 1350, guild bonus, 405. Acquired bloodline factor, 0.01, purple. Ding. Illusionist experience points are full, level 1, current secondary profession level, LV-23. Ding. Defeated LV-30 Bouncing Giant, King, 1. Experience points 1500, guild bonus, 500. Acquired bloodline factor, 0.01, purple. Ding. Player Li Chuan experience points are full, level 1. Acquired free attribute points 12. Ding. Your level has reached 25, unlocking new skill, Hunter Sense, blue. Ding. Illusionist experience points are full, level 1, current secondary profession level, LV-24. Before the afternoon bell tolled, Li Chuan finally elevated his level to 25. How much has your bloodline factor increased? Li Chuan inquired during the voice call with the others. Lin Yao, I'm at 0. 71. Chang Nan, I'm at 0.64, just 0.16 away from completing the task. Zhang Hong, my brain tells me my bloodline factor is 0.67, whereas the game rules inform me, shut up, the trio chimed in unison. This fellow is too tedious. Not only is he long-winded, but his words also tend to be brainwashing. Alright, let's call it a day. There aren't many complete giants left on the 2nd floor. We'll come back tomorrow. Today, in the 2nd floor of the giant palace, Li Chuan confirmed his previous hypothesis. The method to farm the bouncing giants was not solely in his possession. 2 other organizations seem to have mastered this technique as well. One of them was undoubtedly the Treasure Chamber, led by that wealthy fellow Ba Fong Lai Kai. The other appeared to be a mysterious organization entirely composed of mechanical modifications from the attribute panels. These players, equipped with mechanical arms or legs, seemed no different from others. Yet, Li Chuan sensed something amiss in their behavior. It seemed these players were not merely physically altered. Their emotions as humans appeared significantly dulled. Of course, this remains a mere speculation, not yet confirmed. Due to the substantial increase in players farming the bouncing giants, the complete giants, once scarce, had become a rare commodity. Unlike yesterday, when several could be seen effortlessly, Li Chuan found himself having to assist in feeding the incomplete giants to transform them into complete ones. The number of giants in this palace increased overnight, the source unknown. Hence, the notion that all giants had been hunted down by others was implausible. Zhang Hong, with his cryptic behavior, left everyone puzzled as to what he was truly doing. Li Chuan pursed his lips. Among the 4 individuals, it appears that only myself and that woman, Chang Nan, can be considered normal. However, why was she beside me when she woke up this morning? Never mind. If I cannot comprehend it, I shall not dwell on it. Let us tally today's gains. I have mastered the new skill Hunter's Instinct, level 25. Hunter's Instinct, blue, passive, channeling one's intent, perceive the location and state of all beings within a 50-meter radius. Note: creatures without body heat cannot be sensed. Note: in high-temperature environments, this skill's accuracy is significantly reduced. Skill consumption, none. Cooldown time, none. Continuous skill. Cannot be deactivated. Evaluation. Hiding behind me? That is not a wise strategy. To my surprise, it is a perceptual skill. While it offers little enhancement to combat capability, it should greatly improve my personal survival skills. I feel slightly disappointed, but upon reflection, enhancing survival abilities is indeed more beneficial than merely boosting combat strength. I acquired 3 pieces of purple equipment from the monsters, 2 pieces of purple cloth armor, which are parts of the same set. Fortuitously, Lin Yaoyao already possesses the belt from that set. There is no doubt it shall belong to her. I also obtained a rare ring. Calm Heart Ring, set purple, wearing level 30, mana 50. Agility 40, Intelligence 40. Triggers a wake-up effect when subjected to control effects such as dizziness, coma, or sleep. Cooldown, 2 hours. Evaluation. To accomplish anything, a clear mind is essential. The addition of agility to counter control effects, coupled with being part of a set, makes this a prized possession for Li Chuan, though the only drawback is the level requirement of 30, rendering it temporarily unusable. 2 purple items remain. A frying pan, suitable for the culinary profession, which can enhance meal effects. This item is not particularly valuable, and as I can enjoy its convenience myself, I decided to hand it directly to Cheng Nanan. Additionally, there is a purple mining pick. I mean, given that survival is already a challenge, who on earth would go mining? Another piece of junk taking up space. After tossing all the blue and green equipment into the auction house, Li Chuan equipped all the gear available to him at level 25, the Mighty Bull Demon Bracers, the Mai Lang Tang Dao, the Ranger's Belt, and the Shoulder Guards. Right? I still have a blueprint and a forging voucher that I haven't used. If successful, I can also upgrade my crossbow. Seated beneath the shade of Little Green's tree, Li Chuan retrieved a blueprint emanating a faint green glow from his backpack. Composite Bow Blueprint, green. Using this blueprint allows the crafting of purple equipment. Composite Bow. Usage requirement. Level 7 Blacksmith. This blueprint was obtained in the Forbidden Land. Exchanged for several loaves of bread and water from a stranded individual. Level 6 Forging Voucher. Purple. Produced by the Dwarven Kingdom. Ready materials and blueprints can summon the soul of a dwarven craftsman to forge the equipment specified in the blueprint. Maximum quality, purple, maximum level, 30. Note: this item's success rate is quite low, and quality and level will significantly affect the success rate. Evaluation. No matter how wondrous the world, technology remains the primary productive force. A level 7 blacksmith may be unattainable, but this forging voucher serves as a suitable alternative. The materials indicated by the forging voucher are available both in the material shop and the auction house. Currently, materials in the auction house are the least valuable. Li Chuan spent a mere 800 gold coins to gather all the necessary materials. Would you like to use the level 6 forging voucher immediately? A white number appeared in the system prompt. 44 No. Would you like to use the level 6 forging voucher immediately? 55 Again, no. I refuse to believe it. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Li Chuan beheld a satisfactory value. 97. This is it. Waiting for a full 100 would be a waste of time. Forging successful. Acquired equipment. Composite Bow, purple. Composite Bow, purple. Wearing level, 25. Attack carries penetration and armor breaking effects. Armor breaking, 90. Strength, 45. Additional skill, Shadow Arrow. Evaluation. Its penetrating power is fearsome. Crafted by Ming Tang, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Li Chuan grasped the red and black-hued composite bow, exuding a chilling aura. He had heard of the bow's renowned reputation even before entering the game world. Of course, it was merely hearsay, as such items are regulated like firearms, and possessing one without permission could lead to confinement. Compared to ordinary bows, the composite bow operates on a pulley system to achieve leverage, storing kinetic energy in the bow limbs and converting it into arrow motion upon release. Thus, its explosive power is staggering. Not only flesh but even thick steel can be pierced. Li Chuan purchased a barrel of alloy arrows from the shop, drew the bow, and with minimal effort, pulled the composite bow to full draw. The pulley system rolled to the outermost edge, the string and limbs taut, radiating an overwhelming presence. Li Chuan aimed at a nearby small stone. Whoosh! He could barely catch a glimpse of the arrow's flight. He hurriedly jogged over to the stone, only to find a perfectly rounded hole, the size of a pinky finger, blasted through it. The power. It was utterly terrifying. The aiming method differs slightly from that of the crossbow, requiring diligent practice. After stowing the longbow, Li Chuan donned the ranger's belt and shoulder guards. The comprehensive attribute boost of +10 from the advanced combat set faded. But he still gained the first set effect from the ranger's ensemble. While it fell short compared to the overall attribute increase, the difference was negligible. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, the daily chime echoed. Like the preceding days, Li Chuan silently counted the tolls. 1, 4, 8, 9. Is it still going? Chapter 80. Ability, Division. Li Chuan involuntarily straightened his posture, facing the palace. The inscription on the palace's identification clearly stated that when the bell tolls 12 times, great calamity would ensue. The previous 3 days had not exceeded 8 tolls, yet today had surpassed that threshold. Could it be? Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. In Li Chuan's view, numerous players were frantically pouring out from the crevices of the palace's outer wall, brandishing various weapons to protect their plant spirits. Lin Yaoyao brandished her brand-new purple dagger, standing resolutely beside Li Chuan, brimming with fighting spirit. Li Chuan reached out and patted her head. "Don't not worry. Trust little green. She will be just fine." Lin Yaoyao looked up, puzzled. "Why worry about little green? I am preparing to venture out and hunt monsters." On the other side of the oasis, the atmosphere within the Shuangri Hall was somewhat grave. Originally, they boasted nearly 30 members, being the strongest guild of their cohort, but due to the giant assault on their first day, they lost almost half their members. The tolls on the second and third days were manageable. But today's bell tolls reached 10, indicating a greater intensity than the first day. "Hall Master, what should we do? The bell tolls 10 times. Indeed, does this not suggest that there may be even more of those purple bouncing giants?" Hall Master Chu Hehan frowned deeply. "Damn it, why is the danger level in this wretched place so high? Must they annihilate us to be satisfied? Everyone, do not panic too much. Although we have lost a dozen companions, at least we need to defend one less direction." The girl with a baby face stepped forward. "Hall Master, did you not say that she promised to protect us?" Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, the palace gate swung open, and several fully intact giants charged out, their colossal forms thundering across the sandy ground. Chu Hehan was taken aback, glancing at the enormous plant spirit nearby. He had indeed mentioned such a thing. But that was yesterday's matter. Could a mere 1,000 gold coins suffice? Before he could finish, the baby-faced girl continued, "Then, Hall Master, why not send 1,000 gold coins today?" Some players' eyes lit up. "Yes, Hall Master, just 1,000 gold coins a day. We can manage that. Exactly, each person contributing a few dozen gold coins is far better than losing companions." Chu Hehan slowly nodded. "Then, Xiao Ying, you go and deliver 1,000 gold coins to her. But say it is a protection fee. Do not mention anything else, understood?" The baby-faced girl nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Hall Master, I know what to do." "Protection fee?" Li Chuan squinted at the baby-faced girl before him. The girl smiled adorably. "Yes, for you. Our Hall Master said so." Li Chuan glanced at the group of players from Shuangri Hall, understanding. Although he had immense confidence in Little Green, he refrained from making any absolute statements. However, the baby-faced girl Xiao Ying did not leave immediately. Instead, she curiously looked around. "President Zhanhua, are these two sisters your subordinates? They are so fortunate to be under your protection." Not far away, Cheng Nanning gritted her teeth. "That insufferable green tea, what is she scheming with her honeyed words?" Li Chuan simply turned and walked away. "If you do not leave, I cannot guarantee that my plant spirit will not inadvertently affect you." The baby-faced girl hurriedly waved her small hand in farewell. "As I depart, I must express my admiration for your kindness. Once the battle has subsided, may I seek you out for a conversation?" The nearest oases to the palace have come under attack, followed closely by the small oasis where Li Chuan resides. The initial wave consists of 5 grotesque giants, their chilling cries echoing as they charge forth, as if human flesh were a delectable delicacy to them. Without uttering a word, as the abominable giants approach within 50 meters of the small oasis, The vividly colored buds of the flora known as Xiao Lu are flung into the fray. A buzzing sound fills the air as the massive petals of Xiao Lu's flower begin to spin at an alarming speed. Li Chuan's mouth drops open in astonishment. Is this a chainsaw-wielding spirit? The true power of this abhorrent flower is revealed. With a swift strike, a giant devoid of arms is cleaved in two. Critical hit -9,999. Ding. Killed LV-24, Bloodline Disordered Giant, Leader, 1. Experience points 240, Guild bonus, 72. A single blow to annihilation. Li Chuan's eyes gleam with excitement. Well done, Xiao Lu. It seems Xiao Lu has sensed Li Chuan's praise. With a vigorous shake of its thick vines, it splits one vine into four, each rapidly spinning flower bud now targeting the remaining 4 giants. Ding. Killed LV-23, Bloodline Disordered Giant, Leader, 1. Experience points 230, Guild bonus, 69. Acquired Bloodline Factor, 0.01, Blue. Ding. Killed. The act of splitting and rotating is merely a trifle. The true essence of Xiao Lu's malevolent flower lies in its ability to divide. Li Chuan and Lin Yao can only marvel at Xiao Lu's growth as the players from the Shuangri Hall stand in stunned silence. Hall Master, did we truly intend to confront this creature? They murmur, grateful for their prudent guild leader who spared them from annihilation the previous day. What on earth? Is this truly the same game we are playing? After Xiao Lu dispatches several more grotesque giants, Li Chuan and Lin Yao exit the vicinity of Xiao Lu, willingly joining the fray of other fierce battles. There is no need for assistance. Xiao Lu requires none. After all, they have arrived. Cheng Ninnan, lacking the courage to confront the giants, trails behind Xiao Lu to collect the spoils of war. Her backpack serves as Li Chuan's own, thus he trusts her to gather the loot. Not far from the palace's main entrance lies the Radiant Council's territory. Due to the influx of refugees and their numbers, the Radiant Council has chosen several poorly positioned but nearby oases as their stronghold. Despite being somewhat scattered, under the command of Gao Han, they manage to support one another and hold their ground. As a few jumping giants burst forth from the palace gates, Gao Han feels a chill run down her spine. While she can barely maintain stability against a large number of grotesque giants, she has little confidence in facing a multitude of purple jumping giants. Standing beneath a snow plum tree, Gao Han brandishes her staff, unleashing a relentless barrage of ice spires that crash against the giants. Although the damage is modest, it effectively slows their advance. She observes the battlefield with calm intensity. Should more than 8 jumping giants charge toward the Radiant Council, she must prepare to abandon some outer oases and fortify the 4 closest to her. The paths of the jumping giants gradually disperse, and ultimately, only 3 reach the Radiant Council's territory, a relief to Gao Han. All archers methodically employ crowd control skills to target the giants on the flanks, while the remainder concentrate their fire on the central jumping giant. Do not stand before the giants. Attack from behind and the sides. Yes, understood. Faced with 3 jumping giants, the Radiant Council remains composed. Just as the health bar of the central giant dwindles to a sliver, a massive ice spire plummets down with a resounding crash onto its head. Critical hit -9,999. A substantial damage value rises above the giant's head, and its health bar is instantly depleted, crashing to the ground. Excellent. The war ancient tree has drawn its ire. Continue to focus fire on the one to the left. Gao Han calmly issues her command, though a flicker of confusion stirs within her. Strange, I clearly felled a jumping giant. Why did I not receive a kill notification? Chapter 81. This wealthy dog has made it to his grandmother's house. She certainly did not receive a kill notification because the final blow was claimed by Li Chuan, unseen. Lin Yao exclaims in awe, "Wow, Brother Chuan, your bow is incredible. I didn't even see the shadow of that arrow." Li Chuan smirks with pride. Hee, it's not a matter of speed. It's that my arrows are, quite literally, invisible. The Mingtang composite bow possesses an accompanying skill, Shadowless Arrow. Shadowless Arrow, Blue. This skill allows the user to conceal arrows. When striking a weak point, there is a chance to deal 5 times critical damage. Skill cost, 5 mana, cooldown, 3 minutes, evaluation. Strike from 1,000 miles away, kill unseen, invisible? Brother Chuan, why do I feel your archery is more insidious than ours as assassins? Don't speak nonsense. I am the epitome of integrity. Due to the large number of players in the Radiant Council, Li Chuan refrains from letting Lin Yao take risks to collect the spoils, as invisibility is not absolute. Being attacked will still reveal one's position. Brother Chuan. The one on the left is about to fall. Li Chuan nods, swiftly knocking an arrow. I see it. Shadowless arrow. The bowstring trembles as if no arrow had been loosed. From afar, the jumping giant topples. Critical hit -9,999. Ding. Killed LV-27. Jumping giant, King, 1. Experience points 1350. Guild bonus, 405. Acquired bloodline factor, 0.01. Purple. Wow, well done. Yet another victory. The last one, Brother Chuan. Li Chuan misfires on the third jumping giant, his damage output lacking precision. The giant survives the shot, only to be slain by a player from the Radiant Council. Damn it, I missed. Let us change locations and head to the Dawn Guild. They have more jumping giants. The giant assaults continued until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Among the oases on the northern side of the palace, the most significant losses were suffered by the players in the largest oasis. Though numerous, the players were divided into 7 or 8 factions, their combat power unable to coalesce, merely retaliating where they were attacked. Indifferent to other skirmishes, this disarray had been their approach during the initial day of the giant onslaught. Despite heavy losses, the players in other oases fared even worse, making their plight appear less severe. However, as other oases formed unified guilds, bolstered by an extraordinary entity like the Miracle Tree, their losses became starkly apparent. At this moment, the leaders of those smaller factions congregated to discuss an alliance. Although the Dawn Guild and the Radiant Council also incurred significant losses, they remained well within manageable limits. As for the Survivor Guild and the Shuangri Hall, nestled within the same oasis and under protection, their losses could not be described. Instead, they were marked by their gains. The Survivor Guild managed to slay over 30 bloodline disordered giants and 9 jumping giants, with 6 of the latter being claimed by Li Chuan's stealthy arrows. Leaving them without spoils, Xiao Lu, single-handedly dispatching 3, yielded 2 pieces of purple loot. One purple item was a spear. Li Chuan sighed, wondering why he continually acquired such peculiar and unusable weapons, along with other unnecessary purple weapons. He listed them for a high price of 10,000 gold coins at the auction house. Among the items was a guild token, which had been monopolized by the Duobao Trading Company. Li Chuan, wishing to avoid hassle, sold it for a mere 1,500 gold coins to Chu Hanjie, aiding him in becoming the 10th guild leader of the region. A plethora of blue equipment was also hastily tossed into the auction house. On the 5th day of the main quest, it must be said that yesterday's toll of 10 bell chimes seemed to have exhausted the player's misfortunes. The daily task for the 5th day was unexpectedly of the lowest difficulty. The task required was to safeguard the underground energy source of Gaze Island. Without hesitation, all players, without exception, opted to accept the daily quest. The monsters required for elimination were the level 20 green polluted worms, which, while grotesque in appearance, posed minimal threat. For Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao, the sole challenge of this task lay in locating Zhang Heng amidst the myriad of branching pathways and ensuring he joined them to complete the quest. Although he was rather eccentric, lacking combat prowess and common sense, Li Chuan inexplicably believed he would prove useful in the future. Fortuitously for him, he avoided an encounter with Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao, instead crossing paths with Chang Nan Nan, this former underworld's second-in-command. While not as formidable as Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao, possessed enough strength as a level 24 warrior to easily guide a useless companion through the low-level daily task. Upon completing the daily task, the 4 once more ventured into the second level of the giant palace. After another exhilarating round of contention, as evening approached, the bloodline factors of all 4 finally exceeded 0.8. Just then, the bell tolled. Today, the chime resonated only 4 times, with merely a handful of giants emerging from the palace, allowing the players to respond with joyful ease. The Survivor Guild, due to its considerable distance from both the oasis and the palace, had not encountered any giants. Li Chuan did not feel fortunate. Rather, he was somewhat disappointed by the scarcity of the bell tolls. As he savored the exquisite delicacies crafted by Chang Nan Nan using a new recipe. Lin Yaoyao suddenly widened her eyes. Brother Chuan, someone is selling purification potions in the chat channel. Li Chuan paused, instinctively glancing towards the area occupied by the Radiant Guild. Such a scheme seemed to be the work of that woman. However, the issue was that she had yet to master the method for farming the king-level jumping giants. He hurriedly opened the chat channel. In the chat channel for the giant containment zone. Current surviving players in the area: 702-1000 Bountiful Fortune. The Duobao Merchant Association is selling a large quantity of purification potions capable of defeating jumping giants. Along with the methods to do so, now listed at the auction house, first come, first served, Lu Haizhu. Purification potions? At last, I understand how that group managed to slay the jumping giants. Song Yang, President Bafong. I can purchase in bulk. Please offer some discounts. Wu Ma. Finally, a big shot is willing to. Bountiful Fortune's cunning maneuver sparked a considerable uproar in the chat channel. Li Chuan pursed his lips and silently opened the auction house. Indeed, the first item listed in the consumables section was the Purification Potion. 10 potions per set, with each set priced at 1,000 gold coins. This Bountiful Fortune truly knows how to scheme. Each jumping giant dropped between 80 to 90 gold coins, just enough to allow buyers to incur minimal losses. With a stroke of luck, they might even obtain blue or purple gear. Profit to be made. It seemed that Bountiful Fortune had prepared well, listing a staggering 100 sets, totaling 1,000 potions. Heaven knows how long they had been hoarding these. The auction sold out quickly, just as Li Chuan pondered. The potions were gone. What on earth was this wealthy fool doing before? It felt as if he were about to plunder his own grandmother's house. Chapter 82. Renting Zhang hung out, seeing Li Chuan in a fit of rage. Chang Nan quickly offered words of comfort. In any case, we have gathered enough bloodline factors now. It doesn't affect you. Li Chuan set down his chopsticks with a sigh. The task was not impacted. But according to my original plan, I had intended to level up to 30 before the conclusion of the second main quest. Yet, this wealthy fool has prematurely revealed the method, effectively dismantling my bridge behind me. Lin Yaoyao also expressed her indignation. Exactly. I'm already at level 27, just 3 levels away from 30. This is disastrous. With 3 guilds fiercely competing for the complete giant, how can all players hope to slay 10 within a single day? Zhang Hong was relishing the food, completely unfazed by Chang Nan's murderous gaze. If distributed strictly by proportion, each player would receive approximately 0.81 of a giant. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao grew even angrier. That damned rich fool has left me with nothing. I'm going to assassinate him in the Eastern Palace. Li Chuan hurriedly interjected. No, there are plenty of strong players in this area. Even Zhao Gao and Dong He Lu Shui are willing to serve under others. You might end up getting counterkilled. After saying this, Li Chuan turned to Zhang Heng. I hadn't noticed you until now. Why is it that others alchemists can produce 1,000 potions for sale? Yet you cannot. Zhang Heng shrugged. Of course I can, but you never asked me to do so. Li Chuan was momentarily speechless. After dinner, we're heading to the second floor of the palace to gather potions. I must benefit from this potion windfall. Upon hearing they were going to the palace, Lin Yaoyao immediately pouted, expressing her desire to rest instead of working. Hey, Brother Chuan, isn't the third floor filled with jumping giants? If we go to the third floor, no one will compete with us for kills. Li Chuan looked at Lin Yaoyao as if she were foolish. The third floor? By then, it won't be us competing for kills. It will be the monsters competing to kill us. In the evening, as the sun set, casting a reluctant crimson glow across the sky, at the northern side of the giant containment palace, where the Radiant Guild congregated. Xiaoxing, how did your discussion with President Bafong go? Under the snow plum tree, several players sat within a tent, all high-level professionals from the Radiant Guild, capable of commanding respect. Gao Han sat at the head, and it appeared they were in a meeting. Chu Fanxing frowned. That fat fool said I was unqualified and demanded you speak with him personally. Lu Haizhu gritted his teeth in anger. That damned pig, I wish I could gouge his eyes out. He.s. likely plotting against the president. The assassin girl, Luan Duo, looked up. Sister Han, we managed to snatch 5 sets of purification potions. Enough for 3 players to obtain sufficient purple bloodline factors. I believe having some high task completion rates is sufficient. Expecting everyone to obtain enough purple bloodline factors is unrealistic, Gao Han remarked with a cold expression. Nodding thoughtfully, indeed, this is true, but everyone is well aware of how perilous this place is. High task completion rates represent greater rewards. I still wish for our guild's players to grow stronger. Only with strength can we better protect everyone. The president speaks wisely. The president is righteous. Wow. The living bodhisattva serves the tiger, while a host of inept subordinates seek personal gain. With a sweet voice rising and falling melodically, just as all the high-level players were moved by Gao Han's words, an incongruous voice suddenly interrupted from the other side of the table. The thief girl, Luan Duo immediately stood up. Who dares to speak such nonsense? There, on a previously unoccupied chair, a petite figure clad in snug cloth armor slowly materialized. Gao Han frowned immediately. It's you? The girl across from her, whom she recognized, was the assassin girl who had been trailing that scoundrel. Who is she? Is she from our guild? A witch? How dare she infiltrate our tent? Does she seek death? Lu Haizhu recognized Lin Yaoyao. During the competitive task, Lin Yaoyao had gifted their Radiant Guild a substantial bounty of over a dozen frenzied treasures. Sun Feng Jian, lifting his shield, stood up. Although he was unsure why Lin Yaoyao dared to come here, he felt it necessary to ensure her safe exit in the tense atmosphere. Lin Yaoyao spoke softly. Just to clarify, this is merely my avatar. If it dies, it won't matter. Also, I'm here to discuss business, specifically, what you currently lack the most. Gao Han raised her hand to halt her subordinates. Speaking softly. Is it purification potions? Lu Haizhu slowly sheathed his sword. Indeed, they must have purification potions, for they too possess the method to farm jumping giants. Lin Yaoyao nodded with a beaming smile. Wow, the living bodhisattva is not only kind-hearted but also quite astute. It can be considered a purification potion, but it is not just that. Chu Fanxing glanced between her guild leader and the seemingly dangerous girl. Is it really a purification potion? Lin Yaoyao ceased her teasing. It's the same. We were initially planning to gather the source of purification to sell potions, but later, due to our laziness, we abandoned that idea. Don't rush. Don't rush. Our guild leader has mentioned that he wishes to rent out our alchemist, the player responsible for crafting the purification potions. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. An alchemist? Renting? Out of laziness. What fresh terminology is this? After a long pause, Gao Han was the first to break the silence. How many gold coins are needed to rent the Survivor Guild's alchemist? Lin Yaoyao extended a small hand. My brother Chuan said, for each potion crafted, it's 50 gold coins. How about that? Quite reasonable, isn't it? Chu Fanxing frowned, her expression one of disbelief. Only 50 gold coins? Would that greedy scoundrel truly be so generous? Is that all? Oh wait, that's not what I meant. Lin Yaoyao looked at the freckled girl with amusement, causing her to break into a cold sweat. If you think it's cheap, you could always give us more. If the living bodhisattva is willing to sacrifice once more for her subordinates, our guild leader would be even happier. The expressions of all players in the tent suddenly turned peculiar. Lu Haizhu, his head filled with rage, drew his sword. Vile little demon, if you dare to slight our guild leader again, I will take your life. At that moment, Chu Fanxing, having caught Gao Han's glance, quickly interjected, we, the Radiant Guild, agree to this transaction. Lin Yaoyao cheerfully extended her hand. A deposit of 5,000 gold coins, please. Chu Fanxing's eyes widened. On what basis? Simply because one of ours is in your grasp. If we don't leave a deposit, what will you do if something happens to him? Well, what if we don't need that much? Less than 5,000 gold coins. Lin Yaoyao shrugged nonchalantly. Oh dear, then we'll adjust accordingly. Are you sincere or not? If not, I may just head over to the Dawn Guild. Chapter 83. Perfect side roll, instant step. Beneath the enormous miracle tree, Lin Yaoyao tugged at Zhang Hong, pulling him outside. The deal has been finalized? Lin Yaoyao giggled and nodded. Of course, the 5,000 gold coins have already been received. Li Chuan was overjoyed. Hasten to me, for a pair of ranger's trousers has been listed at the auction house, and I must swiftly secure them. Transaction completed. Acquired. Gold coins 5,000. The coerced Zhang Hong gazed with eyes devoid of luster. Although he was acutely aware that everything was but an illusion, a sense of grievance still inexplicably welled within him. Lin Yaoyao turned her head, exclaiming, oh dear, must you immerse yourself so deeply in this? Cheng Nanan smirked slyly. Listen, is this even human speech? Zhang Hong conceded. Indeed, perhaps it need not be. With the recently acquired 5,000 gold coins, Li Chuan ultimately expended 13,000 gold coins to procure the ranger leather trousers that caught his fancy. While the design may have been somewhat unconventional, the faint purple glow it emitted more than compensated for this shortcoming. What constitutes fashion? The true essence of style lies in the quality of one's equipment. Ranger trousers, set purple. Equipping level, level 30. Armor value, 1,000. Agility, 25. Cold resistance, 20. Set attributes, not yet activated. Evaluation. Collecting a complete ranger set is a lifelong dream of any cowboy. The attributes are formidable. Only a pair of footwear remains to complete the Ranger ensemble. The prices of equipment in the auction house fluctuate nearly daily. At present, blue equipment remains the predominant choice among players, with sets being particularly sought after, albeit decreasing in value day by day. Conversely, purple equipment, while largely inaccessible to most players, has not only retained its price, but has been appreciating steadily. Li Chuan harbored justifiable suspicions that this was due to the shrewd merchant known as Ba Fong Lai Kai deliberately hoarding purple gear. What business had a cunning trader mingling among a throng of reckless players? Feeling the pinch of his own interests, Li Chuan found himself somewhat irked by this Ba Fong Lai Kai. Today, he had vanquished over 20 bouncing giants in the second level of the Giant Palace, which was nearly half the number he faced the following day. Not only had their numbers dwindled, but the drop rate was also disheartening. From the 20-plus giants, only 2 pieces of purple equipment had materialized, both of which were unusable. The only item of any worth was a purple-grade blueprint, specifically for alchemists, which could barely be deemed necessary for the team. The remainder was promptly listed in the auction house. If Ba Fong Lai Kai was so fond of hoarding purple equipment, then Li Chuan would sell it to him at a premium. While he hoarded equipment, Li Chuan would hoard evolution cores. He expended nearly all the gold coins gained from the equipment to acquire every last one of the 20-plus evolution cores available in the auction house. However, he did not feed any to Xiao Lu, choosing instead to store them for the time being. The rationale behind this decision was Li Chuan's contemplation of a particular matter. Upgrading could heal the injuries of the upgraders, including the spirit plants. Thus, he intended to reserve 1 evolution core for Xiao Lu to enhance by 1 level, to be used in dire circumstances for recovery. Although Xiao Lu was currently formidable beyond measure, it was always prudent to prepare for unforeseen events. After completing the daily task with Zhang Heng, the Survivor Guild's first guild mission was accomplished. The guild level increased by 1, and a new benefit was added. Survivor Guild, Special Class, Level 2, upgraded after completing 2 guild missions. Number of members, 4,100. Current guild benefits, Experience Boost, 20. Special Class Guild Reward Bonus, 10. Guild Warehouse function activated. President and managers may freely utilize it. Guild Task. Guild membership must reach 10. Evaluation. A rising star on the horizon. The guild warehouse was vast, equivalent to the total capacity of Li Chuan's several backpacks. But regrettably, he had no immediate use for such a spacious repository. Nonetheless, having it was better than not. One could never predict future needs. The new guild task required the membership to reach 10. This seemed somewhat challenging, as Li Chuan was reluctant to recruit too many individuals. He only sought those who could be of service to him, enhancing his survival probabilities. Currently, Zhang Heng was a unique asset, invaluable for many tasks. Cheng Nanin's culinary skills, while appearing trivial, were indeed crucial. Surviving in this harsh environment was already a daunting task. If their sustenance consisted solely of bread, it would surely dampen spirits. Moreover, though this woman did not surpass Li Chuan or Lin Yaoyao, her prowess was markedly superior to that of ordinary players, and she was not particularly timid, thus not a burden. However, if 6 more ineffectual individuals were to be brought in, both Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao would surely be overwhelmed. Yet, the guild task must be fulfilled, as numerous guild enhancements awaited unlocking. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chuan reached a resolution. Guild members did not necessarily have to be allies. One could initially recruit individuals, and once the task was completed, expel them if necessary. It was slightly underhanded but undeniably pragmatic. As the last vestige of orange light vanished from the horizon, the cold night was poised to commence. And in the distance, the melancholic white mist began to rise once more. Li Chuan, not yet weary, commenced honing his skill proficiency beside Xiao Lu. Skill roll proficiency has reached its peak. Realm enhanced, current proficiency, perfect. Ding. Your skill roll blue has been upgraded to instant step, purple. To his astonishment, the completion of the roll skill had elevated its grade. Elated, Li Chuan eagerly opened his skill panel. Instant step, purple. Proficiency, perfect. Active skill, displacement type, exclusive to archers, assassins, and advanced classes. Upon use, allows for the consecutive execution of 5 rolls or a single short-distance spatial leap. Note: maximum jump distance is 5 meters, disabled in areas of spatial energy disruption. Skill cost, 5 mana, cooldown. Roll, 5 seconds, instant step. 1 minute, evaluation. Begin to grasp the mysteries of spatial energy. Excellent, remarkably excellent, truly splendid. Proceed. Skill Elemental Shelter proficiency has reached its peak. Realm Enhanced. Current proficiency. Minor completion 0-100. Skill Group Ice Element Enchantment proficiency has reached its peak. Realm Enhanced. Current proficiency. Major completion 0-1000. With unwavering resolve, Li Chuan dedicated the entirety of the night to upgrading all his non-damage skills. The enhancement of the roll skill was the most significant, increasing the number of consecutive rolls to 5, and additionally granting the ability for spatial leaps. As the night enveloped the land in silence and darkness, Li Chuan strolled to the base of Xiao Lu's trunk, and with a mere thought, activated Instant Step. Whoosh! As the blossoms of Xiao Lu leaned toward Li Chuan, he suddenly vanished from sight. The colossal bloom paused momentarily before swiftly relocating to the opposite side of its trunk. Remarkable indeed. This was the essence of spatial movement. Had he just traversed through Xiao Lu's trunk? Astonishing. Utterly astonishing. Yet amidst this wonder, Li Chuan reminded himself to wield Instant Step judiciously. Should the target location be a wall or another solid object, he could face unimaginable peril. He reviewed his skill panel rapidly. The two powerful attack skills required direct contact with monsters to activate, rendering them difficult to improve. The latter two suffered from excessively long cooldowns, making them inefficient for practice. Closing the task panel, Li Chuan felt fatigue wash over him as he made his way toward the tent. Just as he approached the entrance, he heard someone softly call his name. Li Chuan, Chuan, brother Chuan, him. Chapter 84. The Green Sea and the Abyssal Sea. Li Chuan lifted the curtain and stepped into the tent, directing his gaze toward the source of the voice. Cheng Nan's sleeping area. Were you calling me? Cheng Nan trembled slightly, hastily withdrawing her hand from beneath the covers. No, you must have misheard. Her concealed face flushed crimson as she vehemently denied. Li Chuan scratched his head. Misheard? He then nestled into his own bedding and soon began to snore. In the Amon Forest Giant Refuge, the 6th day of the main quest. Game time. 8 a.m. Ding. Today's leaderboard rewards have been distributed. Your ranking. 2nd in combat power, 3rd in infamy. Rewards. Evolution Core, Blue 1. Evolution Core, Green 1. Amon Forest, Central Luminescence of the Giant Refuge. Today's weather. Scorching, daily task. Can someone fill my belly? I shall grant them generous rewards. Task difficulty. Hell level. The Green Sea is a truly wondrous place, where one can feel the vastness of the world and their own insignificance. Venture to the Abyssal Sea, take up a fishing rod, and satiate the hunger of that greedy monster. Task rewards. Gold coins 5,000, experience points 30,000, golden treasure chest 1, temporary photosynthesis chamber, purple 1. Task penalty. Become its eternal servant. Time remaining to accept task. 1 hour 59 minutes. Would you like to skip today's daily task? Note, daily tasks can only be skipped twice. The third time will be automatically accepted. Another hell-level task. Hey, Brother Chuan, don't you think this task is somewhat similar to the first daily task? The first? The fishing one? Li Chuan quickly raised his head. Scrutinizing it once more. You're right. It is quite similar. Both tasks take place at sea, and both require fishing. It is as though it is an upgraded version of that task. Lin Yaoyao's mere mention of it ignited within Li Chuan an irresistible urge to give it a try. While he hesitated to undertake other hellish tasks, fishing was a different matter altogether. He had his cheat. Brother Chuan, why are you dazed? Did you not say we would explore the 3rd level of the palace together today? Let us go. Indeed, Li Chuan had uttered those words last night, believing that with Lin Yaoyao's prowess as a purple-class professional and his own hunter's sense skill, they could stealthily explore even if they lacked the strength to engage in combat at the 3rd level. However, now, this hellish difficulty with the daily task promising a golden chest, how about this? You take the chef to the 2nd level to deal with the giants while I attempt today's daily task. Lin Yaoyao was momentarily taken aback. Try? At hell level? Brother Chuan, are you out of your mind? Li Chuan rolled his eyes. I am not out of my mind, but my greedy heart simply cannot allow me to miss this opportunity. Lin Yaoyao blinked her adorable eyes. Stop piling on such buffs for me. Let us go. With a whoosh, Li Chuan's figure vanished before Lin Yaoyao. She tilted her head, directing her gaze at Cheng Nan, who was feigning busyness. Chef, accompany me to the 2nd level of the palace. Cheng Nan's delicate body trembled. But But didn't we already have enough bloodline factor? Lin Yao replied. So what? Cheng Nan forced out a smile that was more painful than tears. Could you wait until I finish this rice ball? That wretched little brat. Even with enough task objectives, she still wanted to push me into such a perilous place. Absolutely not. All right, fine, as the two girls departed the oasis. A somewhat sneaky petite figure slipped beneath the canopy of Little Green. It was the doll-faced girl from Shuangri Hall, Xiao Ying. Having been allowed entry before, Little Green did not harm her but curiously drew closer with a flower. Following behind Xiao Ying, the doll-faced girl was startled by Little Green's actions, her face paling. This flower, over a meter in diameter, was not to be trifled with. Just days prior, dozens of terrifying giants had been severed in two by it, leaving a grim scene. Little Green, that's what you're called, right? The flower bobbed up and down. You can understand human speech. The flower nodded again. Oh my goodness, this is so magical, just like entering here. Truly, the man I have my eye on possesses such extraordinary powers. Even the plant spirit is remarkably formidable. Here, this is the evolution core I have painstakingly saved up. Please, consume it. The girl, pained, produced a green evolution core and tossed it into Little Green's bloom. The flower trembled with satisfaction. I can hardly bear to give this to my own flower. Now, having consumed my offering, we are friends, correct? Is your master inside the tent? The flower shook its head. All right, I want to go into the tent. Little Green nodded. In the depths of the Green Sea, the Black Abyss Sea region, an adage states, shallow waters are clear, deep waters are green, and dark waters are abyssal. Li Chuan stood at the edge of a brown island, gazing at the murky green-black waters before him, unable to suppress his musings. I wish I could insert the giant palace here and see whether this abyss is deeper or the palace is taller. In truth, the island beneath his feet was no island but rather the back of some horrifying creature. Just like his previous visit to the Green Sea, he needed to fish to feed this creature beneath him. The difference this time was that the creature he was feeding was immense, far larger than the one he had previously encountered, which had only been a dozen meters in diameter. Li Chuan believed he could establish a certain plaza upon its back. Emperor's Fish Pudding, Plant Spirit Pink, Health, 50,000, LV 90. High-level plant spirit type, currently in a state of hunger, weakness marked. Boom, boom, boom. Li Chuan's hunter's sense skill allowed him to feel the rhythmic beating of this colossal creature's heart. Each pulse sent forth blood as though 100 high-pressure pumps were working in unison, creating an overwhelming pressure. Grasping the oversized fishing rod prepared on the island, Li Chuan walked along the edge while observing the probability of his bait sinking. Thud. As he walked, Li Chuan inadvertently bumped into a stone. What the heck? Startled, he turned to behold a shocking sight. The dark stone was slowly rising to its feet. Yes, it was propping itself up on the ground, standing on its legs. What in the world? Li Chuan was so frightened that his legs felt weak. What in the world is this thing? Clutching his fishing rod, Li Chuan hurriedly circled to the other side of the stone, and his eyes widened in disbelief. This was a person with dark skin, covered in dirt, with moss growing in many places on their body. Su Feng, who hasn't been crazy in their youth Green Man tribe, juvenile, status, confused, health, 100, LV 49. A formidable plant spirit master, weakness marked. A player? A level 49 high-level player? Am I seeing things? Hey, big shot. Senior? Can you hear me? Li Chuan attempted several times, but it seemed futile. Could it be? He recalled the punishment for failing the task, and a chill ran down his spine. Could this be a player who failed their task, enslaved by the Emperor's fish pudding beneath him? Looking at this player, who appeared as lifeless as a corpse, a flicker of greed ignited within Li Chuan. If they are to die anyway, why not die at my hands? Consider it a contribution to your kin. Allow me to liberate you. Farewell, Brother Feng. Wishing you eternal life in your wild and reckless youth. Li Chuan drew out his pale yellow Mai Lang Tang knife, resolutely advancing to deliver the final blow. Chapter 85. Greed is indeed the original sin. A player destined to die, with an unknown array of valuable items in their backpack, who could resist such temptation. Li Chuan himself admitted he was not a good person, and he certainly could not restrain himself. But, just as Li Chuan swung his knife, preparing to free this player who had stood in place for who knows how long, A slender strand of seaweed suddenly shot up from the water, striking Li Chuan to the ground. Crack! Ah! Li Chuan's armor value instantly plummeted by more than half. Terrified, he quickly begged for mercy. Oh no. I was wrong. Please spare me, big brother. I won't disturb your slave. I promise. The intention was clear. It would not allow Li Chuan to disturb its possession. Greed is indeed the original sin. Having purchased 2 durability stones to fully restore his armor, Li Chuan patted his little heart, no longer daring to entertain any thoughts about the high-level undead on the opposite shore. I should stick to fishing. If I fail to satiate this creature, I might end up like that poor player. 32. Not possible. 23. 56. 65. Damn it. None of these work. Li Chuan promptly stowed his fishing rod. Sprinting left for 5 minutes, adjusting the beast meat on his hook, and then cast his line once more. 91. This is promising. Someone must have baited this spot. Li Chuan focused intently on the fish bladder. And moments later, it quivered violently now. Li Chuan forcefully raised the rod. Fearing the hook had not snagged the fish, it was strenuous. Exceedingly strenuous. After nearly 10 minutes of tugging back and forth, Li Chuan finally felt the resistance from beneath the water diminish. Damn it! Come up already! Drawing upon his strength of over 100, Li Chuan heaved the underwater weight up with a single mighty effort. Ding. You have captured a LV40 grass species chief fish, blue. Experience points 100, guild bonus, 30, ding. In conjunction with defeating a LV40 grass species chief fish, blue, gold 10, experience points 400, guild bonus, 120. Li Chuan looked up, staring blankly at the enormous creature he had pulled from the water, entangled in countless strands of green water plants. The grass species chief fish measured at least 8 meters in length and was nearly as wide, its body flat and adorned with aquatic plants on its dorsal fin. Resembling an enormous flounder. What in the world? I was just wrestling with this thing. And I won. This is absurd. Crack. The tightly bound grass species chief fish was dragged beneath the surface. Crunch, crunch. The sound of hard matter being chewed echoed from below. Vast amounts of seawater were gradually stained crimson with blood. This is truly disgusting. Li Chuan opened his task interface, glancing at the task progress. Daily task? Can someone fill my belly? I shall bestow upon them generous rewards. Task difficulty? Hell level. The Green Sea is a wondrous place. There, one can feel the vastness of the world and their own insignificance. Venture into the Black Abyss Sea region, take up your fishing rod, and fill the greedy monster's belly. Task progress, 5. Task rewards. Gold 5,000. Experience points 30,000. Golden chest 1. Temporary photosynthetic cabin, purple 1. Task penalty. Become its eternal servant. A mere level 40 blue fish only accounts for 5% of the progress. This implies I must catch at least 20? No time to waste. Li Chuan hastily sought out a prime fishing spot once more, found it. Whoosh crack. The fishing rod plunged into the water. At last, Li Chuan discovered the reason he could contend with the underwater behemoth. Quantum transformation fishing rod, pink. The hooks of this rod automatically adjust their size according to the prey's dimensions. Rest assured that your catch will not slip off. Power, 500 in this place. Fishing without a touch of technology and skill is futile. Reasonable, absolutely reasonable. Before the fish bladder even stirred, a hefty catch had already been flung up by the giant beneath. Li Chuan, multitasking, took a moment to inspect the spoils. 2 pieces of blue fish meat, a pair of blue boots, and some fish bones. This sort of loot would have thrilled him at level 10, but now it hardly piqued his interest. Another catch. Up. Upon realizing he now possessed over 600 points of power, Li Chuan ceased to hold back. Playing with the fish? That was the folly of the week. Ding. Captured LV42 phosphorescent anchin fish, purple. Experience points. 100. Guild bonus. 30. Ding. Assisted in killing LV40 phosphorescent anchin fish, purple, gold. 100. Experience points. 2,100. Guild bonus. 630. Crackle, crackle. Before Li Chuan could fully comprehend the appearance of this tricolored glowing fish, he was swiftly dragged underwater by the Emperor's food fish, indulging in a feast. A large purple fish. Li Chuan quickly glanced at the quest panel again. The quest progress had increased by 10%. So, the higher the grade, the faster the completion rate increases. Understood. But ultimately, it was of no use. He could only see the probability of catching fish, yet remained oblivious to the grade of the fish he might reel in. Li Chuan cast his line twice, with low probabilities, and promptly stood up to seek out another fishing spot. Along the way, he encountered two enslaved high-level players. One was as filthy as the previous one he had seen, while the other still bore a semblance of human appearance. Does time have order? What do they eat? Li Chuan found a high-probability fishing location next to an enslaved player. 98, just as he settled down. The dropped items from the phosphorescent ancient fish were flung up: purple fish meat, fish bones, and a blue greatsword. The creatures of the sea are truly impoverished. They are even worse off than those in the giant's palace. During the wait, Li Chuan noticed the food of these slaves: a type of white fish roe delivered by underwater seaweed. Glowing pattern electric eel roe, purple. The roe of the glowing pattern electric eel, with a small probability of hatching into glowing pattern electric eel larvae. Consuming the roe can reduce biological activity and generate a small amount of electricity. Evaluation: if you wish to raise a glowing pattern electric eel, you must first evolve into a silicon-based life form. No wonder I cannot sense the heartbeat of these puppets. It turns out they live off this roe. The player, being force-fed, could not chew, only swallow, causing many roe to fall to the ground. Li Chuan attempted to take out an empty water bucket, filled it with seawater, and collected the roe into the bucket, stowing it away in his backpack. During this process, he was not hindered by the emperor's food fish. Collecting. Why not take it? It might come in handy later. Here it comes. Just as Li Chuan gripped the fishing rod, the fish bladder suddenly quivered. Ding! Captured LV39 black-spotted eel, blue. Experience points: 100. Guild bonus: 30. Ding! Assisted in killing LV39 black-spotted eel, blue, gold, 10. Experience points: 390. Guild bonus: 117, 20%. Continue. Ding! Captured LV45 phosphorescent ancient fish, purple. Experience points: 100. Guild bonus: 30. Ding! Assisted in killing LV45 phosphorescent ancient fish, purple, gold, 100. Experience points: 2250. Guild bonus: 675. Splendid, 30% now. After an hour of task time, Li Chuan's quest progress had reached 55%. He had caught 3 purple sea fish and 5 blue sea fish. At this rate, completing the task should pose no problem. Just as he was lifting his fishing rod to search for the next spot, Li Chuan unexpectedly encountered another player atop this creature's back. Not one of those puppet players turned into living corpses by monsters, but a normal player like himself, sitting at the shore, awaiting a bite. However, this player's complexion was quite grim, almost to the point of being frantic. Chapter 86. Why? Is it because he has exhausted all his life-saving skills? This tall player bore a middle-aged face, topped with a blue cold-blooded title, signifying his status as a true 100-man slayer. Zhao Mo, who can stick to the rules. Human, health, 100, LV28. A potential human assassin. Weaknesses marked. Level 28? Li Chuan frowned. No player in the Giant's Refuge had managed to kill 100 people yet. No one had even reached level 28. Lin Yaoyao's level 27 was already the highest in the area. The player had noticed Li Chuan but chose to ignore him. From his expression and subtle movements, Li Chuan could tell that his catch had likely been meager, quite possibly failing to complete even half of the task's progress within an hour. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear so anxious, at a position more than 10 meters away from that player. Li Chuan found a favorable spot with a 93 probability. He sat down, baited the hook, and cast the line in one fluid motion. About 3 minutes later, a tremendous force surged through his hands. Li Chuan hurriedly reeled in the line. Zhao Mo, who had been watching Li Chuan out of the corner of his eye, frowned. He had been fishing here for over 10 minutes without a single bite. Yet that guy, having just arrived, was already reeling in a catch. Amidst his envious, jealous, and perplexed gaze, Li Chuan pulled up a creature resembling a great white shark. Level 49, purple. Ding. Captured LV49 flowing maple shark, purple. Experience points: 100. Guild bonus: 30. Ding. Assisted in killing LV49 flowing maple shark, purple, gold, 100. Experience points: 2450. Guild bonus: 735. Ding. Player Li Chuan experience points are full. Level up to 1. Gain free attribute points 12. Ding. Illusionist experience points are full. Level up to 1. Current secondary profession level: LV27. Level up, now at 28. One step closer to level 30. Zhao Mo, wearing focus glasses, saw the level and grade of the flowing maple shark. Becoming even more anxious, quest progress at 65%, elated, Li Chuan cast his line into the water again. 94, splendid. The fish bladder surged, and Li Chuan reeled in once more. Ding. Captured LV-45 flowing maple shark, purple. Experience points. 100, guild bonus, 30. Ding. Assisted in killing LV-45 flowing maple shark, purple, gold. 100, experience points. 2250, guild bonus, 675. Another flowing maple shark. Could it be that there is a school of flowing maple sharks down there? That shouldn't be the case. Aren't sharks solitary creatures? Li Chuan's mind raced, recalling ancient knowledge. Most sharks are indeed solitary, but during certain periods, such as when facing formidable foes within their territory or during mating seasons, they can gather in groups, slap. The first flowing maple shark's fish meat and bones, along with a purple staff, were tossed up by the seaweed. What a struggle, but finally, a purple item, just as he was stowing away his gear. A powerful tug was felt on the fishing rod again. Goodness, this is becoming a bit overwhelming. Once more, he achieved 10% of the task's progress. Cast again. 95. Confirmed. It's 100% certain that there is indeed a school of flowing maple sharks below. Li Chuan turned to Zhao Mo. If there are flowing maple sharks down there, and that guy hasn't had a single bite, it must be because his hook has snagged on seaweed or rocks. With this thought, Li Chuan called out, "Hey friend, why not change your position? Perhaps a new spot will yield a bite." Zhao Mo turned to Li Chuan, remaining silent, his expression vacant. Li Chuan was taken aback, then his mouth twitched. This fool! His hunter's instinct clearly sensed a humanoid creature rapidly approaching him. Li Chuan yanked the fishing rod from the water and swept it. "I'm just trying to help you. Are you trying to sabotage me?" Whoosh! The fishing rod swept through the air, emitting a sharp slicing sound. Yet it struck nothing. A chill ran down Li Chuan's spine as the figure appeared behind him. Elemental shield, blink, employing both skills simultaneously. Li Chuan, protected by a multicolored translucent shell, reappeared 5 meters away. Just where he had stood, a robust figure slowly materialized. "Humph, whether you remind me or not, I know to change positions. I have my eye on your spot." Li Chuan set down his fishing rod and drew out his composite bout. "So, is this your reason for attempting to assassinate me?" Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, but Zhao Mo vanished once more. "Perhaps, but there's another reason. I despise those luckier than me." The voice came from behind. "Damn. Does this guy have some skill that teleports him behind others?" Ah! A sharp scream pierced the air, and he struck. But the hunter's instinct warned Li Chuan that there was still an enemy at his side. Damage taken -678. After a brief hesitation, a massive white damage number floated above Li Chuan's shield. The elemental shield's armor value had plummeted by over 600, exceeding a quarter of its total. Soaring leap, ice element enchantment, weak point strike. The maelstrom longsword swept through, delivering a visceral sensation of cutting flesh. Turning, he caught a glimpse of the assailant's figure. A substantial amount of damage emanated from the top of Zhao Mo's head. Regrettably, what fell was merely armor value. The individual had not sustained any injuries. At that moment, Zhao Mo was retreating at an astonishing speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The assassin's stealth was executed with remarkable finesse. Li Chuan switched to his composite bow, the arrow gradually tracking the silhouette of the assassin. "Ha! You think invisibility holds any power over me, you wretched killer?" As he pursued the enemy's form, Li Chuan finally discerned why the earlier blade strike had failed. Behind him, where the strike had been effective, now stood a scarecrow firmly planted in the ground. A decoy scarecrow? How utterly ridiculous. From the empty space came a slightly panicked voice. "Don't shoot. I was wrong. I am willing to offer a purple item as an apology." Li Chuan continued to track the assassin's form with his composite bow. Why? Had all his life-saving skills been exhausted? The voice persisted from the void. "How did you know I was an assassin?" "Ha, a non-answer. Indeed, do you think because you appear tall and imposing, I would mistake you for a warrior? Your clone remains stationary while your true self cloaks to strike. Heh, you've used this trick to kill many, haven't you? Damn it. Are you sure you don't want to accept a truce? If this arrow fails to hit me, it will be you who meets your end." Li Chuan kept his aim fixed on the assassin's form, the sharp metal arrowhead glinting with the cold light. "You ask? Li Chuan raised his bow, voicing his current burning curiosity. What quest are you on? And in which area do you find yourself? The treasure of the Wheel of Fate, S-Lord? Little Green has already devoured what it needed from Cheng Nanan. How many lives has this apocalyptic survival game ensnared? Just how many bizarre and extraordinary challenges exist in this spirit plant realm? And the second question. What drives you to kill so many? Chapter 87. The Algal Whale, Nightmare Level. Li Chuan ceased his movements. For Zhao Mo had finally halted his attempts to flee and stood his ground. He seemed confident that Li Chuan would refrain from shooting before receiving an answer. What is this? You consider yourself a beacon of justice? Judging by your title, you hardly seem worthy of such a claim, Li Chuan shrugged. Simple curiosity, not a valid reason. The brawny assassin smirked. Have you heard of me before? I was, in fact, a true beacon of justice. You've heard of the city's infamous detective, Haven Tu? That's me. Whenever a murder or serious case lands in my hands, I can identify the true culprit within 3 days. Do you know how I accomplish this? Heh. I always select the perpetrator first before solving the case. If there is no evidence, I fabricate it. Witness testimonies? Ever heard of the great memory restoration technique? Ha. I never apprehend the actual murderer, for I relish watching the innocent suffer in endless injustice as they march toward their demise. That feeling is simply divine. This place is magnificent. You ought to experience it. Li Chuan abruptly pivoted, unleashing a skill at the empty space beside him. Penetrating arrow, thud. A spray of blood erupted into the air. Critical hit -999. Indeed. I've heard of you, the notorious detective Zhao. I initially thought you a genius, only to discover you're a pervert. Boom. Another shadow of Zhao Mo materialized before Li Chuan, collapsing to the ground while clutching his bleeding chest. You? Li Chuan lowered his composite bow. You wonder how I could uncover your presence, don't you? Did you think that by spouting emotional nonsense like a lunatic, you could completely seize my attention? Did you believe I was unaware of the cooldown on your decoy skill? As I stated before, stealth is futile against me. It is you who refuses to accept this truth. Li Chuan regarded the scoundrel as his breath faded away. Using the guise of a protector to unjustly slay the weak, damn it. Speaking of which, today I truly feel accomplished. I am not a beacon of justice, but I have always eliminated those who deserved it. Ding. Killed LV-28 Zhao Mo. Gold 6,000. Experience 1,400. The corpse gradually dissipated, leaving a myriad of equipment and materials scattered across the ground. The drop rate for the blue cold-blooded title was predictable. Even pure water and bread emerged. Damn it. This cursed thing couldn't even grant me satisfaction in death. Having composed himself, Li Chuan realized he could no longer afford to linger over the spoils. He needed to catch the required fish for his quest as swiftly as possible. Ding. Captured LV-49 Stream Maple Shark, purple. Experience 100, guild bonus, 30. Ding. Achieved cooperative kill of LV-49 Stream Maple Shark, purple, gold 200, experience 2450, guild bonus, 735. Another Stream Maple Shark was reeled in. Quest progress stood at 95%. It seemed the school of sharks beneath the surface was quite substantial. Li Chuan raised his rod, casting the massive hook back into the water. The probability remained above 80. Turning his head to glance at the fishing rod left behind by the scoundrel, Li Chuan was suddenly struck by a marvelous idea. Let us give it a try. What if it works? Elemental Giant. A pitch-black earth elemental giant rose from the ground. Li Chuan pointed at the vacant fishing rod. Pick up the rod and fish. The clumsy earthen mass ambled over to the fishing rod, then with a swift kick, sent the rod flying into the sea. Li Chuan. I should not have entertained that thought. With only half an hour remaining, one more stream maple shark would suffice. Bite, 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 Li Chuan muttered, when suddenly a tremendous force surged through the fishing rod. The intensity nearly caused Li Chuan to lose grip on his pink fishing rod. What the hell is this? Li Chuan quickly crouched, straining his back and waist, exerting every ounce of strength to reel it in. This was impossible. The force was overwhelming. Damn it. Li Chuan was engaged in a fierce struggle against whatever lurked beneath the surface. Unable to abandon the rod, he could only sway it side to side to tire out the unseen beast. Couldn't it just be a simple stream maple shark? What on earth was grappling with me down there? Time passed second by second, and Li Chuan was at his wits' end with the underwater entity. Unable to gain ground point, 10 minutes remained. I must pull it up. Surely I won't fall victim to this beast. Li Chuan's frustration boiled over. Ice elemental enchantment. The fishing rod ought to be considered a weapon, right? This time, Li Chuan was fortunate. The rod became enveloped in a layer of icy blue, elemental giant. An earth elemental appeared beside Li Chuan. Help me pull the fishing rod, not kick. Got it? Perhaps Li Chuan's dual approach bore fruit. Or perhaps the creature below had finally exhausted its strength. With only 5 minutes left in the quest, the unknown giant was finally dragged to the surface. Boom. A terrifyingly large creature burst forth from the water, sending waves crashing violently. Oh my. What is that? The colossal being was so enormous that Li Chuan could not discern its full form, only glimpsing an expanse of white belly capable of overshadowing the sky. Ding! Captured LV-35 algal whale, pink. Experience 100, guild bonus, 30. Ding! Assisted in killing LV-35 algal whale, pink. Gold 500, experience 3500, guild bonus, 1050. Pink? Nightmare level? And I managed to catch this formidable foe. Li Chuan was not the only one astonished. Even the Emperor's fish ping beneath him seemed ecstatic at the prospect of consuming such a delectable meal. It had been trembling slightly from the moment it began. 3 minutes remain in the quest. Teleportation will commence in 3 minutes. Please prepare, players. Li Chuan's heart raced as he hastily opened the quest panel. Quest progress. 145 few. Thank goodness. At last, he could release the tension that had been building. The nightmare level algal whale had granted him a 50% boost in quest progress, sparing him from becoming a lifeless puppet. With a satisfying clap, the Emperor's fish ping, having feasted well, finally tossed Li Chuan the spoils he deserved before the teleportation commenced. Pink? Pink. It must contain pink. Yes. My good deeds today have not gone unrewarded. Li Chuan was nearly beside himself with excitement, for he truly glimpsed a flash of pink as the seaweed was hurled up. Before he could inspect the attributes of the pink item, the seaweed unexpectedly launched yet another massive object. Thud. The heavy object landed with a resounding thump. Chapter 88. Black Algal Cloak. Set pink. This must be the skull of the algal whale. It was enormous, the size of a villa, gleaming white and shimmering with a pink luster. So was it too heavy to toss up all at once? Daily quest. Can someone fill my belly? I shall grant them a generous reward. Completed. Quest difficulty, Hell level. The Green Sea is a truly marvelous place. There you can feel the vastness of the world and your own insignificance. Venture to the Abyssal Sea, take your fishing rod, and satiate the greed of that monstrous creature. Task rewards obtained. Gold 5,000, experience points 30,000, golden treasure chest 1, temporary photosynthesis capsule, purple 1. Ding! Player Li Chuan has reached maximum experience points. Level 1. Awarded freedom attribute points 12. Ding! Phantom Mage has reached maximum experience points. Level 1. Current secondary profession level. LV 28. The substantial experience from the Hell level daily task propelled Li Chuan's level to 29. After hastily distributing his attribute points, Li Chuan immediately brought forth his most significant gain from this journey. However, time felt a bit rushed. He had yet to examine the pink equipment bestowed upon him by the algal whale. Black Algae Cloak, set pink, wearing level 30. Armor value, 2800, agility, 50. Attached skill, float, upon activation, allows the wearer to gain low-altitude flight capability, duration, 1 minute, cooldown, 24 hours, set attributes, not yet activated, evaluation, deep sea. Exceptional armor value, remarkable agility, and a daily minute of flight capability, truly commendable. Moreover, it does not occupy a slot within the 5-piece set. It is a special component, part of a set. Li Chuan, while not entirely versed in the player manual, retained a vague recollection regarding special components. There are 3 special components in total. The cloak, wristbands, and HAT was a bit too ambitious to hope for a complete set when acquiring even one piece of pink equipment was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. Shaking his head to dispel such unrealistic thoughts, Li Chuan stepped out of the tent, placing the enormous skull of the algal whale beneath the canopy of the small green tree. Thud. The sudden appearance of such a colossal object startled the small tree. The vibrant flower bud trembled and quickly approached out of curiosity. Skull of the algal whale. Pink. High-quality bone material, widely applicable. To put it plainly, apart from its high grade, it serves little other purpose. While the pink fish bone may lack utility, the pink fish meat is indeed valuable. Fresh whale meat, pink, high-quality ingredient, can be transformed into a nourishing delicacy that enhances vitality with slight cooking. Slight cooking? Who do they look down on? I have a level 4 chef at my disposal. Thanks to the high-quality ingredients in Li Chuan's backpack, last night, his secondary profession chef had risen to level 4. Aside from this piece of pink-grade cloak, the fish meat, and the fish bone, there was also an item tossed by the Emperor's fish pings, it, was a small staff embedded with milky white crystals at both ends. Emperor's fish ping staff, purple, you have gained the recognition of a powerful plant spirit. Activating this item will replace your daily task with daily task fishing in the Abyssal Sea. Cooldown time, 07 days, evaluation. I warmly welcome you here at any time. My dear friend, he. This means that after 7 days, I can exchange any difficulty of daily tasks for a fishing task? It seems that the last algal whale has indeed pleased the Emperor's fish pings. Stowing away the staff, Li Chuan took out all the loot from that scoundrel Zhao Mo and began to tally them. 3 pieces of purple equipment, 2 of which were part of a set. The weapon was also purple, requiring a level of 20, the rest were blue. This scoundrel had killed so many people, accumulating quite a bit of ill-gotten gains. The blue title of cold-blooded does not merely refer to 100 individuals, but encompasses a range from 100 to 1,000. He lacked Li Chuan's method of opening boxes and did not possess a monster respawn method like in the Giant Palace, yet he managed to acquire 4 pieces of purple equipment, which is enough to illustrate the frequency with which this fellow engaged in murder and plunder. It is worth noting that, excluding weapons, Li Chuan currently possesses only 2 pieces of purple equipment. In addition to the purple equipment, he also dropped a purple skill book. Li Chuan had not anticipated that the drop rate for red-named players would be so high that they could even yield their skills. Substitute Scarecrow, purple passive. When receiving fatal damage, a scarecrow will take your place in death, and your essence will appear at the last observed location. Note: the maximum distance between the essence and the substitute is 10 meters. Note: this skill activates only when biological activity is about to cease. Skill consumption, none. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Evaluation. The gifts of fate are always marked with a price in the shadows. I have already died for you once. How will you repay me? The evaluation seemed somewhat chilling, but who could resist learning such a life-saving skill? Without a hint of hesitation, Li Chuan immediately learned the Substitute Scarecrow skill. You have learned the skill Substitute Scarecrow, purple. What is this? After hanging all the equipment on the auction house, Li Chuan discovered among the fallen items of that scoundrel a remarkably exquisite card that appeared quite extraordinary. This card was the size of a playing card, bordered in gold, depicting an extraordinarily ornate palace. The grand doors of the palace were wide open, revealing a dazzling throne sitting deep within, upon which resided a petite girl with golden hair and blue eyes. Adorned with a golden crown, holding the card in his hand, Li Chuan triggered its attribute panel. Justice card, blue. A component of a complete set of tarot cards, for use by diviners. Such intricacy. And yet it was merely a blue item. Li Chuan grimaced, just as he was about to pocket the card. Suddenly, the attribute panel of this card appeared before his eyes. The identification effect of the probability glasses activated. Which was not unexpected, such occurrences were commonplace. But what left Li Chuan breathless was that the panel identified by the probability glasses was entirely different from the one automatically triggered by the system. Yes, completely different. This was a first for Li Chuan. Why? Invitation to Elia's mysterious castle. This is an invitation scattered throughout the myriad realms. Upon acquiring it, you have received my invitation. Please place it against your chest and wait for 10 seconds. You are cordially invited to my ball, Princess Elia Winterwood. Li Chuan stared at the card in his hand, unable to calm himself for a long time. Why was it different? Who was lying? The weather was sweltering, yet Li Chuan felt a chill coursing through his body. Silently, he unzipped his jacket and slowly pressed the card against the exterior of his heart, ignoring the potential danger. Disregarding everything else, Li Chuan's curiosity and desire for exploration reached an ultimate peak. If something were to transpire, it would prove that what the glasses saw was indeed true, that the system was deceiving him. Conversely, if nothing occurred, it would indicate a malfunction in the glasses themselves. Thud, thud, thud. Li Chuan heard the robust, even somewhat thunderous beating of his heart. Thud, thud. After 10 seconds, Li Chuan felt an emptiness in his hand. He hurriedly looked down. The exquisitely crafted card, which had adhered to his skin, had vanished. In its place was a peculiar purple smiley face tattoo gracing his chest. Disappeared? This smiley tattoo had certainly not been there before, which meant something extraordinary had indeed occurred. So, the panel identified by the probability glasses was the truth. The system had been deceiving me. At that moment, Li Chuan seemed to hear a series of silvery, bell-like laughter and a whisper that sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 89: The First Golden Treasure Chest. He. Welcome to my garden, my dear fertilizer. Li Chuan envisioned a sweet-smiling, exquisitely dressed Western girl, her delicate appearance captivating. The girl lounged with her legs crossed upon the resplendent throne within the palace, uttering her sickly sweet words. How twisted! Li Chuan's body shuddered, and he quietly adjusted his clothing. He had never realized how precious his life was, how everyone seemed to desire it. Li Chuan's probability glasses could not discern the properties of the smiley face tattoo, and he felt a foreboding sense of impending danger without knowing when it would strike. This unsettling feeling was unwelcome, but since entering this game world, he had grown accustomed to such sensations, live day by day, embracing a carefree attitude. However, the price of proving who was right between the system and the glasses felt excessively high. It would be wiser to tread carefully. Ding. Your crescent blade listed in the auction house has been sold. Gold has been credited. Ding. Your item listed in the auction house. A series of system notifications rang out, confirming that most of the equipment listed in the auction house had been sold. A substantial amount of gold flowed into Li Chuan's possession. He had no intention of hoarding gold. Instead, he promptly opened the auction house's consumable section and listed all the evolution cores for sale, storing the proceeds in his backpack. Nonetheless, this haul was indeed substantial. Even after selling all the evolution cores, Li Chuan still had 11,000 gold coins remaining. Yet, he had one last reward yet to claim. That was the golden treasure chest from the Hell-level daily task reward. A golden treasure chest that Li Chuan had never before encountered. Golden treasure chest, capable of yielding LV-35 pink quality items. No key required. Will you open it? 23, 34, 41, 12. Li Chuan silently observed the fluctuating numbers on the chest. Just a moment ago, he had mentioned luck in acquiring a piece of purple equipment, and now a second piece of pink equipment was on the horizon. No wonder his left eye had been twitching incessantly. 56, 76, 12. Half an hour had elapsed. Why is it taking so long? Just as Li Chuan's complaint escaped his lips, a figure of 95% suddenly appeared above the treasure chest. Open it for me. The golden chest burst open, revealing a striking flash of pink light. Surely, I can't be lucky enough to directly obtain a special set piece, can I? Picking up the pink item, Li Chuan checked its attributes, only to see his hopeful expression vanish. It truly wasn't that fortunate. I won't say that again next time. It's merely a pink item. Level 9 Empowerment Voucher, pink, produced by the City of Technology. Using it will enhance the gear's quality. The highest quality of finished products is pink. The maximum level is 35. The success rate of this item is extremely low. Please use with caution. Evaluation. No matter how miraculous the world may be, technology remains the foremost productive force. Where on earth is the City of Technology to have such high-tech items? The Empowerment Voucher is somewhat better than the Forging Voucher, as it doesn't require an array of cumbersome materials. Without a doubt, the gear Li Chuan most wanted to enhance was his weapon, and the weapon he most desired to upgrade was the Ming Tang Compound Bow. Taking the Ming Tang Compound Bow from his backpack, Li Chuan began to waver back and forth between the prompts on whether to use it. Anything with a probability is not a problem for Li Chuan. 94. Use. I refuse to believe that with 94%, it could fail. Ding. Empowerment Voucher successfully used. Your weapon Ming Tang Compound Bow has been upgraded to pink. Ming Tang Compound Bow, pink, wearing level 30. Attack grants penetration, armor breaking, and intimidation effects. Armor breaking 140, strength 110. Additional skill. Flowing light arrow, shoots an arrow that can freely control its flight trajectory. Lasting for 10 seconds. The arrow can charge up to a maximum of 500 damage. Skill cost, 10 mana, cooldown, 5 minutes. Evaluation. Once I set my sights on you, fear will envelop you. The attack effect gained an intimidation, which can be considered a small control effect. If lucky, it may be no worse than a control skill. The additional skill transformed from Shadow Arrow to Flowing Light Arrow. And from the skill description, even without a critical hit, it could deliver 5 times the damage, which is quite powerful. However, one thing left Li Chuan somewhat frustrated. He couldn't equip it. Had he known, he would have used this empowerment voucher after reaching level 30. He originally had a purple compound bow, but after using the empowerment voucher, the required level for use increased from 25 to 30. Now, holding this bow, he was unable to benefit from its enhancements. How careless! Aside from this empowerment voucher, the golden chest also yielded 5,000 gold coins and 5 purple evolution cores, which Li Chuan securely stowed away in his backpack. After organizing today's substantial haul, Li Chuan contemplated visiting the giant palace to find Lin Yaoyao and her companion, but reflecting on the day's tumultuous ups and downs left him feeling somewhat weary. He decided to indulge in a lazy slumber within his tent, in a time when everyone was desperately struggling to survive. Being able to peacefully enjoy a lazy nap truly felt extravagant. If you keep crying, I'll tear your mouth apart and gouge out your eyes. Hey, you better not let your tears fall into my food. Otherwise, I'll chop off your hands. Li Chuan slept soundly, unaware of how much time had passed, until he vaguely heard Lin Yaoyao's shrill voice. Li Chuan sat up and staggered out of the tent. To his surprise, the sky had already darkened, with 2 suns hanging lazily in the horizon, resembling 2 drowsy old men. Lin Yaoyao was practicing her skill proficiency under a tree, while Cheng Nanan stood with her back to the tent, cooking at a large pot. Hey, Brother Chuan, you're awake? I hope my voice didn't disturb you. Li Chuan silently rolled his eyes. Was that you cursing just now? Lin Yaoyao nodded with a hint of guilt. Yes, this person has been crying incessantly. If it weren't for her ability to cook, I would have eliminated her. This girl always resorts to simple and brutal methods to solve problems. Li Chuan still had the newly acquired pink ingredients in his backpack. He couldn't afford to lose a chef he had painstakingly nurtured. Upon hearing their conversation, Cheng Nanan trembled and quickly knelt down. I'm sorry, I really couldn't control myself. I promise I won't let any tears fall into the food. Li Chuan, a cold-hearted individual, began to doubt whether he was being too harsh. Are you missing your family? Feeling emotional due to the scene? Isn't it a bit late to cry now? Cheng Nanan shook her head, biting her lip as she returned to cooking. Lin Yaoyao, noticing Li Chuan's gaze, shrugged. Just earlier, a few guys tried to seize the territory and laid hands on her. Li Chuan suddenly understood, and of course, no one's sorrow would last that long. And then? You didn't help her? Lin Yaoyao tilted her head. Isn't she rather fond of indulging with men? I thought I'd let her enjoy herself for a moment, so I didn't intervene. Li Chuan's eyes widened. Indulging? On chains? And then? Then that woman suddenly turned into a virtuous lady, refusing to let anyone touch her. Seeing she was about to be beaten to death, I stepped in and drove those useless fools away. It was as simple as that. Look, I helped her fend off those attackers, and she is still crying. Li Chuan was rendered speechless for a long time. Yaoyao, the truth is, being in that situation is truly unacceptable for someone who has never experienced or understood such things. Lin Yaoyao looked utterly perplexed, her eyes wide with confusion. In what way? This. For someone who has never had such experiences or knowledge, you truly don't know how to explain it to her. In short, the severity of a woman being forced into such actions is far more critical than death. Just remember that. Lin Yaoyao clearly didn't comprehend. Li Chuan leaned in closer to her ear. It is exceedingly rare for us to find another level 4 chef, Lin Yaoyao. I understand now. I won't let her die. Li Chuan stepped over to Cheng Nanan's side. This moment. Shouldn't you be angrier? Cheng Nanan lowered her head. I know, Brother Chuan. Those people are just too despicable, I'm afraid. Afraid that they would succeed. Li Chuan narrowed his eyes, sensing that this matter was likely not as simple as it appeared. Who knows? Cheng Nanan lifted her head, glaring fiercely towards the west. Those damned beasts are from the Dawn Guild. Chapter 90. Those still holding weapons in 3 seconds shall perish. The Dawn Guild? Quite convenient. Being on the same side saves a lot of time. Let us go. What good is crying? I'll take you to seek revenge. Cheng Nanan froze. Just the 2 of us? Li Chuan pointed at Xiao Lu. Plus my dear son. Tears streamed down Cheng Nanan's face. Brother Chuan, are you truly willing to do this for me? Li Chuan squinted his eyes. Indeed. They all know you are from the Survivor Guild and still dare to lay hands on you. That proves they look down upon me, relying on their numbers. If they can attack you today, they dare to target Xiao Lu tomorrow. I want to let them have such thoughts. The last guild that dared to do so has already been wiped out by me and Yao Yao. Li Chuan took out a green photosynthesis capsule, placing Xiao Lu inside, and then strode forward with Lin Yao Yao and Cheng Nanan towards the gathering place of the Dawn Guild. The Dawn Guild had suffered considerable losses due to their previous location by the lakeside, resulting in the majority of their members gathering on a medium-sized oasis, relying on the few remaining plant spirits to survive the perilous cold nights of the Amon forest. The center of the oasis. Beneath a massive banyan tree, the leader of the Dawn Guild, Song Yang, looked at a lanky youth standing before him with utmost respect. Dog shattered. I sent you to test the strength of the Survivor Guild. How did it go? This lanky youth, nicknamed Jiling Gusui, was a capable assassin player and the leader of a small squad within the Dawn Guild. I tested the leader. That woman is incredibly alluring. You see my hands. Song Yang frowned. I asked you to assess their strength. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiling Gusui, sensing the seriousness of the leader's expression, quickly straightened up. That female warrior is of average strength. I should be able to take her down alone, but that female assassin is far too strong. If it weren't for Lao Hei's slow spells and shield, the four of us together might not have been her match. We didn't encounter the leader of the survivors today, but I believe hunters generally follow a survival path, so their strength should not surpass that of Black Friday. Therefore, your analysis is correct. Their strongest point lies with that large tree plant spirit. Song Yang tapped the table before him, nodding thoughtfully. Then we'll proceed as planned. We'll wait for a moment when they're all in the palace to eliminate them. That way, the plant spirit will be mine. Jiling Gusui beamed with a smile. Then I'll congratulate you in advance, leader. If your parasitic vine receives such nutrient-rich food, it will surely break through to purple and become a pink, nightmare-grade plant spirit. At that time, wouldn't the entire region be under your sole dominion? Song Yang found this quite agreeable. Go on. Summon those few over. Tonight's dinner shall be at my place, complete with wine, meat, and women. In such a harsh environment, the presence of wine, meat, and women is already an exceedingly precious reward. As for humanity, ethics, and morality. Those are mere concepts adhered to by the eccentric members of the Illuminati. When Li Chuan brought Cheng Nanan to the headquarters of the Dawn Guild, all the players were busy preparing dinner. Due to the limitation of 4 members per team, a dozen small groups were scattered across the oasis. Such rare leisure time was exceptionally valuable, and everyone was relishing this moment of tranquility, oblivious to the arrival of Li Chuan and his companion. It was only when they approached the center of the oasis, near a cluster of tents, that a group of players noticed them. One player, perplexed, donned his focus goggles and immediately rose to his feet. What the hell? The region's top player, the flower picker, has stumbled into our lair. What? Arm yourselves quickly. Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd. Cheng Nanan glanced at Li Chuan, her anxiety evident. Brother Chuan, what should we do? Li Chuan chuckled lightly. What should we do? Do as you wish. Bang. A massive miracle tree materialized out of thin air and violently crashed down onto the oasis, obliterating 2 unfortunate plant spirits in its wake. Who dares to arm themselves? I shall only say this once. Anyone still wielding a weapon in 3 seconds will die. The little green immediately raised a colossal flower, which then split into 5 petals, larger than grinding wheels and as solid as iron, began to spin at high speed. All players of the Dawn Guild were petrified by the immense plant spirit that blotted out the sky. They hurriedly sheathed their weapons, some so frightened that they raised their hands, fearing they might be accidentally harmed by Li Chuan. Li Chuan surveyed the scene and nodded in satisfaction. Seems everyone here is quite sensible. No sooner had he finished speaking than a somewhat anxious middle-aged man emerged from a tent. Song Yang. Human, health. 100 LV 25. A physically exceptional human berserker. Weakness marked. Li Chuan. President Li. What is the meaning of this? When did our Dawn Guild provoke you? Do you intend to destroy us? This guild leader immediately placed an enormous blame upon Li Chuan, his voice booming, likely audible to the entire oasis. Li Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he scrutinized this seemingly formidable song leader. You know my name? How amusing that it appears my hunch was correct. Your knowledge of me suggests you have deliberately sought information about me. No? Song Yang's expression shifted. He cast a wary glance at the menacing flower overhead. You are the top player in the region and the leader of the foremost guild. Your name has long circulated. What is so strange about that? Li Chuan shook his head slowly. I don't believe you. However, I'm feeling somewhat melancholic today, so I won't kill you for this. I have but one request. Someone from your Dawn Guild has insulted my subordinate within the palace today. For individuals, hand them over and I shall take my leave. I grant you 3 minutes. Let me remind you, I seldom approach matters with such reason. Song Yang's face hardened, his teeth grinding audibly, as the leader of a guild boasting over 80 players. How could he simply surrender his subordinates? Yet, to refuse would be perilous. Those 5 lethal flowers were no trifling matter, and the flesh of his guild members wouldn't suffice to sate their hunger. 2 minutes left, Li Chuan stated coldly. Cheng Nanan had completely shed her earlier anxiety. The situation was now crystal clear. She realized she might be the one determining the fate of someone among them. Her spine straightened, her expression growing increasingly indifferent, almost superior, like a hound poised to pounce. Chapter 91. Your method of protecting subordinates is merely moral coercion? Su Jiqiang at the periphery of the oasis felt his heart plummet. He was one of the players who had hoped to take advantage of the situation today. Although guild leader Song Yang had not yet agreed to surrender the 4, he also refrained from outright defying the infamous killer. As a perceptive individual, he could foresee his grim fate. That bastard Song Yang has the audacity to act without the courage to bear the consequences. I must have been blind, he swiftly resolved. Retreat. Better to lose 3 levels than to perish here. This was undoubtedly the wisest decision, but he did not anticipate that Li Chuan's hunter sense could accurately perceive the position of every player present. Little green, whoosh, a vine shot forth. Before Su Jiqiang could react, he was ensnared by the vine, suspended in midair. Help! Help, President! Save me, Captain! Save me! Seeing this, Song Yang furrowed his brow. He knew he could not remain passive. Presidently, are you truly the murderous maniac as rumored? Aren't you afraid of the wrath of 1,000 players in the region? Li Chuan chuckled. So, your method of protecting your subordinates is moral coercion? I feel sorry for you. How pathetic. Li Chuan then turned his gaze toward the suspended player attempting to flee. Su Jiqiang. Is it? You wish to escape? Why do you want to run? He knew that as soon as Cheng Nanan laid eyes on him, his fate would be sealed. Cheng Nanan looked up for a few seconds. Nickname, ambitious, level 22 assassin, that one. Li Chuan turned to Cheng Nanan. Will you do it yourself, or shall I assist you? Cheng Nanan met Li Chuan's gaze. Faintly grasping his modus operandi, I'll handle it myself. Li Chuan nodded in approval, and then with a thud, the player was slammed down before them, wailing incessantly to prevent him from harming Li Chuan. Little Green had gently squeezed him beforehand. The afternoon breeze caressed the oasis, lifting the edges of people's garments, yet it could not stir the slightest semblance of empathy in this crowd. Cheng Nanan gripped her long sword and swiftly severed the player's left hand. Which hand touched me? Was it this one? Blood gushed from his wrist, staining the grass crimson. Ah, my hand. Spare me. I was wrong. Cheng Nanan swiftly swung again, severing his other hand. I'm not certain which hand it was. Ah, it hurts. Spare me. Spare me. Yes, it was the captain who told me to do it. It was Captain Dog Shit. Cheng Nanan reversed her grip on the long sword, raising it high as she plunged it into Su Jiqiang's eye socket. Your filthy eyes don't need to remain. His screams abruptly ceased. The players of the Dawn Guild, witnessing such a gruesome scene, slowly backed away in terror. Li Chuan patted Cheng Nanan's shoulder with satisfaction. Feeling better now? Cheng Nanan raised her head. Her pupils slightly reddened. It seemed she had released some suppressed emotion from deep within her. I feel a quarter better, boss. Li Chuan's lips curled upward. Not bad. You possess the potential to survive. 3 more to go, and still 3 minutes. If, after 3 minutes, those individuals are not handed over, I shall resort to random killings. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Just as the players were on the verge of stirring, Li Chuan slowly raised his arm, when a commanding voice echoed from afar. Li Chuan. That's enough. Killing one person is sufficient. Li Chuan turned to see a man in a white robe, Gao Han, standing just outside Little Green's attack range, accompanied by a small group of players. The Justice of Demacia has arrived, I say. Li Chuan barely uttered 2 words before Cheng Nanan interrupted. Why is that enough? Just because you say it is? Who do you think you are? We're all risking our lives here. Do we need you to play the virtuous saint? Lu Haizhu rose in anger. Cheng Nan glanced at Li Chuan, who slightly nodded. Her chin rose defiantly. Gao Han gradually shifted his gaze to Li Chuan, who felt increasingly awkward. How did the term beast suddenly sound so unpleasant today? Was it just him, or did it feel like he was being scolded? All right, the 3 minutes are up. Little Green, prepare. A slender woman suddenly dashed from the crowd. Don't kill. Don't kill. I'm innocent. You can't kill me. I haven't done anything. Li Chuan regarded her. I know. Then you find those 3 for me. The woman gritted her teeth. After this, can you ensure my safety? Li Chuan shook his head. I won't, but someone will. Who? Who will? Li Chuan glanced at Gao Han. Hey, do you want me to kill 3 or 30? Gao Han took several deep breaths before proclaiming, you help him find those 3, and afterward, I'll ensure you gain entry into the Illuminati. Li Chuan's character, known for its frigid demeanor, was already well understood. If he were not allowed to exact vengeance, it was likely that today's toll would not merely be 4 lives. The gaunt woman gritted her teeth. Over there, behind that tent, the 3 of them are hiding. Upon uttering this, she exchanged a furtive glance with the leader, Song Yang. Indeed, 3 individuals were concealed behind the tent. Without needing Li Chuan to speak, a few tendrils from Xiao Lu swiftly darted over, capturing the 3 players, who were battered and bruised, in mere seconds. President, help! President, please save me! President, kill him! The pleas of the miscreants were heart-wrenching. Yet, apart from a few insipid remarks from Song Yang, the other players remained utterly silent. The gaunt woman even added insult to injury. It's all your fault. You can't even survive, and all you think about is yourselves. You deserve to die. Others echoed her sentiments. Exactly. Surviving is already a problem, and you're still causing trouble. If you can't control yourselves, perhaps it's better to be rid of you to avoid further complications. How can you act like this? Aren't we all comrades? Aren't we all members of the same guild? The pitiful cries of the 3 ruffians fell on deaf ears. It's my fault? You all think it's my fault? Zhanhua, Li Chuan, I never meant to bully your subordinates. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed. Li Chuan turned to see a player standing beside Song Yang, armed with a crossbow, aimed not at Li Chuan but at the ensnared individuals. A slight movement of the vines deflected the arrow. Can't hold back anymore? Ha! Silence them. Die! In an instant, a shadowy figure darted past, and the player who had just shot the arrow was instantly decapitated. Li Chuan then turned his attention back to the pitiful trio. No one will disturb you now. Speak. Chapter 92. Do not dare to touch our Xiao Liu. Li Chuan intended for this scoundrel to utter those words. How could he allow anyone to intervene? From the outset, he had been applying pressure, intensifying it, even though he could have had Cheng Nan personally identify them. He was certain that those 4 players were not merely driven by base instincts. After all, this was the second main quest, and the players had survived 5 life and death missions. Those who remained were hardly fools. Could anyone truly be unable to resist temptation in such a place? While the possibility existed, it was minuscule. However, the likelihood of someone scheming for greater gains was significant. Turning, the pitiful one shot a venomous glare at Song Yang. I've supported you at every turn. And instead of protecting me, you aim to kill me. It's him. It's Song Yang. That wretched, ungrateful scoundrel forced me to do this. His plant spirit is the parasitic vine, and he intends to use it to parasitize your legendary plant spirit. Song Yang's face paled instantly. Damn it. Attack? From the very beginning, he had been inciting his subordinates in private, preparing for this moment of exposure. Suddenly, a throng of players surged from the crowd, their targets clearly Li Chuan and Cheng Nan. Meanwhile, Song Yang made a beeline for Xiao Lu's trunk. Parasitic vine. Let us see what you can do. Li Chuan stood still, merely casting a mocking glance at Song Yang, who had thrown a spherical object. With a swift motion, a petite figure materialized in midair, followed by a flash of cold light. The sphere was instantly struck, severed in half. Oh, not dare to touch our Xiao Lu. Lin Yao Yao appeared like a black butterfly amidst the flowers. Elegant yet bewitching. Song Yang's eyes widened in fury. Damn it! Lin Yao Yao, wielding her dagger, prepared to unleash a flurry of strikes on the unique plant spirit, only to have the sphere suddenly explode, ensnaring her in countless tiny, impenetrable vines. Song Yang's despair turned to delight. Well done. Strangle her. The smile vanished from Li Chuan's face as he prepared to intervene. The sound of relentless slashing filled the air from within the vine sphere. Dance of blades. The vine sphere shattered into pieces, and the defeated Lin Yao fell to the ground, tilting her head to gaze at Song Yang. Strangle whom? Me? Song Yang could hardly comprehend the unfolding events. Unwilling to accept his utter helplessness. You scoundrels! You dare with a sickening sound. A head flew into the air, the neck gushing blood like a fountain. Lin Yao stood behind Song Yang, her back turned to him. No foul language, please. The players of the Dawn Guild gasped in horror. What? The president is dead? How could the president die? He is dead. Absolutely dead. I just received the system notification about inheriting the guild. The players who had been suspended in midair from their earlier actions were now filled with dread. President, he is dead. Let us down. We had no choice but to follow orders. Yes, great one. We didn't trouble your woman. Please show mercy and release us. Li Chuan scoffed disdainfully. No choice. Since when did the guild leader possess such coercive authority? A cool voice rang out from afar. Li Chuan, you should know that murder is not the only way to resolve issues. The saintly Gao Han was making a final effort. Li Chuan nodded, placing the three miscreants at Chang Nan's feet. How could I not know? Of course, I am fully aware. Li Chuan raised his head, sending invitations to join the Survivor Guild to each of the players bound in mid-air. The players, bewildered, continued to plead for mercy. This is your last chance. As realization dawned, they hastily accepted the invitation. Even though leaving their original guild required a hefty penalty, Great One, I accept. Great One, I too accept. Please let me down. We are now your subordinates. Once all had accepted the guild invitation, Li Chuan clenched his fist. This is your final opportunity to die without suffering. Ding. Killed LV-18 Wang Yanlin, LV-20 Zhao Lin, Gold, 1260, Experience, 9,180. The players disintegrated into a torrential downpour of blood. Lin Yao's petite figure appeared behind Li Chuan. While Chang Nan had also dealt with the three wretches who had caused her pain, Li Chuan stood amidst the blood-soaked grass, resembling a scene from hell, gazing up at Gao Han. Indeed, slaughter is not the optimal solution. However, here, it is undoubtedly the most efficient. Listen up. If anyone dares to harbor any thoughts against the Survivor Guild, the fate of Song Yang and the Dawn Guild will be your own. In the distance, Gao Han clenched her delicate fists, her brow furrowed in anguish. Chu Fanqing looked up at her guild leader. Han Jia, you seem quite angry. Do you wish to kill that scoundrel? Gao Han shook her head. No, I am angry with myself. If I were strong enough, I could have stopped him from killing. Chu Fanqing opened her mouth, but ultimately couldn't hold back. Han Jia, I still think he is a scoundrel, but his actions here can hardly be deemed evil. Gao Han halted in her tracks, her expression filled with ire. What of the lives of those 10 individuals? To kill them for a mere possibility of future harm is considered evil? If this is not evil, then what of our light guild? As the bodies of the players faded and the bloodstains slowly disappeared, Chang Nan went to collect the spoils of war. While the players who had once belonged to the Dawn Guild gathered their plant spirits and departed this horrifying meadow, soon, only Li Chuan's plant spirit, the miracle tree Xiao Lu, remained. Chang Nan packed all the dropped items into her backpack. With a swift motion, Li Chuan transferred the spoils into the guild warehouse. Chang Nan's backpack was akin to his own. Apart from the guild leader Song Yang, who had dropped a pair of purple boots, the remaining players yielded only blue, teal, and green equipment. They donned suitable gear, discarding the old in the warehouse, preparing to auction it collectively. You shall be in charge of this matter. Chang Nan nodded vigorously. President, could you? The woman had lost the icy demeanor she had displayed when she had slain her 4 enemies, now appearing rather shy. Speak. Why are you hesitating? Chang Nan lowered her head. Brother Chuan, could you lend me some gold? I need some to buy things from the mall. Previously, when Li Chuan had hurriedly purchased the evolution core, he had emptied her gold, and since then, she had not picked up any spoils, leaving her with not a single coin. The awkwardness would not dissipate. It merely shifted from one face to another. Li Chuan rubbed his nose and silently transferred 500 gold into her backpack. Ah, this fish possesses an exquisite quality, seemingly capable of enhancing one's physical constitution. You must take great care in its preparation. Li Chuan presented her with a substantial piece of pink fish, which slightly alleviated the awkward atmosphere. While she prepared dinner, Li Chuan seated himself on a wooden stump and accessed the guild interface. His intention behind inviting those players to join the guild prior to engaging in combat was to fulfill the guild's mission. Chapter 93. Exploring the third level of the Giant's Palace. Indeed, the guild task for the group of 10 members had been accomplished. Survivor Guild. Special Class. Level 2. Upgrades after completing one guild mission. Member count 4,100. Current guild benefits. Experience gain increased by 20. Special Class Guild Reward Bonus 10. Guild Warehouse function activated. The president and managers may use it freely. Guild task. Store 5,000 gold coins in the guild warehouse. Evaluation. A rising star on the horizon. This is simple. Li Chuan promptly transferred 5,000 gold coins from his backpack into the guild warehouse. Ding. Survivor Guild level has risen. Current level 3. Survivor Guild. Special Class. Level 3. Upgrades after completing 3 guild missions. Member count 4,100. Current guild benefits. Experience gain increased by 20. Special Class Guild Reward Bonus 10. Guild Warehouse function activated. The president and managers may use it freely. Guild task. Store 10,000 gold coins in the guild warehouse. Evaluation. A rising star on the horizon. It seems the third-level guild has not unlocked any new features. Li Chuan deposited his entire wealth of 10,000 gold coins into the guild warehouse. The task was completed once more, and a new task refreshed. Guild task. Store 10 blue items or equipment in the guild warehouse. Completed. Guild task. Store 2 purple items or equipment in the guild warehouse. For some unknown reason, the subsequent dozen guild tasks were exceedingly simple, at least for Li Chuan. After a series of intricate operations, the Survivor Guild's level surged to 5, successfully unlocking new features. Survivor Guild. Special Class. Level 5. Upgrades after completing 5 guild missions. Member count 4,100. Current guild benefits. Experience gain increased by 30. Special Class Guild Reward Bonus 15. Skill Proficiency Increase 200. Special Class Guild Reward Bonus 100. Guild Warehouse function activated. The president and managers may use it freely. Guild task. Total guild members must reach 100. 1,100. Evaluation. A rising star on the horizon. Experience gain escalated from 30% to 45%, and a new benefit was unlocked. Skill proficiency now increases by 3 points for each use instead of 1. This is immensely beneficial. Skills related to agility and support are relatively easier to enhance, but skills that deal high damage require targeting an enemy to improve, making the process rather slow. With this enhancement, surely the proficiency of all his skills could reach full mastery more swiftly. Wow, Brother Chuan, our guild has reached level 5. You are truly amazing. I believe I can max out my stealth skill proficiency tonight. Li Chuan smiled with pride. Don't you know who your brother Chuan is? Received, Commander. In the Amon Forest Giant Shelter, Day 7 of Main Quest 2. Today's daily task difficulty is categorized as advanced, with the task location situated in an area known as the Cataclysmic Cavern. Having just completed the daily task yesterday, Li Chuan naturally would not dare to take such a risk. The majority of other players shared the same sentiment. Currently, low-level daily tasks presented the most optimal solution, while mid-level tasks were barely acceptable and high-level tasks were seldom challenged. As for the hellish difficulty task Li Chuan completed yesterday, anyone who dared to accept it would be deemed insane. If it weren't for the probability glasses bug, Li Chuan himself would not have dared to accept it either. After renting Zhang Heng out and leaving Cheng Nanan at the oasis to guard, Li Chuan and Lin Yaoyao entered the Giant's Palace together. Following their prior plan, they intended to explore the third level of the Giant's Palace. Ensuring their own safety, Li Chuan was eager to gain a deeper understanding of this perilous and treacherous world. Seeking answers to the ultimate questions. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? On the iron chains of the second level of the palace, Li Chuan and his companion did not engage in a scramble for monsters with the multitude of players. Instead, they ventured to the southeastern corner beneath a massive void. This area was once graced by a grand staircase, but for reasons unknown, it had collapsed, leaving only an enormous hole. Standing on the iron chain, Li Chuan closed his eyes, employing his hunter's sense to selfishly perceive the biological activity above him. After a few breaths, Li Chuan slowly shook his head. No. Lin Yaoyao's eyes widened, round and curious. No? What do you mean? There are no giants above? Li Chuan nodded. Nothing. and no biological heat signatures whatsoever. Lin Yaoyao was perplexed. Then where did those leaping giants go? Perhaps I should use my doppelganger to take a look? Li Chuan nodded. For now, that seems to be the only option. Be cautious. Lin Yaoyao's doppelganger skill, as a gold medal assassin, was not without limitations. Should the doppelganger perish, the original would fall into a weakened state and lose a level. Lin Yaoyao's figure split into two, her doppelganger receiving the white crane feather sent by her original. The doppelganger took a running leap, effortlessly grasping the iron chain that hung down from the opening. Climbing up with remarkable speed, Li Chuan waited silently. In just a few minutes, Lin Yaoyao opened her eyes. Wow, it's a spider cave. Li Chuan was unable to comprehend what Lin Yaoyao meant. What spider cave? Lin Yaoyao seemed unsure of how to describe it. It looks like a spider cave up there. It's all webs. Those leaping giants aren't on the ground. They're on the ceiling. If we're careful, there should be no danger. You'll understand once you go up. Li Chuan naturally trusted Lin Yaoyao, activating his skills, Soaring Leap, Elemental Sanctuary, and followed her as they both ascended to the third level of the giant's palace. Upon seeing the third level, Li Chuan couldn't help but be covered in goosebumps. The ceiling, the ground, the pillars, the iron chains. Everywhere he looked was blanketed in a dense network of purplish-red tubes. In a wonder, Lin Yaoyao had described it as a spider cave. However, the term didn't seem quite fitting. Li Chuan thought that if one were to strip away the vascular networks of countless individuals and lay them out flat, the visual effect would closely resemble what lay before him. Cloaked in the shadows, Li Chuan remained motionless, slightly craning his neck. Indeed, just as Lin Yaoyao had said, all the leaping giants, resembling large grasshoppers, were clinging to the palace's ceiling. Upon closer inspection, these leaping giants were not completely still. They were gaping their mouths wide, extending their tongues to lick the purplish-red vessels attached to the ceiling. On the second level of the palace, only a few sparse vessels were entwined around the iron chains, and those potion bags were generated through these vessels. However, on the third level, the number of vessels had multiplied exponentially, nearly suffocating the entire space. Cloaked in the shadows proved effective, as Li Chuan's figure vanished against the mottled red ground. Brother Chuan, do you think if we attack them now, they would retaliate? Li Chuan slowly shook his head. They are all feeding. They are not incapacitated, so how could they not fight back? Don't be impulsive. Even if we have purification potions, we wouldn't be able to handle more than 5 leaping giants. After all, their speed is not inferior to ours. Lin Yaoyao nodded adorably. It is indeed a bit dangerous. How about we ascend another level to take a look?